Chapter 1. Your Favor. Shun Ruashi had been reborn. The first act of her new life was to confront the aloof and enigmatic ninth prince, Murong Hung, in a private room of a tea house. Shun Ruashi gracefully closed the door behind her and lifted her gaze to the strikingly handsome man within, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Prince Ling, it has been a while. Murong Hung sat poised on an intricately carved pearwood chair, adorned in a black and gold embroidered python robe, his hair bound with a jade crown, his features exquisitely defined. His skin, pale to the point of ethereality, lent an air of melancholy to his aristocratic demeanor. That moment, the corners of his thin lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. "Miss Shun, what brings you here?" With a delicate lift of her skirt, Shun Ruashi approached him, bending slightly to settle into his embrace. Murong Hung's gaze faltered for just an instant, but soon returned to its usual composure. His pale, brooding face revealed no trace of emotion, yet his cool eyes remained fixed upon her face. In the past, Shun Ruashi had feared him, but she was reborn. In her previous life, her spirit had hovered in limbo, witnessing the bloodshed he wrought upon the royal family after her demise, as he ruthlessly avenged her by piercing Murong Yes' heart with arrows, severing his head and placing it at her grave. His crimson eyes were filled with despair and sorrow as he knelt, professing his love. In that moment, she realized the depth of Murong Hung's affection for her. Recalling this, Shun Ruashi reached out, rolling up her sleeve to reveal the mark of a guardian. Upon seeing the hint of crimson, Murong Hung's gaze deepened further, a playful smirk emerging. "So, it seems that Prince Qi is not sufficient for you. However, Miss Shun, if you find yourself lonely, you could seek another. What made you think to come to this ailing prince?" Nestled in his embrace, Shun Ruashi replied, "Murong Hung, I wish to part ways with Murong Yu. Will you assist me?" Murong Hung scoffed. "Everyone knows you have harbored feelings for Prince Qi for many years and have finally achieved your desire to marry him. Why enact this charade before me? I have regretted it. I no longer want Murong Yu. I desire you to—" As the last word escaped her lips, she tilted her head back and closed her eyes, planting a gentle kiss upon his thin lips. The cold, regal man's emotions finally fractured. He grasped her delicate chin tightly, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "I had thought Miss Shun was infatuated with Murong Yu. It appears you are far less reserved than I presumed. Do you truly believe this prince would find favor in a woman such as you?" Shun Ruashi held his gaze with her deep, dark eyes, and then, unexpectedly, she smiled. "You do find me appealing." Murong Hung's grip slackened, his eyes darkening profoundly. He tilted her chin, parting her lips slightly, and kissed her deeply. Amidst their entangled embrace, his voice was cold and husky. "Shun Ruashi, I sincerely hope you are not toying with me." Upon exiting the tea house, Taoya immediately approached. "Miss, we should return swiftly. Prince Qi has placed you under house arrest. If he discovers you have left the residence, he will surely be furious upon your return." However, Shun Ruashi appeared to be oblivious to her words. "I have heard that the finest tailor in the capital has received a new shipment of exquisite silk. I wish to go and have a few new outfits made." Taoya was momentarily taken aback, sensing that her mistress had changed since awakening that morning. With a hint of uncertainty, she assisted Shun Ruashi into the palanquin. Inside the carriage, Shun Ruashi took several deep breaths to steady her emotions. As the legitimate daughter of the esteemed general, it was her first experience engaging in such seductive pursuits. The object of her intrigue was none other than the frail and formidable Prince Ling of the Dian Kingdom. In the past, she would have never dared to act so recklessly. Yet, having faced death once, what did she have to fear now? Touching the subtle ache at her neck, Shun Ruashi felt a twinge of discomfort. Although Murong Hung was indeed frail, she had not anticipated the intensity of his kiss. It had left her utterly defenseless. After visiting the tailor and commissioning several garments, Shun Ruashi also acquired some exquisite hairpins and jewelry before finally making her way back home. No sooner had she settled in than someone came to announce, "Your Highness, Prince Qi has returned. He requests your presence in the orchid courtyard to discuss an important matter." Shun Ruashi maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "I understand." She did not rise immediately, but turned to Taoya. "Please assist me with my hair first." Taoya promptly stepped forward, rearranging the disheveled strands of hair. As a red hairpin slipped from her grasp, Shinruox's silken locks cascaded down to her waist, soft and luxurious. Her fair complexion remained untouched by makeup, yet radiated an undeniable elegance. While arranging her hair, Tai could not help but murmur, "Miss, I just passed by the orchid courtyard and saw Ning Lanxua beside Prince Qi, looking quite vibrant, not at all. Resembling someone who is ill that I believe she is feigning her sickness to incite the prince's ire towards you." Shun Ruoshi remained silent. In this life, she had just entered her first year of marriage to Prince Murongyu. Half a month prior, she had quarreled with Ning Lanxua, who had dramatically clutched her chest, weeping as she complained to Murongyu of her supposed ailment. Enraged, he had confined Shinruoshi to her quarters while taking Ning Lanxua to a summer retreat, ostensibly to help her recover. A sardonic smile played on Shun Ruox's lips. The legitimate princess of Qi, a daughter of the general's household, was being overshadowed by a lowly courtesan. It was indeed a humiliating predicament. Yet, in her previous life, she had endured far worse indignities. In her past existence, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to Murongyu, disregarding the objections of her family and ignoring the fact that he had a long-standing confidant. In Ning Lanxua, she had stubbornly wed him, then lowered herself to seek his affection, attending to his every need with meticulous care. However, Murongyu remained indifferent, neglecting her entirely and even bringing Ning Lanxua into the household, where they reveled in their affection, rendering her a mere laughingstock. Shinruoshi had protested, but all she received was his cold indifference. Ultimately, she had acquiesced. For the sake of Murongyu's meager affection, she willingly humbled herself, relinquishing her position as the legitimate consort to become a mere concubine. She even beseeched her family to support his claim to the throne, coaxed into kneeling before them in submission. With the full backing of the Shun family, Murongyu, an overlooked prince, ultimately ascended to the throne. Yet, at the moment of his triumph, he not only failed to bestow upon her the promised title of empress, but issued an imperial decree banishing her to the cold palace, subjecting her to humiliation and abuse. Fearing the might of the Shun family, he cruelly annihilated them under the pretense of fabricated charges. The day of the massacre coincided with the onset of winter. Snow fell in a flurry. She fled the cold palace barefoot, kneeling before the imperial hall, her head striking the ground as she wept for Murongyu to spare the Shin family. Not far away, Murongyu, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, stood beside the elegant Ning Lanxua, regarding her with an expression akin to disdain for filth. He coldly commanded his guards to beat her to death. In that instant, despair enveloped her. She collapsed into the snow, her vision consumed by stark white and vivid red. The cold seeped into her skin and mingled with her blood, transforming into profound resentment and regret. She died with her eyes wide open, miss. The gentle call of Taoya pulled Shun Ruoshi from her reverie. She realized her eyes were moist, tears gathering at the corners. Taoya assumed her sorrow stemmed from Murongyu. "Miss, please do not cry. Perhaps the prince's infatuation with Ning Lanxua is merely a fleeting whim in time. He will come to recognize your merits." "Taoya, this attire is far too plain. I recently acquired new clothes and jewelry. Please assist me in donning them." Shinruoshi interrupted her softly. Taoya promptly retrieved an exquisite lithoed embroidered gown. Over it, she draped a water blue satin robe adorned with golden thread patterns, striking a balance between elegance and opulence. Taoya marveled. "Miss, you truly deserve the title of the most beautiful woman in the capital. With just a little embellishment, you become utterly captivating. Miss, if I may be so bold, your previous attire was too modest, obscuring your beauty." "Indeed, I was foolish in the past," Shun Ruoshi replied with self-deprecation. Previously, out of jealousy, Ning Lanxua had been favored for her beauty, compelling Murongyu to have her dress plainly, which she obediently adhered to. Standing beside the flamboyant Ning Lanxua, one might mistake her for a mere maid. "Let us go. I'm curious about what Murongyu seeks from me." That a glimmer of coldness flashed in Shun Ruoxi's eyes as she stepped outside in the orchid courtyard. Murongyu was affectionately holding Ning Lanxua as they stood on an arch bridge, feeding the fish. Ning Lanxua occasionally turned back to whisper sweet nothings to him, their intimacy palpable. Shun Ruoxi's gaze was frosty, and she silently cursed under her breath, labeling them as shameless. It was Ning Lanxua who first noticed her, softly exclaiming, Sister Ruashi is here. Murong-yu turned, and upon seeing Shun Ruashi, his expression darkened. I heard you left the residence today. I have expressly forbidden you to step outside the palace. How dare you defy me? Shun Ruashi maintained her composure. I received word from the manager of Tinjiakshuan that my beloved spring tea has arrived. Your Highness is aware that my father shares a close friendship with him. You surely do not wish for my father to learn of my confinement, do you? At her words, Murong-yu fell silent. He would need to rely on the general's residence in the future, and it was indeed prudent to keep Shen Tianrong unaware of his harsh treatment towards his daughter. Ning Lanxue leaned against Murong-yu's side and suddenly remarked, Sister Ruashi, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Are your clothes and jewelry newly purchased? I envy you so. Listening to the hint of disappointment in Ning Lanxue's voice, Murong-yu wrapped his arm around her waist and cast a glance at Shen Ruashi. Ruashi, I prefer you dressed more modestly. Please change into something simpler when you returned. He understood that Ning Lanxue was sensitive about her status and did not wish to see Shun Ruashi flaunting the airs of a princess. Thus, he had always encouraged Shun Ruashi to adopt a more understated appearance. He felt a pang of sympathy for Ning Lanxue, not wanting her to feel inferior to Shun Ruashi. It matters not whether your highness disapproves, Shun Ruashi said, brushing her sleeve lightly, as long as I am pleased with myself. Murong-yu frowned, taken aback by her response. After not seeing her for half a month, why did she seem so distant? Shun Ruashi lifted her gaze. Your highness called me over. Surely there is something of importance to discuss? At her words, Murong-yu recalled the matter at hand. He cleared his throat and unexpectedly softened his tone. This time, I took Lanxue to the summer resort for a while. After some reflection, I realized I had been neglecting you, so I returned promptly. He continued, Ruashi, you are my princess. You will always hold a place in my heart. At this, Shun Ruaxi's expression remained unchanged. Her dark, clear eyes bore into him, as if possessing the power to see through him. Murong-yu suddenly felt a twinge of guilt under her penetrating gaze. He pressed on, You know that Lanxue has been with me for many years. Were it not for her lowly status, she ought to. Your Highness, please speak plainly, Shun Ruashi interjected, cutting him off. Murong-yu then stated directly, Lanxue wishes to take the position of my princess. Ruashi, would you be willing to relinquish the title to her? Chapter 2. A dual approach. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Lanxue, standing behind Murong-yu, raised an eyebrow, anticipating the spectacle of Shun Ruashi's emotional collapse. However, nothing of the sort occurred. Shun Ruashi exhibited neither shock nor indignation. Her eyelids remained unlifted. Instead, a smirk curled upon her lips. Does the prince truly comprehend the gravity of his words? Ruashi, I understand that this revelation may profoundly impact you, but Lanxue and I share a mutual affection, and your unwarranted interference has usurped the position of the legitimate princess. Upon hearing this, Shun Ruashi felt a wave of nausea wash over her. In her past life, she had been brainwashed by Murong-yu, believing herself to be the intruder in his relationship with Ning Lanxue, which filled her with guilt and compelled her to yield at every turn. Yet, a woman of Ning Lanxue's questionable background could never be elevated to the status of a princess, if that were possible. Murong-yu would have long since paraded her into the estate in grand fashion, back then as the legitimate daughter of the general's residence. Shun Ruashi had harbored deep affections for Murong-yu. Given her father's close ties with the reigning emperor, she had insisted he petition for a royal marriage. Her father, unable to withstand her insistence, ultimately approached the emperor with the request. The emperor, wishing to fulfill Shun Tianrong's desire for his beloved daughter and simultaneously thwart Murong-yu's intentions towards Ning Lanxue, acquiesced. Prior to the marriage decree, the emperor had personally inquired in the imperial study whether Murong-yu was willing to wed her, and it was Murong-yu himself who had consented. His motivations lay not in love, but rather in the desire for the military support of the Shin family amidst the power struggles of succession. Yet, following their union, Murong-yu adopted a demeanor of reluctant acceptance, placing all blame for his dissatisfaction upon her. He sought the power and influence of the Shin family, while simultaneously yearning to fulfill his notion of true love. Murong-yu, indeed, was a hypocritical scoundrel. Shun Ruashi gazed at the man before her, realizing just how blind she had been in the past. Ning Lanxue, a mere lowly servant, had no rightful claim to the title of princess. Her presence in the royal residence was a stroke of fortune beyond her merit. As her words resonated, Ning Lanshua's countenance fell. She bit her lip, attempting to adopt an air of superiority. One cannot choose their origins. My connection with the prince is genuine. It is you, elder sister, who has exploited your status to seize this honor. If you could graciously relinquish the position of princess, we could refer to each other as sisters. And I assure you, I would not make things difficult for you. Shinruashi nearly laughed in disbelief. Ning Lanshua, you have quite the audacity. Do you truly believe that without me, you would ascend to the position of legitimate princess? Having been away for so long, your mind must be muddled. Shake your head to clear it, and behold your own reflection. Do you truly think you are worthy of being a princess? The emperor had consistently opposed the idea of Ning Lanshua's involvement with Murongyu. It was not only Shinruashi who could become the princess of Qi. There were others who could enter the royal household, but Ning Lanshua would never be among them. Furthermore, I am the legitimate daughter of the general's residence. Do not address me as sister. I have no need for such an insignificant sibling. Shinruashi's words drained the color from Ning Lanshua's face. Enough. Murongyu barked, his voice sharp. Shinruashi, have you lost your senses? In just half a month, your behavior has become increasingly unruly. It is not I who has lost my mind. Shinruashi's expression remained tranquil as she remarked, the prince truly believes that a courtesan could serve as a princess. That is the true madness. I suggest we prepare some refreshing herbal tea to help the prince regain his composure. For now, I shall take my leave. With that, Shinruashi flicked her sleeve and turned away. Observing her retreating figure, Murongyu felt a mix of astonishment and anger. Shinruashi, what has stirred her today? Beside him, Ning Lanshua's eyes were red-rimmed. Your Highness, it appears that Shinruashi is unwilling to relinquish her position as the principal consort. As an unmarried woman, must I continue to linger in the royal residence in such ambiguity? Murongyu furrowed his brows. Although angered by Shinruashi's rebuke, clarity began to dawn upon him. The prospect of Ning Lanshua becoming the principal consort indeed posed a challenge. Lanshua, how about I take you as a secondary consort? Rest assured, your treatment shall not be inferior to that of Shinruashi. What does your Highness take me for? I have given you my untouched virtue, and you promised a lifetime of devotion. How could I settle for a secondary role? If that is the case, I would rather die. With that, Ning Lanshua made to leap into the nearby lake. Murongyu swiftly pulled her into his embrace, carefully soothing her. Guilt filled his gaze. Lanshua, blame me. As a prince, I find myself unable to choose the one I love. I shall return to Shinruashi and discuss this matter further. She will have no choice but to acquiesce. Ning Lanshua nestled against him, obediently nodding. In the Ling Wangfu, a shadow darted over the wall and landed in front of the study in the rear courtyard. Lung Yi pushed the door open. Master, I have returned. Inside the study, the fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the air. Morong Hung sat on an intricately carved pearwood chair, casually holding a book, seemingly indifferent. Upon hearing the sound, he lifted his head slightly. His handsome visage resembled a bright moon in the sky, his pale complexion akin to snow, imbued with a sickly fragility. Yet his narrow, distant eyes carried an air of wickedness that made one hesitant to meet his gaze. He spoke, state your purpose. Master, the Qi prince is becoming increasingly outrageous. Today, he actually demanded that Shinruashi concede her position as princess to that courtesan. Lung Ye's brow furrowed, his tone unconsciously tinged with anger. Morong Heng's eyes darkened further. However, Shinruashi did not agree. In fact, she not only refused but also chastised the Qi prince and Ning Lanshua, which took me by surprise. Could it be that she has lost her senses? Morong Hung shot him a cold glance. Lung Yi immediately covered his mouth, realizing he had misspoken. Yet it is the truth. Shinruashi does seem to possess a rather foolish romantic disposition, the kind that is beyond saving. I cannot fathom what our prince sees in her. Leave. Morong Hung spoke coolly. Having served him for many years, Lung Yi understood that his master was in a rather good mood today. If one were to think about it, is not our prince also rather foolishly in love? Go and receive 10 military strikes. Think before you speak in the future. On a chilly night, she retreated with a sense of grievance. Within the room, Morong Heng's long, jade-like fingers tightly clutched a book, the coldness in his eyes deepening. Soon after, the corners of his lips curled slightly. What trick is Shinruashi playing, after all? Miss, you truly exude an air of authority today. I scarcely recognize you. Tao Yi followed Shinruashi back to the study, her face aglow with delight. The mere thought of Ning Lanshua's defeated expression brought her even more joy. What was Ning Lanshua, after all, but someone who feigned fragility and sowed discord? However, Judging by the resolute attitude of the miss today, it is unlikely that Prince Qi will bring up this matter again. You think too much. That pair of scoundrels will not let this rest. Shin Ruoshi raised her hand. Tao Yi, fetch the ink and brush. Scoundrels? A pair of scoundrels? Tao Yi exclaimed, astonished. Her own mistress had just uttered curses, and they were aimed at the Prince Qi she held in such high regard. How shocking. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of exhilaration in her heart. Tao Yi brought the ink and brush, unable to suppress her curiosity. Miss, what are you about to write? You will find out soon enough. Shin Ruoshi poised her brush and began to write, while Tao Yi ground the ink beside her. Before long, a notification was heard from outside, the arrival of Morongyu. Upon entering, he surprisingly spoke in a gentle tone. Ruoshi, are you still upset about my earlier decision to confine you? I admit that I was somewhat biased. I assure you, I shall treat you well from now on. Please do not be angry, all right? Shin Ruoshi remained silent, watching him with a quiet gaze, unimpressed by his clumsy performance. In her previous life, Morongyu had employed a mix of soft persuasion and harshness, delivering a slap followed by a sweet promise, keeping her firmly in his grasp. This time, she would not believe a single word that escaped his mouth. Chapter 3. Separation. Since the prince acknowledges his favoritism, why not reprimand Ning Lanxue and then confine her for 10 days or half a month? Would that not be fair? Morongyu was taken aback, not expecting her to remain so unyielding. He felt a flicker of displeasure. Lanxue, being frail, could not endure confinement. The prince, however, insisted that she was in good health. The physician in the residence had declared her well, and I, too, have taken her pulse. She is in fine health. Not only could she withstand confinement, but she could also kneel for 3 days and nights without issue. Shin Ruoshi's mother was exceptionally skilled in the arts of medicine and poison. It was her miraculous healing that saved the severely injured emperor, leading to the emperor's growing trust and esteem for the general's household. Shin Ruoshi has perfectly inherited her mother's talents. Ning Lanxue is devoid of any ailment, merely feigning discomfort while clutching her chest. Yet, Morongyu indulges that white lotus. Upon hearing this, Morongyu's expression darkened further. Shin Ruoshi, how dare you be so audacious today? I am determined to bestow the position of the legitimate wife upon Lanxue, whether you consent or not. Should you continue to act so selfishly, I vow never to set foot in your courtyard again. At his words, Shin Ruoshi displayed disdain. She had no desire for him to enter her courtyard. Seeing him was as repulsive as encountering a fly. However, what she truly sought was not to sever ties with him for life, but to see him meet his comeuppance, to die in a manner lacking dignity. Shin Ruoshi lifted a cup of tea and took a leisurely sip. The position of the legitimate wife is not something that can be relinquished so easily. The prince should consider how I might yield. By the laws of the Dian Kingdom, unless the legitimate wife passes away, is divorced or separated, no one else may assume her place. Seeing her stance, Morongyu assumed she was relenting. He immediately declared, I plan to divorce you first and then marry Lanxue. But rest assured, I will take you as a concubine. I shall never abandon you, Ruoshi. After all, this is merely a matter of title. Surely, you are not so narrow-minded? Upon hearing this, Tao Ye could no longer contain herself. My lady has not transgressed any prohibitions. On what grounds does the prince intend to divorce her? Morongyu turned his gaze to Shin Ruoshi. I have already devised a reason. I will claim that you are incapable of bearing an heir, thus demoting you to a concubine. However, it may be difficult to explain to my father and the general's household, so I hope, Ruoshi, you can assist in this matter. After speaking, Morongyu sighed. Ruoshi, I know this situation is truly unjust to you. If you agree to this arrangement, I swear I shall treat you twice as well in the future. Given time, should I ascend to the throne, you will be the matriarch of the harem. Shin Ruoshi, with her delicate fingers poised, regarded him with an increasingly frosty gaze. How absurd for Morongyu to dare propose such a thing. Yet, in her past life, she had indeed believed his words. How utterly foolish she had been. In this life, he should not even entertain the thought. Divorce? If she were to be cast aside, she would only become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. Not only would she lose face, but it would also tarnish the reputation of the general's household and affect the marital prospects of the women in her family. Morongyu, you truly are vile and repugnant. Your shamelessness today has opened my eyes. Upon hearing her words, Morongyu was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening. Shin Ruoshi, what are you saying? The prince intends to marry that wretched maid. I shall not stand in his way, and I have already devised a course of action for him. Shin Ruoshi rose from her seat and approached the desk, hurling the divorce letter she had previously pinned at Yu's face. Yu, once you sign this divorce letter, our marital ties shall be severed henceforth. Do not say you wish to wed Ning Lanxue, a mere courtesan. Even if you were to relocate the entire brothel to the royal residence, it would be entirely your prerogative. Yu, gazing at the divorce letter in his hand, turned pale. He soon exclaimed in anger, "Have you lost your mind? This prince will not agree to a divorce. You have always believed that I was the one hindering your pursuit of true love. Now that I offer you a divorce to be with Ning Lanxue, why do you suddenly resist? Yu, do you not find this ludicrous?" Yu's complexion grew faint. He certainly did not wish to sever all ties with Shinruashi. He merely desired to take her as a concubine. He needed the general's residence. As a prince lacking favor, without the substantial backing of the general's estate, aspiring to ascend the throne was nothing short of a pipe dream. Moreover, should he divorce her, all blame would fall solely upon Shinruashi. A separation, however, might lead outsiders to believe he indulged a mistress while mistreating his legitimate wife, which would severely tarnish his reputation. Yu sipped some cold tea to regain his composure. His disdain for Shinruashi stemmed from his calculation of her unwavering affection for him, love devoid of dignity, convinced that no matter how outrageous his demands, she would never leave. Yet, the situation had escalated far beyond his expectations. Shinruashi, your mind is clouded. I shall not hold this against you. Take a moment to calm yourself. Shinruashi scoffed. If you do not wish for a divorce, then do not waste my time here. Farewell. Is she truly dismissing him? Yu felt both astonished and enraged. However, Shinruashi's actions today left him utterly bewildered, his heart in turmoil. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and departed in a rather disheveled manner. The following day, as dawn broke, Shinruashi was awakened by Taoya's voice. "Miss, it is time to rise. Today, you and the king will enter the palace to pay respects to concubine Fong." Shinruashi squinted. "Is it not still early?" "Yes, it is early. But are you not to prepare breakfast for the prince?" Having spent over half a year in the royal residence, Shinruashi had grown accustomed to rising extraordinarily early to prepare breakfast for Yu. Not only did she cook, but she also personally mended his clothes, ground tea, and brewed it herself. Reflecting on those past days, Shinruashi felt a pang of self-loathing. She remained motionless. Have all the servants perished? Such tasks can be performed by the staff. Do not call for me again. Yes, miss. Taoya replied cheerfully. If yesterday she had harbored doubts about Shinruashi's intentions, she was now certain that her mistress had indeed changed her attitude towards the king. In truth, she harbored no fondness for Yu either, deeming him hypocritical and blind, neglecting such a splendid beauty in favor of the pure and innocent Ning Lanxue. It was high time she treated him this way. After lying in bed for an additional half hour, Shinruashi finally rose languidly. Today marked the occasion for her to pay her respects at the palace, necessitating an early start. Although she had firmly resolved to part ways with Yu, she remained the princess of Qi and was obliged to uphold the requisite courtesies. Once Shinruashi had completed her morning routine, she instructed Tao Yi to bring her breakfast to her chamber, choosing to dine alone. She wished to avoid the sight of Yu's face, fearing it would spoil her appetite. After her meal, the two women prepared to leave, only to be informed that Ning Lanxue was suffering from a headache and that Yu was in her room, comforting her. At the entrance stood Jinglu, Yu's attendant, who lazily remarked, "Princess, the prince may take a while longer. Please wait." The Prince of Qi had always looked down upon this princess, and thus his attendant displayed little courtesy. Shinruashi replied, "Since Yu is otherwise occupied, I see no reason to wait for him. I shall make my way to the palace alone." Jinglu appeared taken aback and quickly protested, "No, princess, it would be improper for you to go alone. Is it proper for Yu to delay our audience at the palace for the sake of a concubine?" She retorted. At her words, Jinglu hesitated, somewhat flustered. "It is still early. Perhaps the prince will emerge shortly. What harm is there in waiting a little longer?" Tao Yi, incensed, exclaimed, "Who do you think you are to speak to the princess in such a manner?" Jinglu remained silent, his demeanor indifferent. After enduring months of subservience, he was now taken aback by her sudden display of authority. Shinruashi, maintaining her composure, said, "Tao Yi, do not mind him. Assist me in mounting the carriage." As she turned away, she added, "However, this carriage is rather high. The footstool is uncomfortable. Jinglu, kneel down so that I may step upon you to get into the carriage." Chapter 4. What? This is quite inappropriate. Jinglu's eyes widened in shock. Tao Yi approached him and swiftly kicked him to the ground. "If I say lie down, then lie down." No need for so much chatter. Tao Yi had grown up alongside her, clever and diligent, with some martial skills to boot. Jing Lu was immediately knocked down. Shin Ruoshi placed a hand on Tao Yi and stepped onto Jing Lu, inadvertently stepping on his head, causing him to yelp in pain. After Shin Ruoshi entered the carriage, it drove off gracefully. Jing Lu grimaced as he got up and hurried into the prince's residence to report to Murongyu. Murongyu was currently with Ning Lanxue, awaiting Shin Ruoshi to bring him breakfast. However, rather than Shin Ruoshi, he was met with Jing Lu. Upon hearing Jing Lu's report, Murongyu was taken aback, feeling a mix of shock and anger, tinged with unease. The day before, Shin Ruoshi had angered him, and he had intended to teach her a lesson by making things difficult for her during breakfast. Yet, to his surprise, she had not even prepared breakfast for herself. Not only that, but she had also ventured into the palace alone. Could it be that the matter of making Ning Lanxue the princess had distressed her so much that she was truly considering severing ties with him? With this thought, Murongyu began to fidget. He immediately instructed Jing Lu to accompany him to the palace. He turned to Ning Lanxue and said, "Lanxue, if I do not enter the palace alongside Shin Ruoshi, it may not bode well if word gets out. I shall take my leave first and forego breakfast with you." "Your Highness, take care," Ning Lanxue replied with a facade of concern, though inwardly she felt quite displeased. That foolish Shin Ruoshi seemed to have learned some cleverness now, shifting from persistent pursuit to a more subtle approach of feigned indifference. Upon entering the palace, Shin Ruoshi was assisted down by Tao Yi, just in time to see a grand 6-horse carriage entering the imperial city. The carriage was adorned with luxurious silk on all sides, its windows inlaid with gold and jade, exuding opulence. Tao Yi whispered, "Who is that? Such a grand display." "It is Prince Ling," Shin Ruoshi replied nonchalantly. Tao Yi turned to her. "Miss, how do you know?" Among the princes, who else could command such treatment and act so brazenly? The current emperor, Murong Ting, known as Emperor Ranjing, had 4 sons who, upon reaching adulthood, were all granted titles of nobility and left the palace. They were the 1st Prince Murong Xiao, the 4th Prince Murong Yu, the 11th Prince Murong Yao, and the 9th Prince Murong Hang. Among them, Murong Hang was particularly unique. In the imperial harem, there was originally only one empress, Su Waner, with whom the emperor shared a deep bond. Despite their harmonious relationship, Su Waner had not conceived for many years. To ensure the continuation of the royal lineage, Emperor Ranjing took several concubines into the harem. Gradually, several princes and princesses were born. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Empress Su Waner became pregnant at the age of 27, which brought immense joy to Emperor Ranjing, leading him to grant a general amnesty. After a 10-month pregnancy, tragedy struck. During childbirth, Su Waner faced complications, and, after valiantly giving birth to Murong Hang, she tragically passed away. Murong Hang was frail from birth, and as the years passed, all the palace physicians declared that not only was his lifespan short, but he would also struggle to have offspring. Emperor Ranjing was deeply saddened, originally intending to establish his legitimate son, Murong Hang, as the crown prince. The current circumstances forced him to reconsider. Despite his frailty, Murong Hang possessed extraordinary talents, excelling in military strategy and governance, unmatched by any. The emperor cherished him greatly, although he had not officially named an heir. The prince was treated as one in every aspect, residing in the Eastern Palace and even being tacitly permitted to secretly raise troops. Many ministers advised against this. Yet Emperor Ranjing remained unmoved. Eventually, the officials came to terms with the situation. After all, Murong Hang's life was expected to be short-lived. Even if he raised an army, it would pose little threat. Thus, they ceased to raise their concerns. The emperor's favor, coupled with the flamboyant nature of Prince Ling, who was known for his decisive actions, led to Murong Hang's reputation resonating throughout the capital over the years. As the golden-clawed curtain of the carriage was gently lifted, Murong Hang's profile emerged in the sunlight. Tao Yi whispered, "Miss, the Prince Ling is unexpectedly handsome. Everyone says the 9th prince is a sickly creature. I thought he would be emaciated and pale." Sensing something, Murong Hang suddenly turned his head and locked eyes with Shin Ruoshi. He gazed at her for a moment before slowly lowering the curtain. Shin Ruoshi abruptly recalled their previous encounter at the tea house. It was hard to reconcile that memory with the cold, noble man before her. Tao Yi's eyes sparkled with lingering admiration. "They say Prince Qi, Murong Yu, is gentle and handsome, a perfect match for you. However, in terms of appearance, I believe Prince Ling is far more suited to you." "Tao Yi, mind your words," Shin Ruoshi cautioned. Tao Yi stuck out her tongue, insisting, "But I speak only the truth." Prince Qi, Morongyu, is nothing but a hypocrite, a man of mere reputation. In the inner palace, Empress Su Luer was accompanied by several consorts, preparing to show them the newly planted night-blooming Sirius. Feng Hui followed behind. At that moment, one of her attendants approached with a report, stating that the Princess of Qi, Shun Ruoxi, had come to pay her respects. Su Luer casually inquired, Feng Fei, is there something amiss? Reporting to your majesty, the Prince and Princess of Qi wish to pay their respects today, and I fear I must take my leave. Feng Hui replied. Upon hearing this, Su Luer revealed a gentle smile. I have heard that Princess Shun Ruoxi is known as the most beautiful woman in the capital. I have never had the chance to see her closely. Why not invite her in so I may have a look? Feng Hui had no choice but to comply. Nearby, concubine Qin Haiding scoffed. The most beautiful woman in the capital? She is likely just a pretty face with little substance. It is said she has clung to Prince Qi for many years, being the daughter of a general's family, yet she shows no modesty. She, a noble lady of high birth, descended from military lineage, had heard some tales of Shun Ruoxi's behavior and held her in disdain. To live and die for a man, such a foolish romantic. Feng Hui felt a bit embarrassed by the remarks. Although she did not particularly care for Shun Ruoxi, Qin Haitang's words undoubtedly served to slap her own face. The noble consort, Heir, and Ruoxi had been childhood friends, their bond deepening into a profound love after marriage. They were indeed well-matched in spirit. Qin Haiding smiled, clearly disregarding her. She had also heard whispers of Morongyu's dealings with a courtesan. Such matters do not arise from thin air and must certainly bear some truth. What was the point of this charade now? Shortly after the words of Consort Feng fell, a palace maid led Shun Ruoxi into the room. In contrast to her usual simplicity, Shun Ruoxi had evidently taken great care in her appearance today. She was poised, graceful, and strikingly beautiful. Upon her arrival, she greeted everyone with the appropriate courtesies. She discreetly scanned the room. The number of women in the inner court of Emperor Renjing was scarce, and she recognized most of the prominent consorts. The Empress Su Luer, noble consort Qin Haiding, her mother-in-law consort Feng Hui, and the charming Nie Yulan. There were also a few new faces among the beauties. As soon as she entered, the Empress could not help but praise her, exclaiming how the Princess of Qi was indeed a beauty beyond compare. A truth that was far more evident in person than by hearsay. Shun Ruoxi bowed gracefully, acknowledging the Empress's flattery, stating that it was the Empress who truly embodied elegance and grace. Su Luer, the younger sister of the late Empress Su Waner, was known for her kindness and generosity. She was also the aunt of Murong Hong, who had grown up under her care after losing his mother. Shun Ruoxi, appreciating her kindness, held Su Luer in high regard. This compliment brought joy to Su Luer's heart, prompting further praises for Shun Ruoxi. Suddenly, Qin Haiding interjected. Wasn't the Prince of Qi at the summer resort not long ago? My daughter, Princess Minghua, was feeling bored and decided to visit the summer resort as well, where she inadvertently encountered the prince, accompanied by a lady. Turning to Shun Ruoxi, Qin Haiding continued. Minghua mentioned that this lady was not you, was it? At these words, Feng Hui's expression stiffened slightly. Qin Haiding, relying on her family's prominence, had always looked down upon her, maintaining a poor relationship with her. If she were to learn that her son had taken Ning Lanxue to the summer resort, she could only imagine the ridicule that would ensue. Contemplating this, Feng Hui immediately turned her attention to Shun Ruoxi. Ruoxi, what is going on? Do enlighten us. She was aware of Shun Ruoxi's infatuation with her son and was certain that she would defend Morongyu's reputation. Shun Ruoxi promptly began to speak. Chapter 5. The challenge. Shun Ruoxi immediately spoke up. Indeed, the king of Qi has gone to the summer resort. I did not accompany him, as Miss Ning mentioned that her heart condition had flared up, prompting the king to take her there. Upon hearing this, Feng Hui's complexion turned pale. She exclaimed sternly, Ruoxi, what are you saying? How could she utter such words in front of so many people, implicating that Murongyu had taken Ning Lanxue to the summer resort? Wasn't he this solidifying those rumors? Qin Haiding raised an eyebrow. Miss Ning, could she be the courtesan who has captivated the king of Qi's heart? Feng Hui interjected. Your Highness, you are mistaken. Ning Lanxue is not a courtesan. Miss Ning is not a courtesan, Shun Ruoxi interrupted Feng Hui. Hearing this, Feng Hui sighed in relief. Despite Ning Lanxue's humble origins, Murongyu had redeemed her from the brothel and subsequently proclaimed that she was a distant cousin of Shun Ruoxi. Although reluctant, Shun Ruoxi, with her heart entwined with Murongyu, ultimately acquiesced. Now, her own words explaining the matter were indeed the best course of action. Shun Ruoxi asserted, Your Highness, Miss Ning is not a courtesan, Though her background is humble, she never sold her body, and while accompanying the king, she remained virtuous. Qin Haiding scoffed. Truly, a lowly creature from a brothel. This is a disgrace to the royal family. With that, she glanced at Feng Hui. If I were to have such an ungrateful son, I would rather put him to death myself. The king of Qi's reckless behavior reflects poorly on you, as his mother. Feng Hui tightened her grip, digging her fingers into her palm. Was Shen Ruoxi out of her mind today? How could she speak such nonsense in public? Yet, having spent many years in the palace, she had weathered many storms and managed to maintain her composure. Your Highness, you was merely moved by the girl's unfortunate circumstances and offered her a position as a maid in our household. The rumors circulating are utterly unfounded. As she spoke, she cast a discreet glance at Shen Ruoxi. Shen Ruoxi blinked innocently, seemingly oblivious to her meaning, and even flashed her a sweet smile. Feng Hui nearly lost her composure at that moment. Qin Haidang persisted. The girl has a heart condition. Surely a doctor could attend to her. Why must the king personally take her to the summer resort, which may receive such preferential treatment? Feng Fei, you may deceive yourself, but do not present such absurdities to others. It is utterly embarrassing. Shen Ruoxi remained silent, having heard of Qin Guifei's proud and difficult nature, which was indeed confirmed today. Moreover, it appeared that she was at odds with Feng Hui. How intriguing. With Qin Haitang's scathing remarks, the surrounding concubines cast meaningful glances at Feng Hui, their expressions rife with curiosity, albeit most were unaware of the underlying circumstances. Feng Hui felt her composure slipping, increasingly concerned about the spread of rumors. She turned towards Su Luer. Your Majesty, you know you has always been kind-hearted. There must be some misunderstanding in this situation. Su Luer found herself unable to ascertain the matter at hand, yet she was reluctant to witness the continued bickering between the two. Thus, she spoke up. Rumors can be formidable. The relationship between Prince Qi and Ruoxi is not one to be trifled with, having grown up together since childhood. I am well aware of this. Empress Qin, this matter pertains to the royal reputation, so I urge you to exercise caution in your words. Feng Hui immediately bowed. Your Majesty, your insight is invaluable. She then addressed Shen Ruoxi, saying, Ruoxi, why not step outside for a moment? Yuder must be anxiously waiting for you. Her intention was to send Shen Ruoxi away. However, Shen Ruoxi, with her dark eyes wide open, replied, Mother, it is of no concern. His Highness, Prince Qi, did not accompany me into the palace today. I arrived first. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted conspicuously. They had not even entered the palace together for the customary greeting. The esteemed Prince Qi was seemingly neglecting his legitimate wife. The rumors of their strained relationship appeared to hold some truth. Su Luer furrowed her brow. Feng Fei, though Murong Yu is your son, he still calls me Mother Empress. If you are hesitant to speak, as a mother, I feel compelled to offer some words. She turned her gaze towards Shen Ruoxi. As the legitimate daughter of General Shan, you hail from a distinguished family and possess unparalleled beauty. He should cherish the one before him. Feng Hui lowered her head. Yes, I shall heed your counsel. Su Luer chose not to elaborate further and continued to enjoy the blossoms with the others. Before long, a palace attendant arrived to announce that Prince Qi had come and was summoned to the emperor's study. Feng Hui then escorted Shen Ruoxi away from Su Luer's Chanqiu Palace, preparing to return to her own Yue Palace. As soon as they stepped out, Feng Hui's countenance darkened. Have you lost your senses today? Shen Ruoxi displayed a look of confusion. Why are you so furious, mother? She dared to inquire. Just as Feng Hui was about to unleash her ire, she suddenly caught sight of a lady dressed in deep purple, accompanied by two maidservants, emerging from Chanqiu Palace. It was the recently entered noblewoman, Wei Jinjin. Feng Hui's expression instantly transformed, revealing a smile as warm as spring. Ruoxi, I have specially arranged your favorite pastries. Let us return to Yue Palace now. The swift change of demeanor was striking. Shen Ruoxi felt a twinge of irony within herself, but concealed it well. Very well. As Wei Jinjin approached, she curtsied to Feng Hui. Her steps were hurried, and her complexion appeared somewhat pale. Suddenly, her legs gave way. Shen Ruoxi instinctively reached out to steady her. Inadvertently brushing against Wei Jinjin's wrist, she startled her. Before Shen Ruoxi could inquire further, Wei Jinjin staggered to her feet. Your Highness, please forgive me. I am feeling somewhat unwell today. No worries, if you are unwell. It is best to return and rest, Feng Hui replied with a gentle smile. In public, she maintained an air of unassuming gentleness. Shen Ruoxi interjected, Noblewoman Wei, your health is of utmost importance. If you are feeling unwell, it would be wise to summon the imperial physician. Wei Jinjin, seemingly distracted, replied absently. Thank you for your concern, Princess Qi. With that, she moved on, leaving uncertain whether she had truly registered Shun Ruoshi's words. Watching her retreating figure, Shun Ruoshi's gaze flickered slightly. She had just briefly examined Wei Jinjin's pulse, discovering it to be surprisingly joyful. However, the pulse also exhibited some irregularities, indicative of possible poisoning. Shun Ruoshi felt a tangle of emotions within her. The intrigues of the inner palace were tumultuous, and given her unfamiliarity with Wei Jinjin, she could not speak candidly, leaving it to her to discern the truth. If Feng Hui were genuinely benevolent, she might confide in her. Yet, in reality, she was far from virtuous. What are you staring at? Come here. As soon as Wei Jinjin departed, Feng Hui's countenance darkened immediately. Shun Ruoshi remained silent, trailing behind her. Upon reaching the Yue Palace, Feng Hui's fury erupted. Kneel. Shun Ruoshi stood her ground, responding slowly. Is your majesty addressing me? Otherwise, Feng Hui's gaze was as heavy as a storm cloud, devoid of the gentleness it had previously held. Yet, Shun Ruoshi remained unfazed. Why must I kneel, Mother Empress? Today, before the Empress and all the concubines, you spoke of you were taking Ning Lanxue to the summer resort, claiming you did not accompany him into the palace. Was that not utter nonsense? Is there no fault in that? Kneel. Shun Ruoshi maintained her calm demeanor. It was the prince who intended to take Ning Lanxue to the summer resort, and it was also the prince who did not accompany me in greeting you. I merely spoke the truth. If speaking the truth is a fault, then does it not follow that the prince's actions are even more grievous? If anyone should kneel, it seems it ought to be the prince. What does Mother Empress think? Feng Hui was rendered speechless by her retort and subsequently felt a twinge of confusion. Shun Ruoshi's affection for her son had seemingly stripped her of her dignity, yet now she insisted on having your kneel? What had come over her today? Feng Hui furrowed her brow. Yuer is, after all, a prince. You are his princess. In public, you ought to consider his reputation. By speaking thus today, are you not slapping his face? I fear my position as princess may not endure much longer, Shun Ruoshi sighed. The prince has stated he wishes for me to relinquish the position of primary consort to Ning Lanxue. What? Feng Hui was taken aback. Did Yuer truly say such a thing? Shun Ruoshi's expression remained serene. The prince will arrive shortly. If it is true, Mother Empress will soon find out. Chapter 6. The son also wishes to go at this moment. The atmosphere within the imperial study was far from pleasant. Murong Yu knelt upon the cold tiled floor, his expression betraying a degree of anxiety. Father, I assure you, I am not captivated by beauty. I merely wish to take Lanxue to recuperate. The king, Emperor Renjing, donned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, sat regally upon the dragon throne, casting a fleeting glance at Murong Yu, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. I do not wish to hear that woman's name from your lips again. Murong Yu, stricken with fear, immediately prostrated himself. I acknowledge my error. Today was meant for him to pay respects to his mother, yet upon entering the palace, he was summoned by Emperor Renjing. As soon as he entered the study, the emperor erupted in fury, stating that several memorials had been submitted regarding his indulgence in carnal pleasures, rendering him unworthy of trust. It was even alleged that he favored a concubine over his legitimate wife, a grave crime that left him in a state of panic. Emperor Renjing pinched the bridge of his nose. You should understand that had it not been for Shun Ruoshi personally advocating for you, I would never have permitted you to bring that Ning Lanxue into the palace. You promised that if she entered the residence, you would maintain decorum, prioritizing Ruoshi in all matters. Yet now, this scandal has emerged, which truly disappoints me. Murong Yu, anxious, replied, Father, these are mere baseless rumors. My relationship with Ruoshi is strong. If you were to inquire with her, you would know the truth. Humph. The emperor scoffed, well aware that even if he were to consult Shun Ruoshi, she would surely defend Murong Yu. It would be a fruitless endeavor. Emperor Renjing continued, You cannot even manage affairs in the inner court. In my view, you need not concern yourself with the flooding in Jinan. Father, Murong Yu exclaimed in shock, quickly adding, I am wholeheartedly dedicated to alleviating the burdens of the state and of you, Father. I am prepared to head to Jinan. Please grant me this opportunity. Floods were an annual occurrence. Emperor Renjing was a capable ruler with many talented officials in the court. Each time disaster struck, he handled it with utmost precision. This opportunity was not only a lucrative assignment, but also a chance to gain a good reputation and win the hearts of the people. Hence, every time The high-ranking officials and his brothers vied for such responsibilities. This year's flood in Jinan was no different. Yet, astonishingly, this task had fallen to him, a prince of little favor. He understood that Emperor Renjing, seeing him as the son-in-law of Shen Tianrong, wished to provide him with an opportunity to prove himself. But now, Morong Yu felt a surge of anxiety. He knelt before the emperor, saying, "Father, I have already arranged all matters regarding this flood. If you replace me now, the transition will consume precious time. If we delay, countless citizens will suffer. Father, please allow me to take on this responsibility." Upon hearing this, Emperor Renjing hesitated momentarily. Indeed, if he were to replace the fourth prince at this juncture, it would take time to find a suitable successor. The people could not afford such delays. "I too wish to go," a faint voice suddenly resonated from the doorway. Morong Yu turned to see a tall figure stepping into the room. Draped in a robe of dark ink interwoven with gold, crowned with a jade tiara, Morong Hang presented a striking figure. Despite his pale complexion hinting at frailty, his exquisite beauty remained undeniable. Morong Yu was momentarily taken aback. Why had the ninth prince come? Morong Hang stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Emperor Renjing. "Your son wishes to alleviate the burdens of his majesty. I beseech you to grant me this opportunity. In light of the recent flooding in Jinan, I am willing to lend my efforts to assist you." "Heir, you wish to go?" The surprise in Emperor Renjing's eyes was palpable, swiftly followed by concern. "Your health is fragile, and the journey to Jinan is arduous. I fear your body cannot withstand it." His youngest son was the sole legitimate heir with the late empress, whom he cherished dearly. However, his health was poor, and the court physicians had foretold a short life for him. Thus, he had never considered him for such matters during previous floods. Morong Hang, perceptive and astute, understood his father's sentiments and had refrained from broaching the subject. Yet today, an unexpected request had surfaced. "Father, my health is not a hindrance. The truly arduous tasks are undertaken by the subordinates. I merely need to lend my voice." Upon finishing his words, he coughed softly into his fist. Emperor Renjing immediately signaled to the chief eunuch nearby, Wang Difu, provide him a seat. The eunuch promptly brought forth a chair for Morong Hang to sit upon and served him a bowl of warm tea. Morong Hang idly stirred the tea, his glass-like eyes drifting, as if he had just noticed Morong Yu. Why is Brother Qi kneeling? Morong Yu's face paled, sensing that Morong Hang was being deliberately provocative. Suddenly, Morong Hang remarked, "Could it be that Brother Qi's sole affection for an external concubine has come to light?" Morong Yu was taken aback. How does the ninth prince know this? Could it be that he had orchestrated it? After all, many officials in the court had been charmed by Morong Hang. Yet, he bore no grudge against him and had no reason to act thus. As he pondered, he caught Morong Hang's soft laughter. "I heard it through the grapevine." "Heard it? From whom? Is it possible that my affair with Ning Lanxue has been fabricated by ill-intentioned individuals?" Morong Yu's gaze flickered with anxiety. Emperor Renjing turned to Morong Hang. "Heir, with only 2 days until your departure for Jinan, this sudden involvement may be somewhat hasty." Morong Yu quickly added, "Ninth prince, such matters require great diligence. I fear for your health. Moreover, changing plans at this juncture in merely 2 days is surely insufficient." "1 day suffices," Morong Hang replied coolly. "Do you doubt my capabilities, Brother Qi?" Morong Yu was momentarily stunned. In all of court, it was unlikely that anyone would question Morong Hang's competence. Had he not been afflicted with poor health, he would have long since been the crown prince. Seeing Morong Hang's resolute demeanor, Emperor Renjing's expression softened. "Since you are so eager, I shall entrust this matter to you. I will send the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau along. Should you feel unwell, do not push yourself." Morong Hang rose from his chair. "Your son obeys." Emperor Renjing then turned to the pale-faced Morong Yu on the floor. "Prince Qi, regarding the subsequent matters, please liaise with Heir, ensuring that every detail is meticulously addressed." Emperor Renjing has already spoken, and Morong Yu is aware that further words would be futile. Reluctantly, he acquiesces. Suddenly, Morong Hung interjects, "However, this issue has always been declared as the responsibility of my elder brother, Prince Qi. Now that it has been handed over to me, there must be a plausible explanation. Otherwise, those unaware might presume that my elder brother lacks the capability and is unfit for his duties." Emperor Renjing ponders for a moment before responding, "Prince Qi, you shall publicly claim illness for the time being. Refrain from leaving the royal residence." Morong Yu's expression shifts dramatically. This implies a form of house arrest, does it not? A profound discontent stirs within him. He longs to voice his thoughts, yet the cold gaze of Emperor Renjing compels him to swallow his words. There is no point in further discussion. Upon exiting the imperial study, Murong Yu calls out to Murong Hong, ninth prince. However, Murong Hong does not turn back, stepping onto the footstool and directly boarding the carriage. The grand procession of 6 carriages heads towards the Eastern Palace, leaving Murong Yu to stand rooted in place. Beside him, Jing Lu approaches cautiously, inquiring, "My lord, why does your countenance appear so grim?" Murong Yu clenches his teeth. To Yue Palace. Upon arriving at Yue Palace, Murong Yu finds Feng Hui seated on the soft couch, her expression dark. Meanwhile, Shun Ruashi stands nearby, adorned in a rare peach-pink gown, with an exquisite hairpin of pearls, exuding elegance and nobility. His gaze is instantly drawn to her. Hearing his arrival, Shun Ruashi turns. Her already stunning visage is further enhanced by a touch of makeup, rendering her even more captivating. Murong Yu's attention falters momentarily. Shun Ruashi speaks softly, "Since the prince has arrived, do enjoy a heartfelt conversation with mother. I shall not intrude." With that, she performs a graceful curtsy and departs with Tao Yi. Murong Yu feels unaccustomed to her aloofness. He is about to call her back when Feng Hui's voice interrupts, "You come here." Reluctantly, Murong Yu complies. Feng Hui instructs those present to withdraw, leaving only herself and Murong Yu. A sense of confusion washes over him. "Mother, what troubles you? Do you truly intend to have Ning Lanxue as the primary consort?" Feng Hui suddenly speaks. Murong Yu is taken aback, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "Did Shun Ruashi say something to you? That wretched woman." Her audacity grows ever bolder. Chapter 7. Sweet words. Feng Hui was even more infuriated. "You truly harbor such thoughts, Yue? You are mistaken. What is Ning Lanxue? How could she possibly be worthy of becoming the crown princess? No matter how unremarkable Shun Ruashi may be, she is still the legitimate daughter of a general's household. Ning Lanxue is not even fit to carry her shoes." Murong Yu's expression darkened. "Mother, your words are too harsh. I have long been out of favor with father." Feeling disheartened and unfulfilled, it was Lanxue who guided and accompanied me during those times. Without her, I fear I would have become a mere shadow of myself. Furthermore, Murong Yu paused. "Mother, you too came from humble beginnings yet have ascended to your current esteemed position. Why should Lanxue not have the same opportunity?" Feng Hui's discomfort was palpable. After all, she had once been a servant who attended to Emperor Renjing. There was a time when, emboldened by the emperor's drunken stupor, she dared to climb into his bed. Upon awakening, the emperor was furious and threatened her life, but it was the late Empress Su Wan'er who intervened on her behalf, sparing her and elevating her to the harem as a concubine. After enduring 2 decades of struggle, she finally achieved the status of a favored consort. Yet, due to the dubious means by which she rose to power, Emperor Renjing had always looked upon her with disdain, and Murong Yu had suffered as a result. Feng Hui continued, "That was merely a stroke of fortune for you, mother. Does Ning Lanxue possess such blessings?" She lowered her voice. Your paramount concern now is to win your father's favor, to prepare for your path to succession. Consider this, once you ascend to the throne. If you wish for Ning Lanxue to enter the harem, who would dare to oppose you?" Murong Yu's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim again. "But father has already relieved me of my duty to aid in disaster relief in Jinan, assigning it to Prince Ling instead." "What?" Feng Hui's face went pale, and she clenched her teeth in anger. That ill-fated Murong Hang. When Su Wan'er faced her difficult childbirth, why did she not take him along? One death would have sufficed to rid us of this nuisance. Murong Yu whispered, "Mother, please be cautious with your words." Feng Hui composed herself, saying, "Murong Hang is destined for a short life and is incapable of producing heirs. Even if he possesses great talent, he cannot inherit the legacy. Among the remaining princes, Prince Duan Murong Xiao is frivolous, and Prince Rui Murong Yao is simple-minded and lacks ambition. Among them, you are the only one endowed with virtue and wisdom, possessing both courage and strategy. You are the most suitable candidate for the crown prince. Heed your mother's advice. Do not let a woman hinder your progress. As for Ning Lanxue, let her remain quiet for now." "Yes, mother." Seeing Murong Yu acquiesce, Feng Hui finally felt at ease and urged him to hold on to Shun Ruashi. Although Shun Ruashi was not particularly significant, her family's military background was of great importance. A flicker of complexity crossed Murong Yu's gaze. "Mother, in truth, Ruashi wishes to part ways with me. What madness is she indulging in?" Feng Hui's expression grew impatient as she rubbed her temples. "She is likely trying to provoke you for attention. Just say a few kind words to her in the coming days. It is truly a hassle." Feng Hui was unconcerned. She had seen through Shun Ruashi's deep affections for her son, recognizing that she had long lost her rationality. A separation? Impossible. The sun shone warmly upon the resplendent, glazed tiles of the palace, casting a dazzling light. Shin Ruoshi, accompanied by Tao Yi, stepped out from the Yue Hall. As they approached a corridor, a young maid suddenly appeared, her attire crisp and distinct from that of ordinary palace maids. "Miss Shun, our master requests your presence," she announced. Shin Ruoshi, puzzled, inquired, "And who is your master?" "You will find out if you follow me," the maid replied. After scrutinizing her for a moment, Shin Ruoshi nodded. "Very well, lead the way." Tao Yi followed closely behind, but was halted by the maid. "Master said only Miss Shun is to enter." Tao Yi, concerned, protested. "That won't do. I must accompany my lady." "Tao Yi, it's all right. Wait for me here." Shin Ruoshi reassured her with a comforting glance before following the maid through the corridor to a loft. "Please, your master awaits you inside," the maid gestured. Shin Ruoshi nodded, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The loft was adorned with exquisite porcelain and scrolls, suggesting considerable worth. A delicate scent of sandalwood lingered in the air, creating an atmosphere of serene elegance. At the center of the room, Murong Hung reclined in a chair, idly playing with a jade flute. Upon noticing Shin Ruoshi, he looked up, his handsome countenance tinged with a hint of aloofness. "You actually came. You are quite bold," he remarked. "I knew it was you," she replied. "Oh, I guessed it," Shin Ruoshi said, a smile of subtle pride gracing her lips. She wore a peach red dress today, and her smile was more enchanting than the blossoms of March. Murong Hung felt a stir within him. "Come here," he beckoned. Shin Ruoshi stepped forward, slowly approaching him. Just as she drew near, he suddenly seized her wrist, pulling her toward him. Before she realized it, she found herself seated in Murong Heng's embrace. He emanated a faint scent of medicinal herbs, coupled with his distinctive cool aura. Murong Hung pressed his forehead against hers. "Tell me, how did you deduce it?" Shin Ruoshi's gaze was clear. The maid should have addressed me as Princess Qi, yet she called me Miss Shun, which led me to conclude she must be your person. She continued, "You must not enjoy others calling me Princess Qi. Not even you have ever referred to me as sister-in-law of the Qi prince." Her heart understood the sentiment. She was reluctant to accept the reality of her marriage due to her feelings for him. In her previous life, Shin Ruoshi had also noticed the difference in how he addressed her, but she had thought it was merely his capricious nature, not giving it much thought. It was only in this life that she realized his love for her had always left traces. "I indeed dislike that title for you," Murong Hung said, tilting her chin with his fingers, his eyes dark and mischievous. "Though it depends on the circumstances." Suddenly, he leaned down, his cool lips brushing against her neck. Resembling a languid cat, his gentle breaths grazing her fair skin, sending a shiver through her. Shin Ruoshi instinctively clutched his robe, feeling a bit anxious as his hand caressed her slender waist. "Princess Qi." Shin Ruoshi's body stiffened. "Did you not express disdain for such an address? Yet at this moment, does it not seem rather exhilarating?" Shin Ruoshi remained silent, realizing that this fellow harbored a perverse nature beneath his exterior. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. "I have long wished to inquire, as the Princess of Qi, does my open affection towards you not provoke disdain in the heart of the Ling King? As an affront to my marital fidelity?" Murong Hung chuckled lightly. Society often insists that a woman must be unwaveringly loyal, even in the face of her husband's death, living out her days in solitude to be deemed virtuous. Yet men are permitted to have numerous wives and endless affairs, which is quite the irony. It is the Qi King who has wronged you first, favoring a concubine while neglecting his rightful wife. You are merely reclaiming your dignity, which is only just. Shin Ruoshi was somewhat taken aback. Murong Heng's words were indeed unconventional, yet she found a semblance of truth within them. Steadying her thoughts, she continued, "I have something for you." She then retrieved a sachet from her bosom and placed it in his palm. The purple pouch was embroidered with a peony in golden thread. "When I last saw you at the tea house, I sensed a frailty in your pulse, suggesting you suffer from insomnia. This sachet contains a blend of herbs I have personally concocted, designed to soothe the spirit and aid slumber." Murong Heng's gaze deepened. "In such circumstances, you still found time for healing. It seems I have not exerted myself sufficiently." Shin Ruoshi cleared her throat slightly. "Well, the Ling King has indeed made considerable efforts, exceeding my expectations. For one so frail and incapacitated, he has performed admirably, although he did not reach the final act. His prowess nearly drove her to the brink of reason. Had he possessed full capability, the outcome would have been unfathomable." Murong Hung remained unaware of her inner musings, interpreting her words as mere praise. He regarded the sachet in his hand. "Does the peony bear any significance?" "Not particularly. I merely thought it symbolized wealth and grace. Exquisite in its beauty, most fitting for a prince." Shinruashi gazed earnestly at the captivating visage before her. Murong Heng's smile deepened, and he lowered his head, placing a gentle peck upon her lips. How sweet they are. Shinruashi's heart raced momentarily. This enchanting being. Chapter 8. Miscarriage. Having delivered the items, Shinruashi took her leave. This was the palace, and although Murong Heng was meticulous in his dealings, ensuring their meeting would remain undiscovered, caution was still warranted. As she departed, the maid who had accompanied her earlier followed closely behind. She bowed respectfully. Miss Shun, I am Lung Shuang, one of the concealed guards of the Ling Prince, assigned to protect you. Henceforth, I am at your service, ready to heed your commands. Shinruashi was somewhat taken aback. The palace's concealed guards were the most trusted subordinates of Murong Heng, and he had surprisingly entrusted one to her. She nodded. Very well, Lung Shuang. You shall accompany me from now on. If anyone inquires, simply state that you are from the general's residence. Understood. The two turned and exited the courtyard, preparing to return to the corridor where they would find Tao Yi. Upon seeing her, Tao Yi immediately rushed forward. Miss, who was it that summoned you? I was nearly frantic with worry. It's nothing, Shinruashi replied, gesturing subtly to Lung Shuang. Tao Yi, this is Lung Shuang. She will be serving me alongside you. She is also from the general's residence. Shinruashi refrained from revealing the truth, fearing that Tao Yi would be utterly shocked to learn of her connection with the Ling Prince. But wait, miss. I have been in this household for many years, and I have never heard of anyone named Lung Shuang. Lung Shuang interjected, I am new. Shinruashi added, no need for further inquiries. You shall simply refer to each other as sisters from now on. Tao Yi hesitated, sensing the duo was clearly concealing something from her. A few tears of frustration welled up within her. Woe is me. The miss has a new attendant. I am no longer the favored maid. As they prepared to return to the residence, a sudden commotion interrupted them. Help! Someone please! Help! Shinruashi halted, and along with Tao Yi and Lung Shuang, she navigated around a nearby rockery. They found Wei Jinjin collapsed on the ground, moaning in agony. Two of her maids were supporting her, frantically calling for assistance. Help! Someone save my lady! Shinruashi hesitated for a moment, then approached and knelt before Wei Jinjin. Lady Wei, Qiuqi Wangfei, it hurts. Wei Jinjin's face contorted in pain as she grasped Shinruashi's sleeve tightly. Shinruashi reached out and checked her pulse, furrowing her brow. The situation is not good. What is the meaning of this ruckus? A booming voice erupted from behind them. Turning, they beheld Qin Haidang accompanied by palace attendants, surrounded by a throng. At her side stood Emperor Renjing, donned in a bright yellow dragon robe. The crowd immediately knelt, bowing in reverence. Long live the emperor! Long live the empress! Upon seeing the prostrate Wei Jinjin, Emperor Renjing's expression turned grave. What has transpired? One of Wei Jinjin's maids, Lian Xiang, promptly responded, Your Majesty. My lady has been feeling unwell and wished to return to the palace. Everything was going smoothly until she suddenly complained of severe abdominal pain, and then this occurred. Qin Haitang's eyes flashed with impatience. Was she not perfectly well in Chanqiu Palace? How can she suddenly claim to be in pain? Lady Wei, I suspect you are simply seeking trouble. For a long time, the emperor has favored her, the beloved concubine. 6 months ago, Wei Jinjin entered the palace, and with her melodious voice, she won the heart of Emperor Renjing, who has since been captivated by her feigned fragility, often spending the night in her quarters. Today, as the emperor emerged from the study, he was fortunate enough to be intercepted by her on his way to her Fuyang palace. However, he was met with an unexpected scene. She seemed to be feigning illness. Wei Jinjin clasped her hands over her abdomen, her exquisite face contorted in pain. Your Majesty, someone is trying to harm me. Your Majesty. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden rush of crimson stained the ground beneath her, soaking her garments. The onlookers gasped in shock. Emperor Renjing barked an order. What are you all standing there for? Quickly, take concubine Wei to Yaowang Palace and summon the imperial physician. Panic swept through the crowd as they hastened to comply. As the emperor prepared to leave, his gaze fell upon Shinruashi. Princess Qi, what brings you here? To answer Father Emperor, I came to pay my respects to Mother Empress and happened to pass by, she replied. What has happened to concubine Wei? How could she have suddenly collapsed? Concubine Wei, Shinruashi hesitated but ultimately spoke. She has had a miscarriage. She has not mentioned it. But the physician will surely discern the truth, Qin Haidang interjected, astonished. A miscarriage? When did she even become pregnant? Enough. Emperor Renjing shot her a glare, visibly displeased. He had observed Qin Haitang's earlier provocation and deemed her unfounded accusations against Wei Jinjin to be utterly excessive. Concubine, come with me, he said to Qin Haitang. then turned his attention back to Shun Ruashi. You should accompany us as well. Yes, she replied. Inside Yawang Palace. When they arrived, all the other concubines and young ladies had gathered, aside from Emperor Renjing. Empress Su Luer expressed her surprise. What has happened to Concubine Wei? She seemed perfectly fine earlier in my Chanqiu Palace. After the physician checked Wei Jinjin's pulse, he reported, Your Majesty, Concubine Wei, has suffered a miscarriage. A miscarriage? Su Luer questioned, bewildered. Emperor Renjing's expression remained unchanged. He had already learned about the situation from Shun Ruashi. When did she become pregnant? According to the pulse, it has been over a month. How could your medical team have been unaware for such a long time? The emperor's fury was palpable. The physician hurriedly knelt, explaining, Your Majesty, when we sought to check on Concubine Wei's health this month, she adamantly refused, insisting she needed to go to Chengqian Palace to sing for you, threatening to take my life if we delayed. There was nothing I could do. The emperor turned his gaze toward the bed where Wei Jinjin lay. What exactly transpired? Wei Jinjin wept. I indeed was with child. Half a month ago, my aunt, who has medical knowledge, confirmed my pregnancy. Then why did you conceal this? The emperor inquired. The tears streamed down Wei Jinjin's face with greater intensity. I had heard that her pregnancy was unstable a few months ago, and I thought it prudent to wait until she was more secure before discussing it. However, who could have known? Observing Wei Jinjin's distress, Shin Ruashi's gaze flickered. She must have feared that revealing her pregnancy would expose her to malevolence, thus she chose to conceal it. Yet, despite her precautions, she had still fallen victim to an attack. Wei Jinjin bit her lip, expressing her discontent. Physician, I was perfectly well before. Why is it that I find myself in this predicament today? The physician hesitated momentarily. This, he began. Emperor Renjing urged, speak plainly. Upon examining the pulse of Lady Wei, it is evident that there are signs of poisoning, specifically from the herb known as half-day lotus. However, this herb possesses a low toxicity. Typically, it only leads to a depletion of vital energy over time, resulting in health issues. The quantity consumed by Lady Wei is minimal and should not result in miscarriage. At these words, Wei Jinjin was overcome with a mix of sorrow and anger. Indeed, someone is plotting against me. Your Majesty, did you hear that someone seeks to harm me? Qin Haiding frowned. Silence. Did you not hear the physician's words? With that, she turned to the physician. Are you certain that the amount ingested by Lady Wei is insufficient to cause a miscarriage? I can assure you, he replied. Qin Haiding sighed. If that is the case, Lady Wei, the miscarriage must have other causes. At this, Su Lua exhibited a look of guilt. Your Majesty, blame me. It is my oversight. As the matriarch of the harem, I failed to notice that Lady Wei was already with child and hastily invited all the ladies to admire the flowers, which may have exhausted her fragile condition. Emperor Renjing waved his hand dismissively. This cannot be laid at your feet. Lady Wei bears responsibility for not reporting her pregnancy. However, the matter of the half-day lotus must be investigated. The harem cannot harbor any ill-intentioned individuals. Su Lue immediately bowed. I accept the command. Wei Jinjin felt a surge of indignation. Your Majesty, this cannot be mere chance. I refuse to believe it was accidental. Emperor Renjing interjected. You must focus on resting and recuperating. No, Your Majesty. Father. Shinruashi suddenly stepped forward. Emperor Renjing turned his attention to her. Princess Qi. Do you have something to say? In response to Father, Lady Wei's miscarriage is indeed due to poisoning. Upon hearing this, Feng Hui spoke up first. Ruashi. The physician has stated that the toxicity is not sufficient to induce a miscarriage. Do not speak recklessly. Chapter 9. Poisoning. Shinruashi dismissed her barking like that of a dog. She continued. Although the toxicity of the half-day lotus is not severe enough to cause Lady Wei to miscarry, unbeknownst to His Majesty, there exists a plant called the menthocarpus, which, when combined with the half-day lotus, can swiftly induce a miscarriage. Emperor Renjing inquired, Menthocarpus? The imperial physician beside him interjected, Your Majesty. I have indeed heard that these two herbs, when together, may lead to miscarriage. Emperor Renjing's gaze darkened. The meals of the esteemed members within the palace are subjected to meticulous scrutiny daily, rendering the likelihood of poisoning quite low. Unless, of course, it was something sent by the concubines. He asked, recently, apart from the palace meals, has Lady Wei consumed anything else? The maid Lian Xiong immediately knelt down. Replying to Your Majesty, the day before yesterday, Her Majesty the Empress sent over some pastries. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere around grew restless. Aside from the Empress, were there any others? Replying to Your Majesty, there were none. Su Luo promptly rose and bowed to Emperor Renjing. Your Majesty, the day before yesterday, I personally made some pastries and distributed them to each of the sisters in the harem. Were these pastries handled by anyone else during their preparation? Su Lua shook her head with difficulty. No, it was solely under my care. Then, by that logic, your suspicion is the greatest? As her words fell, another maid, Hua, stepped forth. Your Majesty, apart from the Empress, Concubine Lan, who resides in Yaoguang Palace, also provided food. Concubine Lan? Yes, Your Majesty. Yesterday, Lady Wei encountered Concubine Lan while she was taking a stroll with Princess Mingwei, and the princess offered Lady Wei a dried plum, which she consumed. Seemingly recalling something, Hua exclaimed, Lady Wei felt unwell last night, complaining of dizziness and fatigue, and then this morning Emperor Renjing scanned the surroundings but did not see Nye Yulan. Where is Concubine Lan? Summon her here. The palace attendant promptly departed. Soon after, Nye Yulan hurriedly arrived. She possessed an exquisite beauty, her slender waist easily grasped, her eyes shimmering like water. Instantly, she evoked a sense of protectiveness in men. Having entered the palace at the tender age of 14, she was now 20. Accompanied by her 5-year-old daughter, Princess Mingwei, Nye Yulan appeared somewhat anxious. She nervously twisted her fingers, fearing that her own transgressions might have been discovered. The more she thought about it, the paler she became. It was only when Emperor Renjing spoke of Wei Jinjin's incident that she finally exhaled in relief. Nye Yulan immediately knelt. Your Majesty, I am wronged. The dried plum given to Lady Wei was also consumed by the princess. Even if I were to be foolish, I would never gamble with my daughter's life. Observing her resolute demeanor, Su Lua added, Your Majesty, Concubine Lan has always adhered to propriety. Remaining low-key and well-behaved over the years, she does not seem like someone who would commit such an act. Qin Haiyang raised her delicate finger. That may not be the case. Everything should be substantiated by evidence. A thorough search will reveal the truth. Emperor Renjing felt a headache coming on as he looked at Nye Yulan, on the verge of tears. He turned to the imperial physician. Dr. Yu, are you certain that Lady Wei has been poisoned with Mendiceo? This, I cannot say for certain, replied the official, with an air of uncertainty. Hearing this, Feng Hui interjected, Then it seems, Your Majesty, that this matter concerning Lady Wei is likely an unfortunate accident. Emperor Renjing paid her no heed and turned his gaze towards Xin Ruoxi. Princess Qi, what is your perspective? I am convinced that the lady has indeed been poisoned with Mendiceo. She stated. The atmosphere shifted palpably with her declaration. Under the weight of the complex gazes from those present, Xin Ruoxi maintained her calm demeanor. Her acute senses, more attuned than most, detected a faint hint of Mendiceo lingering around Wei Jinjin when she drew near. Emperor Renjing remarked, however, there is currently no evidence to substantiate that poison was administered to Lady Wei's food or drink. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Ruoxi replied, It is not necessarily required for her to have ingested it. I urge the lady to reflect carefully. Has she recently used any unusual spices? Or during her bathing and changing of clothes, has there been any tampering? No, Lady Wei responded, ever since learning of my pregnancy. I have been exceedingly cautious and have not applied any powder. Moreover, wait. Suddenly, Lady Wei's expression shifted as a thought struck her. Chapter 10. Manipulation. She opened her eyes wide. I have been experiencing some insomnia lately. My maid Lianxiang suggested that I soak my feet in hot water, which is said to have a calming effect. Therefore, I have been soaking my feet for the past few days. Does the esteemed one feel something amiss? While soaking, I indeed detected a peculiar scent. However, Lianxiang claimed that I was mistaken and that she had merely lit an aromatic incense to aid sleep. Upon hearing this, Xin Ruoxi had already formed a conclusion in her mind. She turned to Emperor Renjing and said, Father, if we truly use the Mingtu grass for foot soaking, the remnants of the herbs must have been disposed of. Given the tight schedule, it is likely that they were not disposed of thoroughly and should still be within the Yaoguang Hall. We could dispatch someone to search, particularly paying attention to any places outside where the soil appears disturbed, as that might indicate where the remnants were buried. Emperor Renjing nodded. Agreed. With a command, the elder matron of the palace led a group to commence the search in Yaoguang Hall. Shortly thereafter, the matron returned with a parcel in hand. Your Majesty, this is what I found in the flower bed outside. Emperor Renjing gestured, and Xin Ruoxi along with Imperial Physician Yu stepped forward to unwrap the package. Inside lay dark remnants of the herbs. After taking a whiff, Physician Yu clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, this herb is quite rare in the Central Plains. I cannot definitively confirm if it is indeed Mingtu grass. Perhaps we should have others from the Imperial Medical Institute take a look. Xin Ruoxi interjected, Father, this is Mingtu grass. Physician Yu appeared somewhat astonished. Princess Qi, Mingtu grass is not commonly seen. How can you be so certain? My mother was knowledgeable in medicine and passed her skills on to me, Shin Ruashi replied, omitting the fact that she had surpassed her mother in skill by the age of 12. Initially, she had intended to delve deeply into this field, but later became wholly absorbed in the affairs of that scoundrel Murongyu, causing her to squander her potential. There is no need for further identification. Her mother saved my life, and I have faith in Ruashi's medical prowess, Emperor Rinjing proclaimed. His sharp gaze then fell upon Lianxiang. Impudent servant. Lianxiang's face turned pale, and she immediately knelt. No, your majesty, it was not me. I would never harm the esteemed one. I have been with her since childhood. How could I do such a thing? Wei Zhenjin struggled to rise. Hi, bring the remnants over. Hai hurriedly presented the remnants before Wei Zhenjin. Upon sniffing them, Wei Zhenjin's expression dramatically shifted. She reached out and hurled a nearby pillow at Lianxiang with fury. This is the sin I smelled at the time. Lianxiang, you wretched girl. I have treated you with such kindness all these years, and you dared to betray me. She staggered, intent on getting out of bed. I will kill her. I will kill this vile creature. Be careful, esteemed one. The nearby palace maid rushed forward to support Wei Zhenjin back onto the bed, soothing her not to become agitated. Su Lua looked at Wei Zhenjin with sympathy. Madam Wei, the urgent matter at hand is to deal with this wretched maid. A mere palace maid would not have the audacity to commit such an act without someone orchestrating it from behind. Nie Yulan also nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lady Wei. You have recently suffered a miscarriage and must not give in to anger. The Emperor and Empress are present and will undoubtedly seek justice on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenjin finally quieted down, but her gaze remained fixed upon Lianxiang, filled with resentment. Su Lua turned to Lianxiang, her voice sharp. Lianxiang, were you instigated by someone? Speak the truth, and perhaps you may save yourself. If you remain silent, no one can protect you. Lianxiang bit her lip. At this juncture, feigning ignorance would be futile. I acted on my own accord. No one directed me. Why did you do this? Because I, too, desire to become a mistress. I no longer wish to be a servant. Lianxiang looked at Emperor Rinjing. I have long sought the Emperor's favor, but the noble lady has always denied me opportunities, sending me away whenever the Emperor arrives. I felt wronged and harbored resentment, seeking revenge on her. Qin Haiding scoffed. You ought to reflect on your own standing. How dare you harbor such ambitions toward the Emperor? Your excuse is utterly feeble. I fear no one will believe you. At least craft a more plausible tale. Emperor Rinjing's expression grew impatient. Take her away. Compel her to speak. As he finished, two eunuchs approached, seizing Lianxiang by the arms, ready to drag her away. Once taken, she would face severe interrogation at the Ministry of Justice, certainly suffering greatly. Lianxiang panicked. I will speak. I shall reveal everything. The eunuchs released her, and she fell to the ground, her countenance alarmed. Stammering for an eternity, she could not utter a coherent sentence. Su Lua slammed her hand on the nearby table. Speak quickly. Who instigated you? It is. Lianxiang trembled as she extended her hand. It was Consort Qin. It was the noble consort who commanded me. Qin Haidang, sipping her tea, was seized by fury upon hearing this, and she hurled her teacup aside. You wretched servant! How dare you slander me? Lianxiang was struck, her head snapping to the side, blood trickling down her forehead. She crawled towards Qin Haidang, pleading, Your Highness, consort, you once promised to ensure my safety. You cannot go back on your word. Qin Haidang, seething with rage, commanded, Someone, drag this babbling servant away and torture her until she reveals the truth. Su Lua frowned. Consort Qin, this matter is for the Emperor to decide. When did it become your prerogative to act on your own accord? The Empress truly jested. Given the accusations against me, it is a wonder I have not executed this wretched servant already. On the bed, Wei Zhenjin became agitated once more. It is you. Qin Haidang, so it is you. No wonder you mock me while I lay incapacitated. You have long wished for my demise. She trembled as she pointed at Lianxiang. Wretch, speak. How did she instruct you? Lianxiang quivered. The maidservant Sueju, who attends Consort Qin, found me and told me to rid the noble lady of her child. If I succeeded, I could ascend the dragon bed and become a mistress. In a moment of folly, I beseeched the noble lady for forgiveness. As the words fell, Qin Haidang could no longer contain herself. Silence. You speak with malicious intent. With that, she turned and knelt before Emperor Rinjing. Your Majesty, I am unjustly accused. Though I may have been somewhat willful and overbearing, I could never commit such a ruthless act. Observing this, Feng Hui slowly began to speak. Indeed, the noble consort Qin does not seem like the type to engage in such deeds. However, for a mere maid like Lianxiang, it is perplexing to consider that she could act alone without support. Feng Fei, silence yourself. Qin Haiyang exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes widening in fury. That wretched woman is merely seizing the opportunity to strike when I am down. Feng Hui displayed a look of grievance. I merely spoke offhandedly, after all. The facts are laid bare before us. Suddenly, Shinruashi interjected, this matter should not implicate the noble consort. Chapter 11. Fatal collision. As her words fell, the gaze of the crowd immediately turned towards her. Shinruashi spoke, this muffled grass is a poison native to the Miao region, quite rare in the Central Plains, especially within the palace, where it is hardly utilized. Surely, the esteemed imperial physician should be aware of this. Otherwise, given his illustrious reputation, it is unlikely he would be unfamiliar with such a toxic herb. The imperial physician nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is correct. Therefore, it follows that an ordinary person would not recognize this muffled grass, nor would they comprehend its application. The noble consort Qin hails from a family of high rank and would likely be unaware of such a poison. Thus, I believe there is another party involved. A silence enveloped the room for a few moments following her declaration. Then, Qin Haiyang turned to Feng Fei. I recall your ancestral roots lie in the Miao region. And you possess some knowledge of medicine? Feng Hui promptly denied it. Although I am from the Miao region, I have lived in the Central Plains since childhood. How could I possibly know about muffled grass? How dare you speak such nonsense, consort? Oh, nonsense, you say? I have but one daughter, Princess Minghua, who will not inherit the throne. I have no reason to harm her. Yet you, on the other hand, have a son and would be wary of consort Wei giving birth to a prince. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Feng Hui knelt down. Her gaze was fixed intently on Emperor Renjing. Your Majesty, I have adhered to my duties for many years and would never dare to commit such a treacherous act. I swear, if I am found guilty, may I never meet a good end. Her words were delivered with utmost sincerity. Emperor Renjing scrutinized her for a moment before his gaze shifted back to Lianxiang. It seems, without a little coercion, you are unlikely to speak. With that, he waved his hand, signaling for her to be taken away. At that moment, Lianxiang suddenly gritted her teeth and turned to Qin Haiyang. You deceived me, consort Qin. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. With that, she abruptly surged forward, colliding with the edge of a nearby table. With a resounding crash, her head struck the corner of the table, blood splattering. A frightened concubine let out a sharp scream. The imperial physician hurried over, checked Lianxiang's pulse, and shook his head. She is already dead. Qin Haiyang's radiant face was now clouded with fury. This wretched servant, under someone's instigation, seeks to tarnish my name. Your Majesty, you must uncover the puppet master behind this. Wei Jinjin wept bitterly. You are still acting. Lianxiang has stated it was your command. It was you, Qin Haiyang, who harmed me. As she spoke, she suddenly fell from the bed, kneeling on the ground and fervently bowing her head to Emperor Renjing. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for your servant. Qin Haiyang is the murderer. She is the one who killed the child within me. Each anguished cry resonated deeply, stirring the hearts of those present. Emperor Renjing rose and personally assisted her to her feet. In the midst of Wei Jinjin's despairing yet hopeful gaze, he gently said, During this time, I shall ensure the Empress cares for you diligently. Your most pressing concern now is to restore your health. Lastly, he patted Wei Jinjin's hand, adding, however, Consort Qin is certainly not the one who has harmed you. In an instant, the light in Wei Jinjin's eyes was extinguished. With a slight sway, she almost lost her balance. After speaking, Emperor Renjing turned to Su Luer. Your Majesty, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Ruashi, please accompany me. He spoke as he walked towards the palace exit. Shinruashi immediately followed him. Once Emperor Renjing departed, the others began to take their leave as well. Wei Jinjin, pale as a ghost, was helped to the bed, her spirit seemingly lost. Her gaze remained fixed on Qin Haiyang, filled with seething hatred. Yet, Qin Haiyang paid her no heed as she slowly rose. I am fatigued and must return, she declared, offering a slight bow to Su Luer before turning to leave. As she passed by Feng Hui, she suddenly halted and slapped her. Feng Hui was caught off guard and nearly stumbled. She covered her face, a mix of shock and fury. You, consider this a small lesson today. Should you attempt to scheme against me in the future, it will not be so easily dismissed. Su Luo admonished sharply. Qin Guifei. Qin Haiyang adjusted her splendid garments and turned to depart. Feng Hui, still covering her face, looked at Su Luo with resentment. Your Majesty. Su Luo sighed. You are well aware of Qin Guifei's temperament. Why provoke her? Tread carefully in the future. You may leave. With red-rimmed eyes, Feng Hui could only retreat. Upon exiting the Yaoguang Palace and finding no one around, Feng Hui's expression changed drastically. Wretched woman, what good is her arrogance? With only one princess to her name, Once my Wei ascends the throne, I will ensure she meets her end. And that coward Su Lua, after all these years. She remains lukewarm in the harem, merely tending to flowers and offering prayers. She has squandered her position as empress. If she cannot manage the palace, she ought to abdicate. Her loyal maid, Jushin, interjected. My lady, do not let anger consume you. You have endured for so long. Why let this moment affect you? I understand this well. Feng Hui retorted, her fury boiling over. I simply need an outlet for my frustrations. Tell me, what truly transpired with Wei Gairen's miscarriage? I too am perplexed. However, today Lin Xiang's accusations against Qin Haitang were unfounded. It would have caused her trouble regardless. Rubbing her sore face, Feng Hui's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Today, that foolish Shen Ruoxi suddenly mentioned that the Muntu grass belongs to the Miao region. I cannot discern her intent. Next time she comes, I shall administer a fitting punishment. Seething with resentment, Feng Hui returned with a darkened expression. Meanwhile, within the Yaoguang Palace, Wei Jinjin lay on the bed like a marionette, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Su Lua approached her. Wei Guiren, I have some high-quality restorative medicine. It will be sent to you shortly. For the time being, there is no need for you to pay your respects to me. Prioritize your health. Your Majesty, Wei Jinjin grasped her sleeve tightly, her gaze intense. It was Qin Guifei who harmed my child. The Emperor will surely seek justice for me. He will see her as a cruel and heartless woman, a poisonous vixen. Will he not? On the serene and graceful face of Su Lua, a look of compassion emerged. Even I can discern that this matter was not orchestrated by concubine Qin. How could His Majesty fail to notice? Wei Jinjin was momentarily taken aback, her grip slackening, as if her soul had departed, her complexion pale as parchment. Observing this, Su Lua sighed softly. She instructed the maidservants attending Wei Jinjin to take good care of her and directed the kitchen to pay extra attention to her meals over the coming days. Before turning to depart, as she stepped outside, she was suddenly met with the sound of Wei Jinjin's anguished cries, a blend of sorrow and despair. Su Lua clutched the prayer beads in her hand and shook her head, pondering the futility of it all. The head maid, Yuji, supported her arm and whispered, Your Majesty. Why does Lady Wei insist on tarnishing Qin Haitang's reputation? Perhaps it stems from the affairs of the previous dynasty, she replied. I have heard that when concubine Qin's father was tasked with eliminating the remnants of the rebels, he discovered that Wei Jinjin's father was involved and pursued the matter, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Wei family. Emperor Renjing, possessing a kind heart, harbored no ill will towards Wei Jinjin. Rather, he often visited her of late, pitying her as the sole survivor of her family. It was unexpected that Wei Jinjin, having received royal favor, failed to cherish it properly. Not only did she become pregnant, but she also sought to use her unborn child to exact revenge on the Qin family, attempting to drag Qin Haitang into the fray. Now, she has lost both her child and her cherished status, a true display of folly. It is a pity for Lianxiang, that girl, who has chosen the wrong master. Yuji appeared puzzled. But did not Lianxiang betray Wei Jinjin? Su Lua shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon exiting the hall, a thought crossed her mind. Recently, Hunger has not visited me much. Yuji smiled. Is it not due to your Majesty's persistent urging for him to marry Prince Ling? Now the prince is avoiding you. Avoiding is no solution. He is not a young man anymore and ought to wed, Su Lua mused. I have heard that he volunteered to manage the flood relief in Jinan. When he returns, I shall mention to His Majesty the possibility of a marriage proposal. Chapter 12. The canine servant. After the Ren Emperor accompanied Shen Ruoxi outside, he exchanged a few words with her, praising her meticulousness and exceptional medical skills. He then subtly inquired about her life at the Qi Wangfu. Shen Ruoxi smiled gently, responding that it was quite satisfactory. However, she soon averted her gaze. Looking into the distance at the mottled glimmers of light, her expression one of melancholy. Observing this, the Ren Emperor furrowed his brow. In the past, Shen Ruoxi had always appeared composed, insisting that she had not suffered any grievances and urging him not to heed baseless rumors. She would even speak well of Murongyu. Yet today, she seemed lost in thought. It appeared that her circumstances at the Qi Wangfu were perhaps more challenging than he had imagined. The Ren Emperor inquired, How have you been getting along with the Qi Wang recently? Before she could respond, Taoya interjected, Your Majesty, the Qi Wang recently mentioned letting Ning launch Yue. Taoya. Shen Ruoxi reprimanded her sharply, then turned to the Ren Emperor, bowing respectfully. Father, the Qi Wang has been quite good. And the servants in the manor treat me with great respect. Yet as she spoke, her voice suddenly tightened, and a tear unexpectedly fell. She quickly wiped it away. Witnessing this, the Ren Emperor's frown deepened, and he felt a surge of anger. It seemed not only the Qi Wang but even the servants in the manor dared to bully her. Although Shen Tianrong was his subject, he considered him a close friend. Now, seeing his daughter treated so unjustly at the Qi Wangfu, he felt embarrassed to face Shen Tianrong. In a solemn tone, the Ren Emperor declared, Ruoxi, you are the princess of the Qi Wangfu. You may do as you wish, and should matters come to my attention, I shall act justly without favoritism. This statement served as a pillar of support for her. Shen Ruoxi nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, father. The Ren Emperor had her assisted to her feet, patted her shoulder, and then turned to leave. As soon as the Ren Emperor departed, Shen Ruoxi's tears ceased immediately. Her radiant face took on a mask of indifference and calm. Was it merely an act of feigned innocence? She could play that role too. Feigning illness. Shen Ruoxi skipped lunch in the palace and returned early. Accompanied by Taoye and Lang Shuang, she boarded the carriage, turning back to the Qi Wangfu without informing Murongyu. Inside the carriage, Taoye pouted. Miss, why didn't you let me tell the emperor about the Qi Wang wanting to divorce you and make that wretched Ning Lanxue his legitimate consort? Surely the emperor would intervene on your behalf. And what good would it do? Shen Ruoxi replied with a cold smile. Since Murongyu loves Ning Lanxue so dearly, I shall grant them their wishes. I actually fear the emperor's wrath. What if he let slip some of the water from his muddled thoughts? Taoye's eyes widened. Miss, do you truly intend to divorce the Qi Wang? More genuine than pearls. At her words, a flicker of joy crossed Taoye's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by concern. But what will you do afterward? A woman who divorces often lives out her days alone, like a solitary lamp before a Buddha. No one would marry such a woman. At this moment, the previously silent Lang Shuang suddenly spoke. Miss, you are a beauty of unparalleled grace, endowed with both virtue and talent. After your divorce, there will certainly be suitors 1,000 times better than the Qi Wang who will come to court you. Taoye was taken aback. This newcomer is quite the flatterer. She thought. She could not afford to be outdone. Indeed, what is Qi Wang? He isn't even worthy to wash our Miss's feet. Surely, our Miss will marry someone far superior. After saying this, Taoye suddenly recalled something. By the way, Miss, what do you think about today's events at the Yaoguang Palace? She tilted her head. Could the perpetrator behind Wei Gairen's misfortune be Fang Fei? Unlikely, Shen Ruoxi replied. Wei Gairen's pregnancy was kept under wraps, even the Empress is unaware. How could she know? Moreover, even if she wished to harm Wei Gairen, she would choose a rare herb found only in Miao territory, if discovered. She would be the first suspect. Taoye inquired. Then could it truly be Qin Guifei? Not necessarily, Shen Ruoxi continued. As she herself stated, she has but one princess. Even if Wei Gairen were to bear a prince, it would not significantly affect her. Who then could it be? Taoye pondered. Lian Xiang's testimony and reactions were quite peculiar. In truth, I have my own conjecture. What conjecture? Shen Ruoxi blinked her long lashes. Lian Xiang may have been acting on Wei Gairen's orders. Ah? Taoye exclaimed in surprise. Miss, are you suggesting that Wei Gairen orchestrated this herself? Shen Ruoxi nodded slowly. Yet, I am not entirely certain. After all, I have not heard of any deep-seated enmity between Wei Gairen and Qin Guifei that would drive her to sacrifice her own child and a lifelong maid. Lang Shuang interjected. It concerns matters from the previous dynasty. Is that so? That would explain much, Shen Ruoxi mused. Although the harem is not as tempestuous as in the past, it remains turbulent. One small action can affect all, and everyone has their own constraints. Lang Shuang leaned closer and whispered, Miss, do not worry. You shall have only one master in the future, and I will ensure you are spared from such troubles. Shen Ruoxi's expression grew somewhat uneasy. She was merely lamenting. Why did it have to be directed at her? When the group arrived at the Wangfu, it was already midday. Taoye went to the kitchen, instructing the staff to prepare lunch for Shen Ruoxi, while Shen Ruoxi briefly informed Lang Shuang about the current situation at the Qi Wangfu. Before long, Taoye returned with a distressed expression. A pack of serval dogs. Shen Ruoxi inquired, what happened? The maid said to have the kitchen prepare your meal. But they assumed you were dining in the palace today and did not prepare your portion, insisting you must wait. Just a short wait. Why such a fuss? You don't understand. They had already prepared the meal. I said, isn't this freshly made food? And they replied that it was tea for you. Taoye fumed. In the entire Wangfu, aside from Qi Wang, is there anyone of greater status than you? How could they make you wait? Don't you think they're serval dogs? Shen Ruoxi's enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Let us go and have a look. Lang Shuang and Taoye promptly followed suit. As the group stepped outside, they encountered a procession of servants carrying dishes, one after another, all heading towards Lan Yuan. Taoye immediately halted them. Stop right there. The group was taken aback. Isn't this Miss Taoye? What do you mean by stopping us? If there's nothing wrong, please let us pass. The food will get cold. Our princess has expressed her hunger. These meals should be delivered to Yuxiang Yuan. The crowd exchanged glances, filled with uncertainty. At that moment, the steward, Ding Lixian, hurried over. Upon witnessing the scene, he immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Princess, what brings you back today? Have these servants offended you? I shall reprimand them on your behalf. With that, he turned to one of the servants beside him. What is the matter with you? How could you possibly bump into our princess while walking? Hurry and get lost. You are an eyesore. As he spoke, he gestured for the others to swiftly depart. The servants hung their heads, repeatedly apologizing to Shun Ruashi. They then continued on their way, carrying the dishes. Chapter 13. Who did you say you would part with? Yet, just after taking a few steps, she was intercepted by Lung Shuang, who extended her arm to block the path of the crowd, her eyes glinting with frigid intent. The assembly was caught in a dilemma, neither moving forward nor retreating, casting desperate glances towards Ding Lixian for assistance. Observing their plight, Ding Lixian's expression stiffened momentarily as he turned to Shun Ruashi. Your Highness, what is your intention? These dishes should be delivered to my Yuxiang courtyard. This may not be entirely appropriate, Ding Lixian replied. Your Highness, these meals are intended for Miss Ning. If you wish for something, I can have the kitchen arrange it immediately. What do you think? Tao Yi interjected fiercely. Humph. What does that Ning Lanxue amount to, daring to keep our princess waiting? Feigning ignorance, Ding Lixian maintained a smile. Your Highness, unless there is anything else, we shall proceed to deliver the meals. Shun Ruashi smiled softly before speaking. Tao Yi, silence him. Yes. Tao Yi sprang into action, rushing forward before Ding Lixian could react, raising her hand to slap him. With a resounding crack, Ding Lixian stumbled back a step, momentarily stunned, only to receive another slap on the opposite cheek. Clutching his stinging face, he was astounded. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Shun Ruashi revealed a faint smile. You seem to still be in a slumber. Allow me to awaken your senses. Do you comprehend my words now? A flicker of anger ignited in Ding Lixian's eyes as he composed himself and waved his hand. Go. Deliver the meals to Yuxiang courtyard. A group of servants hastily turned, carrying the dishes toward their destination. Shun Ruashi withdrew her gaze. Tao Yi, Lung Shuang, let us return. As she turned, Ding Lixian spoke in a lowered voice. Your Highness, do not blame this servant for failing to warn you. Miss Ning is held dear by the prince. Should he return and learn of your actions, he would likely be furious. Shun Ruashi turned back. Are you threatening me? This servant would not dare, Ding Lixian replied, his expression a mixture of mirth and mockery. Fuming, Tao Yi prepared to confront him, but Shun Ruashi restrained her, signaling to Lung Shuang. Nodding, Lung Shuang approached Ding Lixian from behind and delivered a sharp kick to his knee. With a pained cry, Ding Lixian fell to his knees. Lung Shuang seized his chin, prying his mouth open. Shun Ruashi tossed a pill into his mouth. Ding Lixian clutched his throat. What have you given me? I was unaware. But it seems Master Ding speaks with such a lack of decorum, Shun Ruashi remarked gently, though her words caused Ding Lixian's expression to shift dramatically. This poison I have fed you will not endanger your life, yet it will incite a painful and itchy sensation in your throat, rendering you unable to speak. A torment indeed. Master Ding must endure, refraining from drinking or eating, and certainly from scratching. Otherwise, you may find yourself mute for life. Ding Lixian's eyes widened in shock. And as he attempted to respond, a sudden wave of pain surged through his throat, gradually intensifying. It feels as though countless ants are gnawing at my throat. An unbearable torment. Wang, the princess. He yearns for mercy. Yet, Shun Ruashi merely offers a faint smile. Rest assured, Steward Ding. Once the 12 hours have passed, all will be well. 12 hours. Might as well put an end to him. Ding Lixian, in agony, his plump face paling, kneels on the ground, tears streaming as he bows his head to Shun Ruashi. She does not spare him a glance, departing with Tao Yi and Lung Shuang. As they leave, Tao Yi turns back, giving Ding Lixian a cold snort. From now on, keep your eyes wide open and recognize who truly holds dominion over the Wangfu. Upon arriving at Yuxiang courtyard, the table is already laden with a sumptuous feast, an array of dishes gleaming invitingly. Tao Yi cannot help but comment. A pack of sycophants truly regard Ning Lanxue as their mistress. Shun Ruashi remains silent. The servants serve the dishes, and their excessive flattery of Ning Lanxue ultimately stems from Murongyu. She takes a seat. Tao Yi, Lung Shuang, you must be hungry as well. Let us feast together. For this bounty cannot be consumed alone. Yes, miss. The two respond, taking their chopsticks and beginning to eat. After the meal, Shun Ruashi instructs Tao Yi to bring forth the account books. Tao Yi looks puzzled. What is it, miss? Are you not planning to divorce Prince Qi? Why are you still managing the accounts of the Wangfu? It is precisely because I wish to depart that I must ensure my dowry is thoroughly accounted for. Shin Ruoshi flips through the pages. Not a single item that rightfully belongs to me shall remain. As she studies the account book, her brows furrow deeper. In her past life, she always dressed simply, played the humble one, her heart solely devoted to Murong-yu, never caring about her own appearance or the whereabouts of her dowry. Being the only legitimate daughter, with only 2 elder brothers, her dowry from the Shin family was particularly generous. Upon inspection today, she discovers that a small portion is, astonishingly, located in Lanyuan. She has scarcely been wed to the Wangfu for a year. Shin Ruoshi's grip tightens. In such a brief span, so much of her dowry has been usurped. Thus, in her previous life, all her possessions must have been seized by Ning Lanxue, snatching away her rightful position as the principal wife and appropriating her dowry. Shin Ruoshi's fury turns to sardonic laughter. These individuals truly leave me no moment of peace. Tao Yi, Leng Shuang, venture to Lanyuan. Ning Lanxue's quarters lie in the eastern courtyard, named Lanyuan by none other than Murong-yu himself. In her past life, Shin Ruoshi had never set foot in Lanyuan. Presumably, fearing her displeasure in seeking out Ning Lanxue, Murong-yu had ordered her, upon Ning Lanxue's return, to remain a step away from Lanyuan, and she had obediently complied. Now, she regards Murong-yu's words as mere barking. As they approach Lanyuan, they observe a group of maidservants tending to the flowers and plants. The spacious courtyard is serene and tidy, adorned with intricately carved beams and whimsical rock formations, each element exquisitely arranged. Even the air carries a faint, pleasant fragrance, far surpassing her own Yuxiang courtyard. A maid catches sight of them and hesitates momentarily before swiftly approaching. Your Highness, what brings you here? I shall inform Miss Ning at once. No need for that, replied Shin Ruoshi, as she strode toward Ning Lanxue's chamber. Upon reaching the door, she overheard a conversation within. Do not be angry, Mississippi. It is merely a luncheon, nothing extraordinary. Shin Ruoshi is taking advantage of Prince Qi's absence to bully you. Just wait until he returns. She will have her comeuppance. She was clamoring for a divorce yesterday, and today she has stolen my meal. I cannot fathom whether Shin Ruoshi has lost her mind, or what. I perceive that she is merely envious of your cherished status with the prince, seeking an outlet for her discontent. Despite holding the title of princess, what authority does she possess? Everyone in this household knows you are the true mistress. While these words were spoken, the fact remained that she currently occupied the position of princess, which was indeed troubling. Fear not, miss. The prince will surely cast her aside in due time. The two shared a laugh. Shin Ruoshi's expression turned icy as she lifted her skirts and stepped inside. Whom do you claim will be cast aside? Chapter 14. Not even as good as a concubine within the room, Ning Lanxue reclined gracefully on the soft couch, while her maid, Kai Dai, peeled an orange for her and engaged her in conversation. Suddenly, upon the unexpected arrival of Shin Ruoshi, both women were taken aback. Kai Dai set down the orange and approached to pay her respects. This servant greets the princess. Shin Ruoshi lowered her head, casting a fleeting glance at her. It had been a long time since she had visited, and she was astonished to discover that the servants of Lanyuan displayed such lack of decorum. Ling Shuang, take her away and have her tongue cut out, she commanded. Katie's eyes widened in shock. She had never expected the usually timid Shin Ruoshi to act so aggressively upon her arrival. Initially, she thought it was merely a threat, but as Ling Shuang seized her and began to drag her away, Kai Dai panicked. Miss, save me. Stop. Ning Lanxue descended from the couch and intercepted Kai Dai. Her delicate and beautiful face was marred by anger. Shin Ruoshi, what are you doing? You stole my meal at noon, and now you intend to punish my maid? This is utterly outrageous. Your meal? Shin Ruoshi replied with a slight smile. She was naturally striking and having dressed elegantly for the occasion. She exuded an air of nobility and grace that incited Ning Lanxue's fury. Ning Lanxue, every stitch and thread of your clothing, every morsel you consume, belongs to the prince's residence. How can you claim it as your own? Ning Lanxue's patience was wearing thin. At first, I thought you were merely a beggar refusing to leave, but now I see you are utterly devoid of manners. Ning Lanxue raised her chin defiantly. Beggar? Shin Ruoshi, I was personally brought back to the residence by the prince. It is the prince who has allowed me to stay here. And so? Shin Ruoshi's gaze was laced with disdain. What identity do you possess to reside here? A paramour? Ning Lanxue, you are beneath even a concubine and dare to raise your voice at me? Taoya, Teach her some manners. Yes. Taoya sprang up and delivered a sharp slap across Ning Lanchue's face, sending her tumbling back onto the soft couch, covering her stinging face. Ning Lanchue's eyes were wide with disbelief. You, a lowly maid, dare to strike me? Strike you? What are you? Do you think you are beyond reproach? Taoya scoffed, brushing off her hands with a dismissive air. Today, I've dealt with two wretched creatures. I am in an exceptionally good mood. Shinruashi no longer paid attention to Ning Lanchue. Instead, she surveyed the decor of Ning Lanchue's room, her brows knitting together slightly. Go outside and summon the house servants of the prince's residence. Taoya nodded and dashed out. Shortly thereafter, a dozen or so house servants arrived. Shinruashi extended her hand, retrieving the dowry list, which she handed to Taoya, then addressed the assembled servants. Anything that Taoya reads from this list must be moved to Yuxiang Courtyard. Anyone who refuses to comply may take their wages and leave the prince's residence at once. Is there any dissent? At her words, the servants exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. We serve the princess. The events surrounding Ding Lixian had spread throughout the residence, instilling a sense of trepidation towards the princess among the staff. Nodding, Shinruashi settled into a nearby rattan chair, propping her head on one hand and gazing indifferently at the crowd. Begin, Taoya instructed. The pear-wood carved flower chair, the coral Kong table, the golden silk Namu square table, the inlaid treasure cabinet, the red sandalwood beauty couch, the fragrant wood carved grand bed, the phoenix carved jade box, the white jade tall cup, the redwood and silver thread longevity purple jade rui, the emerald point and wind adornments, the longevity pins, and the paired white jade long hairpins. With each name she uttered, the servants carried away an item. Before long, half of the room was already emptied. Ning Lanchue sat upon the soft couch, her eyes nearly popping out as she watched her possessions being taken away. She exclaimed in fury, Shunruashi, these are all gifts from the prince. This Qi Wangfu belongs to the prince, not to you, Shunruashi. By what right do you touch my belongings? Did Morong you not mention that these items were part of my dowry when he gave them to you? Shinruashi retorted. At this, Ning Lanchue's gaze flickered. She was indeed aware of this, and she had specifically requested these items from Murongyu. Seeing Ning Lanchue's reaction, Shunruashi surmised the truth. With a scoff, she commanded, Taoya, continue. Soon, everything from Ning Lanchue's room was entirely removed. Even the soft couch upon which she sat was carried away. The room resembled a scene of a thorough robbery void of all its treasures. Ning Lanchue stood by, biting her lip until it bled. Each item was of considerable value. Now all stripped away, it felt as though her very lifeblood was being drained. Having been here for over half a year without a word from Shinruashi, she was now bewildered by this public humiliation. When Murongyu returned, she vowed to make this wretched woman pay dearly. Taoya collected the list. Miss, it's nearly done. Shinruashi replied absently, preparing to leave. Suddenly, her gaze shifted and landed on Ning Lanchue's face. Ning Lanchue was taken aback, then darkened her expression. What are you staring at? Shinruashi, you've taken everything. What more do you want? Is that so? It seems there's still one item missing. Shinruashi stepped closer. Abruptly, she reached out and yanked a phoenix hairpin from Ning Lanchue's head, pulling out a few strands of hair in the process. Ning Lanchue cried out in pain and instinctively reached for it. Return it. This was a gift from the prince, not your dowry. Holding the hairpin, Shinruashi shot Ning Lanchue a cold glare as she lunged forward. Confronted by her fierce gaze, Ning Lanchue halted in her tracks. Dread filled her. Something felt distinctly off about Shinruashi today. Shinruashi twirled the hairpin in her fingers. This was a reward from the emperor at my wedding. Not something vile that anyone can wear. You do not deserve it. Tossing the hairpin to Taoya, her exquisite face bore a scornful expression. Ning Lanchue's face contorted in rage. As Shinruashi turned to leave, a thought struck her. She glanced back at the pale-faced Kai Dai kneeling on the ground. Almost forgot about you, she said, looking at Lung Shuang. Did I not instruct you to cut out her tongue? Why is she still here, causing a nuisance? Yes. Cold Frost approached and seized the colorful butterfly. The butterfly wept profusely, terrified, and cried out, Miss, help me. Save me. Shinruashi, let me go. The colorful butterfly is my maid, not a servant of the Prince Qi's residence. You have no right to punish her. Ning Lanchue rushed forward, gripping Cold Frost's hand in an attempt to pull her away, but to no avail. Help? I was wrong. I was wrong, Princess Qi. If you punish me, Prince Qi will surely be furious upon his return. The colorful butterfly shouted as she was dragged to the door. Shinruashi commanded, Cold Frost, release her. Upon hearing this, Cold Frost loosened her grip. The colorful butterfly, as if granted a reprieve, immediately ran behind Ning Lanxue, both frightened and bewildered. Yet, a glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes. Indeed, Shen Ruoxi dared not act against her, for she belonged to Ning Lanxue. When Prince Qi returns, she would certainly make Ning Lanxue report to him, seeking to have that wretched Shen Ruoxi dismissed. Ning Lanxue, you are correct. The colorful butterfly is not a resident of the Prince Qi's household. My punishment of her is, indeed, rather inappropriate. Ning Lanxue raised her head, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. This wretched girl should not think that such remarks would earn her forgiveness. Chapter 15. The Peony's National Beauty. Fitting for this Prince Shen Ruoxi, the colorful butterfly should return whence it came. Our Qi Wangfu can manage with just one idler. We cannot accommodate another. Tao Yi stepped forward. Miss, the colorful butterfly emerged from the Yingchun courtyard. Then let her return there, and be sure to hand her over to the matron personally, so she may be properly instructed in decorum. Upon hearing this, the color drained from the colorful butterfly's face. Shen Ruoxi's implication was clear. She was to return to the brothel and resume the life of the lowest courtesan. She had followed Ning Lanxue out of that place and was acutely aware of the plight of those at the bottom. No, she refused to go back. After much hardship, she had finally enjoyed a better life alongside Ning Lanxue, and with a stroke of luck, she might even become a concubine of the Qi Wang. She would not return to that hell. No, I will not go. I will not go. The colorful butterfly cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Cold Wang, irritated by her lamentations, knocked her unconscious and dragged her away. Witnessing this, Ning Lanxue turned pale. She glared at Shen Ruoxi with resentment, yet dared not utter a word. Shen Ruoxi flicked her wide sleeves. Let us return. Tao Yi and a throng of servants followed closely behind as they made their way towards Yuxiang courtyard. When Murong exited the palace, the sky had already darkened. After the midday meal, he and Murong Hung had been retained. Emperor Rinjing had entrusted him with coordinating the preparations for flood relief with Murong Hung. He had initially harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing that Murong Hung would falter in this responsibility, allowing him to continue his efforts in Jinan. However, Murong Hung had an extraordinary memory and intellect. By the end of the day, most matters had been satisfactorily addressed. As he left the palace, Murong noticed that Murong Hung had also emerged. He was taken aback. Wasn't the 9th prince residing in the Eastern Palace? Why had he come out? I came out to see an old acquaintance. What acquaintance? Murong Hung did not respond. His handsome profile was shrouded in the night, long lashes fluttering, his expression melancholic and aloof. The wind swept through, causing a lock of dark hair to brush against his fair cheek, softening his otherwise regal demeanor. Suddenly, Murong Hung withdrew a sachet from his bosom. What does my brother think of this sachet? Murong was somewhat bewildered, yet he glanced at it and noticed the grand peony embroidered upon it, nodding in approval. The craftsmanship was indeed exquisite. Murong Hung smiled suddenly. I too believe that the peony, with its national beauty and fragrance, is befitting for me. Having said this, he tucked the sachet away and prepared to board the carriage. Murong called out to him. 9th prince, please wait. Murong Heng turned. Yet he found Murong hesitating. Words unspoken. 9th prince, I am curious. You have never shown much enthusiasm for flood management. Why the sudden insistence on heading to Jinan and competing with me for this task? Could it be that my brother has been remiss in some regard, provoking your ire? My brother worries unnecessarily. You have not displeased me. Murong Hung replied, his gaze calm and indifferent. I merely harbor the belief that Prince Qi is not suited for this matter. Murong complexion immediately turned ashen, yet he dared not express his fury. He could only watch helplessly as Murong Heng ascended the opulent carriage and departed leisurely. He stood rooted in place for a while, muttering a curse under his breath. A frail, short-lived wretch, how long can you bask in your glory? As dusk fell, the evening moon hung low among the branches. Upon returning to the royal residence, Murong was greeted by a chorus of mournful wails. Agitated and troubled, he raised his voice in anger. Who is lamenting? Do they not realize that one would think a death has occurred in this residence? A servant hurried over. Your Highness, it is Miss Ning. Upon hearing this, Murong anger subsided significantly. What has happened to Lan Shui? It is the princess. She went to Lawn Garden today. The servant stammered, briefly recounting the punishment meted out to Ding Lixian by Shen Ruoxi, as well as the emptying of Lawn Garden. Murong was taken aback and incensed. Where is Shen Ruoxi? The princess has dined and is now resting in Yuxiang courtyard. Furrowing his brows, Murong contemplated before heading to Lawn Garden. Upon entering the courtyard, he beheld Ning Lanxue with a white silk ribbon dangling from a willow tree. seemingly intent on ending her life. Two maidservants clung to her, preventing her from taking such drastic measures. Morongyu hurried over. Lan Shui, what are you doing? Your Highness. Ning Lan Shui turned, her eyes swollen to the size of walnuts. She discarded the ribbon and collapsed into Morongyu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Amidst her tears, she recounted the events of Shun Ruashi's visit to Lawn Garden, embellishing details as she spoke. Biting her lip, she lamented, though I hold no official title. My feelings for you, Your Highness, precede all. It is Shun Ruashi who has seized my affection and now occupies the position of princess while insulting me so. Today, she sold the butterflies to the Ingchun courtyard. Will she not soon dismiss me at her whim? Your Highness, living in such a pitiful state, I might as well perish. Morongyu felt a surge of anger. He held her close, torn between tenderness and fury. Lan Shui, rest assured, you are mine. And no one can dismiss you at will. What is Shin Ruashi to me? I shall confront her and demand she kneels and apologizes to you. Ning Lan Shui's voice quivered, but she is still your legitimate wife, albeit in name only. With that title, she will always overshadow me. When will you cast her aside? Your Highness? At her words, Morongyu stiffened, recalling the events of the day in the imperial study, his gaze wavering. This matter, Lan Shui, requires careful deliberation. Ning Lan Shui's brow furrowed slightly, but she quickly suppressed her displeasure. It is nothing. I trust you, Your Highness. I can wait, even without a title. I am indifferent to the slander from outsiders, as long as you hold me in your heart. Hearing this, Morongyu felt an even greater pang of guilt. He helped Ning Lan Shui to her feet. You scarcely ate today, did you? I shall have the servants prepare dinner for you immediately. You eat first while I go fetch that wretched Shin Ruashi from Yuxiang courtyard. I will heed your command. Having settled Ning Lan Shui, Morongyu promptly turned and exited the orchid courtyard, heading directly towards the Yuxiang courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed the main gate of the Wang residence being swung open. Wang Difu, wielding a whisk, led a procession of palace attendants behind him. The imperial edict has arrived. Morongyu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly approached. Master Wang, it is quite late. Why do you trouble yourself to personally deliver the edict? Wang Difu replied with a smile. It is the emperor's command. Today, the princess consort of Qi has rendered distinguished service, and the emperor has specifically instructed me to come and bestow rewards upon her. Where's the princess consort? Chapter 16. The bestowal. Could it be that the honor was bestowed upon Shin Ruashi? A flicker of astonishment crossed Morongyu's eyes, and he promptly sent someone to summon her from Yuxiang courtyard. Soon, Shin Ruashi arrived, accompanied by Lung Shuang and Tao Yi. The group knelt in the courtyard as Wang Difu read aloud the imperial decree. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the princess consort of Qi, Shin, is endowed with both virtue and talent, possessing a heart as pure as orchids and a mind as delicate as jade. She has captured my favor, and thus I bestow upon her a pair of jade-decorated sandalwood rui and 30 bolts of shoe brocade. Upon hearing this, Shin Ruashi extended her hands to receive the decree. Wang Difu helped her rise and gently remarked, the princess consort is truly fortunate. The emperor has been speaking highly of you since his return, praising you as an admirable daughter-in-law. He then turned his gaze towards Morongyu. Your Highness, the emperor has entrusted me with a message for you. Please, speak. Eunuch, Morongyu urged. Eunuch Wang continued, this Qi Wangfu, while it belongs to you, is also Shun Ruashi's domain, for she is the rightful consort. She shall manage the affairs of the household as she sees fit. Should you falter in overseeing the inner quarters, I shall step in on your behalf. Wang Difu's expression softened as he concluded, this is the emperor's message. I trust you comprehend it, Qi Wang? Morongyu's countenance darkened. The meaning behind the words of Emperor Renjing was abundantly clear. He was providing support for Shin Ruashi, ensuring that she would not be neglected in the future. He nodded in understanding. Wang Difu, having delivered the edict and set down the bestowed items, took his leave with his attendants. Once they departed, Morongyu's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he regarded Shin Ruashi. She was instructing the servants to carry the gifts to her Yuxiang courtyard, and after issuing her commands, she turned and walked away without even casting a glance in his direction. Morongyu found her disregard disconcerting. Shin Ruashi, he called out. At the sound of his voice, she slowly turned her head. Is there something you need, Your Highness? Draped in a crimson peony-patterned silk gown, her ebony hair adorned with pearl hairpins, she radiated an elegance that accentuated her already exquisite features, creating an aura of unapproachable beauty beneath the night sky. Morongyu's eyes momentarily sparkled with astonishment. his initial intention to reprimand her regarding Ning Lanxue dissipating in the wake of her allure. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Ruoxi, I find myself rather fatigued today. Please prepare some medicinal cuisine and assist me with my bath. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze firmly fixed upon her, awaiting her response. Yet, Ruoxi remained silent. He pondered that perhaps his sudden warmth had left her speechless with joy. Indeed, in the past, she would eagerly approach him to prepare herbal soups and soak his feet, which he often found bothersome. Now, with his overt kindness and generous request for her assistance, it was understandable that she might be taken aback. A hint of self-satisfaction crept onto Murong Yu's face as he mused. Have you not heard my words? Why do you stand there in silence? Finally, Ruoxi spoke. If you wish to bathe, simply summon a servant. Why seek me? The unceremonious words doused Murong Yu with a sudden chill, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Ruoxi, do you comprehend the implications of your words? I am extending an opportunity to you. Do not be ungrateful. An opportunity to be your maid? Ruoxi replied with a hint of derision. That is a privilege I cannot afford. I am weary. If the prince desires a bath, he may summon the servants of the manor. If anyone serves poorly, I shall have them dismissed by tomorrow, for my father has just conveyed that I may assume control of the royal residence. With that declaration, she turned to leave, leaving Murong Yu standing in the courtyard, his previously quelled anger reigniting. How presumptuous! Jinglu murmured. Your Highness, will you still bathe? What, without her? Can I not even take a bath? However, the soothing herbal pouch you previously used is only available from the princess. Then it shall be discarded. Murong Yu shot him a glare before retreating to his chamber. The servants swiftly prepared a wooden tub filled with warm water. Murong Yu shed his garments and settled into the tub. The events of the day weighed heavily on him, stirring a tempest of emotions and fatigue. He leaned against the edge of the tub, closing his eyes to rest. By some curious twist of fate, Ruoxi's visage suddenly emerged in his mind. In the moonlight, her beauty was ethereal, imbued with an inexplicable allure. Murong Yu felt a tightening in his throat. At that moment, a soft, gentle touch on his shoulder pulled him from his reverie. He turned to see a delicate hand gently kneading his shoulder, a scene steeped in ambiguity. He was momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept upon his lips. You've come? He mused. He had anticipated that Ruoxi would not easily relinquish such a splendid opportunity. It seemed her earlier aloofness was but a playful dance of denial and invitation. He grasped the hand on his shoulder and pulled it forward abruptly. Splash! Water erupted from the tub. Ning Lanxue pouted playfully, wrapping her arms around his neck. Your Highness, upon realizing the identity of the person in his embrace. Murong Yu's expression faltered. Why is it you? What is the matter, Your Highness? Ning Lanxue inquired, noticing his astonishment. Nothing, he replied, offering a gentle smile. What brings you here? I heard that the imperial edict has arrived, bestowing numerous rewards upon Ruoxi. Ning Lanxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Your Highness, I feel such resentment. Why should Ruoxi, merely by virtue of her status, receive such accolades? Nonsense, you are exceptional. Do not belittle yourself. Murong Yu offered her a distracted consolation. Fortunately, Your Highness's heart is with me, Ning Lanxue said, pressing her face against his neck, exuding intimacy. Murong Yu's gaze dimmed as he seized her waist, leaning in to kiss her. Ning Lanxue placed her hands against his chest, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Your Highness, why the urgency today? Murong Yu remained silent, merely discarding her garments. The atmosphere grew charged with intimacy. At one point, he called for more water. Half an hour later, the two finally rose and donned their garments. He embraced Ning Lanxue and stepped out of the door. Upon exiting, they encountered Ruoxi, accompanied by her maid. At the threshold, the meeting was quite fortuitous. Murong Yu's hand froze momentarily. His first instinct was to offer an explanation. However, regaining his composure, he found the urge inexplicable. As a prince, he could indulge whomever he desired. Why should he concern himself with Ruoxi's sentiments? Moreover, it was she who failed to appreciate his favor. Consider it a lesson bestowed upon her. Chapter 17. Eavesdropping Ruoxi, what brings you here? Ning Lanxue inquired, leaning against Murong Yu. Her voice dripping with feigned sweetness and laden with provocation. She anticipated witnessing Ruoxi in a fit of exasperation. To her surprise, Ruoxi remained remarkably composed. I have come to request something from the prince. When I married, my dowry included a 7-string zither that is currently in the prince's quarters. I kindly ask for its return, she stated calmly. Murong Yu furrowed his brow at her words. Is that the sole reason for your visit? What other reason could there be? Ruoxi replied, her expression one of entitlement. The zither was part of my dowry. The prince would not wish to keep it unjustly. Would he? This zither had been crafted by a renowned master specifically for her, knowing Murong-Yu's fondness for playing. It had been included with her dowry. Murong-Yu indeed handed it over, yet he continued to ignore her, offering no sign of affection in return. Before their separation, she wished to settle these matters to avoid any unpleasant memories in the future. Noticing her indifferent demeanor, an unnameable anger flared within Murong-Yu. What significance does a mere zither hold for me? If you desire it, take it. Very well, Your Highness, Shinruashi replied with a hint of satisfaction. She gestured to Lung Shuang, who promptly entered Murong-Yu's chamber to retrieve the zither. Murong-Yu glanced at Lung Shuang, confusion etched on his face. Who are you? I have not seen you in the palace before. Lung Shuang is a maid from the general's residence. I specifically requested her to assist me alongside Tao Yi. Does the prince have any objections? Shinruashi replied, her tone unwavering. With so many maids in the palace, is there not enough to attend to your needs? Murong-Yu retorted, a hint of disdain in his voice. Shinruashi smirked coldly. Are there truly that many maids? I had thought they were all gone. With that, she turned on her heel, casting neither a glance nor a word back at the two. Watching her unusually indifferent demeanor, a sense of unease washed over Murong-Yu. Shinruashi had seemed transformed in recent days. What could be the cause? My prince, Shinruashi is exceedingly arrogant. Did you not instruct her to kneel and apologize before me? Ning Lanxue grumbled, tugging at his sleeve in dissatisfaction. Murong-Yu remained silent before suddenly asking, how many maids are there in Lawn Garden? Perhaps a dozen. Why do you ask? She replied, sensing a shift in tone. Reduce their number by half. Today, my father sent a message to remind me that I must not display a marked difference in my treatment of you and Shinruashi, or my father's dissatisfaction with me will only grow. Ning Lanxue's heart sank, her displeasure intensifying. Is the prince only concerned with Shinruashi? Have I endured my grievances in vain? Shinruashi has taken my possessions, struck me, and even sold my maid. As she spoke, her feelings of injustice swelled, and tears began to flow. Murong-Yu comforted her by patting her shoulder. I shall ensure that a new set of items is provided for Lawn Garden tomorrow. It is no great matter. Ning Lanxue felt a rising panic at his response. Previously, when she had been in such distress, Murong-Yu would rage and seek retribution against Shinruashi. Now, his reaction was astonishingly subdued. Ning Yunxue bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with a hidden light. She must intensify her efforts to ensure Murong-Yu promptly divorced Shinruashi. Miss, what should we do with this guqin? Upon returning to Yuxiong courtyard, Long Shuang inquired of Shinruashi, holding the 7-stringed instrument. Take it away, break it, and burn it. Yes, Mississippi. This guqin was a gift she had sought for Murong-Yu, and its presence reminded her of her own foolish infatuation. Disturbed, she felt a wave of irritation. Peachleaf approached with a bowl of hot tea. Miss, I saw the shoe brocade rewarded by the emperor today. The fabric is exquisite. Likely a tribute that cannot be purchased on ordinary days. Let me see. Shinruashi moved closer, examining it before selecting a few pieces. Set aside these fabrics for me. Store the rest with my dowry in the storeroom, and keep the key secure. No one should touch them. Understood. Peachleaf nodded, then added, however, the patterns on these 2 pieces seem more suitable for men's garments. Not for you, Mississippi. I'm not wearing them. I intend to make them for someone else. For someone else? Will the miss be crafting them herself? Then allow me to assist in laying out the fabric. As the two conversed leisurely, they remained oblivious to Murong-Yu standing by the wall outside, overhearing their entire exchange. After escorting Ning Lanxue back, the more he pondered Shinruashi's demeanor, the more he sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to inquire about her peculiar behavior, he caught wind of their dialogue. A smirk graced Murong-Yu's lips. Oh, so that was it. He had been puzzled by Shinruashi's sudden change in attitude, but it was merely an act. She had returned quietly to craft garments for him. When she eventually delivered the clothing, hoping to ingratiate herself, he would overlook her little game of coyness and allow her into his bed. After all, she possessed a certain charm. It would be a waste to ignore her completely. In high spirits, Murong-Yu departed. As he stepped out of Yuxiang courtyard, Lung Shuang leapt down from the eaves. Miss, Murong-Yu just visited. Without raising her head, Shinruashi replied, what did he come for? I'm not sure. He stood outside for a while before leaving, wearing a rather smug smile. Pay him no mind. Shinruashi measured the fabric with a ruler. I plan to return to the general's residence tomorrow. It has been far too long since I last saw my father, and I wish to personally craft him a garment. Why the sudden desire to return, miss? With such a significant matter as the divorce, you ought to inform your father. Moreover, I truly miss him. In her past life, she had caused the Shin family to face ruin, never even seeing her father and brothers before her demise. In this life, she vowed to cherish her family dearly. The next day, as dawn broke, Shin Ruashi rose early. After preparing herself, she boarded a carriage and sped towards the general's residence. At the entrance, a servant was sweeping the fallen leaves. Shin Ruashi gazed at the grand red door, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. Lu Wu, the sweeping servant, looked up, momentarily stunned at the sight of Shun Ruashi before him. Suddenly, a glimmer of surprise appeared on her face. Miss, it is I. Why did you not inform us of your return in advance? The general has gone to court and has not yet returned. Quickly, come inside. Lu Wu ushered Shin Ruashi through the door. Shin Ruashi replied, I shall wait in the backyard by myself. You attend to your duties. With that, accompanied by Tao Yi and Lung Shuang, she skillfully navigated the corridor towards the backyard. Upon her arrival, she was met with a torrent of vitriol. You little wretch. Who do you think you are to speak back to me? The late mistress's belongings? Bah. The general's wife has been dead for countless years. Now, I, Heir, am the one in charge of this backyard. Xueping knelt on the ground, her voice choked with emotion, yet her posture remained resolutely upright. The young lady instructed me to keep the mistress's quarters tidy. Though the mistress may be gone, nothing within those walls is to be neglected. Who is this young lady you speak of? Shin Ruashi has long since married. Now, my daughter Chen Shuang is the true young lady of this household. Heir screeched, punctuating her insults with jabs at Xueping's forehead. You insolent girl, dare to speak out again, and I shall shatter your mouth. Chapter 18. Shameless. A glint of darkness flashed in Shun Ruashi's eyes as she stepped forward. Her cousin was truly imposing. Upon hearing the sound, Heir abruptly looked up, her face registering surprise upon seeing Shun Ruashi. Oh dear, Ruashi, what brings you back so suddenly? It's been over half a year since we last met. Your cousin has missed you terribly. Why hasn't my cousin visited me at the Chi Wang Fu? Heirong's expression stiffened momentarily, then she laughed. I didn't want to disturb you and the young couple, newlyweds and all. Wouldn't my visit spoil the mood? Shin Ruashi smiled, though the warmth did not reach her eyes. When she was 12, Heir had come to the city with Chen Shuang, claiming that her family had perished, leaving her and her mother destitute and seeking refuge with relatives. Shin Tianrong took them in after much inquiry, only to discover they were distant relatives, clinging to a tenuous connection through 3 generations. Heir wept loudly, recalling, General, when you went to the countryside. It was my mother who saved you from poisoning by forcing you to drink horse urine. You cannot now, just because you've risen above, deny this kinship. Shin Tianrong, a man of deep loyalty and compassion, took pity on the mother and daughter and welcomed them into his home. For the first couple of years, Heir maintained a semblance of decorum. However, after Shin Tianrong lost his wife and with no one to manage the household, Heirong's ambitions began to stir. She coaxed Shin Ruashi into speaking favorably to her father, thereby seizing control of the household affairs. Thus commenced a life of domineering ease for the 2 women. Shin Ruashi's gaze turned cold as it settled upon Heirong's face. In her past life, Murong had accused the general's household of treason, leading to the massacre of the Shin family. The so-called evidence of treason was provided by Heir and her daughter, who were blinded by their desires for power and wealth. They believed that by betraying the general's household, they could secure a better life for themselves, only to find themselves facing execution when Murong issued an imperial decree. Truly, they were foolish and treacherous ingrates. Heir inquired, Ruashi, why have you returned alone? Where is your husband? Shin Ruashi ignored her question, instead instructing Tao Yi to help Xueping to her feet. This early in the morning, Xueping. What grave mistake have you committed to warrant such punishment from your cousin? Xueping, who had served Shin Ruashi since childhood, felt aggrieved. After marrying Wu Kai, the son of the household steward, she did not accompany Shin Ruashi to the Chi Wang Fu, Mississippi. It's so unjust. Madam, he wanted to seize the late madam's belongings, insisting on taking them for herself. I followed your orders, refusing to let her have them, and thus she punished me. What nonsense is this? Heir retorted, pulling at Shin Ruashi's sleeve. Ruashi, you must agree with me. Shin Ruashi's eyes fell upon the jade bracelet adorning Heirong's wrist, her mother's cherished heirloom. Her gaze suddenly turned cold. I had been married for merely half a year, and my cousin truly treated the general's residence as her own home? To put it kindly, you are merely a temporary guest, to put it bluntly. You are living off others, and with time, you have lost your sense of propriety. Hey, how dare you speak to me like that? I am still your elder. Over the years, with your mother absent, I have toiled for the general's household. I may not have achieved much, but my efforts deserve acknowledgement. And wearing a bracelet is only fitting. Shinruashi could no longer be bothered to engage in idle chatter with her. Remove the bracelet from her wrist. Yes, miss. Tao Yi and Xue Ping immediately sprang up, restraining He Rong as they began to wrest the bracelet from her hand. He Rong screamed and howled, desperately refusing to let go. However, unable to withstand Tao Yi's strength, they forcefully pried the bracelet from her wrist. He Rong slapped her thigh and collapsed onto the ground, wailing, "Oh, Shinruashi, you thief. It is said that once a daughter is married, she is like spilled water. How dare you return and meddle in the affairs of the household? At my age, enduring such humiliation is unbearable. I might as well hang myself in front of the Chi Wang residence." He Rong's voice was loud, and soon enough, many servants emerged from the residence. Yet, they merely observed from afar. They had long been weary of He Rong's incessant antics within the household. Now, witnessing Shinruashi confront her, they felt a sense of relief. Shinruashi cast a glance at her. "It seems my cousin feels wronged in the general's residence. If that is the case, I shall inform father today and have him send you and Shin Shuang back." Upon hearing this, He Rong immediately ceased her wailing. "Ruashi, we are relatives. Is it truly necessary to drive away your cousin over such a trivial matter? I have returned your bracelet, have I not? During my absence. Did you and your mother take liberties with the possessions of the general's residence? Absolutely not, I swear it." Just as He Rong finished speaking, an annoyed voice interrupted. "Mother, what are you wailing about so early in the morning? Which impertinent servant has offended you? Punish her if you must. Your racket has kept me from sleeping well." Chun Shuang appeared, dressed in purple satin, yawning in dissatisfaction as she emerged from her room. Her hair was adorned with numerous gaudy hairpins, both flashy and tasteless. Upon seeing Shinruashi, she was taken aback. "What brings you back?" Shinruashi's expression darkened. "The clothes you are wearing, are they not mine? Miss, the moment you left, Miss Shuang raided your room, claiming your former jewelry and garments as her own. Initially, she was stealthy about it, but later, she made no effort to hide her actions." Xue Ping immediately accused. Shinruashi inquired, "Where is my father? Does he not know?" The master did question them. "But Madam He and Miss Shuang claimed it was with your consent, and the master believed them." Xue Ping lowered her head, admitting, "I could not be certain. So I did not intervene, especially since your relationship with them was quite good before." Shinruashi rubbed her temples. Her previous closeness with He Rong and Chun Shuang stemmed from her desire to marry Murong. Yet both her father and brothers opposed the match, believing Murong was not a suitable partner. Only He Rong and Chun Shuang supported her. At that time, her mind was clouded, and she believed that only they truly understood her, thus drawing closer to them. It was only later that she realized their intentions were merely to expedite her marriage, so they could exert their influence in the general's manner. After all, her father, the general, was solely adept in warfare and showed little interest in other matters. As for her two brothers, the elder brother, Xinyu, had taken over their father's military command and was a renowned general, currently engaged in battles at the frontier. The younger brother, Xin She, was exceptionally talented and had just excelled in the imperial examination, earning the title of the new top scholar, with the emperor bestowing upon him a residence. After her marriage, he seldom returned to the general's manor. Consequently, the courtyard had become the dominion of He Rong and her mother. Chapter 19. A matter to discuss. Shinruashi was overwhelmed with mixed emotions as her gaze towards Chun Shuang grew increasingly frigid. "Will you return on your own, or shall I be compelled to take action? What are you saying?" Chun Shuang retorted with evident dissatisfaction. "Cousin, you have already departed, and it would be a pity for these garments and jewels to remain in the estate. I do not mind your used items, yet you demand their return? You ought not to be so unreasonable." Indeed, they were mother and daughter, sharing the same shamelessness. Shinruashi declared, "Strip her of her finery." Tao Yi and Xue Ping immediately sprang into action, rushing towards Chun Shuang. They had longed to take this step, and today, they finally had the opportunity. "What do you two wretched servants intend to do?" Chun Shuang shrieked in fury. However, her protests were futile. In no time, her extravagant garments and ornaments were stripped away, leaving her in a mere undergarment, looking pitiably disheveled, akin to a madwoman, as she sat in the courtyard. He Rong embraced Chun Shuang and resorted to her usual theatrical lamentations. "Alas, what sins have we committed? How unfortunate we are, mother and daughter, to travel such a great distance seeking kinship, only to be so maltreated. Shuang, forgive me, she cried out for all to witness. Shin Ruoshi is bullying us. Shin Ruoshi paid her no mind. See what else they have taken that does not belong to them. Gather it all for me. Yes. A throng of servants surged into the rooms of the two women. Upon seeing the jewels and porcelain they retrieved, Heirong clutched her chest in despair, rolling about on the ground. Chen Shuang also voiced her indignation. Shin Ruoshi, when you chose to marry into the Qi Wangfu, everyone opposed you. Yet only my mother and I supported you. Now that you have married so well, it is thanks to us. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also act with such heartlessness. Shin Ruoshi smiled. Since you believe I have married so splendidly, I shall encourage the Qi Wang to take you as a concubine, to share in some of my fortune. Would you accept? Chen Shuang was momentarily rendered speechless. I would never go to the Qi Wangfu. Shin Ruoshi regarded her and suddenly recalled that in her past life, Chen Shuang was utterly intent on marrying Murong Hang. It was merely a fleeting glance at his striking visage while on the street that captivated her, leading her to incessantly clamor to become the princess of Ling. One could not deny that in her previous life, Chen Shuang's taste was superior to hers. Amidst the commotion, a resounding reprimand rang out. What is all this noise? Everyone turned to see Shen Tianrong striding purposefully towards the back courtyard, his brow furrowed. He was tall and robust, weathered by years of military service. His skin a shade darker and his face marked by the trials of battle. Nevertheless, he moved with agility, his eyes bright and exuding the authority of a commander. Father. Shin Ruoshi felt a surge of warmth in her eyes as she lifted her skirt and hurried towards him. Upon seeing his beloved daughter, Shin Tianrong's expression brightened instantly. Ruoshi. What brings you back? I missed you, so I returned to surprise you, Shin Ruoshi replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. In her father's presence, she couldn't help but adopt a playful demeanor, embodying a charming innocence. Shin Ruoshi grasped Shin Tianrong's hand, wishing to converse further, when she suddenly caught sight of a dark figure standing at the edge of the corridor. Tall and dignified, with striking features, it was Murong Hang. The Wing King has also arrived? Indeed. Shin Tianrong rubbed his nose and spoke in a hushed tone, expressing his confusion about why the Wing King had requested to speak with him and followed him back to the general's residence. Everyone knew that the Wing King, though appearing amiable, was ruthless. He was far from easy to deal with. Moreover, Shin Tianrong had never had any prior dealings with him. Pondering this enigma, he found himself at a loss as to why such a formidable figure had sought him out. At that moment, Heirong's shrill voice intruded. Oh dear cousin, you have finally returned. Look at what Shin Ruoshi has done to us. Cousin, you must stand up for us. She continued. It was my mother who forced you to drink horse urine after you consumed that poisonous wild fruit. Enough. We shall discuss this later. Can't you see I have a guest? Shin Tianrong interrupted angrily. How could he mention horse urine in front of the Wing King? Did he not care for his own dignity as a distinguished general? At Shin Tianrong's rebuke, the others finally noticed Murong Hang standing not far away and promptly knelt to pay their respects. Murong Hang's expression remained indifferent. Since the general has matters to attend to, I shall wait in the parlor, he stated. I will accompany the Wing King. Shin Tianrong dared not let him wait, reluctantly releasing Shin Ruoshi's hand. He followed after Murong Hang. Observing their retreating figures, Shin Ruoshi's beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. Had Murong Hang come specifically to see her, knowing she had returned to the general's residence? The thought brought her a flicker of secret delight. After a brief wait in the back courtyard, Shin Ruoshi dealt with Heirong and her mother, instructing them to remain in their quarters and stripping Heirong of her authority to manage the backyard, temporarily placing Snow Ping in charge instead. Heirong initially protested, but upon Shin Tianrong's return and hearing Shin Ruoshi's arrangement, he immediately decreed, we shall do as Ruoshi says. Regardless of her marital status, she will always be the legitimate daughter of my general's household. Heirong swallowed her indignation. What a daughter-slave. Ignoring Heirong's discontent, Shin Tianrong took Shin Ruoshi's hand, leading her to the front hall. Shin Shuang clutched Heirong's sleeve, crying in frustration. Mother, it's all your fault. Why did you have to provoke that madwoman Shin Ruoshi? The Wing King saw me in such a disheveled state. My image in his eyes must be ruined. If it is ruined, so be it. And you still think about the Wing King? Everyone knows he has a short life. Marrying him would mean living with a widow's fate. What good would that do? Yet I would still prefer it. Even in widowhood, it would be a life of unimaginable wealth. Heirong hesitated, suddenly finding some merit in her daughter's perspective. Moreover, If Chen Shuangshuang were to marry the Wing King, she would no longer need to endure the disdainful gazes of Shen Tianrong and Shen Ruoxi. Shen Ruoxi, following closely beside Shen Tianrong, traversed the courtyard towards the front hall. She glanced around and could not help but inquire, has the Wing King departed? He left after discussing the situation at the border. Did he truly depart? Shen Ruoxi furrowed her brows. What on earth is that scoundrel up to? Upon entering the study, Shen Ruoxi instructed Taoye to bring forth the garment she had meticulously crafted. Father, previously the emperor bestowed upon me some fine shoe brocade, and I have taken the liberty to sew you a garment. Please, see if it fits. You made this for me. Shen Tianrong's eyes sparkled with delight. It will surely fit. My daughter's creations are bound to be just right. Master, this is something the young lady worked on through the night. She hardly slept well last evening, Taoye interjected. Shen Tianrong's expression shifted to one of concern. Oh, my foolish girl, why exhaust yourself so? I have clothes to wear. Since your return, I can see you've lost weight. That scoundrel Murong Yu, has he not treated you well? He had heard some unsavory rumors about the Qi Wang manor, having inquired discreetly. However, during his several inquiries, Shen Ruoxi merely smiled and dismissed the gossip, assuring him she was doing quite well. Seeing her preoccupied with thoughts of Murong Yu, Shen Tianrong found himself at a loss for words, his anxiety mounting. Father, please do not be angry. Shen Ruoxi gently pushed a cup of hot tea towards him. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 20. I wish to separate. What is it? Shen Tianrong maintained a composed demeanor as he sipped his tea, contemplating whether this visit was yet another attempt by Murong Yu to solicit his assistance. He had anticipated that her sudden return must be for a significant reason. I intend to part ways with Prince Qi. Shen Tianrong sputtered, tea spraying from his mouth. Coughing, he exclaimed, Ruoxi, do you have any idea what you are saying? I am serious, father. Previously, I was naive. When you and my brothers prevented me from marrying Murong Yu, I believed you were hindering my pursuit of true love. However, I have now discerned Murong Yu's true nature. His desire to marry me stems solely from my family's status. Hoping to garner support from my father and brothers in the struggle for succession, he is exploiting me, not loving me. Fury surged within Shen Tianrong. Was this truly his daughter's conclusion? So, the rumors circulating in the royal palace were indeed accurate? He had kept a courtesan and allowed her to torment his daughter, treating her with utter disdain? Shen Ruoxi took a sip of tea. Rest assured, father, she shall no longer torment me. As you can see, I am doing quite well now. A playful smile graced her lips. At her words, Shen Tianrong noticed her resplendent attire and dignified demeanor. Her complexion improved compared to their previous encounters. His fierce anger began to dissipate, yet his heart ached for her deeply. Tomorrow, I shall petition the emperor to intervene on your behalf. Regardless of Prince Qi's status, anyone who dares to bully my precious daughter shall face my wrath, even at the cost of my own well-being. Father, I do not need the emperor's involvement for now. I can handle this myself. I came to inform you, as this matter is of great significance. Shen Ruoxi sighed. Separation may tarnish a woman's reputation. I may never marry again and remain in the household. Do you consent to my separation? If you cannot marry, I shall provide for you for life in the general's residence, Shen Tianrong declared, slamming his hand on the table with conviction. Moreover, who says you cannot marry? In my eyes, no man is worthy of my beloved daughter. Tears welled in Shen Ruoxi's eyes. This was her dearest kin, who cherished and protected her. Even if she had made a poor choice, he would still shoulder the consequences of her mistakes. Father, rest assured, I will manage my own affairs. Until then, please await my news with patience. Shen Tianrong was taken aback. He gazed at Shen Ruoxi, sensing a profound change within her. She seemed more reassuring than before. He nodded. Very well. Father believes in you. After enjoying a midday meal at home and sharing some intimate conversation with Shen Tianrong, Shen Ruoxi finally prepared to return to her residence. As she climbed into the carriage, Lung Shuang approached, whispering 3 words into her ear, Ting Yixian. Shen Ruoxi paused for a moment, then comprehended the message. She nodded and instructed the driver to change direction towards Ting Yixian. After disembarking, Taoye intended to follow, but was halted by Shen Ruoxi. You and Lung Shuang should wait here. Taoye was taken aback, then somewhat puzzled, and nodded. Observing Shen Ruoxi's departing figure, she could not help but ask, Is Miss going to meet someone? Lung Shuang replied, I am uncertain. It may just be my impression, but I feel that Miss has not been herself lately, as if. Taoye hesitated for a long moment, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. It seemed as though she were experiencing the stirrings of infatuation. Lung Shuang turned her head, What seems to be the matter? She sighed. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. It concerns matters of the heart, and given your icy demeanor, it is evident you are not well versed in such affairs. I have someone I cherish, Tao Yi exclaimed in disbelief. You actually have someone you like. Lung Shuang nodded impassively. Tao Yi was taken aback, quickly succumbing to a sense of gloom. She retrieved a small mirror, gazing forlornly at her round face. How could it be that despite her undeniable charm and amiable disposition, she remained a singleton? Where had she gone wrong? Meanwhile, upstairs, Shinruashi arrived at the elegant room number 1. She extended her fair fingers to push the door open. Within the spacious and tasteful chamber, Murong Hang sat upon a pearwood chair, a white jade chessboard before him. His long fingers held a white piece, poised to descend upon the board. A slant of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon his dark hair, bestowing upon him an ethereal radiance, akin to a celestial being untouched by mortal affairs. Shinruashi was momentarily captivated, then mused that fate, indeed, is equitable. It granted him a visage of unparalleled beauty, yet deprived him of the dignity befitting a man, igniting within her a tinge of sympathy. What is it? Murong Hang turned, meeting her gaze with a hint of curiosity. Shinruashi approached, sighing softly. When you visited the general's residence today, I thought you were specifically coming to see me. Indeed, that was the case, he replied. But why did you leave afterward? You and your father have not seen each other for a long time. I presumed you had much to discuss privately. Shinruashi propped her chin on her hand, smiling. It appears that Prince Ling is quite considerate. Murong Hang smiled back. I have always been thoughtful. You shall see in time. His voice was calm and devoid of any ripples, yet his narrow, fox-like eyes sparkled with a hint of casual mischief, prompting Shinruashi to ponder unwarranted thoughts. Suddenly, Murong Hang inquired, Do you play chess? Yes. Join me for a game. Shinruashi's mind was filled with skepticism. Inviting her over for such an elegant pursuit? It hardly aligned with his established persona. The two began to play. Shinruashi initially presumed he would be lenient with her. To her astonishment, Murong Hang pressed forward relentlessly, showing no mercy. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he had obliterated her defenses completely. This man truly showed no regard for the delicate. Feeling somewhat indignant, Shinruashi pushed her pieces aside. I concede. Are you upset? Not at all. Unbeknownst to her, in the presence of Murong Hang, she inexplicably adopted a demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. Murong Hang's thin lips curved slightly, seemingly pleased by her reaction. He rose and approached Shinruashi, reaching out to lift her chin, compelling her to tilt her head back, exposing her delicate neck. The chill of his fingers brushed against her smooth skin, causing her to momentarily freeze, only to find it quite natural thereafter. This was precisely the kind of behavior one would expect from Murong Hang. Unrestrained, domineering, rather than engaging in some trivial game. He suddenly spoke. I shall depart for Jinan tomorrow to provide aid in the disaster relief, and I may not return for half a month. Disaster relief? Can your body endure such a journey? This prince is not so frail. It is you I worry about, he replied slowly. In half a month, will you be able to leave the Qi Wangfu unscathed? I can. Then that is splendid. A smile graced Murong Hang's face. His complexion was pale, and his gaze, cool and distant, exuded an air of aristocratic aloofness, yet there lingered an innate wickedness at the corners of his brows. When he smiled, his emotions became inscrutable. If, after half a month, Murong Yu refuses to let you go, it matters not. I shall have him killed. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes, quickly vanishing. Shinruashi should have felt fear, yet instead, a complex array of emotions stirred within her. Memories of her past life flooded back. He, kneeling before her grave, presented her with Murong Yu's severed head, his expression one of deep sorrow and longing, a sight she could never forget across 2 lifetimes. Anyone could fear him, but she would not. Chapter 21. Anger. Shinruashi reached out to grasp his wrist, tilting her head to gaze at him. What if, in half a month, I am no longer the princess of Qi? Then I shall grant you a different identity. Murong Hang's fingers caressed her porcelain-like face. His voice resonant and melodious. You once expressed your desire for me, do you remember? After a brief pause, he continued, I shall give it to you. Shinruashi's heart raced momentarily. She fluttered her long eyelashes. How could he utter such ambiguous words in such a nonchalant tone? Clearing her throat slightly, she steadied her composure. Fear not, Ling Wang, the matter of my divorce from Murong Yu requires no intervention from you. If I cannot resolve such trivialities, how could I hope to share my future with you? The future, indeed. Murong Hung murmured, his fingers gliding over hers. Yet a subtle shadow of melancholy flickered in his eyes. How much time remained for his future? An hour later, Shun Ruashi emerged from Tinjiaxuan. Seated in the carriage, Taoyi could not help but inquire, "Miss, whom did you meet?" "An old acquaintance," Shun Ruashi replied casually. She then turned to Lung Shuang, softly asking, "Although your master appears frail, he is not on the brink of death. Why do they say his life is short?" Just now, in the private room, she had taken Murong Heng's pulse. Though the condition was not favorable, it posed no immediate danger. After much contemplation, she found it perplexing. "What you do not know, miss, is that the master is not as tranquil as he seems. He harbors an ailment that brings him immense suffering when it flares up, and each episode exacts a tremendous toll on his body." "What ailment?" "This. I am not entirely sure, only that the imperial physicians have all made such assertions." Shin Ruashi nodded. Royal secrets are, as always, meant to be kept. It was understandable that Lung Shuang remained unaware. It appeared that she would have to inquire further with Murong Heng during their next meeting. The group meandered through the streets before returning to the Qi Wangfu. Having seen her father and Murong Heng today, Shun Ruashi felt quite pleased. With a smile adorning her face, she entered the Qi Wangfu, only to be approached by a servant. "Princess, you have finally returned. The Wangya has been waiting for you for quite some time." Shun Ruashi's smile vanished instantly. What could he possibly want from me? The young servant, unaware, replied, "The Wangya is in your Yuxiang garden. Princess, you should hurry over." Shun Ruashi frowned. "He has gone to my residence." "How unfortunate." With determination, she set off towards Yuxiang garden. Upon entering the room, she found Murong Yu seated in a rosewood chair, his icy gaze sweeping over her. "Where have you been today?" Shun Ruashi stepped inside and replied slowly, "I returned home for a while." "You left the Wangfu without informing me? Is the Wangya intending to accompany me back to the general's residence?" "If memory serves me right, the Wangya is purportedly unwell and unable to go out." At her words, Murong Yu's expression darkened further. Shun Ruashi's tone was frigid, a stark contrast to the adoring demeanor she once held. He found himself increasingly restless. Even if it is a case of feigning retreat to advance, one must not overplay their hand. "What brings you to the general's residence?" "To pay a visit to my father and present him with a newly made garment." Upon hearing this, Murong Yu abruptly turned his head. "A garment? What sort of garment?" Shun Ruashi leisurely sipped her tea, choosing to ignore him. Beside her, Taoyi spoke up brightly. "Your Highness, did not the Emperor bestow a considerable amount of shoe brocade yesterday? Our young lady selected a floral pattern and had a garment crafted for the general overnight, intending to express her filial piety, which deeply moved him." A trace of astonishment flickered across Murong Yu's face. "So, that garment was meant for your father? Was it not meant for him? What else could it be?" Shun Ruashi replied coolly, her peach blossom eyes glancing over with an air of nonchalance. Suddenly, she chuckled. "Surely, your Highness does not believe I toiled overnight to create a garment for you? How grandiose of you." Shun Ruashi's expression dripped with sarcasm, as if delivering a resounding slap to Murong Yu's face. His countenance shifted from pale to furious. Anger surged within Murong Yu, and he abruptly extended his hand, shattering the cup upon the ground. "Insolence! You are my consort, and from this day forth, without my permission, you shall not step beyond the confines of the palace." "Such a display of authority, your Highness." Shun Ruashi regarded the porcelain shards with a frosty demeanor. "Just yesterday, my father issued an edict mandating that I be respected and honored throughout the residence. Today, you impose confinement upon me. It seems I shall have to address this with my father during my next visit to the palace. Are you threatening me?" Murong Yu ground his teeth in fury. "For whom do you feign this icy, aggrieved facade? I do not elevate you, and you are displeased. I grant you favor, and you reject it. What precisely are you attempting to achieve?" "I have already informed you. I desire a divorce." Shun Ruashi extended her hand, and Taoyi presented the divorce papers. She took them and tossed them before Murong Yu. "Sign here, and let us put an end to this." Bringing this matter up again, Murong Yu's composure shattered completely. "A divorce? You dare to wish for that?" Gazing at the illuminated scene, with her striking yet indifferent visage, Murong Yu felt his ire boiling over, ultimately consuming his reason. "Shun Ruashi, not only shall I refuse to grant you a divorce, but you shall also attend to me tonight." Chapter 22. The messenger with a sudden surge of determination. He sprang to his feet, intent on grasping Shun Ruashi's wrist. However, a figure interposed itself before him. Lung Shuang's expression was as frigid as ice. "Get away. Who do you think you are to treat this prince with such disrespect?" Murong Yu unsheathed the dagger at his waist and lunged toward Lung Shuang. A flash of cold light glinted, and a dagger, delicate as a cicada's wing, was drawn across his neck. pressing against his skin and sending a jolt of fear coursing through him. This maid acted with astonishing speed. He hadn't even glimpsed the motion of her attack. Shin Ruwashi, has your maid lost her senses? Tell her to back off. Shin Ruwashi turned her head. Does the prince still desire my company tonight? Morongyu clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white with rage. Yet, confronted by Lang Shuang's emotionless gaze, he found himself unable to utter a single word. He sensed that this maid truly dared to act against him. Was it possible that Shun Tianrong had dispatched such a formidable maid to Shun Ruwashi's side, genuinely believing she had been wronged in the Qi Wangfu, intending to exert pressure and issue a warning? After weighing his options, he finally softened his tone. If you are unwilling, this prince shall not force you. Shin Ruwashi took a sip of tea, pausing for a moment before responding. Lang Shuang, step aside. With a chilling glance at Morongyu, Lang Shuang slowly moved to stand aside. Morongyu touched his neck, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. A mere servant dares to threaten him? Unexpectedly, Shin Ruwashi spoke up. Prince, it would be wise not to harbor any ill thoughts toward Lang Shuang. She does not obey me entirely. If anything were to happen to her, it would surely lead to trouble. Moronghang might very well bring down the Qi Wangfu. Upon hearing this, Morongyu's gaze shifted momentarily. He had misjudged the situation. Could it be that Lang Shuang was not merely sent by Shin Tianrong, but also by his own father? If that were the case, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Morongyu found himself uncertain, yet he truly dared not act against her. He replied coolly, Shin Ruwashi, think carefully. If you refuse today, this prince may never again step foot into your Yuxiang courtyard. Shin Ruwashi sipped her tea. Suit yourself. Morongyu stormed away in anger. Watching his retreating figure, Lang Shuang furrowed her brow. Miss, what shall we do? Fear not, he will seek a divorce. Shin Ruwashi's gaze remained calm. She had known Morongyu for 2 lifetimes and understood his character all too well. Hypocritical, selfish, deeply insecure. Yet at times exhibiting an inexplicable arrogance. He was a paradox, desiring both face and substance. If provoked at the right moment, he would undoubtedly pursue a divorce. Moreover, calculating the time, it seemed that a significant event had transpired on Ning Lanxue's side. At that moment, in the orchid courtyard, Ning Lanxue sat upon a soft couch, her eyes widening in shock upon hearing her servant's report. Did the prince truly say that? In response to the lady, the servant personally heard that the prince waited for an hour in the Yuxiang garden, only to request the princess to share his bed. However, it seemed that the princess was unwilling, which caused the prince to storm back to his chamber, filled with fury. Ning Lanxue felt a surge of anger and resentment. That vile woman, where did she learn such tricks? In the past, the prince wouldn't even glance her way, yet now he has fallen for her deceit. She smashed the porcelain cup beside her onto the floor with great force. Her previously graceful and gentle face now twisted into a mask of rage. The maid, Hexiang, hurriedly knelt to clean up the mess. Ning Lanxue furrowed her brows. Tell me, does the prince not favor me far more than that wretched Shun Ruwashi? Hexiang was taken aback, then anxiously shook her head. This servant does not know. I am newly arrived. Incompetent fool, get out. Ning Lanxue was infuriated. She recalled the previous Kai Dai, who was clever and sweet-tongued, always knowing how to make her happy, yet was sent away to the Yingchun courtyard by Shin Ruwashi. That vile woman cannot bear to see her well. Ning Lanxue was filled with resentment, unable to sleep well throughout the night. The next morning, a light rain had fallen. The osmanthus flowers in the Qi Wangfu courtyard were scattered all over the ground, creating a beautiful sight on the path. Shin Ruwashi lazily got up, and after washing and dressing, she tidied her hair in front of the mirror. She then approached the window and opened it. A gentle breeze swept in, carrying the earthy scent mingled with floral fragrance, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. The weather had turned cooler. Indeed, Miss, autumn has arrived. Talia stepped forward and draped a thin cloak over her shoulders. Shin Ruwashi's gaze flickered. Today was the day Moronghang departed for Jinan. The journey was long, and with the drop in temperature, she wondered if it would affect his health. At that moment, a servant hurriedly approached, interrupting her thoughts. The servant bowed and informed her that a message had arrived from the palace, relayed by the chief maid, Zhu Xin, who served Consort Fong. Upon hearing this, Talia frowned. Miss, Consort Fong must not be calling for you for anything good. I know, Shin Ruwashi replied coolly, let her come. She was curious to see what schemes Fong Hui was concocting this time. The servant complied and departed. Before long, Zhu Xin arrived at Yuxiang Garden, her expression quite displeased. Historically, Shin Ruwashi, as a daughter-in-law, had always been obedient and respectful towards Consort Fong, treating her maids with courtesy. Today, however, she had not even come out to see her, instead sending her to the inner courtyard to convey a message. Upon entering Yuxiang Garden, she found Shin Ruoshi seated at the table, partaking in her breakfast. Upon seeing her, Shin Ruoshi merely cast a fleeting glance. "What is it?" Zhu Xin, stifling her irritation, replied. "Consort Feng wishes to invite the Qi Wangfei to the palace today to have lunch together." "Understood," Shin Ruoshi responded coldly, without any further acknowledgement, returning her attention to her meal. She did not glance at Zhu Xin again. Frustrated, Zhu Xin could no longer contain herself. Did the Qi Wangfei not hear what this servant said? Shin Ruoshi paused momentarily, narrowing her eyes. "Are you addressing Her Highness the Princess?" The Lady Feng instructed that the princess should enter the palace to join her for luncheon. "What is the princess still lingering for?" Shin Ruoshi merely smiled. "Do you understand the meaning of luncheon? The hour is still early. There is no question of delay." Zhu Xian seemed to disregard her words. "I implore the princess to set forth immediately. It would be unwise to incur the displeasure of Lady Feng." Tao Yi, hands on her hips, stepped forward. "How dare you speak in such a manner? Our princess is of noble status, and you, a mere servant, are exceedingly rude." Zhu Xian cast a disdainful glance at Tao Yi. "I am speaking to Her Highness the Qi Princess. Commoners should withdraw." Chapter 23 concerned Zhu Xian cast a disdainful glance at Tao Yi. "I am conversing with the Princess of Qi. You insignificant people should withdraw." Tao Yi was about to retort when she was halted by Shin Ruoshi. "Tao Yi, step aside." Fuming, Tao Yi took a position to the side. Zhu Xian revealed a smile. "At least the Princess of Qi possesses discernment, unlike certain brazen servants who dare to interrupt their master." With a resounding clap, Shin Ruoshi slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Her peach blossom eyes shot a frosty glare at Zhu Xian, exuding an undeniable aura of authority, accentuated by her opulent attire. Zhu Xian felt a flicker of unease. Then, Shin Ruoshi spoke sternly. "The palace is governed by strict rules. How could it have produced such a disrespectful wretch like you? Since your mother failed to discipline you properly, allow me to take on that responsibility." With a decisive wave of her hand, she commanded, "Bring forth 10 slaps and throw her out of the palace." Zhu Xian was taken aback, never expecting the typically timid Shin Ruoshi to confront her so boldly in public. She stepped back and glared at the nearby servants. "Who dares? I am a person of the Empress's side. You have no authority here. If the Empress gets angry, you shall bear the consequences." At these words, the servants hesitated momentarily. Shin Ruoshi's voice, however, was unyielding. "Lung Shuang." "Yes," came the prompt reply, and in an instant, Lung Shuang dashed forward, standing before Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian, terrified, retreated a step. "You dare slap, slap, slap." With an impassive expression, Lung Shuang delivered more than a dozen sharp slaps to Zhu Xian. As a martial artist, her strength was formidable. Zhu Xian soon found herself dizzy, her cheeks swollen, blood streaming from her nose, pain contorting her features. One hand clutching her face, the other trembling as she pointed at Lung Shuang. Before she could finish her sentence, Lang Shuang kicked her, sending her flying out of the Yuxiang courtyard. "Ah!" Zhu Xian screamed as she fell heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. Ultimately, it was the accompanying maidservants who helped her up, and the group fled the gates of the Qi Wangfu in a state of panic. After calmly finishing her breakfast, Shin Ruoshi instructed Tao Yi to prepare some gifts for a visit to the palace. As they exited the Yuxiang courtyard, they encountered several maidservants and attendants rushing out from the lawn courtyard. Upon seeing Shin Ruoshi, they hurriedly knelt in greeting. Tao Yi inquired, "What is the matter? Why the haste?" "Princess, it is Miss Ning," one maidservant stammered. "Miss Ning said she has a headache and is unwell, requesting the prince to come and see her." Upon hearing this, Tao Yi gritted her teeth. That vixen is feigning illness to deceive the prince again. Can't she devise a different ruse? The maidservant lowered her head even further. Initially, it was expected that Shan Ruoshi would be angered. To their surprise, she responded, "Since Ning Yunxue is unwell, let us not delay. Please summon the prince at once. However, I believe the prince alone will not suffice. Ensure that the doctors from the estate accompany him to thoroughly examine her." The maidservant looked astonished and quickly acquiesced. "Indeed, I shall immediately summon a physician." Shin Ruoshi nodded. Turning to exit the royal residence, a smile gracing her features. Tao Yi, puzzled, inquired, "Miss, why do you concern yourself with Ning Yunxue's well-being?" "She is determined to become the princess of Qi. Naturally, I must lend her a hand," Shin Ruoshi replied, her smile broadening. Within the palace, Feng Hui observed the weeping Zhuxin being carried back, her incoherent complaints causing Feng Hui considerable distress. The previous night, she had received a letter from Murong Yu, stating that Shin Ruoshi had once again broached the subject of separation, prompting her to gauge Shin Ruoshi's intentions. She had sent someone to relay the message to the Qi royal residence, but to her surprise, matters had escalated unexpectedly. Feng Hui pressed her forehead, deep in thought. It appeared that you had maintained a consistent coldness towards her. Over time, resentments had accumulated in his heart. Your Highness, a maid named Chun interjected. When the Princess of Qi arrives, will you reprimand her? Of course. Feng Hui scowled. So what if you favors another woman and neglects her? She has devoted herself entirely to him. Marrying her was already a significant boon. How dare she express displeasure? With a wave of her hand, she commanded. When the Princess of Qi arrives, inform her that I am unwell and require her to wait outside. She was determined to temper Shun Ruoshi's ambitions, making it clear that sulking would not win Murong Yu's affections back. It would only breed greater disdain between her and Murong Yu. Half an hour later, Shin Ruoshi arrived at Feng Hui's Yue Hall. Upon her arrival, a palace maid approached brusquely, stating, Princess of Qi. Today, the esteemed consort Feng suffers from a headache and is resting. You may wait here. It was evident they were attempting to thwart her. Anticipating this outcome, Shin Ruoshi was not inclined to indulge Feng Hui. I possess some medical knowledge. If the esteemed consort is unwell, I shall examine her. Perhaps I could alleviate her ailment. With that, she stepped forward to enter the hall, but the maid blocked her path. Princess of Qi, you may wait. The esteemed consort is indisposed and cannot be disturbed. What is your true intention in insisting on entering? I am genuinely concerned for the consort's health and wish to offer my assistance. Yet you persist in impeding me. I must inquire as to your motives. Shin Ruoshi's gaze was piercing. I believe the consort's ailment stems from the vexations caused by unruly servants like yourself. If you refuse to yield, I shall promptly inform Her Majesty the Empress, so she may witness the increasing disorder within the inner palace. With that, she dramatically flicked her sleeve and prepared to leave. Feng Hui could no longer contain herself. She had been eavesdropping from the inner chamber, initially hoping to witness Shun Ruoshi's humiliation, only to find her in a surprising position of strength. Should this escalate, it would not bode well for her. Wait. Feng Hui grasped the maid's hand and slowly emerged. What is all this commotion? I could hear your quarrel from within, and it only exacerbates my headache. Chapter 24. Pulse Diagnosis. She cast a glance at Shin Ruoshi. You may enter. Yes, Mother Empress. Shin Ruoshi followed closely behind her, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes. Can you no longer maintain your facade? As soon as they entered, Shin Ruoshi inquired. Why has Mother Empress suddenly developed a headache? Allow me to check your pulse. There is no need. Your health is of utmost importance. Please, let me examine you. I have said it is unnecessary, and that is final. Why do you consistently refuse to let me check your pulse? Could it be that you are not ill and are merely trying to vex me? Feng Hui was momentarily taken aback, ready to unleash her anger. Yet she was met with Shin Ruoshi's radiant smile. I was merely jesting. Everyone knows Mother Empress is gentle and kind. How could she engage in such shameless antics? Wouldn't you agree? Feng Hui remained silent, extending her left hand. Since you exhibit such filial piety, go ahead and diagnose me. Regardless of whether Shin Ruoshi declared her free of ailment, Feng Hui would adamantly claim a headache, leaving Shin Ruoshi powerless to argue. Shin Ruoshi reached out, resting her fingers upon Feng Hui's wrist. Suddenly, her expression darkened. Mother Empress, you're... Feng Hui, who had initially been indifferent, felt a surge of tension upon witnessing Shin Ruoshi's grave demeanor. What is it? While your pulse appears stable, there seems to be a hidden chill within. Have you suffered from severe frostbite in the past? There was. Feng Hui's gaze flickered. During her time as a maid in the palace of Emperor Ren, she had been punished for a mistake, forced to kneel in the snow for 2 hours during the harsh winter, resulting in a chronic ailment in her knees. However, after years of living in comfort, it had nearly healed. The imperial physician had also diagnosed it as a minor issue, though it may not be significant now. In old age, it could lead to more severe consequences, possibly even paralysis. If you do not believe me, I shall refrain from further comment. What do you suggest I do? After a moment of hesitation, Feng Hui finally spoke. After all, the last time with Wei Xinjin, the imperial physician had failed to detect the poisoning, while Shin Ruoshi had identified it. Clearly, her medical skills were commendable. It is essential to focus on nurturing your health. I shall prescribe a remedy for you shortly. Simply follow the instructions for preparation. However, You must avoid all meat and rich foods for a year, lest it harm your spleen and stomach. A year without meat and rich foods? Are you suggesting I become a nun? If you refuse, then do not take the remedy. It is not an absolute guarantee of paralysis. There is merely a 50% chance. A 50% chance. Feng Hui gasped, her voice rising in pitch. Frowning deeply, she hesitated for a moment before reluctantly waving her hand. Very well, just write the prescription. 1 year is a small price to pay. Bear with it, and it shall pass. Shin Ruashi gently acknowledged her request, then took up pen and paper to begin drafting the prescription. She was being deliberate. Feng Hui indeed had a hidden chill, yet the matter was not grave. However, the prescription she devised would withstand scrutiny from the imperial physician. A year of vegetarianism would serve as a means for Feng Hui to accumulate virtue. Feng Hui pressed her forehead. But what about my headache? Upon diagnosing your pulse just now, I found no significant issues. However, I am suffering from a severe headache. Feng Hui sighed and remarked that she had heard about your recent quarrel with Prince Qi and the talk of divorce. Upon hearing this, I could not sleep well for an entire night, which exacerbated my headache. I understand that it is due to Prince Qi's deep affection for that Ning Lanxue, which has left you feeling neglected and discontented, leading to your unreasonable outbursts. Nevertheless, you must learn to be content. You are now the princess of Qi. What grievances could you possibly harbor? Moreover, it is quite customary for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Currently, there is only Ning Lanxue. But when the harem becomes filled with numerous beauties, will you not create chaos, resulting in an utter loss of decorum? Shin Ruashi set down her brush. So, what my mother implies is that since Prince Qi desires Ning Lanxue as his princess, I should not be angry and should obediently accept being cast aside. Ultimately becoming a concubine? Feng Hui pressed her lips together. Indeed, Shin Ruashi was upset over this matter. She must be taught to temper her temperament. Feng Hui shifted the conversation. My headache persists, and I consulted a master at Jiyun Temple, who stated that it is a heart ailment requiring someone to observe a vegetarian diet and chant sutras for 3 days, copying 100 passages of the scriptures to alleviate my suffering. Ruashi, I entrust this task to you. Shin Ruashi remained motionless in her chair. Mother, there are many pressing matters in the palace recently. I fear I cannot alleviate your burdens. Moreover, I have just taken your pulse, and your headache will soon improve without the need for me to copy the sutras. You refuse to transcribe sutras for me. Does mother doubt my medical skills? I have complete faith in them, yet copying the sutras reflects heartfelt sincerity. It can only bring benefit and no harm. Shin Ruashi scoffed inwardly. Indeed, it is harmless to her, but burdensome to me in terms of time and effort. If mother insists on having the sutras copied, she may call upon someone idle. I believe Ning Lanxue would be quite suitable. After all, she is favored by Prince Qi, and should she one day bear his child, it would strengthen your ties to her. It would be most fitting. What nonsense are you spouting? Feng Hui exclaimed in fury. Not to mention that Ning Lanxue comes from a lowly background. She is utterly unworthy of copying the sutras for her. To bear the offspring of Prince Qi? Absolutely not. At least not now. Mother, as you are unwell, I imagine you have little appetite for lunch. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Shin Ruashi appeared oblivious to Feng Hui's ire, bowing slightly as she turned to leave. Halt! Feng Hui slammed her hand on the table, her voice rising in anger. This time, she was genuinely dizzy with rage. Shin Ruashi, you have become increasingly disrespectful. The sutras shall be copied today, whether you like it or not. Someone, restrain her and confine her to the small Buddhist hall until she has completed the sutras. Upon hearing this, several stout matronly figures quickly surrounded Shin Ruashi. They rolled up their sleeves, approaching her with menacing demeanor. Chapter 25. Bustle. Shin Ruashi cast a cold glance at a few individuals, poised to instruct Cold Frost to take action, when suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted her. How lively it is here at the Empress Feng's palace. The crowd turned to see a group escorting a radiant young woman approaching the Yue hall. The foremost figure donned a vibrant red floral skirt, her raven hair cascading down her back, adorned with several golden hairpins embellished with flowing pearls. Her delicate visage, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared enchanting and striking. The palace attendants bowed in unison. We pay our respects to Princess Minghua. Shin Ruashi's eyes flickered momentarily. So, it is the daughter of concubine Qin, Princess Minghua. Now at the tender age of 16, she is 2 years Shin Ruashi's junior. The princess bore a resemblance to concubine Qin, yet lacked the latter's fierce beauty, her eyes sparkling with innocence and charm. Feng Hui expressed surprise. What brings Princess Minghua to my Yue hall today? I have come specifically to see the Princess Qi. Minghua replied cheerfully. Feng Hui frowned. Since when did you become so close with the Princess Qi? In the past, Shen Tianrong had a favorable relationship with Emperor Renjing, and Shen Ruoxi often visited the palace during her childhood, encountering several princes and princesses. However, only a few had truly caught her attention, among them Murong Yu, and she had never heard of any profound friendship between him and Princess Minghua. Princess Minghua smiled. Your Highness, regarding the matter of concubine Wei, my mother expressed her gratitude towards the Princess Qi. Upon hearing of your arrival today, she specifically requested that I invite you to Fuyang Palace for a discussion. Feng Hui's expression grew awkward. Naturally, she did not wish to let Shen Ruoxi off so easily. However, she still remembered the sting of Qin Haitong's slap, which had left her face swollen for 2 days. She recalled that provoking that wretched girl would yield no favorable outcome. Feng Hui said unkindly. Since concubine Qin has extended an invitation, Ruoxi, you should go. However, after your meeting, you must return. There are still matters I wish to discuss with you. Shen Ruoxi furrowed her brow, about to speak, when she felt a warmth in her palm. Princess Minghua took her hand and bowed to Feng Hui. Your Highness, we shall take our leave now. With that, she led Shen Ruoxi out of the hall. Once outside, Princess Minghua held Shen Ruoxi's hand for a while before releasing it. She gazed intently at Shen Ruoxi, her eyes suddenly widening. Ruoxi, after all these years, you have blossomed into such a stunning beauty, truly a captivating enchantress. Then, with a frown, she added, how did you end up with Prince Qi? Shen Ruoxi was taken aback. Has your attitude shifted rather swiftly? Have you met me before? Do you not remember? When I was around 5, I accidentally broke the inkstone of Prince Ling and hurt my foot in the process. You were the one who applied the ointment to reduce the swelling and took the blame, claiming the inkstone was your fault, Princess Minghua recalled, sticking out her tongue. Upon hearing this, a flicker of memory ignited within Shen Ruoxi. It seemed there was indeed some truth to her words. This princess fears no one. Yet she is particularly intimidated by the Crown Prince Ling. Just look at his frail demeanor. However, those piercing eyes seem capable of inflicting harm, causing anyone who encounters him to cower. It's not as dire as you suggest, Shen Ruoxi recalled. At that time, she nervously confessed to Murong Hang that she had broken his inkstone. Not only did Murong Hang refrain from reproaching her, but upon noticing the ink stains on her garment, he even arranged for her to receive a new outfit. Thus, the princess was moved by past sentiments, specifically coming to my aid. It is not solely due to that. Princess Minghua suppressed her mirth. To speak candidly, Lady Qi, I have sought you out today with a matter in need of your assistance. Please, do tell, Princess. Upon hearing this, Princess Minghua turned, instructing the palace attendants to step aside, and then led Shen Ruoxi to a nearby pavilion. Lady Qi, I come on behalf of my cousin, the heir of the Wooding Marquis, Qin Shenxian. She whispered, a year ago, during a campaign against bandits. My cousin fell from a cliff, sustaining severe injuries to his legs, leaving him bedridden. I had previously heard my mother speak of Lady Wei's exceptional medical skills and thought that perhaps you could heal my cousin's legs. Shen Ruoxi slightly nodded. She had indeed heard of this matter. Qin Shenxian was once a paragon of excellence. His father was a distinguished marquis, his aunt a favored concubine in the imperial harem, and he himself the sole legitimate heir. Not only was he exceptionally handsome, but he also excelled in both literature and martial arts, having been the object of desire for countless noble women in the capital. Yet, fate is often unkind. After his fall, Qin Qingshuan's injuries were grave. It was said that even the palace physicians had made numerous attempts to no avail. This once celebrated youth had since fallen into obscurity. Since the princess has personally spoken, I shall pay him a visit. Really? Princess Minghua's eyes sparkled with delight. I am truly grateful, Lady Qi. I feel a certain affinity with you. When there are no outsiders present, please call me Minghua. In turn, the princess may address me by my given name. Very well, Ruoxi. Murong Minghua was quite familiar and at ease. She playfully raised her charming almond-shaped eyes. Addressing her as Lady Qi was not to her liking. That hypocritical scoundrel Murong Yu was unworthy of such an extraordinary beauty. After enjoying lunch at Fuyang Palace, Murong Minghua summoned a palace maid to relay a message to Feng Hui. Thereafter, she escorted Shen Ruoxi out of the palace. Tao Yi appeared somewhat apprehensive. Miss, if we depart like this, Lady Feng will surely be furious. Murong Minghua interjected. No worries, I shall speak to my mother, urging her to keep Lady Feng in check and prevent her from causing trouble for Ruoxi. Although my mother may not be the sharpest, she possesses an unmatched commanding presence when it comes to subduing others. Shen Ruoxi couldn't help but chuckle. In that case, I shall express my gratitude to the esteemed Qin Guifei in advance. Chapter 26. The Heir as the two engaged in lively conversation. The carriage finally arrived at the residence of the Marquis of Wooding. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Shun Ruashi donned a veil as she entered the estate, supported by Tao Yi as she gracefully descended from the carriage. They traversed the grand entrance of the Marquis's residence and made their way through the front courtyard, eventually arriving at the back courtyard. It seemed that Murong Minghua had sent word ahead, for at that moment, Marquis Qin Kuang and his wife, Lady Lu Qiong, were already awaiting their arrival. Princess Minghua spoke first. "Uncle, Aunt, the doctor has arrived." The couple turned to see the woman beside her and paused in surprise. "Is this the doctor?" The lady before them exuded an elegant and noble aura, her graceful figure and dignified demeanor unmistakable even behind the veil. She appeared more like a noblewoman than a physician. "Minghua, is this the miraculous healer you mentioned?" Shin Ruashi gently removed her veil and spoke softly. "My lord, my lady, I am indeed the doctor." Upon recognizing Shin Ruashi, the couple was taken aback. Despite their few encounters, they recognized the legitimate daughter of General Shin. "We have met the Princess of Qi," Shun Ruashi said, helping the two to their feet. "There is no need for excessive formalities. I am aware of the young master's condition. If you trust me, I am willing to give it a try." Qin Kuang and Lu Qiong exchanged glances, hesitantly nodding. Although they were unfamiliar with Shun Ruashi's medical skills, they knew she had an impressive mother. Moreover, the imperial physicians had been unable to alleviate Qin Qingshuan's leg ailment, and it could hardly worsen from this point. Marquis Qin Kuang gestured, "Princess of Qi, please follow me." Shin Ruashi followed them to a spacious room in the back courtyard. As they approached the door, they were met with a cacophony of crashing sounds, accompanied by a torrent of angry shouts. "Get out! Don't touch me!" The door swung open, and a frightened maid rushed out, clutching a shattered vase. Behind her followed Qin Qingshuan's wet nurse, Li Shi, her expression filled with helplessness. Upon seeing the group, Li Shi hurriedly bowed. Lady Lu Qiong inquired, "Has Cheng Xian lost his temper again?" "Ah, the weather is pleasant today. I intended to persuade the young master to step outside and enjoy the sun, but he simply refused to rise." Qin Kuang waved his hand, signaling her to depart. He sighed. Ever since Cheng Xian became bedridden, his temper has worsened, and he has grown increasingly despondent. "It pains me to see him like this. Princess of Qi, if you truly can heal Cheng Xian, you will be a great benefactor to our family." "Rest assured, my lord, I shall do my utmost," Shun Ruashi replied, pushing open the door to the room. The floor was littered with broken cups and dishes. Through the curtain, they could faintly discern a man reclining on the bed, his thin frame apparent. Hearing the commotion, Qin Qingshuan's icy voice rang out. "Didn't I say to get lost? What are you doing here?" Murong Minghua interjected, "Cousin, it's me. I have brought a miraculous healer for you." Upon hearing her voice, his tone softened considerably. "Minghua, you need not trouble yourself any further. The imperial physicians have been unable to help. Who could possibly cure me?" Qin Kuang spoke up. "There are many renowned physicians in the world. The fact that some could not cure you does not imply that others cannot either," Lu Qiong remarked. "Cheng Xian, you should give it another try. As long as one is alive, one must not relinquish hope. Yet, living in such a manner feels no different from being dead." Qin Cheng Xian's voice was laden with desolation and sorrow. "Father, mother, please take your leave. I wish to rest." Just as the two were about to persuade him further, Shin Ruashi suddenly spoke. "I had initially thought that the son of the Marquis of Wuding would be a towering figure. Yet I find him to be a self-indulgent coward, which truly disappoints me." Her voice was melodious, but her words were exceedingly harsh. Qin Kuan and Lu Qiong turned to Shin Ruashi in astonishment. Just as they were about to respond, they heard Qin Shengxian's cold voice. "Who are you?" "I am the physician here to treat your legs. How could you, not being me, possibly fathom the magnitude of my suffering? Each day, I contemplate ending it all. How could you, as a physician, utter such hurtful words? Do you even deserve the title of a doctor? Does the heir truly wish to end his life? What do you mean by that? If the heir genuinely finds life to be hopeless, there are 100 ways to seek death. Yet, he still perseveres to this day, which indicates that there remains a flicker of hope within." Shin Ruashi paused momentarily. "Perhaps I am the heiress hope?" Her voice was soft, yet it bore an inexplicable strength. Qin Qingshuan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly felt a heartbeat in his long dormant chest. After a brief silence, he replied, "Very well. This was an agreement." Shin Ruashi stepped forward toward the bedside. She reached out and lifted the curtain that hung beside the bed. There lay a man on the bed. slender yet exceedingly frail. His ink-black hair sprawled across the pillow, exuding an aura of despondency. Qin Xian propped himself on the bed and slowly turned, revealing a face that was excessively pale. Though his countenance was marked by illness and his gaze heavy, his exquisite features still captivated the eye, a testament to his once handsome visage. Upon seeing Shen Ruoxi before him, Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this physician would be such a breathtakingly beautiful woman, far surpassing any noblewoman he had encountered. However, recalling her earlier words, his gaze faltered once more. She seemed to possess a strength that belied her gentle appearance. Shen Ruoxi spoke, "Please lie down, my lord. I shall examine your legs." As she spoke, she reached to adjust his garments. Qin Xian responded, "Is this appropriate?" He noted that she had styled her hair, indicating that she was already married. Engaging in such contact with a stranger like himself could tarnish her reputation if others were to find out. Chapter 27. The poison physician Shen Ruoxi spoke softly. "I am a physician, rest assured, Your Highness. I regard everyone equally, without distinction of gender." Upon hearing this, Qin Xian gradually released his grip. Shen Ruoxi rolled up his trouser leg, pressing her hand against various spots on his leg. With each press, she inquired, "Can you move?" "No." "What about here?" "Still cannot." Though Qin Xian's legs were paralyzed and immobile, he retained the ability to sense. Watching her delicate hand kneading his leg, a tingling sensation coursed through him, causing his ears to redden momentarily. It was his first encounter of such intimacy with a woman, and one so exquisitely beautiful at that, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. After a thorough examination, Shen Ruoxi reached a conclusion. "Your Highness, the injury to your leg involves not only the bones, but also the nerves, making it indeed difficult to treat." Qin Xian's eyes brightened slightly. "Difficult means it can be treated?" "It requires extraordinary measures," Shen Ruoxi replied. "In truth, my mother's approach to medicine differs from others. Rather than relying solely on herbs, we are more adept at employing toxins. Thus, the term poison physician suits us better. The nerves in your legs have long ceased to respond, so I intend to use poison to first activate your legs, followed by medicinal treatments for recovery. There are risks involved, albeit minimal. Whether to take this gamble depends on what the Duke and your Highness decide." "I am willing." Qin Xian interjected before Qin Huang could speak. A bitter smile graced his lips. "I truly do not wish to live out the latter half of my life in such a helpless state. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I shall take the gamble." His narrow eyes flickered. Perhaps, as she claimed, she was indeed his hope. Seeing Qin Xian's determination, neither Qin Huang nor Lu Qiong offered further commentary. Shen Ruoxi then sat at the table, composing a prescription for the herbs, instructing a servant to procure them. She also prepared silver needles and turned to the individuals behind her. "Next, I will perform acupuncture on His Highness. Tao Yi and the Duke may remain. The rest may leave." At her words, the others promptly departed. Shen Ruoxi retained Tao Yi for her familiarity with basic medical knowledge, making her assistance more convenient. Qin Huang was kept for reassurance. Although the Duke and Duchess had consented to her treatment of Qin Xian, they likely harbored doubts. Having Qin Huang present would alleviate their concerns. Shen Ruoxi laid out the silver needles. "Your Highness, shortly, I will place poison in the tub for your bath. But the toxins must not ascend, or it could endanger your life. I will insert the silver needles at your dantian to contain the poison below." As she spoke, she reached out to unfasten Qin Xian's garment, revealing his upper body before her. Qin Xian felt a surge of embarrassment. The concept of propriety between men and women was something he had never before confronted with a stranger. He raised his gaze, only to find Shen Ruoxi's expression clear and focused. The soft light gracing her fair profile made her appear almost ethereal, as if untouched by the world. In that moment, he realized the narrowness of his previous thoughts. Shen Ruoxi extended her hand to press against his abdomen, swiftly inserting a needle at the location of his dantian. Qin Xian immediately felt a tightening in his lower abdomen, rendering him powerless. "There is no need for alarm, young master. Initially, you may experience a tingling sensation, but it will subside shortly." She spoke softly, yet her voice carried a reassuring strength. Qin Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Ruoxi then instructed someone to bring forth the prepared herbs, taking out a dagger to sterilize it with fire. "Next, I shall make incisions on your legs and apply a poison. I will refrain from using anesthetics, as they would impede the effect. This poison will be quite painful. You must endure it." "Understood," he replied. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt a sharp pain radiate through his legs. With a swift motion, Shin Ruashi made a cut on his skin. Subsequently, she tightly wrapped his legs with bandages, which were laced with poison. The toxic substance seeped into his bloodstream through the freshly cut flesh. The excruciating pain struck him fiercely, nearly causing him to clench his teeth in agony. He stifled a groan and immediately stuffed a cloth into his mouth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Shin Ruashi cast a fleeting glance at him. Although she had merely mentioned that it would hurt, the reality was that the poison penetrated deeply, inflicting a torment that could drive one to despair. To her surprise, he did not utter a single cry, revealing a resilience that belied his gentle and handsome appearance. Qin Kuang, filled with concern, inquired, "How much longer will this last?" He understood his son well. Such an expression would only surface under extreme pain. Shin Ruashi replied calmly, "Just a quarter of an hour, rest assured, Lord. Though it may be painful, there will be no side effects." Meanwhile, outside the door, Lu Qiong was also in a state of unease. The silence within was unsettling. She wondered if everything was all right. Moro Mingwa grasped her hand. "Aunt, Uncle is inside. Do you truly fear that Ruashi would harm our cousin?" "It is not that I doubt Princess Qi, but rather, I have been disappointed too many times. I had resigned myself to the thought that Qingshuan's life would remain this way. Suddenly, there is hope, and I am afraid it may slip away once more." Lu Qiong's expression was tinged with complexity. At that moment, she caught sight of a dark figure lingering outside the courtyard. A chill ran through Lu Qiong. "Who is there? Come out from your hiding." Upon hearing her words, Su Lingmiao paused her steps and slowly approached, a boy of about 11 or 12 trailing behind her. "Greetings, madam. What brings you here?" Lu Qiong's demeanor was icy. Su Lingmiao had once been her handmaiden, treated with kindness. However, she had taken advantage of Lu Qiong's absence to entice Qin Kuang. In a moment of folly, Qin Kuang had succumbed to her charm. Lu Qiong, a noblewoman of a prominent family, had a fierce temperament. She had intended to sever ties with Qin Kuang, but he had knelt and begged for her forgiveness. Thus she remained. Originally, Qin Kuang intended to send Su Lingmiao away to Qin Shan Temple, yet upon discovering her pregnancy, the matriarch decreed that the blood of the Qin family must not be cast aside, allowing Su Lingmiao to stay in the household. To outsiders, she was presented as a distant relative, having fallen on hard times and come to serve the elderly matriarch. Her son, as a collateral relative of the Qin family, remained in the residence. This matter was known only to the old matriarch, the couple of the Duke of Wooding and Qin Qingxian. Su Lingmiao, with her gaze lowered, spoke softly, I am also concerned about the heir." She pressed her lips together and continued, "Madam, as you know, I have studied a bit of medicine in the past. Just now, I saw the prescription the doctor wrote for the heir, and it contains poison." Su Lingmiao knelt down. "I fear someone may wish to harm the heir, so I took the liberty of informing you." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiong maintained a calm expression. "You need not worry about this matter. Simply keep your lips sealed." "But the doctor was brought back by me. If Miss Jin doubts this doctor, she is doubting me. Do you understand?" Morong Minghua interjected. Though she wore a smile, her eyes bore a warning. Su Lingmiao, though uncertain of the reasons, nodded in agreement. "Yes, I understand." She grasped the hand of the youth beside her. "Wenyan, let us go." Qin Wenyan nodded. After taking a few steps, he paused, turned back, and cupped his hands toward Lu Qiong. "Madam, if the heir feels better, may I have the chance to see him? It has been a long time since we last met, and I am quite worried about him." His delicate face was tinged with a hint of apprehension. Lu Qiong nodded. "If he recovers, I shall convey your wishes." Although Qin Qingxian had previously been indifferent towards Su Lingmiao, he exhibited a notable concern for Qin Wenyan, possibly due to their shared bloodline. The rapport between Qin Wenyan and him was quite harmonious. After Qin Qingshuan's leg injury, Qin Wenyan had attempted several times to visit, but he had always been turned away. "Thank you, madam." Upon hearing Lu Qiong's agreement, Qin Wenyan immediately expressed his gratitude, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. He turned to follow Su Lingmiao back. Soon, the door of the side room was finally opened. Shin Ruashi emerged, accompanied by Tao Yu. Murong Minghua inquired, "Ruashi, how is it?" "This outcome is better than I anticipated. The heir's leg will not recover swiftly. After a few more treatments, he should be able to stand." Shin Ruashi replied, "I will prepare another prescription shortly, aimed at detoxifying and revitalizing him. I will provide detailed instructions on dosage and usage." Qin Qingxian proved to be more resilient than she had imagined, displaying true fortitude, and he placed great trust in her, alleviating many unnecessary complications. Thank you, Princess Qi. Lu Qiang grasped her hand with fervor, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The notion that Qin Xingxian could stand again was nothing short of miraculous. Princess Qi is a great benefactor to our Duke of Wooding's residence. Please, make yourself comfortable in the elegant hall. My husband and I will join you shortly. Madam, please go see the heir first. Very well. Lu Qiang turned and entered the side room. Chengxian, her voice trembled with emotion. Upon entering, she beheld Qin Chengxian leaning against the bedside, with Qin Kuang beside him, offering him warm water. Qin Chengxian lifted his gaze. Although he appeared pale, there was a newfound sparkle in his eyes, no longer resembling the lifelessness of before. Mother, my leg has reacted. Qin Kuang spoke up. It's true. I saw it. Chengxian's leg moved. It truly moved. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Lu Qiang's eyes brimmed with tears. Qin Chengxian slightly lowered his gaze, emotions swirling within him. After the treatment, Shun Ruoshi tapped the acupoint on his knee. A healthy person would exhibit a knee-jerk reflex. He felt little, yet he could see his leg move ever so faintly. Though the reaction was minuscule, it illuminated the darkness he had long dwelled in, as if he had found redemption. It dawned upon him that she was indeed his beacon of hope. He inquired, Father, from where did Minghua procure this miraculous physician? She is no extraordinary figure. Merely an acquaintance, Qin Kuang replied. She is the legitimate daughter of the general's residence, Shun Ruoshi, now the Princess of Qi. Is it really her? Qin Chengxian murmured softly. He had heard whispers of Shun Ruoshi in the past, knowing of her unyielding affection for the Qi king, Mu Rongyu, a love devoid of dignity. He held little interest in such a woman, and thus had never paid attention to Miss Shun. Yet, unexpectedly, she was so remarkably graceful and intelligent, entirely unlike what he had imagined. What a pity, he sighed inwardly, accompanied by a trace of an ungraspable regret. Upon arriving at the elegant hall, Qin Kuang and Lu Qiang expressed their profound gratitude to Shun Ruoshi, insisting on presenting her with lavish gifts. However, she graciously declined. Together with Mu Rongminghua, they exited the Marquis's residence, exchanging heartfelt words along the way, each feeling as though they had met too late in life. At a crossroads, they parted ways. Mu Rongminghua returned to the palace while she headed back to the Qi King's residence. On the journey, Tao Yi could not help but exclaim, Miss. The heir of Wuding Marquis is remarkably handsome. Even after being paralyzed for so long, he still possesses an exceptional demeanor. No wonder so many noble ladies are infatuated with him. Cold Frost suddenly turned her head. How does he compare to Prince Ling? Well, each has their own merits, Tao Yi replied hesitantly. She had only seen Prince Ling's profile from afar and had not clearly discerned his true appearance. However, that fleeting glimpse was enough to leave her awestruck. She speculated he might be even more handsome than the heir. But what good is that? No one dares to approach him, she sighed. What do you think, miss? Cold Frost unexpectedly redirected the topic towards Shun Ruoshi. Chapter 28. Expecting initially, one might have thought she would refrain from responding. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Shun Ruoshi answered without hesitation. The grace of the Ling Wang is unparalleled. Lung Shuang smiled, contemplating how delighted her master would be upon hearing such words. Tao Yi was taken aback. Shouldn't the comparison be made between the young master and the Qi Wang? After all, the lady's husband is the Qi Wang. What does he have to compare? Merely a pile of mud. Shun Ruoshi's tone grew colder. I suspect the Qi Wang Fu must be quite lively at this moment. In the lawn courtyard, Mu Rongyu supported his head as he entered Ning Lanshua's quarters. Lanshua, what troubles you? Having been quite agitated by Shun Ruoshi the previous day, he was in a foul mood, indulging in some wine and waking from a drunken stupor only now. Just as he tidied himself, he was urgently summoned to the lawn courtyard, informed that Ning Lanshua had something to discuss with him. Ning Lanshua's complexion was flushed. Your Highness, the doctor came today to check my pulse. Is something amiss with your health? A doctor approached. Your Highness, Miss Ning is in good health, but her pulse indicates joy. Congratulations, Your Highness. What? Mu Rongyu instantly snapped to attention. After a brief moment of realization, he waved his hand. I am aware of this matter. You may leave now and guard your lips. Do not disclose a word. Yes, Your Highness. The doctor hurriedly departed. Ning Lanshua grasped Mu Rongyu's hand, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Your Highness, we are expecting a child. We will have our own child. Mu Rongyu stared blankly at her abdomen, feeling a wave of confusion. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Shun Ruoshi. How would she react upon discovering that Ning Lanshua was carrying his child? Your Highness, are you not pleased? Noticing Mu Rongyu's unusual expression, Ning Lanxue felt a twinge of anxiety. I am simply overwhelmed with joy and momentarily lost for words. Murong Yu forced a smile, his heart in disarray. This child had come as a complete surprise. He was utterly unprepared. Ning Lanxue leaned against his chest. Your Highness, I am so happy. I recall you once said you adored children. Once our child is born, will you teach him to read and wield a sword, nurturing him to become as exceptional as you? Murong Yu followed her sentiment, involuntarily drifting into reverie. He recalled his previous promises to Ning Lanxue, feeling a pang of guilt. Lanxue, since you carry my offspring, would it be acceptable for me to confer upon you the title of concubine? No, thank you. However, as for the primary consort position, it is merely a title. I do not mind. Ning Lanxue pressed her finger to his lips, her delicate, gentle face glowing with warmth. I have come to understand that my status makes marrying you quite an ambition. Even as a concubine, it might provoke the emperor's displeasure, leading to disfavor towards you. Now, I merely wish to remain by your side. I do not desire anything more. Murong Yu felt a surge of emotion. He embraced Ning Lanxue tightly in his arms. Lanxue, I apologize for the grievances you have endured. Rest assured, I shall bestow upon you your rightful place in the future. As long as the prince's heart remains with me, all shall be well. The two exchanged tender words, and only then did Murong Yu take his leave. The moment he departed from Lan Courtyard, the delicate shyness and gentleness on Ning Lanxue's face evaporated. She understood Murong Yu well. He was susceptible to softness, not force. As long as she continuously displayed weakness and showcased her gentle and considerate nature, contrasting sharply with Shun Ruashi's unreasonable antics. Murong Yu would inevitably grow increasingly fond of her while developing a deeper aversion to Shun Ruashi. After all, this strategy had proven successful time and again. A side consort? She had no interest in such a title. What she sought was the position of the principal consort. Ning Lanxue reclined languidly on the soft couch and picked a grape to pop into her mouth. Has Shun Ruashi returned? Yes, Mississippi. The princess has just returned to the manor. Go outside and spread the word that Shun Ruashi should know I am with child. Xiang hesitated, remembering that the prince had just instructed that the news should remain confidential. Yet, now Ning Lanxue demanded her to leak it. Ning Lanxue shot her a glare. Are you deaf? Quickly go and relay the message. Yes. Xiang hurriedly exited. As night deepened, Shun Ruashi sat under the soft glow of lanterns. Clad in simple garments, her satin-like ebony hair cascaded behind her, exuding a serene beauty akin to a painting. Cold frost entered through the window, presenting her with a letter. Shun Ruashi felt a twinge of curiosity as she opened it. The calligraphy was vigorous yet elegant, immediately revealing the identity of the writer. The hibiscus flowers are in full bloom in Jinan, with vast expanses of crimson clouds, tranquil and graceful, truly a sight to behold. If you were here, you would surely adore it. Shun Ruashi paused, surprised that Murong Hung would compose such affectionate words. Even more astonishing was the rush of emotions that surged within her upon reading them, filling her with delight. Mississippi Cold Frost leaned in, her typically icy demeanor softened by rare curiosity. What did the master write? Nothing of significance. Shun Ruashi's eyes flickered as she tucked the letter into her sleeve. Cold Frost reminded her, would you like to reply? After a moment of contemplation, Shun Ruashi nodded. She seated herself at the writing desk, took up her brush, inscribed a line of text, and handed it over. Cold Frost accepted it and slipped out through the window, disappearing into the night. No sooner had she left than Tao Yi pushed open the door, her expression fraught with urgency. Miss, I just heard a monumental secret. What is it? It concerns Ning Lanxue. Tao Yi leaned closer, whispering, she is with child. Shun Ruashi's countenance remained calm. I see. Miss, you are not surprised or angered. Tao Yi was taken aback by her reaction. Prince Qi stayed the night with her, and it seems he dotes on her greatly. The manor is abuzz with whispers that Ning Lanxue is to become the mistress of the prince's residence. Shun Ruashi yawned. Ning Lanxue has gone to great lengths to inform me of her pregnancy, clearly intending to provoke me. If I were to be angered, I would be falling into her trap. Tao Yi, I wish to rest now. You should retire as well. There is no need to waste energy over that pair of scoundrels. Tao Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, now that the separation has occurred, her pregnancy status is of no concern. The birth of 8 treasures is irrelevant to the young lady's family. It is time to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 29. Madness. Shun Ruashi enjoyed a deep and restful slumber. Upon awakening, a servant approached to announce that Ning Lanxue had invited her to the Lanyuan for tea. Shin Ruoshi readily accepted, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Ning Lanxue could no longer contain herself. Tao Yi murmured, Miss. Ning Lanxue must be attempting to assert her dominance over you. Let her demonstrate. I am hardly intimidated, Shin Ruoshi replied with a nonchalant tone. If Ning Lanxue wishes to display her power, so be it. She shall be the one to lose her mind. After partaking in a light breakfast, Shin Ruoshi proceeded to Lanyuan. As she stepped into the courtyard, her gaze fell upon Ning Lanxue, who was seated comfortably in a rattan chair, flanked by two maidservants, one serving tea and the other massaging her legs, as if she were a revered ancestor. Upon seeing Shin Ruoshi, Ning Lanxue raised her slender eyebrows slightly, an air of provocation evident in her demeanor. You truly came. I am quite taken aback. However, I must apologize, as I am currently unwell and unable to pay my respects. Shin Ruoshi cast a sidelong glance at her. What? Are you on the brink of death? Ning Lanxue's expression stiffened, suppressing her ire as she replied, Not quite. It is merely that my condition is rather peculiar at the moment. She feigned an air of mystery, awaiting Shin Ruoshi's inquiry. Yet, Shin Ruoshi merely took a seat on a nearby bench, her expression indifferent, showing no inclination to probe further. Ning Lanxue felt puzzled. Had the news of her pregnancy not reached Shin Ruoshi? Why summon me? Speak quickly. Not everyone has the luxury of idleness. I am quite busy. I invited you for a reason, Ning Lanxue insisted, suppressing her displeasure. He Xiang, serve the tea. Was Shin Ruoshi in a foul mood today? Her tone was so sharp it was almost infuriating. When He Xiang brought the tea, Shin Ruoshi did not accept it. Ning Lanxue, reveling in her own triumph, remarked, Shin Ruoshi, this is premium Prirain Longjing, said to be a tribute tea. The prince gifted it to me, and it is quite rare. Do give it a taste. I shall not. The sight of you makes me feel nauseous. I cannot drink it. How ungrateful. Ning Lanxue could no longer contain herself. She pressed her lips together, then, with a triumphant smile, declared, I am pregnant. Oh, with the child of Prince Qi? Indeed. Shin Ruoshi's brows furrowed slightly. There was no outburst of rage as Ning Lanxue had anticipated. Her fair fingers lightly tapped on the stone table beneath them, her emotions momentarily inscrutable. Ning Lanxue was about to provoke her further when, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a darkly clad figure appearing not far away. Her eyes reddened, and she immediately rose from her soft couch, kneeling before Shin Ruoshi. My feelings for the prince are genuine. I understand that my pregnancy is a significant blow to you, yet I have no aspirations for the position of princess. I only wish to remain by the prince's side. Tears streamed down Ning Lanxue's face, her delicate features evoking sympathy. Shin Ruoshi narrowed her eyes, without needing to turn around. She could surmise that Murong Yu was indeed nearby. In the past, Ning Lanxue often feigned innocence to ensnare her, causing Murong Yu's disdain for her to grow. Today, she resorted to the same tactic. Very well, she would oblige her. Shin Ruoshi slammed her hand on the table. You wretched maid. Do you truly believe you are worthy of Prince Qi? Resorting to such petty methods, as expected from someone of your ilk. Ning Lanxue felt a surge of delight within. She had thought Shin Ruoshi was capable of concealing her thoughts, but it seemed she remained as foolish as ever. She reached out, intending to grasp Shin Ruoshi's sleeve. Listen to me. Slap. Shin Ruoshi suddenly raised her hand and struck her fiercely. A fiery pain surged across Ning Lanxue's face. Shocked, she lifted her gaze. You seduced Prince Qi, how vile. Slap. Another blow sent Ning Lanxue reeling, blood gushing from her nose. Shin Ruoshi. A furious voice boomed from behind. Shin Ruoshi turned slightly to see Murong Yu striding toward her, his face ablaze with rage. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? How dare you strike Lanxue? Do you truly think so highly of yourself? In the past, hearing such words would have shattered Shin Ruoshi's heart, compelling her to weep and argue. But now, she merely smiled coldly. Suddenly, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Murong Yu's face. Slap. The sound echoed sharply, leaving 5 distinct marks on his handsome visage, momentarily stunning him. You are equally despicable, Murong Yu, as a dignified prince. To favor a lowly maid from a brothel over your own wife is utterly blind. Shin Ruoshi. Murong Yu roared, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to strangle her. However, with a dramatic flourish, Shin Ruoshi swept the teacups from the table. The shards shattered on the ground, prompting a shriek from Ning Lanxue. Stop that noise. If you continue, I shall hurl them at your head. A single glance from Shin Ruoshi silenced Ning Lanxue immediately. Having unleashed her fury, Shinruashi abruptly pointed at Murongyu and Ning Lanchue. You both disgust me. Murongyu, I misjudged you. From this day forth, as long as that Ning Lanchue remains in the prince's residence, do not set foot in my Yuxiang courtyard. With that, she turned on her heel and stormed away, leaving Murongyu no time to react. Once she exited the orchid courtyard, the anger that had consumed her dissipated, replaced by a serene composure. Truth be told, the thrill of madness felt invigorating. Indeed, with no man occupying her heart, her actions were imbued with clarity. Upon returning to Yuxiang courtyard, Shinruashi reclined on the imperial concubine's couch and commanded, Peach Leaf, spread the word that I am unwell, consumed by anger and unable to rise. I shall see no one. Miss, what if Prince Qi insists on visiting? Stop him. But Prince Qi is skilled in martial arts. I cannot impede him. If you cannot, then have Leng Shuang stop him. Should he force his way in, let her strike him down and tell him that I wish for death. So let us perish together. Understood. I shall attend to it at once. Since the young lady decided to pursue a divorce, she has increasingly embraced her freedom. Chapter 30. Returning to the orchid garden. Observing the chaos strewn across the ground, Murongyu assisted Ning Lanchue to her feet. In his fury, he also felt a sense of relief. He had initially feared that Shinruashi had truly resolved to sever their ties. Yet, witnessing her profound reaction, it was evident she still harbored feelings for him. Ah! What a ruse it was, merely a case of feigned indifference to elicit his concern. 1,000 miles away in Jinan, the night was cool and serene. On the balcony of a towering building, Murong Hang, draped in a dark cloak, stood by the railing, opening an envelope in his hand. The elegant and poised handwriting within mirrored that of its sender. It is said that Jinan is damp and chilly. The Ling King's health is poor and his vitality insufficient. He should consume more nourishing foods that invigorate the blood, with Angelica as the primary recommendation. His long lashes glistened, and a gentle light flickered in his pale eyes. Angelica, he indeed ought to return post-haste. What are you gazing at? A hand suddenly reached out from beside him, attempting to snatch the letter from Murong Hang's grasp. He deftly sidestepped the intruder. With a flick of his slender fingers, he folded the letter and tucked it into his bosom. He turned to his side to regard Murong Xiao. Why are you, Prince of the Enduring Kingdom, not resting at such a late hour? What brings you here? Out of sheer boredom, I ventured up to see what you were doing. I did not expect to find you lost in reverie over a letter. Whose is it? Murong Hang chose not to respond directly, instead inquiring. Have the beauties you sought recently failed to captivate you? Murong Xiao, the eldest among the princes, had lost his mother long ago and had been raised under the care of Empress Su Lua since his teenage years. However, as the crown prince, he was not particularly invested in the power struggles of the court. He preferred the refined pleasures of life, particularly the company of beautiful women. Having accompanied the relief efforts to Jinan, his sole motivation was the allure of its famed beauties. Upon hearing Murong Hang's words, Murong Xiao clicked his tongue in disappointment. They are indeed beautiful, but all rather monotonous, lacking in novelty. He turned to Murong Hang, ninth brother. You are already 21 and have yet to experience the pleasures of a woman. ISNT, that rather naive? I have no interest. There is always a first time for everything. Once you experience it, you will find it irresistible, Murong Xiao urged. I know a newcomer who is still innocent. Why not let her introduce you to the pleasures of intimacy? No, thank you. Murong Hang brushed aside his hand, asserting his refusal. That does present a dilemma. But fear not. There are other avenues. I know a proprietor who has a variety of options. You needn't go to that place. There are tools available. Would you not consider it? I will not. Ninth brother, I said no. Murong Hang slightly shifted his gaze, casting a glance at Murong Xiao. His pale irises swept over him, imbued with an innate chill that silenced Murong Xiao. Among all the princes, he was the most amiable and had grown closest to Murong Hang. Yet, at times, he still felt a twinge of fear in his presence. As the elder brother, it was quite a blow to his pride. Whether you try or not, your cold demeanor only seals your fate of being single, murmured Murong Xiao as he walked towards the inner chambers, sighing with each step. Such a pity that the ninth prince possesses an unparalleled beauty. It seems he may never find someone who truly cares for him in this lifetime. Days of incessant rain had passed, and the weather gradually turned cooler. Shinruashi remained at Yuxiang courtyard, secluding herself for several days. Murongyu, not having seen her, grew increasingly frustrated and dissatisfied, finding himself appreciating Ning Lanchue's tenderness and care all the more. A week swiftly elapsed. During this time, Shinruashi received an invitation from Madame Lu Qiong of the Wooding Marquise and finally ventured out of her courtyard. Under the pretext of enjoying the blossoms, she visited the Marquis's residence to treat Qin Qingshuan's leg once more. Following this treatment, significant progress was noted. He could now move his toes. As Shin Ruoshi emerged, she encountered Qin Wenyan, the 11-year-old boy, who immediately bowed deeply upon seeing her. Shin Ruoshi nodded, assuring him that such formality was unnecessary. Madam has healed the young master's leg. It is only right to express gratitude. You must be seeking the young master. Please do go inside. Her smile rendered her already stunning visage even more enchanting. Qin Wenyan quickly clasped his hands in respect and hurried into the room. Once inside, Shin Ruoshi overheard his excited voice. Cousin, your toes can move? That's splendid. I just met the lady who treated you. She is truly exceptional in both talent and beauty. Before Qin Qingshian, he displayed his youthful exuberance. Standing beneath the eaves, Shin Ruoshi's smile deepened at his words. Suddenly, she heard Qin Qingshuan's calm voice. She is indeed a rare woman, quite different from what I had imagined. Shin Ruoshi paused for a moment, then composedly stepped out of the courtyard. Upon returning to the Qi Wangfu, Shin Ruoshi sat at her writing desk and composed a letter. She entrusted it to Cold Frost to deliver to the general's residence. After a moment's contemplation, she amended her instructions. Actually, please send it to the top scholar's residence, ensuring it reaches my second brother Shun Che personally. Cold Frost nodded and promptly left. Next, Shin Ruoshi summoned Taoya and handed her a packet of medicine. Go. Have the kitchen prepare a bowl of red bean soup for Ning Lanxue and discreetly add this to it. Taoya, unable to resist her curiosity, asked, Miss, what is this? Just do as I say, Shin Ruoshi replied. Understood. Taoya quickly tucked the medicine into her sleeve and hurried away. Having completed her tasks, Shin Ruoshi reclined on a soft couch, waiting in silence. That evening, Yuxiang courtyard became besieged. Mu Rongyu, accompanied by the household servants of the Wangfu, stood outside the courtyard. His gaze dark and menacing. Where is that wretched Shin Ruoshi? Have her come out. Chapter 31. The poisonous woman Lung Shuang obstructed the doorway. My lady is unwell and will not see anyone. Step aside. If you do not move, I shall ensure you suffer a most gruesome fate. With that, Mu Rongyu waved his hand. Numerous guards from the royal residence appeared at his side. Lung Shuang let out a cold laugh, preparing to take action, when suddenly a creaking sound emanated from behind, and the door swung open. Taoyi supported Shin Ruoshi as they appeared at the threshold. Shin Ruoshi was clad in a simple white garment, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Her unadorned face, with naturally rosy lips, radiated an ethereal beauty. Her gaze was calm. What is going on? What has happened? Mu Rongyu, infuriated, retorted, Do you not know what you have done today? He pointed an accusing finger at Taoyi. You instructed this servant to administer an abortion potion to Lan Shui. Did you not? Alas, Shin Ruoshi. Lan Shui has no taste for red bean soup. Upon receiving it, she sensed something amiss. After an inquiry, it was discovered that the 5 elements grass had been surreptitiously added. After thorough interrogation, I learned that it was your maid who ordered the kitchen to prepare red bean soup. Shin Ruoshi, did you poison her? Upon hearing his accusations, Shin Ruoshi maintained her composure. It is indeed a heavy night. Perhaps the prince should come inside to speak. With that, she turned and retreated to the inner chamber. Mu Rongyu's expression darkened as he followed her inside, accompanied by 2 guards. Speak, is it you? Shin Ruoshi seated herself at the table, lifting a cup of hot tea and sipping it before readily admitting, Indeed, I instructed Taoyi. You vile woman. Mu Rongyu seethed with rage. The memory of Lan Shui's terrified and helpless expression only fueled his anger further, his eyes turning crimson. How could he have married such a wicked woman? However, Shin Ruoshi seemed unfazed by his fury, instead wearing a scornful expression. What of it if I delivered her the medicine? Lan Shui should never have had a child. As an unacknowledged concubine, she has no right to bear your offspring. Even if I caused her to lose the child, should this come to light, people would only deem her deserving of such a fate. Her voice rang out with conviction. Mu Rongyu, do not forget, I am the legitimate wife. As long as I reside within the royal residence, Lan Shui shall forever be beneath my heel. Mu Rongyu's voice turned icy. Whether she is deserving or not is for me to decide. Shin Ruoshi, I advise you to behave, lest you ruin the last shred of goodwill I hold for you. Ah, and what if I choose not to be obedient? Shin Ruoshi produced a divorce decree from her sleeve. Mu Rongyu, I present you with 2 choices. Either compel Lan Shui to terminate her pregnancy and leave the royal residence, or divorce me. Murong stared at the divorce decree on the table, momentarily taken aback. Lan Shui is helpless. Forcing her to terminate her pregnancy and depart is tantamount to sending her to her death. I desire her dead. Shen Ruoshi's eyes brimmed with resentment. I have cherished you since my teenage years, enduring humiliation for your sake for so long. Yet now, a mere Lan Shui dares to rise above me. This is intolerable. She is not worthy to even serve me, yet she dares to covet the position of the princess. I scoff. I am the Princess Qi. And if I desire her demise, she shall meet it. Her words are exceedingly harsh and venomous. Murong countenance is particularly sinister. He has always loathed women who cling desperately and harbor malicious intent, and Shen Ruoshi embodies both traits. Her current demeanor undoubtedly tramples upon his limits. Yet, Shen Ruoshi remains oblivious to her precarious situation. What expression is that? I refuse to believe that you would truly sever ties with me over a mere Ning Lanxue. If there is nothing else, swiftly remove yourself and your entourage from my presence. I wish to rest. Her nonchalant demeanor provokes Murong intensely. To endure humiliation before Emperor Renjing and King Ling is one thing. How dare she, Shen Ruoshi, threaten him? Murong feels his dignity gravely challenged. He grits his teeth and extends his hand. Bring me a pen. Chapter 32 Departure. The attendant beside him promptly retrieved a brush. Murong poised the brush above the divorce document, ready to inscribe his name. In that fleeting moment, he hesitated. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that Shen Ruoshi's love for him was devoid of dignity. More critically, after the separation, no one would desire to marry her, destined to remain tied to him. Murong for life. When she eventually knelt before him, tears streaming down her face, begging for his mercy, he would graciously grant her the position of a concubine. By then, he believed she would behave herself and refrain from causing further chaos. All of this was her own doing. If his father were to inquire, he would simply state that it was her unwavering desire for divorce, absolving him of any responsibility. With these thoughts in mind, Murong elegantly inscribed his name and tossed the divorce document before Shen Ruoshi. Tomorrow, take your belongings and leave the palace. With that, he turned and strode away, flanked by his guards. A cacophony of footsteps ensued, and soon, Yuxiang courtyard returned to its tranquil state. Tao Yu was both startled and elated. They had truly divorced. Gazing at the divorce document on the table, Shen Ruoshi slowly extended her hand, wiping away the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes, regaining her calm composure. It was no easy task to perform such a poignant and reluctant act. She had nearly lost her meal from the night before. Rising, she carefully put away the divorce document. Tao Yi, Lung Shuang, tomorrow morning, ensure my dowry is moved from the storeroom and meticulously counted. Preparing for our return to the general's residence, Tao Yi expressed her concern. But, Miss, will we be able to leave the palace so smoothly tomorrow? Do not worry. I have made all the necessary arrangements. Shen Ruoshi stretched languidly. I shall rest now. Tomorrow is likely to be a tumultuous day. You both may leave. Yes. The two women turned and exited. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Murong was roused by urgent knocking at the door. Your Highness, there is an urgent matter. Jiang Lu's voice echoed with anxiety. Murong opened his eyes in displeasure, finding himself cradling the drowsy Ning Lanxue. The incessant knocking continued, aggravating his already irritable mood. Speak of it later. Do not disturb Lanxue's rest, or I shall make you suffer, you wretched servant. Your Highness. Ning Lanxue's soft arm encircled his waist, gently caressing him with a tender touch. If there is an issue, you should go and investigate. I am not in any hurry. Outside, Jiang Lu hurriedly continued. Your Highness, something has occurred at Yuxiang courtyard. Is it Shen Ruoshi again? Murong expression soured. What? Has she not come to kneel and apologize to Lanxue? The princess is counting her dowry, claiming she intends to return to the general's residence. What? Murong's sleepiness evaporated instantly. He exclaimed in anger, what trick is she playing now? Tell her that even if she resorts to such threats, I will not forgive her unless she comes to apologize of her own accord. Your Highness, it seems the princess is not threatening you. She genuinely intends to leave. Murong was taken aback, then tossed aside the covers. Ning Lanxue followed suit. Your Highness, allow me to go and take a look as well. I believe the matter of your separation from her yesterday must have deeply affected her. I shall have a good talk with Shen Ruoshi. Perhaps she will come to her senses and cease her foolishness. How thoughtful of you. If only Shen Ruoshi possessed half of your understanding, I would not harbor such disdain for her. Murong wrapped his arms around Ning Lanxue's waist, feeling a slight sense of solace in his heart. In the front courtyard of the Qi Wang mansion, Shun Ruoshi, clad in a grand purple gown, sat elegantly on a mahogany chair, sipping tea while casually propping her feet up, observing the servants bustling about, transporting her dowry from the storeroom. Large and small boxes, scattered haphazardly, filled the courtyard. After Cool Frost finished tallying the items, she approached. "Miss, it is nearly complete." "Then let us prepare to return home," Shun Ruoshi replied. Just as her words fell, she suddenly noticed a figure in purple hastily approaching from the orchid courtyard. Yu, accompanied by others, froze upon seeing the pile of belongings in the courtyard. "Shun Ruoshi, what madness is this? Are you blind? Can't you see I am returning to the general's mansion?" At his words, Ning Lanxue, standing beside Yu, stepped forward. "Shun Ruoshi, your incessant meddling will not soften the prince's heart. Since you have married into the Qi Wang mansion, you must remain obedient and serve the prince well. Only then can you earn his favor." Shun Ruoshi shifted her gaze to Ning Lanxue, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain, devoid of any emotion. Ning Lanxue suddenly felt a twinge of guilt under her scrutiny. Shun Ruoshi spoke. "Leave." Ning Lanxue immediately feigned hurt. "I offered you kind advice, yet you are so ungrateful. No wonder the prince does not favor you. Stay away." Yu stepped forward, shielding Ning Lanxue. "Be silent. Look at yourself, so vulgar. You exhibit none of the grace of a Qi Wang Fei." Shun Ruoshi shot him a look of incredulity. "Have you lost your senses? Last night, we have already separated. I am no longer the Qi Wang Fei." "Huh? After leaving the Qi Wang mansion, where else can you go?" "Shun Ruoshi, if you admit your faults, perhaps out of past affection, I might reluctantly grant you the position of a secondary consort." Ning Lanxue gazed at her innocently. "Indeed, as long as you behave yourself, we can refer to each other as sisters and serve the prince well. I believe he will surely forgive your transgressions. Must you continue this ruckus and disturb the peace of the mansion?" Shun Ruoshi had no intention of wasting another moment on this insipid couple. She turned her attention to the servants in the courtyard. "These are my dowries, and they have no connection to the Qi Wang mansion. Now that I have separated from the Qi Wang, these belongings must be taken to the general's mansion. I dare anyone to defy me." Yu was utterly enraged. "Shun Ruoshi, how long do you intend to cause this commotion?" Shun Ruoshi, feeling exasperated, retorted. "You too, leave." She furrowed her brow, glancing at the bewildered servants in the courtyard. "Will you lift them, or not? If not, it matters not. I shall return to the general's mansion on my own and will send someone to retrieve them later." With that, she turned to leave. Upon witnessing the scene, a flicker of panic surged within Yu. How peculiar. Why was Shun Ruoshi's demeanor so unyielding? Did she not comprehend that if she truly severed ties with him, she would be destined to live out her days in solitude within the general's residence? "Stop right there." Yu advanced, intending to grasp her arm, only to have his wrist seized by Lung Xuan. "Get away." Yu forcefully shook her off and exchanged a few blows with Lung Xuan. Subsequently, the guards of the Wang residence swiftly encircled Lung Xuan. In a fit of urgency, Yu moved forward, striving to grasp Shun Ruoshi's hand once more. "I command you to halt." Just as he was about to make contact with Shun Ruoshi, a sharp arrow suddenly whizzed through the air, abruptly interrupting Yu's motion. He spun around sharply. "Who is it?" Chapter 33. Homecoming. A sudden sound of footsteps echoed outside the door, followed by a voice that resonated like a bell. "Daughter, your father has come to take you home." Shen Tianrong appeared abruptly at the entrance of the Qi Wangfu, accompanied by several attendants. Though he had surpassed 50 years of age and his hair had turned gray, his towering stature and piercing gaze exuded an aura forged through years of battle. Yu was momentarily stunned but quickly adopted a stern expression. "General, how dare you recklessly shoot arrows at my Qi Wangfu? This is sheer treason. What do you intend to do with my daughter?" Upon witnessing the imposing guards of the Wangfu in the courtyard, Shen Tianrong's fury ignited, ready to explode. "Father, hold on." A slender, bony hand blocked Shen Tianrong's path. Shen She, clad in a smoke-blue brocade robe, swiftly stepped forward. He was tall and handsome, bearing a resemblance to Shun Ruoshi with his peach blossom eyes, yet his gaze was cold and distant, imbued with an innate aloofness. "Father, the situation remains unclear. Please do not act in anger." "Unclear? Are your eyes blind to Yu bullying your sister? Get out of my way, or I shall deal with you as well." Shen Che remained silent. It was no wonder Ruoshi had insisted on delivering that family letter to him last night and had cautioned him to keep it from Shun Tianrong's sight. Indeed, with such a hot-tempered father, if it weren't for his favorable ties with the emperor, he might have lost his head by now. He murmured, "There is a distinction between ruler and subject. He is a prince. If you continue to stir trouble, any justification you have will be rendered unreasonable. And it will ultimately implicate Ruwashi. Allow me to handle this, as I am a scholar. Oh, very well. I shall heed your counsel. Upon hearing that it might affect Shin Ruwashi, Shin Qianrong's demeanor shifted in an instant. Shin Che stepped forward. Qi Wang. The arrow that was just fired was a result of my father's subordinate's momentary agitation. It was an accident, not an intended provocation. Morong Yu did not wish to escalate the matter further, as he hoped to rely on the general's household in the future. He softened his tone. However, what is the meaning of bringing so many people to my Qi Wang Fu? Ruwashi is my princess. What more could I do to her? As far as I know, Ruwashi has already divorced the Qi Wang, and she is no longer the princess. Shin Che's expression was icy. Thus, we have come today to bring Ruwashi back to our residence. I kindly asked the Qi Wang to step aside. Morong Yu's countenance darkened. Before he could respond, Shin Ruwashi had already flicked her sleeve, bypassing him to stand before Shin Che. Second brother. Her eyes shimmered. Let us go home. Shin Che nodded and then instructed those behind him. Bring the dowry. We are returning to the general's residence. The group promptly advanced, efficiently lifting the dowry under Tao Ye's direction, prepared to depart. Witnessing this scene, Morong Yu felt a surge of panic. General, Shin Qianrong turned back. Does the Qi Wang still have something to say? My relationship with Ruwashi was merely a momentary quarrel, a fit of temper that led to the signing of the divorce decree. In truth, we never truly wished to separate. He stepped forward and said, in recent days, Ruwashi has been throwing tantrums at the Wang residence. I initially thought she was merely acting out to attract my attention. Little did I expect her antics to escalate to the general's mansion, which is truly beyond my wishes. Shin Che's expression remained indifferent. Allow me to inquire further, Prince Qi. What has caused Ruwashi's distress? Morong Yu was momentarily taken aback, hesitating, when Ning Lanxue emerged. With a delicate demeanor, she curtsied. It is all due to my fault. I have known the prince for 2 years. We share a deep affinity. However, upon the prince's marriage, I came to the Wang residence. I have always kept to my place in the orchid courtyard, never harboring unrealistic notions. It is the misunderstanding of the prince's consort that led to this uproar, causing a rift between the prince and myself. It is entirely my fault. With that, she suddenly knelt. I implore Miss Shin not to hold my quarrel with the prince against me. If you were to leave, the prince would be seen as heartless, and Miss Shun would endure the scorn of many. The consequences would be truly unworthy. Upon hearing her words, Shen Tianrong hesitated and murmured, Chair, is this the prince's confidant? I did not expect her to be so amiable, taking the blame upon herself. Shin Che responded. She is being sarcastic towards Ruwashi. What? Shin Che turned his gaze to Ning Lanxue. This is a matter between our general's mansion and the Prince Qi's. What is your standing to interfere? I prefer a simple palate and cannot partake in tea, so please keep your distance. Ning Lanxue's face turned pale, taken aback by Shin Che's unexpectedly cutting remarks. Shin Qianrong, confused, asked, What has gotten into your second brother? Suddenly speaking of tea. Shin Ruwashi chuckled. Second brother is insulting her. What a splendid green tea. Ning Lanxue appeared aggrieved and turned towards Morong Yu. Your Highness. Morong Yu felt a pang of sympathy but found it inappropriate to comfort her in front of the Shin family. Shin Che sighed. Now I understand why Ruwashi is upset. Enduring such nonsense daily, one would be hard-pressed not to lose their temper. Shin Ruwashi coughed softly. I have already lost my temper. The group, accompanied by Shin Ruwashi, turned to leave the Prince Qi's residence. Seeing the Shin family was resolute, Morong Yu grew anxious and rushed out. Shin Ruwashi, you cannot leave. If you go, as a divorced woman, who will marry you? You will live a life of solitude. If you let go of your anger and admit your mistakes, I can overlook the past. Shin Che's gaze turned frigid. This is a matter for our Shin family. There is no need for Prince Qi to concern himself. Shin Che, Ruwashi is your sister. Are you truly prepared to let her return to face the world's judgment? As her brother, such behavior is utterly irresponsible. You are condemning Shin Ruwashi to a lifetime of misery. Shin Che tugged at the corners of his mouth, his demeanor unyielding. As a distinguished scholar, eloquent and well-versed, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Morong Yu's audacity. Morong Yu's peculiar reasoning had indeed opened his eyes to a new perspective. What kind of sorcery has ensnared his sister to fall in love with such a creature? Shin Ruwashi pressed her forehead. Second brother. Continuing this discussion is akin to playing the lute to a cow. Let us return home. Indeed, Shin Che replied, taking her hand and, disregarding Morong Yu's calls and threats, proceeded directly towards the carriage. Seeing the Shun family resolutely intent on leaving, Murong-Yu's anger reached its zenith. How dare the Shin family, subjects of the realm, turn a blind eye to him, the Prince of Qi. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Surround them." The guards of the Prince of Qi advanced with their blades drawn, encircling the carriage. Shin Tianrong's temper flared. "Prince of Qi, what do you intend to do? I merely wish to have a proper conversation with you, yet you choose to disregard me. Such audacity is intolerable." "Nonsense. You have insulted my daughter so grievously that she is compelled to seek a divorce from you. I would be remiss not to retaliate. Yet you dare to obstruct my path? Do you intend to strike me? If you do not step aside, I shall raise your Prince of Qi's residence." At this declaration, Shin Che, poised to board the carriage, could only facepalm. His father's notorious temper could easily lead to trouble. Indeed, Murong-Yu's expression darkened at once. "Shin Tianrong, you dare to threaten me? I can certainly report you to the Emperor and have you charged with the grave crime of disrespect. Come, seize him." The guards immediately drew their swords, advancing to capture Shin Tianrong. Chapter 34. Entering the palace, Shin Ruashi felt a sudden jolt of shock within her. She had not anticipated that Murong-Yu could be so brazen. At this moment, if she were to take action, it would not only jeopardize her own separation but also implicate her father in an act of disrespect. There would be no escape from the consequences. Furrowing her brows, she leaned forward. Since the Prince of Qi wished to converse, they could engage in dialogue without resorting to such extreme measures. With that, she turned and said, "Father, please step aside." Shin Tianrong turned to her, reassuringly declaring, "Ruashi, do not fear. I shall shield you from any calamity." Observing her father's graying hair, Shin Ruashi's heart ached. He was already advanced in years, and she could not allow him to be entangled in her troubles. Murong-Yu was a mistake she had made, and she could certainly sever ties with him. Even if she had to maneuver cautiously, she was confident she could extricate herself unscathed. "Father, if you confront Murong-Yu directly and it escalates to the Emperor's ears, it will be our folly. Since Murong-Yu wishes to talk, let us talk. Just a few days' delay, and I shall have secured my divorce. What I have to fear?" Shin Che also interjected, "Father, trust Ruashi. We shall accompany her." During this encounter, he sensed that Shin Ruashi had transformed into a different person. She no longer appeared as confused as before. Her demeanor was now reassuring. Seeing this, Shin Tianrong hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. "Very well, let us see what nonsense he has to say." He took Shin Ruashi's hand and assisted her down from the carriage. At this sight, a shadow of displeasure flickered across Murong-Yu's face. He fixed his gaze on Shin Ruashi, attempting to discern some hint of her intentions. He was not particularly afraid of offending the Shin family. Shin Tianrong and his two sons had consistently opposed the union between him and Shin Ruashi, yet she had still become the Princess of Qi. Murong-Yu understood that the three men of the Shin family regarded Shin Ruashi as their treasure, as long as he held her in his grasp. He effectively held the entire Shin family in his control. Murong-Yu approached Shin Ruashi. As he reached the carriage and met her indifferent gaze, a surge of anger welled within him. He extended his hand, preparing to seize her wrist. At that moment, an arrow suddenly flew in from a distance. This time, it did not land at his feet but grazed his cheek, pinning his sleeve to the carriage. His hand, which was meant to assist Shin Ruashi, was abruptly halted. The silver arrowhead glinted coldly. Murong-Yu touched the blood at the corner of his cheek, his expression turning to one of alarm. "Who dares?" The guards of the Prince of Qi were thrown into disarray. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves erupted as a throng of people surged forth, encircling the royal guards. Murong-Yu was initially puzzled, but upon spotting the dark-patterned uniforms of the approaching figures, his face drained of color. These distinctive garments belonged to the men under Murong-Qing, the Xianyan soldiers. The benevolent emperor had tacitly allowed Murong-Qing to maintain his own troops, and it was widely known that the Xianyan soldiers were the most elite, having fought valiantly alongside him on the front lines. Indeed, as Murong-Yu stood in shock, the Xianyan soldiers swiftly parted to form a path. Murong-Qing rode forward. Emerging slowly from the depths of the crowd, a man sat astride a horse, adorned in a luxurious black python robe, his features exquisitely refined, reminiscent of a deity. With an expression as detached as the cold moon, his pale skin seemed to be enveloped in a gentle halo under the sunlight, accentuating his inherently aloof and noble demeanor, rendering him exceptionally striking. Murong-Hung halted beside the carriage, his indifferent gaze settling upon Murong-Yu's face, finally rousing him from his stupor. Murong-Yu gritted his teeth. "What was the ninth prince up to? Seeing such chaos outside your residence, I thought something amiss had occurred, and thus came to investigate." "Why then? Did you shoot at me?" "Oh." Murong-Hang's gaze flickered. "It was a misfire." "Murong-Yu, what nonsense is he spouting with his eyes wide open?" Morong Hang paid him no further heed, dismounting from his horse and directing his attention towards General Shin Tianrong. General Shin, a pleasure. Although his voice remained calm and unruffled, it was notably more courteous. General Shin, taken aback, promptly returned the gesture. Long live the Ling Wang. The Grand General is startled. Morong Hang's gaze shifted, landing on Shin Ruashi's face, pausing for several seconds. Miss Shin as well. Dismounting from the carriage, Shin Ruashi offered a respectful bow. Ling Wang. She discreetly glanced at Morong Hang, finding him quite pleasing to the eye. After daily encounters with Morong Yu's loathsome visage, seeing Morong Hang now struck her as extraordinarily handsome. Were it not for the presence of so many individuals, Shin Ruashi might have inquired why he returned a mere 10 days after claiming he would be gone for half a month. Had the Ninth Prince not gone to assist with disaster relief? How could he return so swiftly? Suddenly, Morong Yu spoke up, posing a question. Morong Heng casually replied. The management of the flood was more successful than anticipated. It required only 10 days. I am not one of those inept individuals who would take over half a month to conclude such matters. Morong Yu felt a flush of embarrassment on his face. He had previously informed Emperor Renjing that the flood management would require at least 15 days. Morong Heng's words felt like a slap in the face. The Emperor is already aware of your separation from Miss Shin and requests that you and the related parties enter the palace immediately. I recall you have a concubine at your residence. Do take her along. Morong Heng's abrupt statement sent a shiver down Morong Yu's spine. How could the Emperor know so swiftly? Did he really have to bring Ning Lanchue along? Just as he was about to inquire about the specifics from Morong Heng, he turned and addressed General Shin Tianrong. General, I, too, must enter the palace to report. Shall we go together? Very well. Ling Wang, please lead the way. Morong Heng nodded, remounting his horse and instructing a servant to bring a horse for Shin Tianrong as well. Together, they set off towards the palace. Morong Yu hurriedly took Ning Lanchue with him, following closely behind. Initially, he had intended to accompany Shin Ruashi, hoping to caution her along the way not to speak indiscreetly before the Emperor. However, with Morong Heng's interference, he could not even board her carriage. Morong Yu could only bow his head, glancing at Ning Lanchue beside him. Once we arrive at the palace, be careful with your words. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Ning Lanchue replied, feigning a demure demeanor. Nestled in Morong Yu's embrace, a flicker of cold light briefly flashed in her eyes. Within the Qianyuan Hall, Morong Heng, Shin Ruashi, and Shin Tianrong entered together. Shin Che had initially intended to confront the scoundrel for his sister. However, upon arriving at the palace, he received news that the head of the Hanlin Academy urgently required his presence. Unable to evade this obligation, he reluctantly made his way to the academy. Inside the Qianyuan Hall, Emperor Renjing and Empress Su Lua occupied the seats of honor. To the right sat the anxious Feng Hui, while to the left was the radiant Qin Haitang. Upon noticing the group, Emperor Renjing's gaze first fell upon Morong Heng's face. Hanger, you have endured much in your recent endeavors in Jinan to manage the floods. It is my duty to alleviate my father's worries. I shall not shy away from it. Bring forth a seat for Prince Ling, and also for the esteemed general, who is too advanced in age to stand for long. Morong Heng and Shin Tianrong cupped their hands in respect and took their seats beside them. Qin Haiyang raised her almond-shaped eyes, inquiring, where is the Qi Wan? Why is only the Qi Wangfei present? Chapter 35. Out of control as her words fell, an announcement was heard from outside. Soon after, Morong Yu and Ning Lanchue entered side by side. It was Ning Lanchue's first visit to the palace, and despite her attempts to maintain composure, the grandeur of the imperial family only highlighted her inner anxiety. As they prepared to pay their respects at the hall, she delicately stepped on her gown, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Morong Yu caught her just in time, preventing her from making a fool of herself in front of the court. Feng Hui clenched her fingers, nearly tempted to slap the foolish girl. Qin Haidang couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, the most trivial of matters stem from such folly. Was it really for this woman that the Prince of Qi had divorced Shin Ruashi? Ning Lanchue bit her lip, remaining silent. The palace was not like the manor. Too many words could lead to trouble, and she dared not speak carelessly. Su Lua cast a glance at Qin Haidang. Your Highness, perhaps you should hold your tongue. We are here to resolve issues, not to stir up trouble. Qin Haidang rolled her eyes discreetly and began to sip her tea, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. Su Lua continued, the matter of the Prince of Qi's divorce is neither trivial nor monumental. Ruashi, Qi Wang, please clarify what has transpired. Feng Hui also spoke up urgently. Indeed, you and Ruashi have always had a good relationship. How could it suddenly lead to a divorce? Is there a misunderstanding? As she spoke, she covertly signaled to Morong Yu. Morong Yu's eyes flickered. He understood Feng Hui's intentions to align him with the general's residence, which would offer support in the future power struggles. Upon reflection, the divorce was indeed impulsive. He began to speak. Mother, this is truly a misunderstanding. I did not intend to part ways with Ruashi. Last night, after drinking, I had a quarrel with her. In our anger, she presented the divorce papers as a threat. And in a moment of impulse, He paused, revealing a troubled expression. This morning, I regretted my rashness and wished to mend this misunderstanding. But I did not wish to alarm the general's residence or father. It was entirely my fault. He then turned to Shin Ruashi, his expression serious and remorseful. Ruashi, it was my mistake. Please do not be angry. Let us return to the Prince of Chi's residence peacefully, shall we? He rarely softened his tone unless he had ulterior motives. Each time he eased his stance, Shin Ruashi would invariably forgive him. Yet, this time, Shin Ruashi stood in the hall, her exquisite face betraying an icy calmness that bordered on indifference. The princess feels that the prince should clarify the presence of Miss Ning beside him, she stated. Murong Yu furrowed his brow. Shin Ruashi's demeanor was inscrutable to him. Was she throwing a tantrum to compel him to dismiss Ning Lanchue, or did she genuinely wish to sever ties with him entirely? Noticing Murong Yu's silence, Emperor Renjing spoke up. It seems my previous message was lost on you. You continue to favor this concubine. Murong Yu clasped his hands in respect. Father, I have not. I have been reflecting on my actions and have actively sought to mend things with Ruashi, yet she has remained cold and distant. It cannot solely be blamed on me. Shin Ruashi scoffed. Is your show of goodwill merely having me prepare medicinal meals for your baths? Upon hearing this, Morong Hang, who had remained silent beside them, paused his tea drinking momentarily. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, only to vanish almost instantly. Shin Trenrong slammed his hand on the chair, exclaiming, Your Highness, you are being excessively unreasonable. I have never allowed my daughter to suffer a single hardship while at home, yet you have compelled her to act as a maid. Murong Yu's expression darkened. Ruashi, my request for you to assist me in bathing was merely a pretext. I intended to offer you an opportunity to withdraw gracefully. Should I then be grateful for such a gesture? Shin Ruashi retorted, turning to face him. Your Highness has previously declared that I am venomous and unreasonable. Truly a source of your disdain. Given that we have been wed for over half a year, and you have not once stayed overnight at Yuseong Courtyard, it is clear that you harbor a profound aversion towards me. It would be wise for me to avoid further provocation. Her words caused a stir among the assembly. Only Murong Hang's face bore a hint of amusement. Shin Ruashi sighed. Yet, I cannot comprehend why, if your Highness holds such contempt for me. You initially consented to our marriage. Was it not for my person? Surely, the vast royal residence cannot be merely interested in my modest dowry. Her seemingly sorrowful lament transformed the atmosphere within the hall to an unusual intensity. A cold glimmer flashed in Emperor Renjing's eyes. Though he had never particularly favored Murong Yu, he had maintained a level of trust towards him, as this son had always been the most docile among the princes. However, Shin Ruashi's statement had served as a wake-up call. If he so despised Shin Ruashi, then marrying her must have had ulterior motives. What could they be? Was it the formidable military power of the Shin family, or his trust in Shin Qianrong that he sought for a grander ambition? Murong Yu too sensed the shift in Emperor Renjing's gaze. He spoke harshly, Ruashi, do not speak such nonsense. I genuinely wish to marry you. It was your incessant unreasonable behavior that led to my growing disappointment, resulting in our current predicament, not solely my fault. Shin Qianrong immediately interjected. In what way has Ruashi been unreasonable? You brought another woman back to the royal residence. Should she not greet her with a smile? Is it merely a matter of volume? Who cannot raise their voice? Feng Hui interjected promptly. General, even ordinary men may have multiple wives, as a prince. It is inevitable that the Qi Wang will have other women in the future. If Shin Ruashi cannot tolerate even a Ning Lanxue, what will happen then? Such a jealous disposition is ill-suited for a Qi Wang Fei. Shin Ruashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Your Highness Feng, I am not fit to be the Qi Wang Fei. Hence I have already divorced the Qi Wang. This is a matter of mutual satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Feng Hui was taken aback. She cleared her throat softly. Ruashi, I understand that you are still upset with the Qi Wang. In marital disputes, couples often argue but reconcile afterward. I shall ensure that the Qi Wang apologizes to you. Please do not escalate the situation further. Shin Ruashi ignored her, standing tall before Emperor Renjing. Your Majesty, I implore you to see clearly. I have been estranged from the Qi Wang, and we are truly incompatible. I earnestly wish to divorce, not merely to express discontent. Su Lua furrowed her brow. Shin Ruashi, are you truly resolved to divorce? You must think carefully. Divorce seldom leads to a favorable outcome for women. Emperor Renjing also spoke up. Have you made your decision? The lady has made her decision. She sincerely wishes to part ways. Upon hearing this, Fong Hui's expression shifted dramatically. Mu Rongyu's heart was also thrown into turmoil. For so many years, Shin Ruoshi had remained within his grasp, her heart and mind devoted solely to him. Yet, the unfolding of events had entirely surpassed his expectations. He had believed that, at worst, Shin Ruoshi would merely cry before the emperor, lamenting her grievances. He thought that he could simply lower his stance and console her. But to his astonishment, she truly intended to sever their ties. Ruoshi, do not act impulsively. We have grown up together since childhood. How could I possibly lack affection for you? I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes. Chapter 36, Punishment Having Spoken. He cast a glance at Ning Lanchue, who knelt beside him. Upon meeting his gaze, Ning Lanchue inwardly cursed Shin Ruoshi as a wretched woman, then displayed an expression of grievance. Miss Shin, you have misunderstood His Highness. In truth, he has visited me numerous times, burdened by his quarrels with you, seeking solace. His heart has always had a place for you. Mu Rongyu interjected. Ruoshi, as long as you can quell your anger, I am willing to comply with any request you make. At this, Shin Ruoshi suddenly turned her head. Willing to comply with anything? Then what if the prince orders Ning Lanchue to leave the palace and return to her brothel? Mu Rongyu's countenance faltered. She was indeed attempting to corner him. Ning Lanchue gritted her teeth in indignation. This wretched woman dared to treat her in such a manner. I agree to your terms. The unexpected voice startled Ning Lanchue. She abruptly looked up, disbelief etched on her face as she regarded Mu Rongyu. Meeting her wounded gaze, Mu Rongyu averted his eyes in guilt. He weighed the significance of Ning Lanchue against that of the general's estate, and he discerned the balance. As long as he could placate Shin Ruoshi first, he would ensure Ning Lanchue was well cared for, even if she had to endure a temporary setback. Upon hearing this response, Shin Ruoshi nodded. The prince has finally clarified his stance. My anger has subsided considerably. Hearing this, Shin Tianrong pinched his own flesh, nearly succumbing to despair. He had hoped his daughter would finally see through Mu Rongyu's true nature, only to realize she remained blind. Mu Rongyu's face lit up with delight. Then Ruoshi, let us not quarrel further. Let us return to the palace. I merely stated that my anger has lessened. I did not indicate a desire to return to the palace with His Highness. I still intend to seek a divorce. Mu Rongyu. Were it not for their presence in the grand hall, he would have almost succumbed to the urge to strangle her. Fong Hui could no longer contain herself. Ruoshi. She is but a lowly servant from a brothel. Why must you stoop to her level? If she vexes you so, allow me to dismiss her. With that, she waved her hand. Come forth, take this wretched girl away, administer 30 strokes, and after the punishment, cast her out of the palace. Do not let her perish within, lest she foul this place. Divorce must be avoided at all costs. She surmised that Shin Ruoshi was still perturbed by Ning Lanchue. Hence, disposing of this servant would suffice, as she had always held disdain for this woman. However, upon hearing this, Shin Ruoshi displayed a troubled expression. She spoke softly, Your Highness, please show mercy. After all, Miss Ning is already with child by the prince. It would be unseemly to treat her so harshly. As soon as the words left her lips, silence enveloped the hall. The expressions of Emperor Rinjing and Su Lua darkened considerably, while Fong Hui was left dumbfounded. Only Mu Ronghang's voice was filled with delight. Congratulations to the prince. Qin Haidang scoffed, adding, Then I extend my congratulations to Lady Fong. Fong Hui's complexion turned even paler. She was seething with rage, her eyes burning with fury as they fixed upon the prostrate Ning Lanchue. What a wretched servant, employing such schemes, and now bearing a child. This not only irreparably offends the general's estate, but also brings disgrace upon the prince's house. Shin Tianrong could no longer contain his indignation and rose to his feet. Your Highness, you have allowed my daughter to languish in solitude for over half a year while an illicit consort bears a child. This is not merely an act of marital betrayal, it is an affront to my esteemed military household. As he spoke, he turned and knelt before Emperor Rinjing. Your Majesty, I have but this one cherished daughter. I implore you to champion my cause. Shin Ruoshi, seizing the moment, shed tears and rushed to support her father. Father, I am an unfilial daughter, causing you such distress. The pair leaned against each other, embodying a portrait of grievance and restraint. Emperor Rinjing's fury ignited. Qi Wang, are you aware of your transgressions? Mu Rongyu, trembling with fear, knelt down. Fong Hui hastily rose to her feet. Your Majesty, Yuo has been ensnared by this vixen's charms. He and Ruoshi share a bond since childhood, and it is this wretched maid who has interjected. Her anger escalated. Guards, quickly strike this wretched maid down. At her command, several burly matriarchs entered the hall and advanced towards Ning Lanchue. Witnessing this, Ning Lanchue's face turned pale. She swiftly turned and grasped Murong-Yu's sleeve. "My lord, please save me." Murong-Yu bit his lip, his eyes filled with conflict. Two matriarchs seized Ning Lanchue's arms, preparing to drag her away. Panic enveloped her. "My lord, you must say something. Did you not once declare that I was your true love, that you wed Shin Ruashi under duress, and that you never loved her? You promised me the position of your legitimate consort and vowed not to forsake me. Release her." Murong-Yu bellowed, his voice a thunderous roar. He then knelt fervently before the emperor. "Father, Lanchue carries my child. I beseech you, for the sake of the unborn, spare her life." Feng Hui nearly fainted at this revelation. Foolishness. Ning Lanchue is but a woman. Countless beauties exist in this world. What is there to retain? Yet losing the emperor's trust would be a fatal blow to his ambitions. How could my son be so blind? Emperor Renjing regarded Murong-Yu with a cold stare, and after a moment extended his hand, signaling the matriarchs to halt. "Ruashi, this matter pertains to you and Qi Wang. You shall decide whether to spare this woman." At this, Murong-Yu's head snapped up, his gaze fixed on Shin Ruashi. His fingers clenched tightly, anxiety flooding his eyes. Given Shin Ruashi's current icy demeanor, it seemed certain that Ning Lanchue would meet her end. Yet, to his astonishment, she bowed and spoke. "Your Majesty, though Ning Lanchue is repugnant, the child within her is innocent. I have already parted ways with Qi Wang. I shall refrain from further insistence. Let her remain." Emperor Renjing nodded. "You have endured such grievance yet are willing to plead for her. This is indeed commendable." Shin Ruashi lowered her gaze. It would be too lenient to allow Ning Lanchue to perish. She intended to keep this bane close, ensuring she remained in the Qi Wang mansion, destined to drag Murong-Yu into a bottomless abyss. Emperor Renjing surveyed the assembly and uttered his decree. "Since the divorce decree has been signed, Shin Ruashi, you and the Prince of Qi shall henceforth be unrelated in marriage, with no further entanglements." Shin Ruashi bowed deeply. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Murong-Yu knelt beside her. Feeling a tumult of emotions within, beyond mere anger, there lingered an indescribable sense of loss. "Prince of Qi," Emperor Renjing suddenly spoke again, startling Murong-Yu. "I am here." "Your Majesty, you have favored a courtesan above your wife, acting immorally, disrespecting the principles of propriety, and bringing shame to the royal family. From this day forth, I strip you of your title as Prince of Qi, suspend your salary for a year, and impose 30 strokes of the cane." Murong-Yu's complexion turned ashen. Yet he dared not utter a single word in defense. I acknowledge my faults. Your Majesty, please show mercy," Feng Hui cried, tumbling from her seat to kneel on the ground, weeping bitterly. "Your Majesty, it is utterly unacceptable to revoke his title. Yuer was momentarily confused and misled by this wretched woman. His crime does not warrant such punishment." The revocation of his title was an immense humiliation for Murong-Yu. Not only would his rank diminish, but his salary and privileges would also be curtailed. Most critically, Emperor Renjing's decree undeniably broadcasted to the world that Murong-Yu was no longer favored, significantly affecting his ambitions for succession. Chapter 37. It is time for marriage. Feng Hui's plea only incited greater wrath from Emperor Renjing. "You, concubine Feng, have failed in your duties as a mother. Not only do you refuse to acknowledge your faults, but you also attempt to shift the blame onto others. The fourth prince's outrageous behavior cannot be excused, and you must bear the consequences. From this day forth, your rank shall be reduced to that of a mere concubine." Upon hearing this, Feng Hui was momentarily struck dumb, her face a canvas of sheer astonishment. After more than 20 years of effort, she had finally ascended to the rank of a favored consort, only to be demoted to a concubine. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the ground, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, outside, Shinche was anxiously awaiting news. After completing his business at the Hanlin Academy, he hurried to Qianyuan Hall. However, Shin Ruashi and Shin Tianrong had yet to emerge. Unable to enter and uncertain of the situation within, his anxiety grew unbearable. "Who are you?" A haughty voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. Turning around, Shinche beheld a woman clad in resplendent emerald robes, accompanied by several maidservants, inquiring of him. He did not recognize her, but it was evident that any woman present in the palace held a position of considerable esteem. "I am Shinche, the newly appointed top scholar," he replied with measured calm. "The top scholar of this year? Lift your head, let this princess have a look," commanded Su Tianling. Shinche raised his head, and the sight of his handsome visage captivated Su Tianling's attention. Such a striking young man. "Are you married?" The question was exceedingly impertinent, and Shinche felt a flicker of displeasure. "I am not wed." "Is that so?" Su Tianling circled around him, appraising him from head to toe, her satisfaction growing with each glance. "This princess has taken a liking to you. I suggest you reside in my estate for a time." Shinche furrowed his brow, maintaining his composure. I am a court official. I implore the princess to exercise restraint. How dare you speak to this princess in such a manner? My father is Prince Rong. At her words, Shinche's frown deepened. So she was the legitimate daughter of Prince Rong, Princess Tianling. No wonder she exuded such arrogance. With a father wielding immense power and the Empress Su Luo as her aunt, her lofty status was matched only by her notorious reputation. The traits of grace and virtue were foreign to her. She was known for her scandalous behavior and her fondness for keeping numerous male favorites. In her residence in the capital alone, she maintained over 20 suitors. As the sole daughter of Prince Rong, she was indulged without restraint, free to act as she pleased. At the Qianling banquet 2 years prior, Su Tianling had set her sights on the then second-place scholar and had him abducted under the cover of darkness, bringing him to her estate. Emperor Renjing had been furious upon learning of this, but Prince Rong's influence quelled any repercussions, resulting in only a superficial punishment. The unfortunate scholar, whose promising career had just begun, fell into despair and ultimately took his own life before the gates of Prince Rong's residence. Now, Su Tianling had fixed her sights on Shinche. He turned away, choosing to disregard her advances, which only served to incite her fury further. Dare you disregard this, princess? She was about to command someone to seize him when a few guards emerged, carrying a figure. It was Murongyu, followed closely by a pale Ning Lanxue. Shin Ruoshi and Shin Tianrong also stepped out, exuding an air of calmness, seemingly in good spirits. Murongyu was unceremoniously tossed onto the rack. The heavy board descended, and the intense pain elicited a cry from him. A smile played at the corners of Shin Ruoshi's lips. Is this the extent of your suffering? Murongyu. This is merely the beginning. Father, Ruoshi, are you all right? A voice called out, pulling Shin Ruoshi from her thoughts. She turned to see Shinche hurrying towards her. Shin Ruoshi smiled. I'm fine. I've already divorced. Second brother, let's discuss it on our way back. Good. Shinche sighed in relief, taking her hand as they made their way outside. As they passed by Su Tianling, Shin Ruoshi cast her a glance, her expression suddenly stiffening. It was her. Su Tianling. That face, even in ashes, she would recognize. In her previous life, this woman had set her sights on her second brother at the Qianling banquet. Yet Shinche had never favored her. In her pursuit of Shinche, Su Tianling had resorted to despicable means, but to no avail. It wasn't until she was cast into the cold palace by Murongyu that the Shin family, accused of baseless crimes, was imprisoned. Su Tianling coerced Shinche into becoming one of her paramours. He endured humiliation until his death, his once flawless face marred, and by the time of his execution, he was barely clinging to life. A pang of sorrow shot through Shin Ruoshi, her gaze turning icy. Noticing Shin Ruoshi's stare, Su Tianling furrowed her brow. How peculiar. Why was this woman regarding her with such a look? It infuriated her, making her wish to gouge out Shin Ruoshi's eyes. However, Murongyu's cries quickly diverted her attention. Clearly, something significant was unfolding within the Qianyuan Hall. It would be prudent for her to refrain from further complicating matters. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Su Tianling waved her sleeve and departed. Within the Qianyuan Hall, the sounds of Murongyu's cries echoed outside. The expressions of those present varied. As the sounds gradually diminished, Qin Haiding stood up languidly. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I find myself somewhat fatigued and shall return to Fuyang Palace. Had it not been for Minghua's suggestion to come and assess the situation, she would have little interest in Murongyu's troubles. Yet, she had not left empty-handed. The gossip had been quite substantial. Feng Hui also stood up unsteadily. I, too, wish to return as I am feeling unwell. Qin Haiding shot her a glance. Why the haste to return to the palace? Ning Lanxue is still outside, and she appears to have suffered quite a shock today. You ought to take good care of her, as she carries the fourth prince's child. Feng Hui clenched her jaw, nearly spitting blood in anger. That wretched woman. Just because she remained silent, did they assume her to be mute? After the two departed, Morong Hung twirled the blue and white porcelain cup in his hands, preparing to leave, only to be called back by Emperor Renjing. Heir, do not depart just yet. I have matters to discuss with you regarding the Empress. Please, father, it pertains to your marriage. Su Luer interjected. Heir, you are no longer a child. It is high time for you to wed. Your father and I have deliberated extensively and have selected several noble young ladies for your consideration. Take a look. Morong Hang pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling suddenly lightheaded. Father, mother, I must take my leave. His feigned illness would not suffice this time. Su Luer shot him a slight glare, then gestured for Wang Difu to present several scrolls. These are portraits of the young ladies. See if any of them catch your fancy. Chapter 38. The one of affection. Several scrolls were unfurled, each depicting exquisite ladies of varying styles, all renowned noble women of the court. Emperor Rinzhong remarked, I find Lin Taifu's daughter, Lin Xiui, to be dignified, graceful, and well-educated. You should take a closer look at her. Su Luer interjected, I believe that Wan Shangshu's daughter, Wan Siyu, would also make a fine match. However, Emperor Rinzhong replied, Wan Siyu is merely 16, still quite young, and her spirited nature may not suit your needs for a more composed companion. He paused, then added, though she is lively. She possesses a sense of propriety and has known you since childhood, which may create a deeper bond. Emperor Rinzhong did not pursue her suggestion further. Ailing, you should choose one of these noble women yourself. Father, I do not wish to select anyone, Ailing replied. Son, I understand your reluctance. For many years, due to your health, you have shunned marriage, but who can predict what the future holds? Having a suitable partner by your side would surely be preferable to solitude. In response, Murong Ailing stated, It is not that I do not wish to marry. Rather, I already have someone in my heart, rendering any consideration of these noble women unnecessary. Oh, you have found someone you admire? Which family does she belong to? Emperor Rinzhong exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. What a clever lad, remaining silent all these years. He had even doubted whether his son might have a penchant for the same sex, but now he felt reassured. Su Luter smiled gently. My dear child, you have been so quiet that I believed you were still oblivious to matters of the heart. I never imagined you were concealing this from both your father and me. Murong Ailing continued, The one I admire is the most exceptional lady in the entire realm. When the time is right, I shall personally request your blessing for our union. Very well, as long as you are happy, your father supports you. Murong Ailing chuckled. Then I shall express my gratitude to father in advance. I take my leave now. He turned to exit, with Su Luer rising to follow him out of Qinyuan Hall. Upon reaching the entrance, she called out to him. Ailing. Murong Ailing turned back, Aunt. Though Su Luer had raised him since childhood, he had addressed her as Aunt even after she ascended to the position of Empress. Su Luer extended her hand to adjust his collar. My Ailing has grown up, harboring secrets that you no longer share with your aunt. I only just learned of your affections today. She inquired, Which family does she belong to? Whisper to me, and I promise not to tell your father. It is not that I do not wish to speak. Rather, the time is not yet right. The time is not right? Does that lady not consent to marry you? At this, Murong Ailing merely shook his head gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Su Luer remarked, If you prefer not to discuss it, then so be it. However, I must caution you. The rarest treasure in this world is a sincere heart. Be wary of whether she is truly interested in you or has ulterior motives. Rest assured, Aunt. Indeed, I have always trusted your judgment. Su Luer nodded, expressing her concern for his health. After conversing for a while, Murong Heng turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Su Luter stood still, letting out a sigh. The palace maid Yuji supported her as they made their way towards Chanqiu Palace. In a hushed tone, she remarked, Your Highness, Prince Ling has matured and harbors his own concerns. This is quite natural, and you need not feel disheartened. In truth, I have always found it challenging to comprehend Heir, and as he grew older, his thoughts became even more elusive. Now that he has ascended to the position of Prince Ling, he seems increasingly distant. Yuji glanced around before continuing softly, After all, Prince Ling is not your biological son, and it is only to be expected that he may harbor some reservations. Your Highness should focus your attention on Prince Rue and Princess Mingyu, for they are truly your children. Su Luer's expression darkened. Silence. Who permitted you to speak so recklessly? I acknowledge my fault. Yuji immediately knelt. Su Luer regarded her for a moment, then softened her tone. Rise. You have served me faithfully for many years, and I understand you have my best interests at heart, but some truths must not be spoken lightly. Yes, Yuji replied as she stood and supported Su Luer. She then shifted the topic. However, Your Highness, earlier in the palace, you mentioned marrying Miss Wan Siyu to Prince Ling, and it appears the Emperor was somewhat displeased. The imperial heart is inscrutable, Su Luer replied, exhaling 4 words. Wan Shangshu Wanxing Yuan is her cousin, and his daughter, Wan Siyu, is her niece. Emperor Renji may perceive your intentions as an attempt to place someone in the Eastern Palace, thus viewing you with suspicion. This emperor, she mused. Everyone believes him to be benevolent. Yet, how many sovereigns are devoid of cunning and suspicion? Even those closest to him often share divergent dreams. The only one who truly entered his heart was likely my late sister, Su Wanner. It seems that Siyu's affection for Heir may not come to fruition this time. Su Luer furrowed her brow, suddenly struck by a thought. I heard that Princess Tianling entered the palace today. Responding to your highness, the princess arrived not long ago and, as is customary, went to visit Princess Mingyu for a chat. This child Tianling has been spoiled by my brother, Prince Rong. Ensure that she is watched closely, so she does not lead Mingyu astray. I understand, Yuji replied. At the general's residence, after Shun Ruashi returned, both Shun Tianrong and Shin Che were visibly elated. He Rong and Shin Shuangshuang stood nearby, repeatedly hesitating to speak. Unable to contain herself, He Rong exclaimed, "Cousin, I know you are happy that Ruashi has returned. But allow me to voice a concern. A woman who has divorced brings shame to the family and is ill-suited to remain in the general's residence. I suggest we find a secluded monastery for Ruashi, where she can devote herself to piety and meditation, thus avoiding any gossip." Upon hearing this, Shun Tianrong's expression immediately soured. "What nonsense are you speaking? Ruashi is the legitimate daughter of our general's household. As long as she wishes, she may remain with us for a lifetime." Shun Ruashi leisurely sipped her tea. "It seems that my cousin's concerns regarding my influence on Chun Shuangshuang's marriage are unfounded. Fear not, dear cousin. I shall choose a suitable match for Shuangshuang on an auspicious day. I believe the son of the tailor at the end of the street would be quite commendable." "What? That individual is utterly unremarkable, lacking in both appearance and distinction, and moreover, he is of common birth. Does he truly deserve my hand? I would never consider marrying such a person," Chun Shuangshuang exclaimed, her frustration evident. With a haughty toss of her head, she added, "If you wish to remain in the estate, then do so. However, my marriage is not subject to your authority." With that, she grasped He Rong's hand and swiftly turned to flee. Observing her retreating figure, Shun Ruashi could not suppress a disdainful smile. How ambitious she is, daring to aspire to Muronghang. At that moment, an unexpected announcement was made from outside, declaring the arrival of the Prince of Ling. Chapter 39. Impatience. Shun Che expressed his confusion. "Father, have you recently struck up an acquaintance with the Prince of Ling? How could that be? I am but a rough man, lacking in eloquence. How could I possibly befriend the Prince of Ling? Moreover, he is not someone one can simply approach." "That is indeed puzzling," Shin Che murmured. Previously, at the Chiwang's residence, Muronghang had clearly intervened on their behalf. Now, he had come to the general's residence. Could it be that he harbored greater ambitions in seeking an alliance with the general's family? Before he could ponder further, Muronghang was already ushered in. Shun Ruashi, as a lady of the household, discreetly withdrew. Shin Che and Shin Tianrong knelt in reverence. Long live the Prince of Ling. Muronghang's handsome visage bore a calm expression. There is no need for excessive formalities between the general and the top scholar. He stepped into the hall, grasping a porcelain cup, and leisurely sipped his tea, remaining silent for a considerable time. Shin Tianrong and Shun Che sat beside him, their minds swirling with questions. Yet they dared not utter a word. Muronghang suddenly broke the silence. "I have heard that the top scholar is preparing to take up his post at the Hanlin Academy. Is there anything you find uncomfortable? The head of the Hanlin Academy is my esteemed mentor. All is well." "That is good to hear." Shin Tianrong expressed his bewilderment. "Why does the prince show such concern for my son? It truly astonishes this old minister. The top scholar's extensive knowledge is commendable. It is only natural that this prince takes an interest in such talent." Shin Tianrong was taken aback. Normalcy, indeed. What manner of person is the Prince of Ling? He is accustomed to others currying favor with him. When has he ever condescended to show concern for another? Suddenly, a thought struck Shin Tianrong, causing him to tremble with a bold hypothesis. He scrutinized his son closely. With a countenance as picturesque as a painting and an appearance strikingly handsome, he exuded the grace of a refined gentleman. It was evident he was someone coveted. No wonder it was said that the Prince of Ling had shunned women for years. Everyone assumed it was a matter of health, but now it appeared to be a question of preference. In an instant, Shin Tianrong's emotions became exceedingly complex. At that moment, someone outside reported that a visitor had arrived at the top scholar's residence, requesting Shin Che's return. Shin Che could only clasp his hands in respect. "Your Highness, I take my leave." "Go ahead." Muronghang seemed in good spirits, a smile gracing his lips as he watched Shin Che depart. Shin Tianrong's eyes widened in disbelief. He smiled. The Prince of Ling actually smiled. "My suspicions were correct. General." Muronghang's voice brought Shin Tianrong back to reality. "During my last visit, I noticed the roses in your courtyard blooming splendidly. Why not accompany me to enjoy the flowers? Since His Highness has spoken, how could I refuse?" "Please, Your Highness." Shin Tianrong forced a smile, and the two proceeded towards the courtyard. Shin Tianrong was filled with questions. Why had the prince suddenly come to admire the flowers again? With Shin Che absent, his thoughts were muddled, and he could not make sense of it. After they had taken a few steps, another messenger arrived, announcing that the Minister of Revenue had urgent matters to discuss with the general, requesting his presence at the ministry. Shen Tianrong was caught in a dilemma when Murong Hang interjected. Since the general is busy, please do attend to your affairs. I shall enjoy the flowers alone. You do not mind, do you? Do as you please. Prince Ling Shen Tianrong scratched his head, somewhat dazed, as he departed. Once he left, Murong Hang gazed at the roses in the courtyard, his eyes deepening with contemplation. Just as he was about to proceed to the rear courtyard, a slender figure caught his attention. Prince, if you wish to admire the flowers, why not accompany me? I know precisely where the finest blooms in the rear garden are. Murong Hang nodded slightly. Very well. The two of them meandered through the corridor, venturing deeper into the garden. Upon reaching the study, Shun Ruashi turned and entered. Murong Hang followed, naturally closing the door behind him. Shun Ruashi smiled. Is the prince no longer admiring the flowers? Indeed, I am, Murong Hang replied, stepping towards her. Shun Ruashi spoke again. Did the prince intentionally send my father and brother away? Yet, if we are to meet, it would be prudent to find a suitable opportunity. This feels rather reckless, does it not? It is reckless, Murong Hang admitted, seizing her wrists suddenly and pinning her against the bookshelf behind her. But I can no longer wait. In the very next instant, he captured her lips in a tempestuous kiss, gripping her chin with a forceful intensity as if he sought to merge their very beings. Shin Ruashi was utterly defenseless, forced to tilt her head back, her hands weakly clutching at his robe. The dark silk of his attire wrinkled under her grasp, creating alluring curves. Prince, she gasped, managing to utter a few words amidst her breaths. She had intended to protest, yet her voice was tinged with a hint of desire. It was not a rejection, but rather an invitation. Shin Ruashi's cheeks flamed with heat. Murong Hang pressed his forehead against hers. Call me Ah Hang. Her heart raced, and she found it difficult to speak. Murong Hang kissed the corner of her lips. Say it, he coaxed, his tone laced with seduction. Ah Hang. Good girl. Her response seemed to please him, eliciting a rare smile from Murong Hang. He leaned in to kiss her once more before reaching out to adjust her clothing. The desire in his eyes receded like a tide, replaced by his usual aloof demeanor, his countenance growing somewhat pale. Are you all right? Shin Ruashi asked with concern. I am fine, merely fatigued from the journey these past days. I heard from Lung Shuang that you have a hidden ailment, which can be quite debilitating. Might you share what it is? It has been many years. The Imperial Medical Academy concluded it was a condition from my birth, leaving me with a frail constitution. I occasionally suffer from headaches, but they pass with time. He spoke lightly, yet Shin Ruashi understood the suffering he must endure. Unable to resist, she grasped his cool fingers. If I were to marry you in the future, I would ensure you receive proper care. Perhaps I could help you heal. Do you truly wish to marry me? Of course. Is it possible that you regret your decision and no longer desire to wed me? At her words, Murong Hang revealed a faint smile. Instead of answering her directly, he posed a sudden question. Shin Ruashi, why me? She had once adored Murong Yu with unwavering affection. Even if her feelings for him had faded, why would she choose to approach him, a frail being with a fleeting existence? The captivating Prince Ling, so resplendent in beauty, who could remain indifferent to such allure? Shin Ruashi smiled softly, then lowered her gaze. I understand that you harbor many doubts, but Ah Hang, my feelings for you are sincere, and in time, you will come to realize that. Murong Hang turned his head, his cool fingertips gently tucking a loose strand of her hair behind her ear. Very well. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Murong Hang fell ill with a fever that very night. The imperial physicians were in a flurry of activity. Cold Knight stood by helplessly, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, our master is clearly unwell yet insists on pushing himself. He must have overexerted himself, depleting his vitality. Once the physicians had taken their leave, Cold Knight bravely approached. My lord, I understand your urgency, but please, do not be hasty. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. If you were to collapse, what would become of Miss Shun in the days to come? With an ice pack atop his head, Murong Hang uttered a single word. Get out. As you command. Cold Knight promptly withdrew. Murong Hang lay in bed, staring at the canopy above, his gaze flickering. At times, he felt as though everything was merely a dream. For so many years, Shun Ruashi's attention had never been directed at him. Initially, he had wished to safeguard her with the limited time he had left. Yet, she had unexpectedly offered him hope. Now, at the moment when his desires seemed within reach, he found himself hesitating. Her future was still long. What would she do if he were no longer there? A sense of heaviness filled Murong Hang's heart, and ultimately, he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 40. The Banquet. Meanwhile, Within the residence of Murongyu, unrest prevailed. The 30 strokes had left him battered and bruised. The physician, upon examination, declared that he would require at least 7 days before he could rise from his bed. With a pallid visage, Murongyu was tormented not only by physical pain, but also by a tumultuous heart. In the span of a single day, he had lost so much: the support of the general's estate, his father's trust, his title, and his stipend. His grand ambitions now appeared distant and illusory. Ning Lanxue wept beside him, her sobs only serving to exacerbate his agitation. "Cease your weeping," he barked, silencing her instantly. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears. "Your Highness, do you blame me?" Turning to meet her red-rimmed gaze, Murongyu furrowed his brow but ultimately softened. "Lanxue, I must ask you, had I not intervened in the Qianyuan Hall today, were you prepared to reveal my conspiracies to safeguard yourself?" Ning Lanxue was taken aback but quickly raised her hand. "I swear, I hold you in the highest regard and would never betray you. Should I harbor any treachery, may I meet a wretched end. Such oaths are unwarranted." "I merely spoke in jest," Murongyu sighed, collapsing onto his bed, utterly fatigued. The pain coursing through his body, however, prevented him from finding solace in sleep. In that moment, his thoughts wandered to Shun Ruashi. Would she not possess the knowledge of herbs to alleviate his suffering, instead of merely weeping uselessly? His irritation mounting, he spoke again. "Lanxue, you too must be weary. Return to the lawn courtyard. The servants here will suffice." "Then please rest well, Your Highness," Ning Lanxue replied, rising slowly to depart. As she exited Murongyu's quarters, her tears ceased, replaced by a flicker of resentment. After successfully banishing that despicable Shun Ruashi, why did her current predicament feel worse than before? It was truly vexing. As autumn rain swept through, the weather turned brisk. The lady of the Wooding Marquisate extended an invitation to Shun Ruashi, requesting her presence to attend to Qin Qingshuan's leg. However, Shun Ruashi chose not to visit personally. Instead, she sent Taoye with a prescription for the Wooding Marquis, Qin Kuang, instructing him to engage a trusted physician for Qin Qingshuan's treatment. Shun Ruashi remained at the General S estate, venturing out infrequently. During this period, Shen Che, who had rarely returned, began to visit the General S estate daily. His demeanor joyful. Morong Hung also frequented the estate, and both men appeared to be in high spirits. Only her father, Shun Tianrong, bore an increasingly melancholic expression, particularly deepening when in the presence of Morong Hung. Before long, half a month had passed. Emperor Renjung sent out invitations for a banquet within the palace, inviting courtiers and noblewomen to join. This event was primarily intended to compensate for the previous year's Qianlin banquet, which had been simplified due to the floods in Jinan, prompting a call for frugality from the highest levels. With Morong Heng's successful efforts in managing the flood, Emperor Renjung was greatly pleased and thus organized this banquet. Shen Ruashi, too, received an invitation. She boarded the carriage, accompanied by Taoye and Ling Shuang, preparing to enter the palace. Shen Tianrong felt a pang of concern. "Ruashi, if you do not wish to go, then do not go." "Father, I am merely separating, not escaping from a prison. Must I remain unseen for a lifetime?" Shen Tianrong pondered this as well. "Very well, Ruashi, should anyone dare to mistreat you, return and tell your father. I shall stand up for you. Taoye, remember to safeguard the young lady. And, who is this girl?" Shen Tianrong pointed at Ling Shuang, scratching his head. "By the way, I meant to ask earlier, Ruashi, why is there a stranger serving you?" "Father, is your reflex arc a tad too lengthy?" She replied. "This is Ling Shuang, a trustworthy companion just like Taoye. Greetings, General." Ling Shuang bowed. As a fellow martial artist, Shen Tianrong immediately recognized her formidable skills, which eased his worries a little more. He nodded and mounted his horse. The group made their way towards the palace. Upon arrival, the two parted ways. The banquet was divided into two venues. The officials gathered in the front hall, while the ladies convened in the inner palace. On the way, Ling Shuang whispered in Shun Ruashi's ear, "Miss, the master said that if anyone displeases you, do not hesitate to vent your frustrations. He will take care of it." "Understood," Ruashi replied. Upon reaching Yehoyuan, she was greeted by the sound of women's laughter. The place was adorned with lush greenery and flowing garments, already bustling with guests. As soon as Shin Ruashi made her entrance, the laughter diminished significantly. The recent news of her separation from Murong Yu had become the talk of the town, a topic of gossip over tea throughout the capital. Now that the principal figure had arrived, the peculiar looks from the crowd could hardly be concealed. Some expressed curiosity, others admiration, some disdain, and a few simply relished the spectacle. With poise, Shun Ruashi navigated through the throng, found her seat and settled down. A noble lady, unable to suppress her curiosity, whispered, "Miss Shun, do you know that the fourth prince has recently taken a concubine?" "I am aware," Ruashi replied, her expression composed. Shortly after Morongyu was punished, he granted Ning Lanxue a title quietly, without ceremony or notification to anyone. It was said that Ning Lanxue shattered several cups that night, weeping in fury. Of course, this information had come from Ling Shuang, who had stealthily peered over the walls of Murongyu's estate. The noble lady held her porcelain cup. "Since you are aware of this news, do you have any words for the fourth prince? If I were to see him, I would certainly extend my congratulations." The noble lady, realizing she had not unearthed any juicy gossip, awkwardly fell silent, her mind racing. The entire capital knew of Shun Ruashi's infatuation with Murongyu. Now, her detached response raised questions. Had she truly moved on, or was she merely putting on a brave face? Suddenly, a haughty voice interrupted the murmurs. "Everyone has arrived." The crowd turned to see a graceful figure approaching, accompanied by two maids. It was Wanxiyu, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. She donned opulent shoe brocade, her feet adorned with short boots meticulously stitched with golden threads, while atop her head rested a dazzling golden headdress, unmistakably worth a fortune. The Ministry of Revenue managed the finances, and its abundant resources were self-evident. Whenever Wanxiyu made an appearance, her attire was invariably the most resplendent. Yet, none dared to accuse her of extravagance, for she was the niece of the Empress. As Wanxiyu approached her designated spot, she caught sight of Shin Ruashi beside her and paused momentarily. "You are here too?" Shin Ruashi lifted her gaze. "If you can attend, why can't I?" The two had been at odds since childhood, with Wanxiyu harboring an inexplicable animosity toward her. As they matured, their rivalry intensified. Wanxiyu had even spread rumors about Shin Ruashi's affection for Murongyu, turning her into a subject of ridicule throughout the capital, branding her as a sycophant. "I assumed you'd be heartbroken and wallowing in despair at home after being cast aside by the fourth prince. I did not expect you to muster the energy to attend this banquet," Wanxiyu retorted. "You, who loiters about all day, seem woefully out of touch. I initiated the divorce from the fourth prince myself, and I couldn't be happier. What reason would I have to despair? Stop pretending. You are undeniably infatuated with the fourth prince, and it is clear that he has spurned you," Shin Ruashi asserted with conviction. "Did you eavesdrop beneath Murongyu's bed to come by such certainty?" At this, Wanxiyu's anger flared. "Shin Ruashi, do listen to the vulgarity of your words. They are utterly despicable." Chapter 41. Quarrel that is certainly preferable to your incessant chatter. Who claims that I am infatuated with Murongyu? Has anyone witnessed such a thing? Wanxiyu, is it not you who spreads these rumors? You are the one truly beneath contempt. Shin Ruashi cast her a glance. "I personally initiated the divorce. Should there be any doubts, you may inquire with the Emperor, for this matter was adjudicated by His Majesty himself. What significance does your tantrum hold here? You." Wanxiyu was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Of course, she would not dare to confront Emperor Rinjing. Her words were merely an attempt to humiliate Shin Ruashi. Yet this vile woman appeared utterly unfazed, her tongue sharper than ever. Had the divorce sent her into madness? Wanxiyu glanced toward the entrance of Yuhua Garden, her expression shifting from anger to a hint of mockery. "No need to consult the Emperor. Look, here comes the person in question." Shin Ruashi turned to see Ning Lanxue approaching gracefully in a peach-red silk gown, adorned with a jade hairpin and pearl earrings. She truly presented herself as a refined lady of high standing. "Isn't this the fourth princess consort?" Wanxiyu began. "What a pleasure to meet you." Ning Lanxue smiled. "Miss Wan." Wanxiyu feigned astonishment. "You know me? I have long admired your reputation. Seeing you today, it is evident that you possess an air of nobility, even more charming up close than the blossoms of spring." Such flattery made Wanxiyu beam with delight. She glanced at Shun Ruashi. Indeed, Consort Ning is dignified and understanding, unlike some individuals who are utterly coarse. No wonder the fourth prince dotes on you. "Huh?" Shin Ruashi chuckled. Wanxiyu, displeased, asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I find it amusing how well Miss Wan and Consort Ning seem to get along. Why not become sworn sisters?" "What nonsense are you speaking? How could a woman of humble origins like Ning Lanxue be worthy of such a title?" Wanxiyu's blatant disdain caused a fleeting moment of embarrassment for Ning Lanxue. She turned to Shin Ruashi. "Miss Shun, I am aware that you harbor no fondness for me. But matters of fate are not easily controlled. My affections for the prince are genuine, and regardless of your discontent, it bears no consequence." "Which of your eyes saw my discontent?" Shin Ruashi shot her a cold glance. "Consort Ning seems to have acquired some decorum today. I presume you have studied etiquette since you nearly embarrassed yourself in front of the emperor the other day." At her words, the noble ladies around them stifled their laughter, both astonished and intrigued. "Really, Miss Shen? Consort Ning almost fell last time. Perhaps she was merely overly anxious. Let us not jest. Consort Ning has never been educated in etiquette. It is understandable to be nervous before the emperor." The murmurs were a source of great discomfort for Ning Lanxue. She had come today to alter these ladies' perceptions of her, yet Shin Ruoshi's remarks had undoubtedly rendered her a figure of ridicule. Ning Lanxue steadied herself. "Shin Ruoshi, I am now also the fourth prince's consort. Your disrespect towards me is quite ungracious." Shin Ruoshi remained unmoved. "Then go ahead and complain to the fourth prince." Ning Lanxue. What use would it be to complain to Morongyu? In her current frenzied state of lashing out at anyone within reach, it is uncertain whether Shin Ruoshi could truly stand as a rival to Morongyu. "Shin Ruoshi, considering the recent turmoil you have endured, I, as a side consort, shall refrain from holding you accountable. However, I find myself profoundly disappointed in you. As noble women, observe Miss Wan. She is cultured, graceful, and poised, while you fall woefully short in comparison." Wan Siyu lifted her chin defiantly. "Ning's side consort, you must understand her plight. She has been cast aside by the fourth prince and has become a forsaken woman, which naturally breeds resentment. However, Shin Ruoshi, if your intellect is lacking, it would be prudent to refrain from venturing out in such a deranged manner." Shin Ruoshi secretly rolled her eyes. Ning Lanxue may possess few talents, yet she excels in the art of using others as scapegoats. Previously, she feigned fragility to garner Morongyu's protection, and now she has enlisted Wan Siyu to speak on her behalf. Truly, she is a magnificent example of a pure white lotus. Shin Ruoshi sipped her tea, contemplating yet another mindless individual. "Who are you insulting? Whoever responds shall bear the brunt of your words." Upon hearing this, Wan Siyu turned pale with indignation. Just as she was about to engage in a quarrel, a cold voice sliced through the air. "Shin Ruoshi, it has been some time since we last met, and your verbal prowess has evidently improved." In the distance, the eldest princess, Murong Mingyu, approached accompanied by several palace maids, with Su Tianling elegantly attired at her side. The crowd immediately rose in respect. "Long live Princess Mingyu, and may Princess Tianling be blessed." Murong Mingyu replied coolly, "You may rise." Princess Mingyu, Wan Siyu, seizing the opportunity, approached her with a feigned air of victimhood. "I came in high spirits to attend the banquet, only to have my mood spoiled by the actions of some ill-mannered individuals." Murong Mingyu frowned. As Wan Siyu was, after all, her cousin, she felt compelled to support her. "Shin Ruoshi, kneel and apologize to Siyu." Shin Ruoshi remained unmoved. "This humble servant dares to inquire, by what right should I apologize to Wan Siyu? I heard your insults directed at her. Shouldn't you be the one to apologize?" "She deserved the rebuke," Shin Ruoshi retorted, raising her head. "Did Princess Mingyu hear me insult her? Surely, you also heard Wan Siyu's insults directed at me first. She provoked me, and I merely responded in kind." Wan Siyu, indignant, exclaimed, "I spoke the truth. You are crude and disrespectful, deserving of the fourth prince's rejection. Though Ning's side consort may not hail from your lineage, she excels in every regard. Were I the fourth prince, I would never choose you." Upon hearing this, Murong Mingyu's gaze sharpened. Wan Siyu, too, appeared troubled at being compared to Ning Lanxue, whose background would bring shame to the royal family. Murong Mingyu stated, "Shin Ruoshi, your conflict with Ning's side consort is your own affair. You should not insult Siyu. Apologize, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Wan Siyu interjected, insisting on her stance. If an apology is to be made, it should be hers. Murong Mingyu, taken aback by Shin Ruoshi's blatant disrespect, felt her expression darken. Su Tianling voiced her displeasure. "Cousin, why waste words on her? She shows you no respect. Simply adhere to palace protocol and deliver a few slaps." Murong Mingyu pressed her lips together, contemplating the situation. The esteemed noble women of the family are all watching. If today we do not teach Shin Ruoshi a lesson, how shall she, as the grand princess, preserve her dignity? Murong Mingyu declared sternly. "Bring her forth and hold her down. Let us properly silence her." Chapter 42. Disdain. Upon hearing the words, several palace maids immediately stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves as they approached with deliberate slowness, intent on slapping Shin Ruoshi. Ning Lanxue, seated nearby, wore a sly smile. "Ah, this wretched woman. How she relishes the moment." The maids raised their hands, aiming for Shin Ruoshi's face, but in an instant, a shriek pierced the air as one of them flew backward, colliding with a nearby pillar. Lung Shuang retracted her leg, standing resolutely beside Shen Ruoxi, her expression as cold as ice. "Let anyone dare to harm my young lady." Murong Mingyu was taken aback, then seethed with rage. "Shen Ruoxi, you possess an audacity unmatched," she bellowed. "Someone seize her." At her command, a throng of guards encircled Shen Ruoxi and her companions, trapping them in the center. The noble ladies present were instantly thrown into a flurry of shock, some terrified while others secretly reveled in the drama, eager to witness Shen Ruoxi's downfall. Leng Shuang stood defiantly before Shen Ruoxi, her face devoid of any intention to concede. Murong Mingyu's anger intensified. With a wave of her hand, the guards unsheathed their swords. "Oh, what a delightful commotion!" A languid voice interrupted the tense atmosphere of the garden. The crowd turned to see Empress Su Luer approaching, accompanied by a retinue of concubines. Qin Haidang stood to Su Luer's left, adorned in resplendent garments, a large luminous pearl glimmering atop her golden hairpin, making her stand out even more than the empress. Beside her, Murong Minghua supported her. The mother and daughter bore a resemblance, yet each radiated a unique beauty. Qin Haidang frowned, having noticed the ruckus from afar, which had sullied her mood for the banquet. The assembly quickly knelt in greeting. Su Luer commanded them to rise, then inquired, "Mingyu, what has transpired to warrant such a commotion, even involving the guards?" Before Murong Mingyu could respond, Wan Siyu hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, it is Shen Ruoxi's blatant disrespect towards Princess Mingyu that has prompted this. The princess is merely enforcing decorum." Murong Minghua cast Wan Siyu a glance. "Mother is inquiring about the Grand Princess. Why are you so eager to speak? It seems you are the one lacking in manners here." Wan Siyu, incensed, was about to retort when Murong Mingyu stopped her. "Mother, Shen Ruoxi has indeed shown me great disrespect. Look, she even struck my maid." At that moment, Fang Hui seized the opportunity. "Shen Ruoxi, you have become increasingly unruly. Do you believe this palace is akin to your general's residence, where you can act with impunity? Your Majesty, Princess Mingyu has always been one to uphold propriety. The fact that she is so enraged today clearly indicates Shen Ruoxi has committed a grave offense and deserves severe punishment." Qin Haidang found amusement in the situation. Fang Pin's words were evidently laced with personal vendetta. With such demeanor and perspective, one wonders how she ever ascended to her position. Fang Hui was momentarily speechless, nearly choking on her indignation. Previously, her meekness had endeared her to Emperor Renjing, gradually dispelling his prejudice and elevating her status. However, since Shen Ruoxi's recent outbursts, she had been repeatedly forced to reveal her true colors. All thanks to that wretched woman. Su Luer finally spoke up. "Shen Ruoxi, what is the matter?" Shen Ruoxi stepped forward, recounting the events in detail. She maintained her poise and courtesy, neither servile nor arrogant. While it is inconsequential for a noble woman to endure such slander, the matter of divorce is a decision made personally by the emperor and the empress. Now, however, the truth has been distorted. If this were to spread, the public might believe that the emperor and empress have rendered an unjust verdict, favoring the noble woman. Thus, the noble woman's stance became resolute, leading to a spirited debate. Su Luer cast her gaze upon the assembly. The divorce between Shen Ruoxi and the fourth prince has been finalized. The two lack compatibility, and there is no question of who has abandoned whom. Should anyone continue to gossip indiscriminately, I shall not hesitate to take action. Do you understand? The assembly knelt and responded in unison. Su Tianling furrowed her brow. "Your Majesty, although the misunderstanding regarding Shen Ruoxi stems from Wan Siyu, the impertinence of her maidservant, who dared to lay hands on the eldest princess's people, cannot go unpunished." Murong Minghua scoffed. "Her maidservant acted out of loyalty. Had it not been for her, Shen Ruoxi would have been unjustly wronged. Those who instigate should bear the consequences. Wan Siyu, you are the provocateur, and I believe you are the first deserving of punishment." Wan Siyu was taken aback. "This is not my affair. This is a matter between Shen Ruoxi and concubine Ning. If punishment is to be meted out, it should fall upon concubine Ning." Murong Mingyu concurred. "Indeed, Siyu is an outsider. Was not concubine Ning present during the last divorce? She chose to remain silent, allowing Shen Ruoxi to be misunderstood. Thus, she should be the one punished." Upon hearing this, Ning Lanshue's complexion paled. These so-called royal ladies have no qualms about using her as a scapegoat in times of trouble. She is now concubine Murong Yu, yet they grant her no semblance of respect. Murong Minghua turned to Lady Fang. "Lady Fang, after all, concubine Ning is your daughter-in-law. How do you propose we proceed?" Lady Fang Huiru coldly huffed, directing her gaze towards Su Luer. "I shall heed the empress's wishes." She loathes Shen Ruoxi but harbors an even greater disdain for Ning Lanxue. Were it not for that wretched woman, how could she and Murong Yu have fallen to such a plight? Su Luter cast a dispassionate glance at Ning Lanxue. Ning, do you have any objections to the emperor and my decisions? Ning Lanxue trembled. I dare not. Since you do not dare, henceforth, be mindful of your conduct and fulfill your role as concubine. Do not let me hear any more unsavory rumors. Yes. Ning Lanxue bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears, her expression one of deep grievance. This ploy may work on men, but the women in the palace see through her tricks with ease. Qin Haidang snorted. Who are you putting on this pitiful act for? You are vexing me. Ning Lanxue could only suppress her tears. Su Luer ascended to the higher seat and took her place first. The others followed suit. Murong Minghua directly sat beside Shen Ruoxi. Su Tianling, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, since when did Princess Minghua become so close with Shen Ruoxi? No wonder she speaks in her favor today. Murong Minghua replied. Shen Ruoxi is the legitimate daughter of a general's household. She frequently visited the palace in her youth. Is it so strange that I have formed a friendship with her? Instead of wasting time, you might as well inquire with Wan Siyu about when she became acquainted with concubine Ning. Wan Siyu? How has this matter come to involve her again? I only officially met concubine Ning today. Our relationship cannot be described as close. Wan Siyu hurriedly distanced herself from the situation, then glared at a noble lady beside her. Let us switch places. She positioned herself beneath Ning Lanxue, unwilling to remain so close to her. The noble lady, with no choice, complied and exchanged places. Ning Lanxue sat nearby, her fingers nearly bruised from the pressure. Chapter 43. Usurpation. Shen Ruoxi observed the restrained expression on her face and couldn't help but scoff inwardly. For women of ordinary families, driving away the legitimate wife to become a concubine would result in being drowned in a deluge of scorn. For someone of Ning Lanxue's background, the disdain would be even more pronounced. Surely, she does not believe that ascending to the position of a side consort would erase the disgraceful deeds she has committed? At present, she finds herself in the eye of the storm, and it would be wise to act with discretion. Yet, her uncontainable ambition compels her to hastily validate her status. Thus, the humiliations of today must be borne by her. Murong Minghua leaned forward, inquiring, Ruoxi, what is your relationship with the ninth prince? Shen Ruoxi was taken aback. Turning to look at her, she noticed Murong Minghua's inquisitive gaze. Do not regard me so. It was the ninth prince who sent someone to inform me to look after you. Upon hearing this, I was nearly left speechless. Is there something between you and the ninth prince? I have indeed crossed paths with King Ling on several occasions, Shen Ruoxi admitted, which could be taken as an acknowledgement. Since Murong Cheng entrusted Murong Minghua with her care, it signified that she was deemed trustworthy. Murong Minghua clicked her tongue. My ninth brother is truly remarkable. He may remain silent for years, yet when he speaks, it is astonishing. I thought there had been no romantic entanglements all these years. Yet it seems he has been pining for someone else's beloved. Coughing slightly, Shen Ruoxi nearly choked. After regaining her composure, she reached for a pastry beside her and took a small bite, finding its flavor delightful. Just as she prepared to take another, a small hand outpaced hers. Snatching the pastry away, lowering her gaze, she beheld a delicate little figure, Murong Minghua, clutching the pastry and nibbling on it with crumbs adorning her mouth. The sight of those twinkling eyes melted her heart. Murong Minghua spoke up. Minghua, how did you wander over here? This was the daughter of Lan Pin, Murong Minghua, only 5 years of age. The timid little girl glanced at her, then at the half-eaten pastry in her hand, reluctantly returning it to the plate. Shen Ruoxi couldn't help but chuckle. She extended the pastry to Murong Minghua, and upon grasping her hand, she felt the chill of her fingers. Instantly concerned, she took her pulse and detected a weak constitution. Shen Ruoxi was puzzled. As a little princess, she should have been nurtured in luxury. How could she be malnourished? Minghua, do not be rude. Return to your mother, called Nia Yulan from across the room, having noticed Murong Minghua's absence. Shen Ruoxi interjected, Your Highness Lan. There is no need for concern. Princess Minghua is quite charming and utterly delightful. Murong Minghua scooped her up onto her lap. It has been ages since I last saw Minghua. You have grown taller. Which pastry do you fancy? Your elder sister shall fetch it for you. Seeing the affection showered upon Murong Minghua, Nia Yulan felt relieved. Qin Haidang remarked, It seems Minghua has lost weight during our time apart. Lan Pin, I shall have the palace send some tonics to ensure the child is well nourished. Upon hearing this, Murong Minghua placed her hand on her forehead. My foolishly beautiful mother has begun again. Speaking such things in public is akin to slapping the empress's face. Shinruashi concurred. Indeed, it certainly is. In the imperial harem, all matters are overseen by the empress, and Qin Haitong's remarks not only overstep boundaries but also imply the empress's negligence in caring for Princess Mingwei. The empress, known for her magnanimity and compassion, would likely not hold a grudge against the noble consort. It is fortunate that the empress is so gracious. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since clashed with my mother. Su Luer, seated in the high position, spoke up. Indeed, Mingwei appears somewhat thinner than before. How have the attendants of Yaowang Palace been tending to her? As she spoke, she instructed a nearby maid. The current head of Yaowang Palace is Wei Jinjin, who feigned illness and did not attend today. Yuji, please return and inform her to pay closer attention to Princess Mingwei's diet. Upon hearing this, Nie Yulan rose. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. Mingwei has been well at Yaowang Palace. However, she has been somewhat picky with her food lately, which is why she has grown thin. And it is not due to any oversight on Lady Wei's part. As for her pickiness, I shall send over a few more royal chefs to see if they can prepare dishes more to Princess Mingwei's taste. The consort expressed her gratitude to the empress. Nie Yulan rose and brought Murong Mingwei to her side. Shinruashi observed Nie Lanpin's submissive demeanor and leaned closer to Murong Mingwei. Lady Lanpin is undeniably graceful. Does she not enjoy favor? The harem of Emperor Renjing is not particularly large. Nie Yulan, with her slender figure and exquisite beauty, possesses a youthful charm that is enchanting in its own right, unlike Qin Haitong's more striking allure. Yet, she seems to have a low presence. I recall that when she first entered the palace, Lady Lanpin was quite favored, but later, it was said she chose to avoid excessive attention, and gradually, my father ceased visiting her, resulting in her maintaining a low profile over the years. Avoiding favor? Indeed, not everyone in the harem desires excessive attention. The more flamboyant one is, the greater the peril. Shinruashi smiled. No wonder you always advise noble consort Qin to remain discreet. Alas, I cannot persuade her, and thus, at my age, I remain reluctant to marry, fearing that if I leave my mother's side, with her intellect, she may be taken advantage of. Shinruashi chuckled at her words. Then, recalling something, she asked, how is Lady Wei faring now? I vividly remember her desperate cries as she departed last time. She is likely now known as Rongpin. Though despite being granted the title, the emperor's favor has waned, and she has not spent the night at Yaowang Palace since. Yet, one cannot blame others. Her path has narrowed due to her own circumstances. After the group enjoyed their midday meal, Su Luer led the ladies to the horse grounds. An afternoon entertainment. The ladies took their seats in the audience while horse trainers performed their equestrian displays, drawing bows while galloping, executing various intricate maneuvers that were truly captivating. However, the noble ladies' moods were far from focused on the equestrian performances. Across the way, seated in the audience, were court officials and noble young men, gazing at one another from a distance. Many of the ladies huddled together with handkerchiefs in hand, whispering and giggling shyly, discussing which gentleman across the way possessed greater charm. Amidst the crowd, Shinruashi glanced across and effortlessly spotted Murong Hong. There was no need for a deliberate search. Some individuals possess a radiant presence, akin to the resplendent moon in the evening sky. Upon their arrival, others merely serve as the twinkling stars in the backdrop. As if sensing her gaze, Murong Hang turned to look at her. The Winged King seems to be observing me. Suddenly, an excited voice emerged from beside her. Behind Shinruashi, Wan Suyu clutched her handkerchief, her face alight with astonishment. Su Tianling chuckled. You appear quite elated. The Winged King's cousin has always been indifferent to women. So do not get your hopes up. I believe he merely glanced over casually. Yet, I perceive a certain fervor in his gaze, quite different from before. Wan Suyu pouted. However, recalling Murong Hang's notoriously cold demeanor, she concluded it might merely be her imagination. She inquired, Princess Tianling, is there a gentleman from the opposing noble family who has caught your eye? Well, indeed there is one, replied Su Tianling. Who might that be? Wan Suyu's tone brimmed with malice. Whoever has attracted Su Tianling's interest is surely in for a misfortune. How intriguing. Chapter 44. The one in my heart, Su Tianling smiled, her gaze sweeping across Shinche's face, imbued with a hint of mockery. She then remarked, however, it seems the other party possesses a degree of pride. It is unlikely they would easily succumb to my charms. To serve the princess is indeed a privilege for them. Should they be unwilling, they may simply return to their own residence. Shinruashi turned her head. Wan Suyu, despite your refined appearance, why are you incapable of uttering anything sensible? The company here consists of nobles. If you wish to rob, then go ahead. Surely, You have not refrained from such acts of boldness in public. What I say is of no concern to you, Shinruashi. Do not presume I lack the courage to confront you. Su Tianling retorted coldly. We are merely conversing. Shinruashi, why the urgency? She continued. Since you have dared to voice such outrageous statements in public, do you fear the opinions of others? My apologies. I assumed you had completely lost your shame and no longer cared for the judgment of bystanders. Hence my casual remark. Accustomed to her arrogance, Su Tianling raised her hand, poised to strike Shinruashi. However, to her surprise, her wrist was seized firmly by someone. Cold frost gripped her wrist with such force that Su Tianling was momentarily taken aback, wincing in pain. Impudent maid, what are you doing? Murmured Morong Mingyu, who had remained silent until now. Is this insolent maid of yours, Shinruashi, so disrespectful that this princess must resort to punishing her with a beating? It seemed the empress was indeed listening. Morong Minghua interjected. Just moments ago, Su Tianling and Wan Siyu uttered such rebellious words, yet the empress remained silent. Now, she suddenly assumes the mantle of the grand princess? Morong Mingyu's expression turned cold. This insufferable girl, Minghua, was persistently opposing her today. She had never been fond of Morong Minghua. Before Minghua's birth, she was the sole princess in the palace, basking in countless favors. Yet, after Minghua arrived, her sweet tongue and charm won their father's affection, shifting the favor towards her. Despite being the legitimate daughter of the empress, she had no dedicated princess residence. While Morong Minghua was granted one by their father. It was infuriating. Minghua, do you think it acceptable for me to discipline a maid while you interject? Not at all. I merely find it curious that the empress does not chastise Su Tianling and Wan Siyu, but instead fixates solely on Shinruashi. What could be the reasoning behind this? Morong Minghua smiled sweetly, yet her words were sharp as daggers. At the opportune moment, Shinruashi chimed in. The grand princess is known for her fairness. I trust she would not unjustly favor kin over reason. Otherwise, should this be known, it would tarnish her reputation. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness? Morong Mingyu suppressed her irritation. Tianling, Siyu, refrain from further comments. This is not a place for your nonsensical chatter. The two gritted their teeth, begrudgingly silencing themselves. Cold frost let out a disdainful snort and released Su Tianling. Rubbing her aching wrist, Su Tianling glared at Shinruashi with venomous eyes. This wretched girl. The enmity has been established. Morong Minghua leaned closer to Shinruashi and whispered, What is troubling you? Your reaction was rather pronounced just now. Shinruashi's gaze flickered momentarily, but she ultimately chose to speak. Su Tianling's object of affection is my second brother, Shinshe. Oh, is he the one dressed in the deep crimson brocade? The top scholar of this year? Following Shinruashi's words, Morong Minghua glanced over. Upon catching sight of that figure, akin to a gentle breeze under a clear moon, she was momentarily taken aback. Although the distance was considerable and she could not discern the man's features entirely, his extraordinary demeanor was palpable. A flicker of light danced in Morong Minghua's eyes as a phrase echoed in her mind. A youth clad in fine garments, riding with fervor. Across the way, Longyi leaned closer to Morong Hang. My lord, it seems that Wan Siyu and Su Tianling are once again causing trouble for Miss Shin. It feels as though they are perpetually seeking to vex her. He had been privy to the events at Yihuan through his lord's informants, who kept him apprised of every move. Initially, Morong Hang intended to support Shinruashi, but upon observing that she had not suffered any misfortune, he refrained from intervening. Morong Hang idly toyed with a jade ring, remaining silent. Just then, someone approached with a bamboo tube filled with numerous bamboo sticks. These contained the forthcoming activities, including equestrian archery, polo, kuju, and weightlifting. Anyone interested could draw lots, participating in whatever they selected. Morong Hang reached in and pulled out a stick. What a surprise. The ninth prince is actually interested in these events? Morong Shio remarked, astonished. Morong Hang had the stick in his hand. Did you not draw one as well? With so many noble ladies present today, I naturally must make a good impression and seek favor in the eyes of the beauties. What about you? Do you wish to shine before some noble lady? His words were playful, yet he was unprepared for Morong Hang's calm response as he turned the stick in his hand. Indeed, Morong Shio nearly tumbled from his seat. Could it be? The ancient iron tree has finally bloomed. His eyes brimmed with curiosity. Pray tell, which fortunate noble lady has captured your interest? Before Morong Hang could reply, a head suddenly popped up beside them. Elder brother, what event did you draw? It was Morong Yao, the youngest prince, born of the empress and merely 15 years old. The benevolent Emperor Jin cherished this youngest son, having conferred upon him the title of Rui Wang even before he came of age. Polo, Morong Shio inquired. I drew Kuju, Morong Yao replied, flashing a smile that revealed his small tiger teeth. With his red lips and white teeth, he was quite handsome and possessed a simple nature, maintaining good relations with several princes. Even the aloof Morong Hang treated him with a modicum of warmth. Morong Yao then turned to the previously silent Morong Yu. Fourth brother, what event did you draw? I drew polo, Morong Yu replied with a forced smile before lapsing back into silence, his mood evidently not at its best. After the turmoil of the separation, he became the only prince among several who was stripped of his title, although the royal residence was not reclaimed, leaving him with a semblance of dignity. It was evident to the courtiers that Emperor Ranjing's attitude towards him had shifted, resulting in a palpable distance from him. The influential officials he had painstakingly cultivated relationships with now deliberately avoided him. The starkness of their avoidance was almost too blatant to ignore. He found it perplexing. Had the mere relinquishment of Shun Ruashi truly engendered such a significant impact? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the ladies across the way. There, he spotted Shun Ruashi, clad in a deep crimson gown, adorned with pearls and jewels. She exuded an elegance that was far from vulgar, her beauty only accentuated by her attire. In the confines of the royal residence, she had never adorned herself so splendidly, always maintaining a low profile, causing him to forget that Shun Ruashi had once captivated the capital, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the city. The more he contemplated, the more unsettled he felt. Gripping the bamboo skewer in his hand, a sudden thought struck him. If he were to shine brightly today, might Shun Ruashi's gaze return to him? This notion stirred something within him, igniting a flicker of motivation. At that moment, Morong Yao sidled up to Morong Hang. Brother Ling Wang, how curious that you two drew lots today. What did you draw? Morong Hang, holding the bamboo skewer, allowed a fleeting, cold smile to cross his otherwise impassive face. Equestrian Polo. Chapter 45, lacking martial virtue. Ah, you play polo too? It seems I am the only one engaged in Kuju. Morong Yao appeared somewhat disheartened. Morong Shio placed the bamboo stick on the table beside him and leisurely sipped his tea. Old Gio, with your constitution, can you truly manage polo? Don't let a few jolts be your undoing. Wang brother will show you no mercy. You ought to be more concerned about your own well-being. Prince. Morong Hang also partook of tea, his gaze placid. Before long, the equestrian performance concluded, heralding the moment for the royal aristocrats to take to the field. First came the archery on horseback. After several rounds, Qin Liang, the adopted son of the Marquis of Wooding, claimed the top position. While the crowd cheered, some expressed regret. Had Qin Qingxian, the legitimate son of the Marquis, been present today, Qin Liang would not have enjoyed the limelight. Let's not dwell on that. Qin Qingxian has been gravely injured and bedridden for quite some time. He may never rise again. Not necessarily. I've heard the Marquis has sought a divine physician, and the heir's leg has improved significantly. I've heard that too, and it is said he has come to the court banquet today, but why haven't we seen him? Upon hearing the surrounding discussions, Shun Ruashi paused momentarily. Qin Qingxian, he is here too? Indeed, after days of treatment, his leg should be much improved. It was about time he ventured out. Shun Ruashi scanned the area and eventually spotted Qin Qingxian in a corner. Unlike the other noble youths, he didn't occupy a seat at the front, but was instead positioned in a wheelchair at the periphery, accompanied by Qin Wenyan and two attendants. As their gazes met, Qin Qingxian smiled, raising the corners of his lips. Shun Ruashi inclined her head slightly, acknowledging him. Ah, my ninth brother is actually going to compete? Morong Minghua's voice drew Shun Ruashi from her reverie. She turned to see that the polo event was commencing. Across the way, Morong Hang was handing his bamboo stick to an approaching eunuch, rising as if preparing to enter the arena. Prince Ling can play polo? Who knows? I have certainly never witnessed ninth brother engage in any sport, Morong Minghua teased. Could it be he intends to impress a beauty and is willing to compete despite his ailments? As the gentlemen prepared to enter, a eunuch approached their side, carrying a tray that displayed the names of the noble youths set to compete. Those who believed they could predict the winner were invited to place their bets. Shun Ruashi wagered on Morong Hang, while Morong Minghua placed his bet on Shin Che. Upon seeing Shun Ruashi's puzzled expression, Morong Minghua grinned innocently. You are allowed to bet on my brother, but I'm not permitted to wager on yours. Shun Ruashi. Which one do you mean? Why does that sound so odd? Shun Ruashi, you also placed a bet on Prince Ling. Behind her, Wan Siyu noticed Shun Ruashi had placed a jade hairpin on Morong Hang's tray, her expression a mix of shock and indignation. You, a divorced woman, dare to harbor thoughts of Prince Ling? Have you no shame? Shun Ruashi shot her an annoyed glance. Does placing a bet imply one harbors desires for the other? Not only have I placed my bets on the esteemed Ling Wang, but other ladies have done so as well. Are you implying that everyone harbors impure intentions? Upon hearing this, the other ladies cast disapproving glances at Wan Siyu, their expressions tinged with discontent. Wan Siyu maintained a composed demeanor. How can it be the same? Your second brother, Xin Che, is also participating. Why did you not wager on his victory, but instead chose to bet on Ling Wang? Your motives are suspect. Shen Ruoxi regarded her with an incredulous gaze. Betting naturally involves choosing the one with the greater chance of winning. Besides, whom I choose to bet on is my own prerogative. Do you have any right to interfere? Wan Siyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Murong Mingyu felt a twinge of annoyance. She turned to give Wan Siyu a pointed look. Can you not be quiet? You are only stirring up trouble. This so-called cousin of hers was utterly foolish. Each time she sought to provoke Shen Ruoxi, she gained not a single advantage. It was truly pathetic. Su Tianling interjected leisurely. Enough, Siyu, cease your quarreling. Ling Wang is not someone just anyone can admire. Why the urgency? She leisurely removed her jade bracelet and placed it into Shen Che's dish. Then she turned to Murong Mingyu. Eldest cousin, whom will you bet on? I am not particularly interested, so please select someone for me at random. I know the one you are interested in is not present today. Su Tianling smiled with a hint of mischief. Murong Mingyu curled her lips in amusement. You do have a penchant for chatter. Speaking of which, our tastes as sisters are rather aligned, as we have both set our sights on the same gentleman. Su Tianling was aware that Murong Mingyu had her heart set on Shun Tianrong's legitimate son, Shenyu. However, Shenyu had gone off to the border for battle 2 years ago and had yet to return. Su Tianling teased, eldest cousin, since you are infatuated with Shenyu, you should be striving to cultivate a good relationship with Shen Ruoxi, your future sister-in-law. How has it devolved into such a stalemate? Am I, a grand princess, expected to bow to someone who is merely a divorced woman? Does she even deserve it? What you say is true. You are marrying into the general's household, which is indeed a step down, a fortune for the general's family. Surely they will treat you with the utmost reverence. What is Shen Ruoxi in comparison? Her words deepened the smile on Murong Mingyu's lips. Meanwhile, Murong Hung had already shed his cloak, rolled up his sleeves, and was preparing to enter the arena. He wore a fitted outfit beneath, the dark fabric accentuating his tall physique. A moon-white sash at his waist further emphasized his broad shoulders and narrow waist, making him a striking figure. Murong Xiu sighed. It seems the ninth prince is well prepared to flaunt himself before your beloved. Who is it, pray tell? If you won't reveal the name, at least describe him to me, so I may guess. Very well. You describe, and I shall listen intently. An unparalleled beauty, one of a kind in the world. Murong Xiu. What kind of description is that? I have learned nothing, and have been unceremoniously served a mouthful of dog food. Murong Xiu pouted. Do not say I did not warn you. When we play polo later, I shall not go easy on you. You should first manage to enter the field. With that, Murong Hung strode confidently into the arena. Murong Xiu wore a perplexed expression, just about to pursue, when a servant beside him pulled him back. Your Highness, please do not proceed. The event you drew is not this one. Murong Xiu, still bewildered, replied, what else could it be but polo? He lifted the bamboo stick in his hand and found 2 clear characters inscribed upon it, weightlifting. Murong Xiu. What a scoundrel Murong Hang is, lacking in martial ethics. How could he have swapped my lot? Chapter 46. The torn sleeve. The arena began to divide into 2 preliminary matches, with one led by Murong Yu and the other by the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Fan Xiuxian. Murong Yu, mounted on horseback, galloped through the field, continuously scoring goals. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, clad in a white uniform that accentuated his tall and commanding stature, radiating confidence. His triumph earned him the applause of many spectators. A proud smile illuminated his face as he unconsciously cast a glance towards Shen Ruoxi, only to find her turned away, engaged in conversation with Murong Minghua, completely oblivious to his presence. In that instant, a wave of discontent washed over him. Among the spectators, a noblewoman could not help but exclaim, the 4th prince is truly exceptional. How fortunate is noble consort Ning. Ning Lanxua blushed at the compliment. Au is not usually so ostentatious. Perhaps he is simply in high spirits today. Does noble consort Ning often refer to the prince in such a manner? Au enjoys it when I address him this way. I have always done so in private. In a moment of joy, I momentarily forgot myself. It was rather unseemly. At this, Ning Lanxua's expression darkened with irritation. Yet she elicited envy from the surrounding noble women. But what of the noble consort? Ultimately, it is the affection of one's husband that holds paramount importance within the inner chambers. Sensing the envious gazes of the other noble women, Ning Lanxue felt a swell of pride. After a day of frustration, she finally had the opportunity to stand tall. Her gaze remained fixated on Murongyu, hoping for a sign from him that would elevate her status even further. Yet, to her dismay, he turned and retreated to the sidelines for a rest. At this juncture, the second match commenced, featuring a team led by Murong against one commanded by the heir of the Duke's residence. The Duke's household had always looked up to Murong, and with his frail health, the heir dared not overexert himself, resulting in a swift defeat. Eventually, the finals arrived, pitting the team led by Murong against that of Murongyu. Xinshe, positioned within Murong's team, felt a pang of anxiety. Initially, he had intended to infiltrate Murongyu's team for an advantageous position to strike when least expected, delivering a crushing blow to the scoundrel. Yet, fate had placed him alongside Murong. Although Murong possessed power, charm, and cunning, he was ultimately a fade. Murongyu, with a gaze full of arrogance, declared, "Ninth Prince, your health is fragile. To ensure fairness, I shall allow you one goal. Otherwise, others may accuse me of winning without merit." Murong tightened the reins of his horse. "I believe your abilities do not warrant such leniency." Murongyu's expression froze. "I was merely being courteous." "What do you mean by that?" "You are unworthy." As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Xinshe nearly burst out laughing. Such a lack of decorum. He resolved that when Murong was inevitably unseated, he would surely shield him with his own body. Seeing the situation, Murongyu ceased his idle chatter. "If that is the case, I shall hold nothing back." He recalled how Murong had previously usurped his position during the flood crisis and had intervened during the Shun family's troubles in front of his royal residence. A slight he had not forgotten. This time, old grievances and new animosities were avenged in one fell swoop. Murongyu wielded his ball staff and galloped forward, followed closely by Murong, who seized the ball. Murongyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly pursued with determination. The competition on the field was fierce, with neither side yielding an inch, captivating the onlookers. As time passed, Murong successfully scored 2 goals, while Murongyu's team remained stagnant. It was truly astonishing to witness the rumored Ailing Prince Ling exhibit such valor. Indeed, it was surprising to see the 4th prince continuously suppressed by Prince Ling. Upon overhearing the discussions around her, Ning Lanxue interjected, suggesting that in a friendly match among brothers, there was no need for Murongyu to exert himself fully. It was merely for entertainment. Her implication was clear. Murongyu was deliberately allowing Murong to take the lead. Shinruashi sipped her tea, observing, "Is that so?" "Yet, it seems to me that the 4th prince does not appear to be yielding. Rather, Prince Ling seems calm and composed, seemingly not putting forth his full effort." Ning Lanxue frowned, declaring that until the end, the outcome remained uncertain. Shinruashi scoffed and chose to disregard her. On the field, beads of sweat began to form on Murongyu's forehead, not due to exhaustion, but from anxiety. He had not anticipated that Murong would possess such remarkable horsemanship. Fortunately, given his frail health, he would not endure long. Otherwise, thoughts of succession would be futile. With all his might, Murongyu finally secured the ball and led his team towards the opponent's goal, aiming to score. Murong quickly closed the distance, prompting Murongyu to brace himself. However, he noticed that Murong showed no signs of aggression, leaving him puzzled. A glance revealed Murong's pale visage, and realization struck him. He was likely fatigued. A smile crept onto Murongyu's face. His opportunity had arrived. Not far away, Xinshe furrowed his brow at the sight. The scoundrel was aiming to score? That could not be allowed. At this critical moment, he needed to intervene. Xinshe calculated his angle, planning to charge directly at Murongyu the instant he attempted to score, intending to unseat him. As Murongyu bent low to place the ball into the goal, Murong suddenly swung his ball staff. Startled, Murongyu instinctively moved to protect the ball, only to realize that Murong's strike was not aimed at the ball, but at the horse's leg. With a powerful swing, the horse let out a shriek and reared up, catching Murongyu off guard. In an instant, he was thrown heavily to the ground, a sharp pain ripping through his injured backside, nearly eliciting a cry of agony. Meanwhile, Murong deftly redirected the ball towards his own team with a beautiful pass, shifting the momentum of the match. All players on the field chased after the ball, leaving Xinshe in a state of confusion. He had intended to collide with Murongyu, but suddenly, his horse went wild, startled by Murongyu's mount. With a loud whinny, his horse bucked violently, sending Xinshe tumbling through the air. He was unable to control himself, and it seemed he would soon fall, landing in a most undignified manner. Suddenly, a powerful arm grasped his own with force. With a swift pull, Shinche found himself enveloped in a broad and reassuring embrace. Turning his head, he encountered a pair of indifferent, cold eyes. In this critical moment, Morong Hung had rescued him, pulling him onto his horse. Simultaneously, Morong Hang's team scored a goal. With the resounding clang of a gong, the match concluded. The arena erupted in fervor as the audience erupted in applause for the thrilling contest. Amidst the lively commotion, only Shin Tianrong remained unable to smile. He gazed at the two striking figures intertwined upon the horse, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What is this? How scandalous! In his agitation, Shun Tianrong accidentally knocked over the hot tea beside him, spilling it onto his arm and eliciting a cry of pain as he hastily rolled up his sleeve. The sudden movement caused his sleeve to tear. Someone nearby shouted, "General, your sleeve is about to break." Shun Tianrong replied, "My sleeve is intact. However, my son's dignity may very well be at stake." Chapter 47. The Jade Hairpin. In an instant, Shin Che's eyes widened as he found himself face to face with the strikingly handsome, yet aloof Morong Hung. Startled, he quickly dismounted and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, King Ling, for your rescue. Are you unharmed?" "I am. Fine," he stammered. Upon hearing this, Morong Hung cast him a cool glance before riding away. On the ground, Morong Yu was assisted to his feet and, after a thorough examination, it was determined that he had not sustained any serious injuries, though the wound on his posterior had torn open again, suggesting a need for further recuperation. As Morong Hung rode past leisurely, he glanced down at Morong Yu from his elevated position, igniting a fire of indignation within him. "Ninth Prince, how did you manage to strike the horse's leg with that last hit?" "I miscalculated," came the nonchalant reply, further fueling Morong Yu's ire. "Miscalculated? It seems to me that you did that on purpose." To his astonishment, Morong Hung not only displayed poor skills, but also a lack of magnanimity. If he could not handle defeat, why must he come forth to embarrass himself? Morong Yu nearly suffered internal injuries from the rage. Previously, he had only perceived Morong Hung as taciturn and distant, but now he realized that this fellow possessed a particularly venomous tongue. The match concluded with a resounding score of 3-0. The noble youths in Morong Hang's team were duly rewarded by Emperor Renjing, with the prizes being awarded based on the value of the jewelry placed in their betting pots, converted into gold and silver. Shinche was taken aback upon receiving his reward. "Did we win so much money?" A nearby servant remarked. "The scholar has had great fortune." He placed a wager on a ruby lotus hairpin of immense value. A lotus hairpin? Shinche was momentarily stunned, preparing to inquire further, but the servant had already departed. Furthermore, as the captain, Morong Hung was entitled to select one item from the treasures bet by the noble women as a trophy of victory. The betting tray was presented, brimming with an array of dazzling jewelry that dazzled the eyes. Morong Shio remarked enviously, "Ninth Prince, did your beloved place a wager?" Morong Hung glanced at the tray before breaking into a sudden smile. Indeed. With that, he reached out and picked up an exquisite jade hairpin. Morong Shio leaned closer, eager to examine it, but Morong Hung swiftly tucked it into his bosom. "You seem quite taken with it. If you prefer not to look, then do not." Morong Shio turned away, sulking. Meanwhile, Emperor Renjing clapped his hands in delight from his throne. "Excellent. Truly splendid. It has been ages since I have seen Hunger so spirited." He reminisced, feeling nostalgic. In his youth, Morong Hung would accompany him in flying kites and playing kuju. However, as he grew older, Morong Hung had become increasingly taciturn and aloof, appearing to have grown weary of life, his eyes lacking their former vibrancy. Yet today's performance from Morong Hung filled him with joy. At that moment, a palace maid approached Su Luer and whispered a few words. Su Luer's face lit up with a smile as she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, the servant just mentioned that Hunger has chosen a jade hairpin for himself." "Oh." Emperor Renjing's eyes sparkled with interest. All the jewelry placed in bets belonged to the noble women. Although Morong Hang emerged victorious, given his temperament, it is likely that he would not choose. Even if he did, it would probably be a mere formality, devoid of genuine interest. Now that he has accepted, could it be? Recalling Morong Hang's earlier statement about having someone he cares for, Emperor Renjing's interest was piqued. Wang Difu, swiftly investigate which noble lady's jade hairpin has been taken by Hanger. Wang Difu immediately complied. Before long, he returned, approaching Emperor Renjing and whispering, "Your Majesty, the owner of the jade hairpin is the legitimate daughter of General Shun Ruashi." Upon hearing this, the smile on Emperor Renjing's face faded slightly. Su Lua furrowed her brow. After a brief cough, she remarked, with so many adornments, Heir must have simply taken one at random. Emperor Renjing nodded in agreement, acknowledging. Indeed, one cannot conclude his affections based solely on this. He cast a glance in Shun Ruashi's direction and sighed. It was not that he disdained Shun Ruashi, but she was a woman who had been divorced, and her former spouse was none other than Murong Yu, Murong Hang's fourth brother. Such a connection was, by both propriety and ethics, rather inappropriate. Meanwhile, the noble ladies who had wagered on Murong Hang's victory received their double rewards, and their jewelry was returned. Shun Ruashi glanced around, noticing that her jade hairpin was not among the returned items, stirring her curiosity. How did he recognize it? The Prince of Ling did not take my jade bracelet. A voice filled with frustration emerged from beside her. Once see. She had deliberately set aside her jade bracelet. Crafted from the finest Hitian jade, inscribed with her maiden name, making it easily identifiable as hers. Yet, Murong Hang had not taken it. She bit her lip, seething at the thought of which enchantress's trinket he had claimed instead. Turning her head, she scanned the crowd, but the noble ladies, wary of her ire, quickly shook their heads, avoiding her gaze. Suddenly, Su Tianling, with her keen eyes, spoke up. It seems Shun Ruashi's jade hairpin has not been returned. What? Wansi exclaimed, taken aback, before bursting into indignation. The Prince of Ling must have taken the wrong item. There's no way he would take an interest in a divorced woman like her. Despite her words, she could not suppress the jealousy that festered within her, glaring at Shun Ruashi as if wishing to strike her down with her gaze. The next competition was weightlifting. Murong Xiu was reluctantly summoned to participate, only to exit in disgrace, covering his face, mentally cursing Murong Hang 1,000 times. For the sake of his own love, he sacrificed his dignity. What had he done wrong? Was it merely a matter of being a little flirtatious? The final game of Kuju, however, took an unexpected turn. Rue Wang Murong Yao was suddenly kicked in the leg by Guanyo, the son of the Minister of Revenue. Guanyo was tall and well-built. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, the blow sent Murong Yao crashing to the ground, causing immediate panic in the arena. Emperor Renjing waved his hand. Quick! Summon the imperial physician. A group of guards rushed forward, encircling Murong Yao in an attempt to lift him. However, the moment they touched him, he cried out in pain, leaving them hesitant to proceed. Yaoer! Murong Mingyu shouted, lifting her skirts and hastening to his side, followed closely by others who rushed to assist. Upon witnessing Murong Yao clutching his leg in agony and groaning on the ground, Murong Mingyu, filled with rage, turned abruptly. With a resounding slap, she struck Guangyo's face, her voice laced with fury. How dare you inflict such harm upon my brother? Are you seeking death? Guangyo, merely a 14-year-old boy, immediately knelt, fear evident in his expression. Your Highness, forgive me. I did not mean to. Do not try to defend yourself. Murong Mingyu retorted. From the ground, Murong Yao interjected. He did not intend it. Accidents are inevitable in competition. Please do not blame him. Shun Ruashi gazed at the strikingly handsome youth on the ground, her gaze softening. Despite sharing the same mother, Murong Yao possessed a far greater capacity for compassion. Noticing that the physician had yet to arrive, Shun Ruashi approached and crouched down. Your Highness, I possess some knowledge of medicine. May I offer my assistance? Murong Yao frowned, then lifted his gaze. A stunningly beautiful face entered his view. The young woman's hair cascaded like dark clouds, adorned with a golden begonia hairpin that swayed gently. Her enchanting eyes shimmered, reminiscent of a pristine spring. Suddenly, Murong Yao felt a twinge of shyness. Well then, if you insist. Shun Ruashi observed the boy's fair, exquisite face, her heart skipping a beat. Though his features appeared more youthful than she remembered, there was no mistaking his identity. Chapter 48. In justice, Shun Ruashi gazed upon the youthful face of the boy, as fair and exquisite as a piece of jade, and her heart skipped a beat. Although his visage appeared slightly more juvenile than she remembered, there was no mistaking his identity. In her previous life, after her death, her spirit lingered in the air, witnessing Murong Hung, in a state of despair, spitting blood and dying at her grave. Ultimately, the one who ascended the throne was the very Murong Yao before her. The young emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze icy as he observed the ministers prostrating on the ground. His slender eyes narrowed slightly, the corners tinged with a hint of crimson, exuding a bloodthirsty ferocity and an imposing presence. This was in stark contrast to the blushing boy before her. As Shun Ruashi lowered her gaze, intending to assess his injuries, she was abruptly halted by a hand. Murong Mingyu glared at her. With your limited medical skills, can you truly heal him? Wait for the imperial physician to arrive. Princess Mingyu, both the emperor and empress have witnessed my medical expertise. You need not worry, she replied. That is unnecessary. Murong Mingyu's eyes were filled with disdain. You, a divorced woman, should refrain from touching my royal brother. At these words, Shin Ruashi rose abruptly, unwilling to expend further energy on this matter. Not far away, Su Luer and Emperor Rinjing approached. Upon seeing Murong Yao in agony on the ground, Su Luer's gaze fell upon Shin Ruashi's face. Shin Ruashi, I have witnessed your medical skills before. Please attend to Prince Rie. With the Empress's command, Shin Ruashi could only comply. Yes. As she bent down to resume her examination, a hand seized her collar, lifting her effortlessly. She looked up to meet the indifferent, elongated gaze of Murong Hong. He observed her for a few seconds before turning to Su Luer. How can a divorced woman lay hands on Prince Rie? Su Luer frowned. Ling Wang, this is where you are mistaken. Is a divorced person not allowed to tend to the sick? What kind of twisted reasoning is this? This sentiment was not merely her own, but echoed that of Princess Mingyu. Surprised, Su Luer turned to Murong Mingyu, who frowned in response. Mother, I did mention. Utter nonsense. Emperor Rinjing interjected, visibly displeased. As the eldest princess, your words and actions should serve as a model for others. How can you speak such outrageous things in public? Chastised before everyone, Murong Mingyu pressed her lips together, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she lowered her gaze. Father, mother, I acknowledge my mistake. Emperor Rinjing cast her a sidelong glance before turning his attention to Shin Ruashi. Shin Ruashi, please attend to Prince Rue. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Murong Hong. Why did it seem as though he was advocating for Shin Ruashi? From what he knew, his son was not one to champion the cause of righteousness. Coupled with the earlier incident involving Murong Hang taking Shin Ruashi's jade hairpin, Emperor Rinjing's suspicions began to mount. Shin Ruashi had no time for further contemplation. She knelt down, pressing on Murong Yao's leg through his clothing. Murong Yao, usually sensitive to pain, gritted his teeth in silence. Feeling that to cry out in Shin Ruashi's presence would be rather undignified, Shin Ruashi pressed against his ankle. The Duke of Rue, a true man. I examined with considerable force, yet you remained utterly silent. Murong Yao, flattered, felt a hint of bashfulness. He cleared his throat slightly. This injury, Half of his sentence was abruptly replaced by a cry of agony. Shin Ruashi, applying pressure to his ankle, twisted it forcefully. Caught off guard, Murong Yao let out a wail. After the outcry, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was over, his dignity was shattered. Shin Ruashi spoke gently. Your Highness, the Duke of Rue, your ankle is dislocated but has been reset. However, it is somewhat swollen. A poultice of medicinal herbs will suffice. Your calf, on the other hand, seems more serious, likely a hairline fracture requiring treatment. You will need to rest in bed for some time. Murong Yao fluttered his long eyelashes, nodding dazedly. A glimmer of tears lingered at the corners of his eyes, rendering him adorably harmless. Beside him, Murong Mingyu expressed her discontent. Are you certain it is a dislocation? I hope it's not a misdiagnosis that leads to my royal brother suffering further injuries. Shin Ruashi raised her gaze, yet before she could respond, a gentle voice interjected from nearby. Princess Mingyu need not worry. My leg injury was treated by Miss Shen as well, and I can vouch for her expertise. She would never misdiagnose. Qin Qingxian, pushing a wheelchair, slowly approached the crowd. He looked at Shin Ruashi and smiled softly. Against the backdrop of his refined and gentle countenance, he truly appeared unparalleled. Miss Shun, it has been quite some time since we last met. There was an inexplicable sense of nostalgia in his words. Upon hearing this, the onlookers cast curious glances at Qin Qingxian and Shin Ruashi. Qin Qingxian, unfazed and unembarrassed, had indeed developed feelings for her through their encounters and treatments. Previously, he had refrained from overstepping boundaries due to her status as the wife of the Prince of Qi. However, now that she was divorced and he remained unmarried, what could be deemed improper in his affections? Meanwhile, two individuals displayed displeasure, Murong Hung and Murong Yu. Clenching his fists, a surge of anger welled within him. Shin Ruashi, truly remarkable. How could she, mere moments after their separation, forge a connection with Qin Qingxian? Such shamelessness. With Qin Qingshuan's assurance, Murong Mingyu found it difficult to voice further objections, awkwardly closing her mouth. At that moment, the royal physician arrived. It was Luo Gaojia, the esteemed head of the Imperial Medical Institute, renowned for his expertise in orthopedics. After examining Murong Yao, he reached the same conclusion as Shin Ruashi. Observing the swollen ankle, he praised, thanks to Miss Shun's decisive action, the Duke's injury did not worsen. A mere 2 days of hot compresses will suffice. Shin Ruashi humbly replied, you flatter me, Dr. Luo. At that moment, Murong Yao, lying on the ground, suddenly spoke. Father, Miss Shin treated my leg. Surely I deserve a reward? Indeed. There shall be a substantial reward. Emperor Rinjing waved his grand sleeves, turning to Shun Ruashi, and unexpectedly declared, Shun Ruashi, you are poised and elegant, a remarkable talent. Why not grant you a fine marriage? Chapter 49. Conflict. Upon hearing the news, the crowd was taken aback, and Shun Ruashi's expression shifted noticeably. Just as she was about to speak, Shin-che stepped forward. Your Majesty, Ruashi has recently undergone a separation. It seems rather inappropriate to arrange a marriage at this juncture. Shin Tianrong nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Shin-che continued. Moreover, my father and I are quite reluctant to see her wed so soon. We wish for her to remain at home a while longer. Shin Tianrong echoed. Yes, yes. Shin-che implored. We beseech your Majesty to retract the decree and bestow another form of commendation. Shin Tianrong added. Yes, yes. Emperor Rinjing chuckled. My dear Minister Shun. There is no need for such alarm. I was merely jesting. Bring forth a pair of golden-laid jade agates for Shun Ruashi as a reward for her successful treatment of Prince Rue. Upon hearing this, Shun Ruashi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Rinjing smiled faintly and subtly turned, casting a discreet glance at Murong Heng beside him, only to find his expression bland and devoid of discernible emotion. The emperor furrowed his brow. Had he misjudged? Or was this young man simply adept at concealing his feelings? As the evening entertainment concluded and darkness descended, the guests began to disperse. Shin-che, along with this year's second and third place scholars, was retained to enjoy a banquet with Emperor Rinjing. Shun Ruashi, at the earnest invitation of Murong Minghua, chose to stay as well. After partaking of a meal in Qin Haitong's modest kitchen, she selected some exquisite delicacies and supplements for the two men to deliver to Princess Mingwei in Yaoguang Hall. Under the silvery moonlight, the fragrant air enveloped them as Shin Ruashi and Murong Minghua walked along the pathway. Suddenly, Shin Ruashi recalled something. By the way, could you tell me about His Highness Prince Rue? The 11th Prince, you mean? Murong Minghua replied with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. Prince Rue is born of the Empress. I am not particularly acquainted with him. However, he has always possessed a pure and gentle nature, endearing himself to everyone in the palace, including my father. Prince Rue, is he truly that innocent? Do you harbor doubts? Not at all, Shin Ruashi chuckled softly. It's just that the Murong Yao of my previous life and the current Murong Yao differ vastly. In her past life, he had ascended the throne at the tender age of 18. Could a mere 3 years truly effect such a transformation in a person? As they approached Yaoguang Hall, the eunuch at the entrance promptly came forth to pay his respects. Long live Princess Minghua. What brings you to visit so unexpectedly? I shall inform the two esteemed masters within at once. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted from inside, accompanied by the sound of objects being thrown and a child's cries. Murong Minghua's expression shifted slightly. There is no need. We shall enter ourselves. With that, she led Shin Ruashi and the attendant hastily inside. The noise emanated from the quarters of noble consort Nya. Upon entering, they beheld the floor strewn with pastries. Wei Jinjin stood by the table, her hair unkempt and her demeanor grim. Opposite her, noble consort Nya was cradling Princess Mingwei, her face etched with panic. Princess Mingwei appeared frightened and was crying loudly. From a distance, the lively atmosphere within Yaoguang Hall was palpable. What on earth is happening? Murong Minghua's voice turned icy as she stepped forward. Hearing the commotion, Nye Yulan and Wei Jinjin turned simultaneously. Upon seeing her, the two were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, Wei Jinjin's expression darkened further. Her gaze fell upon Murong Minghua, momentarily flashing with resentment. Spotting Shin Ruashi beside her only incited greater fury. You truly are in cahoots. Shin Ruashi bowed. Your Highness, Lady Rong, Lady Lan. Wei Jinjin replied coldly, there is no need for such pretense, you wretched woman. I knew from the last time that you and Qin Guifei were in league. You conspired against me. Lady Rong, be cautious with your words. Murong Minghua interjected icily. Father Emperor, pitying that the Wei family has but you remaining, and seeing that you lost your child last time, elevated your rank to a concubine and made you the head of Yaoguang Palace. Should you fail to recognize the grace bestowed upon you, it would truly break his heart. No need for your feigned concern. I see you as nothing more than a fool. Wei Jinjin retorted. Are you truly unaware, or merely pretending? The Wei family has committed grave errors, and now that you live, you ought to plan wisely for your future rather than repeating such foolishness. At her words, Wei Jinjin's face paled. She pressed her lips together and swept away in a huff. Murong Minghua turned, signaling to the palace maids behind her. They promptly set down the pastries and tonics they held. Lady Lan, These are from the Empress Mother for Mingwei. This concubine thanks the noble consort, Nie Yulan smiled. Then turned to the maid beside her. Chun'er, take Mingwei aside to enjoy some pastries. I have matters to discuss with Princess Minghua. Yes. Once Chun'er escorted Murong Mingwei away, Nie Yulan took the initiative to speak. Today, I regret that Princess Minghua and Miss Shen had to witness such a scene. What transpired, Lady Lan? Murong Minghua inquired. Lady Rong dined in my palace today. Perhaps the pastries did not suit her palate, and she grew a bit irate over a trivial matter. Though she holds the same rank as you, she should not treat you so disdainfully, Nie Yulan remarked, gazing into the night beyond the door. It matters not. As long as Mingwei grows up safe and healthy, I am indifferent to these trifles, Murong Minghua sighed. Moreover, Lady Rong has recently lost her family and her unborn child. Such profound loss inevitably causes distress. I find it reasonable to grant her some leeway. Having reached this point, should Murong Minghua further intervene on her behalf, it would be seen as meddling. Thus, she refrained from saying more. Shinruashi spoke up. Lady Lan, today I noticed Princess Mingwei appears somewhat malnourished. Later, I shall provide you with a few medicinal recipes. You can prepare them for her, as they are both delicious and nourishing. Is that so? Then I thank Miss Shen. Nie Yulan replied graciously. You are too kind. The group settled down and began their customary pleasantries. Meanwhile, Wei Jinjin returned to her chamber, her anger boiling over as she swept her arm, sending the fruit platter crashing to the ground. The palace maids approached to clean up, but were harshly rebuked by Wei Jinjin. Hua stepped forward, draping a cloak over her shoulders. Your Highness, please do not let your anger consume you. It is merely a trivial matter, and such fury is truly detrimental to your health. Trivial matter? Lan Pin, fully aware of my recent loss, feigned a deep motherly bond with Princess Mingwei before me, intentionally provoking my anguish. Hua sighed, Your Highness. Lady Lan is the only one in the palace willing to converse with you. Should you continue in this manner, you shall truly be left without a single companion. I have no desire to engage with them, Wei Jinjin retorted, her eyes brimming with resentment. When I was in favor, they all fawned over me. Now that I have fallen from grace, they regard me as though I were a ghost, a covetous lot indeed. Your Highness, do not speak so. Who would dare to describe you in such a manner? I shall silence her. Upon hearing this, Wei Jinjin let out a sardonic laugh. Hua, do you truly believe I am unaware of the whispers circulating below? Although I seldom venture from the Yaoguang Hall, I am not deaf. They all brand me mad. With those words, tears unexpectedly streamed down Wei Jinjin's cheeks. Your Highness. Hua's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. She had accompanied Wei Jinjin into the palace, serving as her maid alongside Lin Xiang. Upon their departure, their parents had urged them to serve Wei Jinjin with utmost care, emphasizing that within the palace, they were not merely master and servant but sisters bound by fate. Prosperity and misfortune would be shared alike. Yet, who could have foreseen that within a mere year, the Wei family would be reduced to ruin, leaving Wei Jinjin in such a wretched state? Lin Xiang had perished, and the child that Wei Jinjin carried was lost as well. Hua gazed at Wei Jinjin's abdomen, biting her lip. Your Highness, did we make a grave mistake last time? Otherwise, you would at least have had a child. She braced herself for a slap from Wei Jinjin, but instead, she was met with a low, sorrowful sob. Chapter 50. The harmonious bond of husband and wife. Lotus raised her head and beheld Wei Jinjin, who was covering her face, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with anguish and sorrow, intertwined with profound regret. Indeed, she should have had a child. She should have had a child of her own. It was she herself who had caused the demise of her unborn child. Wei Jinjin choked back her sobs. Lotus, I miss my father, and my mother, and my brother. With each word, her tears fell more fiercely, eventually erupting into a heart-wrenching cry of despair. When Shun Ruashi and Murong Minghua emerged, they were met with the sound of hoarse weeping. In the stillness of the night, it resonated with an oppressive weight. The cries emanated from Wei Jinjin's chamber. The two exchanged a glance and, with an unspoken understanding, stepped out of the Yaoguang Palace. Their graceful figures gradually vanished into the night. Nie Yulan stood at the entrance, motionless for a long while. Beside her, Chun'er came over to support her, whispering, Your Highness, has Princess Minghua discovered something? Nie Yulan shook her head. I am uncertain. However, Princess Minghua is not one to be trifled with. Since I wish to keep matters discreet, she likely will not pursue them further. With that, her gaze fell, and she retreated inside. Outside, Shun Ruashi and Murong Minghua walked side by side. Shun Ruashi spoke. The consort is indeed a pitiful soul. How many women in the palace find a peaceful end? Morong Minghua furrowed her brow and replied, I find Lan Pin's demeanor puzzling. Even if she chooses to avoid conflict, she should not be this submissive. I too am perplexed, but I am unfamiliar with palace affairs. Since Lan Pin does not wish to escalate matters, it is prudent to remain silent. You are right. The palace may appear opulent, yet it is a place of mercilessness. Morong Minghua lowered her voice. The scant offspring in the palace can be attributed partly to the emperor's few consorts, and partly to the many who have perished young. As for the reasons behind their untimely deaths, who truly knows? Shen Ruoshi remained silent, a chill creeping into her heart. The deep palace felt like an abyss. It was better to keep her distance. As they walked for a while, they arrived at a garden. Suddenly, Morong Minghua slapped her forehead. Oh dear. I just remembered that my mother has asked me to attend to something with the empress. I must hurry. She smiled. Ruoshi, wait here. Cold Frost will come to escort you out of the palace shortly. I will take my leave now. Without waiting for Shun Ruoshi's response, she turned swiftly and departed. Shin Ruoshi stood in the garden, gazing at the deep waters of the lake and the flickering candlelight on either side, feeling somewhat bewildered. She left just like that? As she scanned her surroundings, preparing to find a place to sit and wait, a shadow suddenly darted past. Who? She gasped. Immediately, a hand clamped over her mouth, and she was pulled into a nearby side chamber. Shin Ruoshi's eyes widened. Almost instinctively, she drew silver needles from her sleeve and jabbed them into the assailant's thigh. A muffled groan followed. Just as she ready to strike again, she was enveloped by a faint, refreshing scent of sandalwood wafting through her nostrils. So elegant, yet so familiar. Releasing her hand, Shin Ruoshi turned around and was met with an extraordinarily handsome face. Morong Hang's indifferent gaze was tinged with a hint of mischief. Fierce. Reminiscent of a cat once raised by the late emperor. After saying this, he lifted his robe and removed 2 silver needles from his thigh. She wondered what acupoint she had struck. Her leg throbbed with pain and numbness, nearly causing her to falter. Shin Ruoshi raised her sparkling eyes and shot him an exasperated glare. Why is the esteemed King Ling masquerading as a thief in the dead of night? Fortunately, only 2 needles were inserted. Had there been 2 more, you wouldn't just collapse, but also suffer irreversible harm. After speaking, she pondered for a moment. After all, he was already incapacitated. A wound is just a wound. It matters little. You seem rather bored. Allow me to provide a bit of stimulation. To her surprise, the dignified King Ling displayed such a childish side. Shin Ruoshi took the silver needles from his hand and carefully placed them in her needle pouch, tucking it into her sleeve. Before she could secure it, her arm was yanked, and she found herself in an embrace fragrant with medicinal herbs. Morong Hang held her as they sat together on a nearby chair, his fingers pinching her waist, his nose brushing against her neck as he inhaled gently. Shin Ruoshi stiffened, a tingling sensation spreading throughout her body, her heart racing. Morong Hang softly said, Relax, I want to devour you. Shin Ruoshi couldn't help but mutter to herself. How would you even do that? Her fingers lightly glided down to his thigh. Having just needled his acupoints, there may be a lingering soreness. Let me massage it for you. With that, she descended from him and began to knead his calf from the bottom up. Morong Hang grasped her hand. There is no need to be so humble. Not humble at all, Shin Ruoshi replied, resting her chin on his knee, tilting her head slightly, utterly enchanting. To alleviate the King Ling's burdens brings me joy beyond measure. In her past life, he had bled for her in the imperial palace, dying in agony. In this lifetime, her only act of service was to kneel and massage his legs. It was hardly a sacrifice. However, after a few strokes, she felt Morong Hang lean down and scoop her up, imprisoning her in his embrace once more. Shin Ruoshi sighed in resignation. If I don't massage you, you'll be sore. Let it be sore, he murmured tenderly. He simply did not wish to see her lower herself, even for him. She should be exalted, held in the palm of his hand. If she were to kneel, it should be in a more intimate setting, not like this. Morong Hang gazed at the beauty in his arms, his eyes growing more entranced. Unable to resist, he lowered his head, his lips brushing against the corner of her mouth in a gentle kiss. One hand grasped her delicate wrist, while the other caressed her waist. Like a languid cat toying with its prey, he seemed to revel in this intimate closeness. Shin Ruoshi felt her breath quicken, her ears turning crimson. After a while, she could no longer endure it. You're rather warm. No need to worry. However, it is indeed quite abnormal. When Shun Ruoshi touched his forehead, she was immediately taken aback. Morong Hang, you have a fever. He nodded languidly, quietly gazing at her. His usually indifferent eyes were now veiled with a mist, strangely endearing. Shin Ruoshi cleared her throat, adopting a serious expression as she descended from him. Give me your hand. Morong Heng obediently extended his hand. After checking his pulse, she sighed in relief. It was merely a common fever, with no additional symptoms. There was no need for alarm. Morong Heng spoke. Since childhood, this has been the case. Whenever I overexert myself, I fall ill, but a bit of medicine suffices. Were you exhausted from playing polo today? Morong Heng remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Shinruashi frowned. Given your condition, why would you still participate? Are you truly reckless with your life? Are you concerned for me? Shinruashi. Is that the main point? She replied helplessly. Yes. Upon hearing her response, a glimmer of light flickered in Morong Heng's eyes, and he couldn't help but pull her into his embrace once more. Shinruashi admonished sternly, you still have a fever. Let me hold you for a while. He rarely displayed a hint of a smile, the curve of his lips unfolding like the purest snow melting upon a green pine. Dazzlingly beautiful. Shinruashi was momentarily mesmerized by his charm, and then obediently acquiesced to him. Morong Heng retrieved a simple yet elegant jade hairpin from his chest. Winning the match earned me this hairpin of yours. It is worth it. Shinruashi, intrigued, inquired, how did you know this hairpin belonged to me? I've seen you wear it. Shinruashi was taken aback. She remembered wearing this hairpin the day they met at the tea house. Such a small detail. Yet he had remembered it. It seemed his gaze was filled entirely with her. Morong Heng continued, I plan to discuss the matter of our betrothal with Father Emperor soon. Perhaps we should take it slow, Shinruashi murmured. I have just recently divorced, and it would be wise to allow some time to pass. Moreover, the Emperor may not be very willing for you to marry me. Today, Emperor Rinjing publicly declared the betrothal, and she later reflected that he must have discovered something. His willingness is unimportant. What matters is your desire. Just as she uttered a word, Morong Heng's kiss descended upon her. He subdued her with his lips. Amid their entanglement, his voice escaped through the slight parting of their lips. Do not refuse. Shinruashi. She had no intention of refusing. This man should simply express his desire to kiss her. Shinruashi tilted her head back, reluctantly succumbing to his advance. Perhaps due to the fever. Morong Heng's body radiated an unusually intense heat. She felt as though she might be scorched. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Where is Shinruashi? Fourth Prince. I have not seen Miss Shin. I distinctly saw Shinruashi come here. Lang Yi, what do you mean by concealing her? I do not understand what Fourth Prince is referring to. It was Morongyu. Shinruashi was taken aback, and soon attempted to rise. However, Morong Heng pressed her down with a firm hand, suddenly exerting force and pinning her against the nearby table, kissing her more deeply. Shinruashi leaned back, unable to find any support, and could only wrap her arms around his neck. This gesture seemed to please Morong Heng, prompting him to intensify his actions. The inkstone on the table was knocked to the ground, creating a loud noise. Outside, Morongyu's voice echoed again. Is someone inside? Who could it possibly be? The Fourth Prince is jesting. Aside from my master, who else could it be? I shall take a look. Morongyu insisted on entering. Shinruashi felt a surge of panic, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at the man before her. Morong Heng moved his lips away from hers and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, You have already divorced. Are you still afraid of him seeing us? Yes, Shinruashi replied, clinging to him. I fear he might see and tarnish your reputation. Morong Heng paused for a moment, his long eyelashes lowering. In a hidden corner of his gaze, a trace of tenderness flowed. Outside, Morongyu was already embroiled in a quarrel with Lang Yi, on the verge of violence. Morong Heng set Shinruashi down, tidied her clothing and disheveled hair, then turned and opened the door. At the moment the door swung open, the desire in his eyes receded like a tide, replaced by a chilling detachment. He fixed his gaze directly on Morongyu at the entrance. What do you want? Seeing him, Morongyu was momentarily startled, but quickly replied, I came to find Shinruashi. Shinruashi, lifting her skirt, leisurely stepped out from behind Morong Heng. In a cold voice, she said, What do you want with me? Upon seeing her, Morongyu's anger flared. Shinruashi, you have been alone with the Ling King for so long. What on earth have you been doing? Shinruashi found it amusing. Wondering what identity the Fourth Prince had to question her, Morongyu was taken aback, then his expression darkened. You just divorced me. And now you come here to seduce the Ling King. Do you have no shame? Morong Heng's eyes turned icy. Miss Shin is my guest. Your guest? Ninth Prince. Why would you invite such a woman? To treat an ailment, Morong Heng interrupted. Is there a problem with that? At his words, Morongyu was momentarily speechless. To treat an ailment? A lone man and woman, especially at this late hour, treating an ailment here? However, Morong Heng's face flushed slightly. His demeanor was indeed unusual, indicating he was likely unwell. Nevertheless, he still found the situation suspicious. Why not conduct the treatment openly? Why shut the door in here? I shall treat her wherever I please, he declared, infuriating Murongyu to no end. Observing Murongyu's frustrated expression, Shinruashi felt quite pleased. She slightly bowed her head. Your Highness, the Ling King, I shall take my leave now. Murongheng nodded. Shinruashi turned, descended the steps, and walked towards the exit. As she passed by Murongyu, she did not cast him a glance, not even a fleeting one. Murongyu suddenly felt a surge of rage. How dare she ignore him? Once a woman who harbored nothing but affection for him, now dared to disregard him? Anger surged within, as Murongyu abruptly turned and seized Shinruashi's wrist. Stop right there. The tremendous force caused her wrist to throb painfully. She frowned. It hurts. What are you pretending for? With a swift motion, the sound of a blade being drawn rang out. A glint of cold light flashed as a sharp sword swung directly towards Murongyu's arm. He hastily released Shinruashi, yet still sustained a cut. Had he not reacted swiftly, his arm might have been rendered useless. Ling Yi lowered his gaze at the empty sheath, feeling somewhat speechless. You are so self-righteous. You wield my sword against a romantic rival. Have you lost your mind? Murongyu looked on in astonishment at Murongheng, who held the sword. If his suspicions were once vague, they were now undeniably confirmed. Murongheng's feelings for Shinruashi were anything but ordinary. Murongheng, have you truly taken a liking to this wretched woman? Murongheng retorted coolly, mind your tongue. If you continue to speak so filthily, I won't hesitate to silence you for good. Murongyu pressed his lips together, filled with fury yet too intimidated to act rashly. He understood that Murongheng was genuinely capable of such threats. Gritting his teeth, he warned, I merely wish to remind you that associating with her brings you no advantage. Murongheng's gaze was laced with disdain. That sentiment hardly falls within your purview. At that moment, a gentle call echoed from a distance. Your Highness. Murongyu turned to see Ning Lanyue, accompanied by a maid, standing timidly not far off, watching him. Shinruashi smirked mockingly. Oh, your concubine has arrived. While the fourth prince is preoccupied with the concerns of the Ling King, why not take a moment to reflect on yourself? Even if I were to divorce, I would still be superior to your concubine. Murongheng frowned. What status does she hold to be compared with you? The two exchanged barbs, leaving Ling Yi beside them with a sour taste in his mouth. Goodness, they aren't even wed yet, and already it seems like a duet of marital discord. Chapter 51. Boldness. Murongyu's face turned pale. Shinruashi, you have become increasingly vulgar, he exclaimed. Indeed, your side consort is so aloof, akin to a pure white lotus perched upon a lofty mountain. Each word dripped with sarcasm directed at Ning Lanyue. Murongyu seethed with anger, yet words eluded him. He was already aware of the events at Yushishin today. Ning Lanyue had utterly lost face. Even though she had been elevated to the status of a side consort and received instruction in etiquette, she remained the subject of disdain. Even Wan Siyu dared to openly express her disdain, refusing to sit beside her, which was a humiliation for Ning Lanyue. Yet, for him, it was an even greater affront. Your Highness, you are injured. Ning Lanyue approached, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of Murongyu's bleeding arm. She cautiously lifted his arm to inspect the wound. Observing her tentative demeanor, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within Murongyu, filling him with irritation. It was all because of her that he felt utterly disgraced. He waved his sleeve dismissively. It's just a minor injury. It means nothing. But, I'm fine. Were you not with the Empress Dowager? What brings you here? The Empress Dowager said she needed to rest, so I came to find you. Upon hearing this, Murongyu realized that his mother disapproved of Ning Lanyue, which only intensified his vexation. He shot a dark glance at Murongheng and Shinruashi before swiftly turning and leaving Yushishin. Ning Lanyue hesitated for a moment before following him. Watching the pair's retreating figures, Shinruashi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Isn't their love as strong as gold? I shall see how long this couple can maintain their affection. After parting ways with Murongheng, the maid led Shinruashi to the palace gates. Cold Frost and Peach Leaf had been waiting there for some time. Miss Peach Leaf draped a white cloak with green plum blossoms over her shoulders, expressing concern. The evening wind is strong. Be cautious not to catch a chill. Has my second brother not arrived yet? Not yet, Mississippi. The Emperor values talent. And the second young master, being the newly crowned top scholar, undoubtedly has many social engagements. Then we shall wait. Shinruashi gazed towards the direction of the Golden Lawn Hall, a hint of unease crossing her features. Cold Frost, please check on my second brother. I wonder why he hasn't come out yet. Cold Frost nodded slightly before vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, within the palace, Shinche staggered through the darkness. making his way towards the palace gates, supported by his attendant, Achong. "Second young master, you have had too much to drink. Take care," Achong cautioned. "It's just a little wine. I'm fine." "The hour grows late. We must return quickly," Shinsei replied. As they walked, Achong, feeling discomfort in his abdomen, began to walk awkwardly. "What are you doing? In the time it takes to enter the palace, have you turned into a eunuch?" Shinsei turned to him, bemused. "No, second young master. I have an urgent need. If you must, go to the restroom. I shall wait here for you." "Are you certain?" Achong asked. Noting the flush on Shinsei's face, his concern evident, Shinsei smiled. "As a robust man, could I truly be subject to such frivolity? Hurry back." "Very well. Second young master, do not wander too far." Achong swiftly departed. Leaning against a begonia tree, Shinsei gently closed his eyes, awaiting Achong's return. After a brief interval, footsteps finally approached. He slowly opened his eyes. "Why has it taken so long?" "You." Upon seeing the figure before him, Shinsei found his words caught in his throat. It was not Achong who had returned. Before him stood a group, led by a woman of noble attire and haughty demeanor. She appeared quite familiar. It was Su Tianling. Shinsei was abruptly half awake from his stupor. "Princess Tianling." He addressed her. "What a delightful evening for the scholar to linger so late. What brings you here?" A serene smile graced Su Tianling's lips. She had been chatting with Murong Mingyu until now, preparing to leave the palace, only to stumble upon such an unexpected spectacle. The night was thick, and with so few people around, it was merely Shinsei on his own, and inebriated, no less. Truly, the heavens were aiding her. Shinsei responded coolly. "I am merely awaiting someone." He had no desire to entangle himself with the notorious princess. However, Su Tianling clearly did not wish to let him go. "It seems the scholar has indulged a bit too much. How fortuitous, as I must return, I shall escort you home." "No need," he replied. Yet Su Tianling feigned deafness, gesturing to her companions. "Go, assist the scholar, and escort him out of the palace." Her attendants immediately advanced, surrounding Shinsei. Alarmed, he quickly realized Su Tianling intended to forcibly take him home. Anger surged within him. "Su Tianling, I am an official of the court, the son of the Grand General. Do you dare to use force against me?" Su Tianling laughed derisively. "And what of it? My father is the esteemed Prince Rong." The Grand General Shin Tianrong had long since retired and wielded no real power, his authority now resting with his legitimate son, Shinyu, who had not returned from the frontier in 2 years. Did he have any influence over matters in the capital? Su Tianling commanded, "Bind him." Her followers immediately moved to seize Shinsei. He initially intended to resist, but with only a modicum of martial skill and inebriated, he was powerless to fight back. In an instant, he was subdued. Alarmed, he noticed patrolling guards passing by and wished to cry for help, but Su Tianling stuffed a cloth into his mouth, stifling his cries. She laughed with delight. "Do not be alarmed, scholar. You possess a fine appearance, and I shall treat you well. You shall not be mistreated." Shinsei's eyes nearly bulged in horror. This woman was utterly audacious. If he were to be defiled by such a beastly creature, death would be preferable. Just as despair enveloped Shinsei, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Ah, Su Tianling, what a coincidence." Su Tianling abruptly turned around and saw Murong Minghua standing behind her, hands clasped behind her back, observing her with an enigmatic smile. Su Tianling narrowed her eyes. "Princess Minghua, what brings you here?" "A vile servant has dared to offend me, and I was about to administer some discipline. It would be best for you to leave, Princess Minghua, to spare you from witnessing any unpleasant scenes." Su Tianling discreetly signaled her people to obstruct Shinsei, hoping to hasten Murong Minghua's departure. However, to her surprise, the princess took a step forward. "Such an exhilarating spectacle. I must witness it myself." Su Tianling, step aside. Chapter 52. Rescue. Su Tianling remained unmoved, her expression slightly grim. "Princess Minghua, this is a matter of my family. You should refrain from intervening." Seeing Su Tianling's firm refusal, Murong Minghua's gaze grew more scrutinizing. Just as she pondered, a young servant rushed over, kneeling before them to pay his respects. Scratching his head in confusion, he inquired, "I am here looking for my young master. May I ask if either of you has seen him?" Murong Minghua replied, "Who is your young master?" "Shinsei, the current top scholar," the servant responded. Upon hearing this, both Murong Minghua and Su Tianling's expressions shifted. Murong Minghua raised an eyebrow, glancing behind Su Tianling. "I wondered why such a commotion. It turns out the evil servant you mentioned is the top scholar?" The bewildered Achong's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? When did he become an evil servant?" Su Tianling offered a cold smile. Princess Minghua, this matter does not concern you. If you choose to ignore it tonight, I shall ensure a grand gift is delivered to you tomorrow. Murong Minghua scoffed. Su Tianling, you are audacious indeed, attempting to kidnap someone within the palace. What rare treasures have I not seen? Do you think I am in need of your grand gift? Her tone turned frigid. Release him, otherwise. You might find it difficult to leave the palace tonight. Was she meddling in affairs that did not concern her? Su Tianling's fingers tightened, a surge of anger swelling within her. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over rage. This was the palace. Should chaos ensue, she would gain nothing. With a solemn expression, Su Tianling commanded her attendants, release him. We shall depart. She swept away in indignation. Once they had left, Murong Minghua turned to Shinche, who had removed the cloth from his mouth and eased his numbed arms, bowing respectfully. I am grateful for Princess Minghua's timely rescue. Despite his slightly disheveled appearance, he maintained an air of elegance and grace. Second young master, Aichang exclaimed, rushing to embrace his leg. It truly is you. How did you become an evil servant? You frightened me to death. Get away from me. Shenche kicked him aside and addressed Murong Minghua. Princess Minghua, it has grown late. I shall not impose further and take my leave. Wait, Murong Minghua called after him. You respond to my rescue with such indifference? Stand there. I have something to say to you. Reluctantly, Shenche remained rooted in place. Murong Minghua approached, circling him a few times before complimenting. In previous years, the top scholar was renowned for both talent and beauty, yet this year, the top scholar shines even brighter. No wonder Su Tianling has taken an interest in you. Shenche remained silent, his gaze lowered, his brows knitting tighter. Just as one troublesome woman departs, another arrives. Yet this time, he feared no one would come to his aid. What a world this was. After enduring as much as he could, Shenche suddenly raised his head. Princess Minghua, my humble servant. As I lifted my gaze, it met a visage of breathtaking beauty. Her skin, fair as snow, and her eyes, sparkling with vitality, adorned her delicate oval face, exuding an enchanting charm. Shenche was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, an absurd thought flickered through his mind. If she were to squander him, it would not be entirely disadvantageous. Murong Minghua gazed at him with a playful smile. What do you wish to say? My humble servant, I am profoundly grateful for the princess's act of rescue. If there comes a day when I can be of assistance, I shall certainly do my utmost. You have made a promise, Murong Minghua replied. In the future, should I require your help, you must fulfill one request unconditionally. As long as the princess does not compel me to act immorally, I shall strive to meet any request you make. Then it is settled, Murong Minghua said, her smile deepening. The night has grown late. The scholar should return home. I shall have someone escort you and your servant out of the palace. With this, she signaled to several guards behind her to provide protection for Shenche. She then turned slightly, heading towards the inner palace. As she departed, Shenche noticed a resplendent ruby lotus hairpin nestled within her flowing black hair, glimmering brilliantly in the candlelight. At the palace gates, Shen Ruoshi waited for a considerable time. At last, she was joined by Lung Xuan. She stroked her chin, her expression contemplative, tinged with an air of delight. Shen Ruoshi inquired, why are you alone? Did you see my second brother? I did see him. When I arrived, the second young master was being bound by someone. What? Fortunately, you intervened. Did you manage to deal with the one who attempted to capture my brother? Not quite. I didn't have the chance to act. She had merely observed the dramatic scene of a damsel rescuing a hero from her perch. Lung Xuan glanced behind Shen Ruoshi. The second young master is approaching. You should inquire directly. Shen Ruoshi turned to see Shenche, accompanied by Aichang, hastening toward her. Shenche was in a flurry. Ruoshi, I apologize for the delay. I was held up. We must leave quickly. He moved to board the carriage. Shen Ruoshi halted him. Brother, what transpired to make you so flustered? It is a long story. Aichang interjected. Miss, it was terrifying. The second young master was nearly abducted by a woman of ill repute. Thankfully, another woman of dubious character appeared and rescued him. Silence. That was Princess Minghua. How dare you compare her to someone like Su Tianling? Shenche scolded Aichang, then seized his ear. This was all because of you. Your sudden urgency nearly brought calamity upon me. One must heed nature's calls. You cannot blame the servant for that. Moreover, if blame is to be assigned, it could only be directed at you for being so captivating. Your wages for this month are surely forfeit. From their exchange, Shen Ruoshi finally grasped the situation's unfolding. Su Tianling had the audacity to abduct you within the palace? What fear does that woman possess? She relies on her father, Prince Rong, unaware of the numerous heinous acts she has committed. Upon hearing this, Shin Ruashi furrowed her brow, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes. The current political landscape is primarily divided into two major factions, Prince Ling, Moronghong, and Prince Rong, Susheng. Although the general's manor holds military power, it is currently stationed at the border under the command of her elder brother. Within the court, the primary allegiance lies with Moronghong and Susheng. The Su family has been prominent in the court for 3 generations, producing 3 empresses, thereby amassing formidable military strength and unparalleled authority. Emperor Rinjing possesses a benevolent character, insufficient to suppress Prince Rong. Though it remains unspoken, everyone is acutely aware of this reality. Morongheng's health is failing, and upon his demise, the future of this realm remains uncertain. Shin Ruashi stated, "Fortunately, we have encountered Princess Minghua. Brother, you must exercise caution henceforth. Do not worry, I am quite all right," Shinche responded, extending his hand to assist Shin Ruashi onto the carriage. She nodded, placing her hand in his palm. Just as she was about to ascend the carriage, a voice suddenly called out, "Miss Shun." Chapter 53 Waiting for you. She turned her head and noticed a luxurious carriage slowly approaching from the shadows. As the curtain was lifted, the ethereal visage of Qin Chengxian came into her view. A servant carefully assisted him down from the carriage and seated him in a wheelchair. Qin Wenin pushed him forward towards Shin Ruashi. Shin Ruashi greeted them, "Young master and dear cousin. What a delightful coincidence to encounter you both here at such a late hour." Qin Qingshuan's gaze flickered momentarily. Before he could speak, Qin Wenin interjected, "Miss Shun, it appears we have been waiting here for quite some time." "Oh," Shin Ruashi exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Qin Chengxian, who smiled and said, "Do not heed his words. I have not kept you waiting long." He averted his eyes slightly, feeling a touch of discomfort. "Earlier, you were alone, and being nightfall, I feared that my visit might give rise to misunderstandings that could tarnish your reputation." At his words, Shun Ruashi felt a warmth in her heart and inquired, "Did the young master seek me for a particular reason?" "Thanks to you, my leg has improved significantly. I have been wishing to express my gratitude in person, but the opportunity has eluded me." As she spoke, he extended his hand, and Qin Wenin presented him with a delicate wooden box. Qin Chengxian accepted it. "This is a small token of my appreciation, and I hope Miss Shun will not find it lacking." Just as Shin Ruashi was about to decline, he continued, and sighed, "You will not find anything extravagant. Given the immense kindness you have shown me, it would weigh heavily on my conscience if you were to refuse it." Upon hearing this, Shin Ruashi paused momentarily. Shinche stepped forward and said, "Since the young master has made the offer, I shall accept it on Ruashi's behalf." Qin Chengxian smiled. "That is splendid. Today, the top scholar is truly resplendent. I have heard he is to take up a position at the Hanlin Academy. Soon, we shall be addressing you as Lord Shun." Shinche chuckled awkwardly. "You flatter me. Resplendent? Are you referring to the time I fell into Morongheng's embrace? Or when I nearly found myself ensnared by Su Tianling? What a vexing day it has been." After presenting the gift, Qin Chengxian regarded Shin Ruashi for a moment before saying, "It is getting late. I shall return to the Marquis's residence now." Qin Wenin pushed him as they prepared to depart. Shin Ruashi called out, "Wait a moment." She stepped forward and said, "Young master, I have a few words I wish to discuss with you privately." Qin Chengxian nodded. After dismissing those around them, he inquired, "Miss Shun, what is it?" "I have not visited the Marquis of Wooding's residence to attend to you in several days. I shall personally come by tomorrow, but I ask that you keep this matter discreet." Qin Qingshuan's eyes brightened. "Very well." Yet, as the realization set in, he felt a tinge of confusion, not understanding why she wished to speak of this in private. However, she must have her reasons. Once Qin Chengxian departed, Shinche asked, "Ruashi, what did you discuss with him?" "I will personally attend to the young master's leg tomorrow," she replied. Shinche was momentarily taken aback. "Ruashi, you do not harbor any feelings for Qin Chengxian, do you?" "It is not that my second brother speaks harshly, but we are unaware of the condition of his legs. You must think this through carefully. Dear brother, you are overthinking. My relationship with the heir is entirely innocent. I harbor no impure thoughts towards him." "Then why do you insist on going personally?" "I'm somewhat concerned about the heir's leg," replied Shin Ruashi, her brows furrowing. "Counting the days. The recovery is progressing far too slowly. It strikes me as suspicious." "Do you suspect someone is meddling?" "I hope I am merely being paranoid." Indeed, she harbored doubts, which is why she confided in Qin Chengxian about her intention to visit the following day, insisting he keep it discreet to avoid alarming anyone. With a sigh, Shin Ruashi was about to board the carriage when she suddenly heard a sharp reprimand. "Shin Ruashi." Turning her head, she spotted a carriage racing towards her. Before it came to a halt, Morongyu leaped out. Shin Ruashi felt a jolt of annoyance. What was this all about? Why couldn't he just leave her be? Ignoring him, she turned to leave. Shin Ruashi, stop right there. His face was flushed with anger. You really are something. Just a moment ago, you were flirting with Prince Ling in the palace, and now you're sneaking off to meet Qin Chengxian. I knew you were intent on separating from me. It seems you've already found someone else. Shin Che stepped forward. I am here, and the heir has his attendants with him. We are meeting openly. How is that sneaking around? Brother, he is blind to reason. Why bother explaining? Let us return home. Stop. When did you start consorting with those two? Shin Ruashi shot back a single word. Leave. Morongyu trembled with rage, losing control as he lunged at her. Cold frost intervened, engaging him in combat. Morongyu sustained an injury to his arm and soon found himself overpowered, unable to move. Shin Ruashi, compel this wretched maid to release me, or I shall accuse you of a serious offense. Shin Ruashi approached, her gaze fixed on his face. At the sight of her eyes, Morongyu felt a stir within him. Just as he was about to speak, Shin Ruashi swiftly raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Shin Ruashi, how dare you? What do I have to fear? You have incessantly pursued me. It is already magnanimous of me not to report you to the emperor. Do you wish to push your luck further? Am I pursuing you? Morongyu's expression was one of disbelief. Shin Ruashi scoffed. Is that not the case? Each time. It is you who approaches me, seeking rebuke. Her gaze then drifted to a distance where Ning Lanxue was being assisted down from a carriage. A smirk playing on her lips. Fourth Prince, I must ask you to conduct yourself with dignity. We have already parted ways. If you continue this relentless pursuit, do you truly find it difficult to let me go? Who would have trouble letting you go? Is that so? You resemble a dog, leaping towards me every time you see me. I thought perhaps you had regrets. Upon hearing this, Ning Lanxue paused, her expression darkening. Morongyu was beside himself with anger. Nonsense. I find you utterly irritating. Why would I have any regrets? Shin Che turned his head. Oh, Your Highness, I must speak a word of fairness. Every time you encounter my sister, your gaze seems utterly fixated upon her. Alas, had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the outset. With that, he swiftly ascended the carriage. Lung Shuang shook off Morongyu and leaped into the carriage, tugging at the reins. The carriage sped away, leaving Morongyu standing there, nearly choking with rage. As he turned his head, he met the tear-filled gaze of Ning Lanxue, feeling inexplicably guilty. What brings you down in such weather? The wind is fierce. You ought to come inside the carriage. With that, he was the first to enter the carriage. Ning Lanxue gritted her teeth and followed suit. Chapter 54. Anger within the carriage. The maid Greenbranch knelt beside Morongyu, applying a decongestant ointment to his face. Subsequently, she began to tend to the wounds on his arm. Your Highness, the wound on your arm is rather deep. You must not exert yourself. It has reopened and requires rebandaging. Please bear with the discomfort. Morongyu glanced at her and casually remarked, you must be new to the manor. Ding Lixian has an eye for talent, recruiting maids who possess both beauty and medical knowledge. Greenbranch's face flushed with warmth. This servant thanks your highness for the compliment. Ning Lanxue approached and snatched the gauze from Greenbranch's hands. You go outside, the prince needs only me. Greenbranch lowered her head and exited. Morongyu, puzzled, inquired, when did you acquire medical skills? This simple bandaging is something I can manage with a glance. I wish to tend to your highness personally. As soon as she finished speaking, Morongyu winced in pain. He had just endured humiliation at Shin Ruashi's hands and was already in a foul mood. Now, with Ning Lanxue's clumsy handling, his irritation flared. What are you doing? If you cannot bandage properly, do not attempt it. Allow someone else to do it. If Shin Ruashi were present, she would undoubtedly handle it with finesse. The mere thought of this made Morongyu even more agitated. Greenbranch re-entered and skillfully completed the bandaging. After being scolded, Ning Lanxue's eyes brimmed with tears, and she leaned against the carriage window, weeping silently. Witnessing her sorrow, Morongyu felt a pang of guilt. I am in a foul mood today. My words were hasty. Do not cry. Ning Lanxue suddenly spoke. Your Highness, do you regret parting with Shin Ruashi? Morongyu was taken aback. What do you mean? I have observed that whenever you encounter Shin Ruashi, you become flustered. Do you still harbor feelings for her? This prince has never had any romantic involvement with her. How could there be lingering feelings? Then why do you lose your composure upon seeing her with another man? Ning Lanxue's anger flared. She had endured countless indignities for his sake in recent days. Yet, despite her suffering, Morongyu showed no concern for her, his gaze perpetually fixed on that wretched Shin Ruashi. How could she not be furious? Morong Yu was momentarily stunned before his expression darkened. Lan Xue, how have you changed? You were once gentle, considerate, and understanding. Now you shout at me like a shrew. Does your highness still have lingering feelings for Shinruashi? I have said there are none. If you do not believe me, so be it. Morong Yu retorted angrily, then leaned back against the carriage, falling silent. The memory of Ning Lanxue's earlier accusations only heightened his agitation. Upon returning to the manor, Morong Yu dismounted the carriage first, his face clouded with anger as he retreated to his chamber. Meanwhile, Ning Lanxue went to the orchid courtyard. It was their first quarrel after such a long time. Once in her room, Ning Lanxue smashed every dish and cup within reach. That wretched woman. Truly a wretched creature. Even after the divorce, she lingers like a ghost. Why does she not just die? Ning Lanxue's visage was twisted in fury, devoid of any semblance of the usual tenderness and fragility she exhibited. He Xiang and Lu Ji knelt on the ground, too terrified to breathe. After a moment, He Xiang mustered her courage, sighed concubine. You are with child now. It is unwise to let your temper flare so. A resounding slap echoed as a hand struck He Xiang's face. Every day you present such a foolish demeanor. Merely seeing you vexes me. Knowing I am with child, yet you failed to bring me a cup of hot tea. Looking at the shards of broken cups scattered across the floor, He Xiang's eyes glistened with tears. She yearned to retort, but dared not utter a word. Rising, she implored. Sighed concubine, please do not be angry. I shall fetch you tea at once. She turned and hurried out. Lu Ji remained on the ground, reaching to collect the fragments. Just as she picked up a few, a foot came down upon her hand. The porcelain shards pierced her tender flesh, causing her to cry out in pain. Ah! She looked up to meet Ning Lanxue's frigid gaze, her body trembling. Sighed concubine, have I offended you in some way? I was wrong. Please, do not be angry. Do you even realize where you have erred? I. Humph, it seems you do not. Ning Lanxue increased her pressure. Lu Ji's cries grew more pitiful, tears streaming down her face as blood oozed from her hand. The young maid, round and charming, wept in a manner that tugged at the heartstrings. Ning Lanxue's anger only intensified. She released her foot from Lu Ji's fingers, opting instead to kick her in the chest. Lu Ji, sent sprawling, quickly knelt again despite the pain. Sighed concubine, I was wrong. I was wrong in every way. Please, temper your wrath. I could be placated, but merely seeing your beguiling face incites my ire. You might as well ruin it yourself. What? Lu Ji's face turned pale. Ning Lanxue lounged in a rosewood chair, her feet crossed, wearing an expression of amusement. If you do not take action to mar your face, I shall have Ding Lixian sell you to a brothel by tomorrow. And no. Sighed concubine, I beseech you to spare me. I beg of you. Lu Ji knelt, repeatedly bowing her head to the ground. Ning Lanxue's laugh was cold. Now you understand fear? You were quite eager when you were attempting to seduce the prince, were you not? If you do not act now, what you will lose is but your face. I did not. I truly did not attempt to seduce the prince. Lu Ji's forehead bled from the persistent knocking. Yet Ning Lanxue remained unmoved. She cared not whether it was true or false. After enduring such indignities, she needed to vent her frustrations on a few lowly souls. Otherwise, she might truly become ill from rage. Seeing Ning Lanxue's heartlessness, Lu Ji gritted her teeth and trembled as she picked up a shard of porcelain. Slowly, she brought it closer to her face. Outside, He Xiang had procured a fine set of tea utensils from Ding Lixian and hurried towards the orchid courtyard. In her haste, she nearly collided with someone. Upon closer inspection, it was Morong Yu, and she quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, forgive me. In the darkness, I failed to see. I beg for your pardon. Morong Yu frowned. What are you flustered about? It is the side consort. The consort wishes to have tea. And I have come to fetch the tea set. What? Does the orchid courtyard now lack even a single fine tea set? How are you servants managing your duties? Morong Yu, somewhat irked, replied, Get up, for I too am headed to the orchid courtyard. Let us go together. After leaving Ning Lanxue's side and returning to his chamber, he reflected and felt he had indeed neglected her today. A sense of guilt washed over him, prompting the desire to visit the orchid courtyard and see her. He Xiang hesitated for a moment, but then nodded, trailing behind Morong Yu as they made their way to the orchid courtyard. As they stepped into the courtyard, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Ah! Morong Yu paused, glancing at He Xiang, whose face had turned pale. What is happening? I do not know. Everything was fine when I left. Hearing this, Morong Yu waved his sleeve and quickened his pace. Upon entering the room, he was met with chaos. Furniture lay askew, and shards of cups littered the threshold. In the center of the room, Elgie was on the ground, covering her face, groaning in agony. Opposite her sat Ning Lanchue, looking down with a chilling, triumphant smile on her usually gentle visage. Lanchue? Morongyu exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 55. Disturbance in pregnancy. Ning Lanchue suddenly lifted her head, spotting Morongyu at the doorway, a flicker of panic crossing her face. She hastily rose to her feet. Your Highness, what are you? What are you doing? Morongyu interrupted her with a sharp inquiry. Your Highness, please save me, Your Highness. Upon seeing Morongyu approach, Lucy seemed to grasp at a lifeline. She crawled towards him, raising her head in desperate plea. Upon seeing her face, Morongyu's expression turned even more astonished. The originally delicate and fair visage was now drenched in blood. A grotesque wound snaked from the corner of her eye down to her chin, utterly horrifying. Morongyu pointed at her face, incredulity written all over his features as he looked at Ning Lanchue. Did you do this? Tears streamed down Lucy's face. Your Highness. Your Highness. Ning Lanchue fell to her knees. It is all my fault. I was in a foul mood today, and, seeing your fondness for Lucy in the carriage, I became jealous. I returned and asked her if she harbored any ulterior motives. The girl insisted she did not, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she took a shard of porcelain and marred her own face to prove her loyalty. Ning Lanchue's eyes reddened, portraying a heart-wrenching sorrow. I wished to stop her, but it was too late. As she spoke, she grasped Lucy's wrist tightly. Lucy, why are you so foolish? You are my personal maid. How could I not trust you? I was merely in a bad mood today. Faced with Ning Lanchue's tear-filled gaze, Lucy felt a chill seep into her heart. She trembled involuntarily, wanting to reveal the truth. Yet, she sensed Ning Lanchue's grip tightening, an unspoken threat lurking within. A constriction gripped Lucy's throat. As though ensnared by a venomous serpent, an icy dread coursing through her being. She bit her lip, ultimately refraining from uttering the truth. Your Highness, I acted impulsively and frightened you. No sooner had she spoken than Ning Lanchue immediately clutched her abdomen. Your Highness, I feel a tightness in my belly. It is quite uncomfortable. Hearing this, Morongyu grew anxious. He commanded Jing Lu, quickly, summon the court physician. Without delay, he bent down and lifted Ning Lanchue. Placing her gently on the bed, she carried his flesh and blood. Nothing must happen to her. The disturbance in Ning Lanchue's pregnancy was a grave matter. The servants in the household quickly became frantic, rushing to tidy the room and summon the physician. Lucy stood by with her bloodied face, yet no one paid her heed. Before long, physician Zhang Qi arrived with his medicine box on his back. He examined Ning Lanchue's pulse. After a considerable while, he remained silent, his brow furrowed. Morongyu, filled with worry, asked, What is the matter? Zhang Qi rose, addressing him. Your Highness, the side consort is experiencing excessive liver fire, which has disturbed her pregnancy. She must maintain a cheerful disposition and rest in bed. She must not become angry again. Relief washed over Morongyu. It is good that there is no serious issue. He then turned to glare at Lucy, his tone laced with anger. In the future, do not recklessly seek death. Your life is insignificant, and you have terrified the concubine, endangering the child she carries. Can you bear the consequences? With her head lowered, Lucy responded, Yes. Ning Lanchue tugged at his sleeve. Your Highness, let it go. Do not blame her. This girl is merely impulsive. As long as the child is unharmed, that is what matters. Morongyu waved his hand at Lucy. You may leave now. With reddened eyes, Lucy retreated. Ning Lanchue grasped Morongyu's fingers and whispered, In truth, I am not angry with Lucy. Rather, I fear that your heart may stray from me. Do not entertain such thoughts. You are the only one in my heart. If not you, then whom? But what of the future? Will you only have me in this lifetime? Upon hearing this, Morongyu did not respond directly. Instead, he caressed her face. You should rest well. I will have the kitchen prepare a bowl of bird's nest for you shortly. Do not overthink. Ning Lanchue nodded obediently. Once assured that her child was safe, Morongyu departed with his attendants. As soon as he exited the orchid courtyard, he turned to his aide, Jing Lu, and commanded, Investigate the matter regarding Lucy's face. Yes, Your Highness. Jing Lu could not help but ask, Your Highness, do you have feelings for Lucy? What nonsense. What is my status to concern myself with a mere servant? A flicker of darkness passed through Morongyu's eyes. I must ascertain whether her injuries are as the concubine claims, or if there is more to the story. He did not care for the life of a maid but was concerned for Ning Lanchue. Of late, Ning Lanchue's actions had often surprised him. The memory of the pure, kind, gentle, and considerate woman seemed to fade further away. He needed to determine whether the woman he had lavished such costly affection upon was truly worthy of it. Inside the room, Ning Lanchue glanced at the trembling He Xiong beside her, her expression languid. Go outside and keep your mouth shut. You know what should and should not be said, do you not? I understand. Please rest assured, I will not say a word. You may leave. Yes, I will take my leave. He Xiong exited in a daze. As soon as she departed, Ning Lanchue turned to Zhang Qi beside her. Dr. Zhang, what was that look you gave me earlier? Am I truly in danger of harming the fetus? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi glanced towards the door. Ensuring no one was listening, he lowered his voice. Your Highness, the matter is quite serious. I did not dare speak while the prince was present. What is it? The child in your womb has already ceased to exist. At these words, Ning Lanchue's mind went blank for a few seconds. Then her eyes widened. What do you mean? How can it be gone? I feel perfectly fine, with no discomfort at all. How could it possibly be lost? Do not be agitated. Zhang Qi said awkwardly, at 3 months, the fetus is quite fragile and prone to complications, including the possibility of ceasing to develop. As in your case, you have experienced a miscarriage. It has stopped. Ning Lanchue was filled with disbelief, but I clearly haven't seen any signs of bleeding. It is merely a matter of time soon enough. You will experience bleeding and a spontaneous miscarriage. Upon hearing this, Ning Lanchue's eyes widened slightly as she leaned against the bedside, her face devoid of color. It's gone, her child is gone. No, this cannot be. Without this child, she loses her leverage. Feng Hui has always looked down upon her. And she had hoped to bear a son to elevate her status, to secure her future with the power of motherhood. And then there is Murong Yuning Lanchue furrowed her delicate brows tightly. In the past, she had believed that Murong Yu held some genuine feelings for her. However, his attitude towards that wretched Shin Ruashi now left her bewildered. She dreaded the thought of him discovering this matter. How long until I'm scary? This is uncertain. It could be a few days or perhaps half a month, but it should not exceed a month. All right, I understand. In any case, you must keep this matter to yourself. Zhang Qi nodded. Since the side consort entered the manor, she has taken great care of me. Rest assured. I will safeguard this secret. I'm glad you understand. Ning Lanchue retrieved a pair of golden bracelets from her cosmetic box and handed them over. Zhang Qi's eyes sparkled with delight as he accepted them. Thank you, side consort. You may leave now, and on your way out. Inform Ding Lixin to deal with that wretched maid, LG, tonight. Perhaps it was her presence that irked me, leading to this miscarriage. Zhang Qi nodded repeatedly before departing. Ning Lanchue leaned against the bedside, caressing her abdomen, a glimmer of calculation flickering in her eyes. If this child cannot be born, then it must not be lost in vain. She must extract the utmost value from it. Chapter 56. Embarrassment. The following day dawned bright and clear, a splendid day indeed. Within the general's residence, an esteemed guest had arrived. Murong Hang sat gracefully in the pavilion of the rear courtyard, one hand delicately playing with a chess piece, lightly tapping the exquisite white jade chessboard before him. Opposite him, Shen Trenrong sat with his hands resting on his knees, hesitating to speak several times. Your Highness, the Prince of Ling, it seems you have been visiting my residence quite frequently of late. Have I? Murong Hang replied nonchalantly. This is only the middle of the month. In counting this visit, you have come a total of 8 times. Do you deny it? Moreover, you not only come but also bring gifts, which makes me quite anxious. One does not offer unsolicited kindness without ulterior motives. However, Shen Tianrong would never dare to voice such thoughts directly to Murong Hang. With a forced smile, he added, Your Highness, I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave. What do you say? Should the general have matters to attend to, you may depart. Murong Hang remarked, his handsome visage remaining serene. Wait? For what? Shen Tianrong inquired, puzzled. To await my son, Murong Hang replied unexpectedly, revealing a tenacity one would not have anticipated. Yet, such persistence seemed futile, not to mention the impropriety of their association. His son Shinche did not appear to possess any proclivity towards such inclinations. General, a voice called, interrupting his thoughts. Shen Tianrong looked up to see Murong Hang speak again. Are you not in a hurry to leave? You should attend to your matters promptly. Then I shall take my leave, Shen Tianrong murmured, internally puzzled. What was this situation? Was it his home or Murong Hang's? To be urged to depart from one's own residence by an outsider was quite absurd. As he turned to exit, Shen Tianrong could not help but remind, Your Highness. Shinche has recently taken up an appointment at the Hanlin Academy and has been busy. He rarely returns to the general's residence. With a bow, he departed. Lang Yi looked at Murong Hang with confusion. My lord, why did the general mention Lord Shen? I do not know, Murong Hang replied absently. He placed a chess piece down and, at that moment, noticed a veiled woman approaching, balancing a bowl of hot tea, and swaying her hips gracefully. She was adorned in vibrant attire, her hair decorated with an array of jade hairpins and crimson ornaments, which made her appear quite cumbersome. "Stop," Longdi commanded. Sensing the woman's peculiar behavior, "Are you a maidservant of the general's residence?" "I am no maidservant. I am a distant cousin of the general. Having heard that His Highness the Prince of Ling was present, I came to serve him tea," the woman replied defiantly. "A cousin?" Long Yu furrowed his brow, recollecting that he had heard of Shin Tianrong's distant relative visiting. Could this be her? "Knowing my identity, yet you do not yield?" Chen Shuangshuang responded with irritation. Upon seeing that Murong Heng showed no reaction, Lang Yi stepped aside. Chen Shuangshuang could hardly contain her delight. The Prince of Ling had been visiting the general's residence frequently, and she had long sought an opportunity to approach him, yet the chance had eluded her. Today, she had finally seized her moment. With the tea in hand, she advanced toward Murong Heng. The closer she approached, the quicker her heart raced. The man before her possessed skin as pale as alabaster, his gaze devoid of warmth. Far from exuding any illness, he emanated an air of aloof nobility that rendered others hesitant to meet his eyes. With such looks and status, even if he were a fleeting specter, he would still be worth the trouble. Chen Shuangshuang felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Today, she had adorned herself with great care, donning a veil to cultivate an aura of mystery, hoping to attract Murong Heng's attention. She wondered if he would spare her a second glance. With a quiver in her voice, she said, "Your Highness, the Prince of Ling, I have brought you tea." As she spoke, she feigned shyness while bowing to Murong Heng. However, the weight of the gold hairpin atop her head caused her to falter, and she stumbled. Not only did she fall, but the tea also flew from her grasp. "Ah!" Shin Shuangshuang shrieked. Cold Night sprang forward, deftly catching the tea. He turned to cast a frosty glance at Shin Shuangshuang. Fortunately, he had been keeping an eye on this peculiar woman. Indeed, a mishap had occurred. Ouch, ouch, ouch. When the tea splashed onto her hand, she yelped and scrambled to her feet, hopping in distress. In her flurry, her veil was torn away. Upon seeing her face unveiled, Cold Night could not help but roll his eyes internally. With such looks, was the pretense really necessary? Shin Shuangshuang shook her hand, glaring at her reddened skin. Seething with anger, she turned to Cold Night, exclaiming, "What is the matter with you? You rushed to catch the tea, but failed to catch me. Did you not see I fell?" Cold Night frowned. "How audacious. Do you realize the consequences had that tea spilled upon His Highness?" Just as Shin Shuangshuang was about to respond, a flash of pale green fabric caught her eye. Shin Ruoxi, accompanied by Tao Yi and Leng Shuang, approached gracefully. She surveyed Shin Shuangshuang with disdain, having spotted her foolish antics from afar. Initially, she thought Shin Shuangshuang merely sought attention, but it turned out she was even more foolish than anticipated. In a soft tone, Shin Ruoxi addressed Murong Heng, "Your Highness, it is due to my lack of discipline that this servant has offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." However, Shin Shuangshuang was instantly incensed. "Servant? Cousin. We are kin. Shin Shuangshuang, you have committed a grave offense. Kneel." Startled, Shin Shuangshuang leaped up. "What? You want me to kneel?" Shin Ruoxi, "Your return has made you unbearably arrogant. This is utterly excessive." Shin Ruoxi commanded, "Tao Yu." Tao Yu swiftly advanced, seizing Shin Shuangshuang and delivering a swift kick to her knee. With a thud, Shin Shuangshuang knelt upright. Enraged, she lifted her gaze, prepared to retort, only to find herself staring at the tip of a cold sword. Lang Shuang held her blade with an icy demeanor that rendered Shin Shuangshuang speechless. Shin Ruoxi's voice dripped with scorn. "Your disrespect nearly harmed His Highness. In the palace, you would have been dragged out and punished with the rod." "The rod? Is it truly that severe?" Born in the countryside, she had languished in the general's residence for so long that she had hardly learned any decorum. Shin Shuangshuang hesitated, her lips trembling, her face devoid of color. She dared not utter a single word. Shin Ruoxi turned and addressed Murong Heng. "Long live His Highness the Ling Wang." "Miss Shin, it is a pleasure to see you again," Murong Heng replied, his expression remaining serene, yet his gaze softened. His eyes traveled from her stunning face to the delicate green of her gown. Since their divorce, it seemed she had developed an increasing fondness for such charming hues. Quite delightful. Chapter 57. What are you doing? Prince Ling was startled. My general's residence is not entirely filled with such foolish servants, and today, the prince has indeed witnessed a farce. Shin Ruoxi turned to Taoya and instructed, "Go, fetch the finest tea from the manor to serve Prince Ling anew." The maid acknowledged promptly and hurried off to retrieve the tea. Shin Ruoxi exchanged a few pleasantries with Murong Heng during this time, never once casting a glance at Shin Shuangshuang, who knelt silently beside them. When Taoya returned with the tea, Shin Ruoxi finally cast a fleeting glance at her. "Shin Shuangshuang, you may leave." Go to Xueping to receive your punishment. In the future, without my command, do not appear in Chongyuan again. Shin Shuangshuang wished to protest, but upon seeing the cold demeanor of the formidable figure beside Shin Ruoxi, she bit her lip in frustration and shot a reluctant glance at Murong Hang before departing. Lang Yu spoke up. Miss Shin, pardon my intrusion, but your so-called cousin is rather lacking in decorum. Indeed. Both Qin Shuangshuang and her mother were foolish without awareness of their own folly. Then why do you still permit them to remain in the manor? The time has yet to come, Shin Ruoxi replied, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. In her previous life, Heirong and Qin Shuangshuang had plotted against the general's residence. In this life, merely expelling them was far too lenient. Individuals like them, devoid of wit yet brimming with ambition, would inevitably cause great trouble. When the time comes, she would only need to give them a little push. Shin Ruoxi furrowed her brows, momentarily lost in thought. Upon returning to her senses, she found Murong Hang gazing at her. She straightened her posture. Why do you look at me so intently? I have never seen you display such intensity before. Is Prince Ling frightened? At her words, Murong Hang's lips curled into a smile, amused by her remark. Not at all. I merely find this side of you intriguingly charming. Such words, uttered from the usually indifferent Prince Ling, were truly astonishing. Lang Yi felt he could no longer remain in the presence of such unexpected exchanges. Master, I should perhaps step outside to keep watch. Murong Hang replied, You are still here? Lang Yu sighed, Very well, I shall take my leave. As he departed, he did not forget to drag away the eager to eavesdrop Long Shuang. In the pavilion, a gentle breeze flowed. With autumn's arrival and the weather turning cooler, Murong Hang's complexion had noticeably waned during this period. Shin Ruoxi inquired, Has Prince Ling experienced any discomfort these days? There are daily inquiries for your well-being from the palace. Murong Hang responded, When we are alone, I have mentioned that you may call me Ah Hang. Shin Ruoxi's gaze flickered. She was not accustomed to such familiarity. Sensing her hesitation, Murong Hang spoke softly, It is of no consequence. In the future, when you enter the Eastern Palace, it will not be too late to call me that. His words stirred an inexplicable flutter within Shin Ruoxi's heart. Steadying herself, she asked, What brings you to the general's residence so early today? I am preparing to see Father Emperor and wish to visit you first. In Murong Hang's pale gaze, a flicker of unease passed unnoticed. I wish to confirm once more, Shin Ruoxi, do you truly have no regrets about marrying me? No regrets, Shin Ruoxi replied without hesitation. Then do you have feelings for me? Murong Hang suddenly inquired. Shin Ruoxi momentarily froze, and after a prolonged silence, she remained silent. Observing her demeanor, Murong Hang's heart, which had been tightly wounded, sank slightly. He felt a twinge of self-mockery. What she had offered far exceeded his expectations, yet he still yearned for her heart. Was he being greedy? If you should like me, Shin Ruoxi finally spoke. Meeting Murong Hang's somewhat astonished gaze, she felt a twinge of discomfort. She merely reiterated, I believe I have feelings for His Highness, the Ling Wang. Initially, her pursuit of Murong Hang had stemmed from guilt and sorrow from her past life. But through their time together, she had come to see a side of him unknown to others. He was gentle, meticulous, considerate, and devoted, allowing her to genuinely feel the warmth of love. Upon reflection, she realized that she had developed a fondness for her interactions with Murong Hang, even losing herself in his fervent kisses. It was infatuation, it was affection. Although the depth of her feelings eluded her, she was at least certain of her sentiments. After some contemplation, Shin Ruoxi felt her words might lack sincerity and restated, If His Highness does not believe me, I can. I trust you. Murong Hang interjected suddenly. A gentle warmth graced his otherwise cool, moon-like countenance, and a carefree smile danced upon his lips. Shin Ruoxi was momentarily dazzled by his remarkable beauty. She averted her gaze, clearing her throat softly to shift the topic. During this time, I have prepared some incense at home. I shall have cold frost bring it to you shortly. Lighting it in the palace will have a calming effect. You also make incense? I learned a bit in the past. Murong Hang's eyes brightened. To have you as my wife is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. How come I never knew that His Highness, the Ling Wang, had such a sweet tongue? Sweet or not, you should be aware, he replied. Shin Ruoxi remarked. This is the first time I've encountered someone so earnestly playful. Outside, Cold Night stood guard outside the Cheong garden, observing Cold Frost across the way. How have you been faring beside Shin Ruoxi these days? Quite well. And what sort of woman do you believe Shin Ruoxi to be? The young lady is both brave and clever, elegant and beautiful. I believe there is no one in the capital who can surpass her. Is that so? Cold Night was taken aback. Leaning closer to Cold Frost, he lowered his voice. Isn't it said that Shin Ruoxi is infatuated with Murong Yu? To the point of losing her senses? Such a sudden change. Could there be something amiss? Cold Frost glared at him. Who are you calling senseless? You've only followed Shin Ruashi for a short while, and now you're defending this woman. What kind of enchantment has she cast on you? Get away. Cold Frost delivered a swift kick to his knee. Ouch. Cold Knight clutched his knee, hopping about in pain. Observing his grimacing expression, Cold Frost paused momentarily. Did it hurt? What do you think? Do you not realize your own strength? Cold Knight replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. Cold Frost cast a sidelong glance at him. Noticing his apparent sincerity, she approached him. Where does it hurt? As she drew near, the previously pained Cold Knight suddenly leaned down and planted a kiss on her cheek. A mischievous grin danced across his handsome face. Just teasing you. A blush crept onto Cold Frost's cheeks, and she swung her fist at him, only to have it intercepted by his palm. With a playful smile, Cold Knight produced a delicate white jade hairpin from his pocket. For you. Cold Frost shot him a glance. I never wear such trinkets. As a shadow guard, she required a practical appearance and had never adorned herself with jewelry. Yet, Cold Knight seemed undeterred, gently placing the jade pin into her hair. It looks quite lovely. Cold Frost's eyes flickered, and a faint blush graced her typically stoic features. Are you certain? Absolutely, it surpasses the beauty of any woman. Their gaze is locked, tender, and lingering. Cold Knight leaned in slightly, just as their lips were about to meet. A startled voice interrupted. What are you two doing? Chapter 58. The medicine is problematic. The two turned their heads and beheld, not far away, Tao Yi, wide-eyed and motionless, gazing at them in astonishment. Her large eyes brimmed with shock. She had just procured some exquisite by Luo Chun tea and was on her way back when she stumbled upon this scene, nearly giving her a fright. Cold Frost's expression stiffened, and instinctively, she kicked Cold Knight away. Cold Knight cried out. Are you attempting to murder your husband? Cold Frost composed herself and glanced at the still dumbfounded Tao Yi. How come you are so silent when you walk? Tao Yi replied. Clearly, you two were deeply engrossed in each other, oblivious to the world around you. As she observed Cold Knight rising from the ground, a thought struck her. She turned to Cold Frost. Cold Frost, last time you mentioned having a good man, could it be? Cold Frost's complexion appeared slightly uneasy. Tao Yi continued. Is it not? How come you are with someone from Prince Ling's side? Cold Knight is my senior brother. Upon hearing this, Tao Yi's eyes widened in realization. No wonder they shared such similar names. So it was this way? Tao Yi looked at the two before her, forcing herself to regain her composure. You two carry on. I shall fetch tea for the young lady. With that, she turned to dash towards the pavilion, only to be halted by Cold Knight. Stop. Tao Yi was startled. What now? I merely witnessed your affair. You wouldn't want to silence me, would you? Cold Knight cleared his throat lightly. My master has important matters to discuss with Miss Shun. It is not convenient for outsiders to interrupt. Important matters? Tao Yi questioned, her skepticism evident. What important matters could a solitary man and woman discuss? Just then, she noticed Shin Ruashi and Murong Hung approaching side by side. Both possessed breathtaking beauty, akin to elegant branches and jade trees, or blooming begonia after the rain. They walked together like a pair of exquisite figures from a painting, strikingly lovely. Tao Yi instinctively narrowed her eyes, sensing an unusual atmosphere between the two. As they drew near, a poorly trimmed branch protruded from the roadside. Murong Hung effortlessly reached out to move the branch aside for Shun Ruashi, allowing her to pass unimpeded. The harmony between them was palpable, reminiscent of a married couple who had long shared their lives. Tao Yi's body stiffened. With a thud, the tea basket slipped from her hands, crashing to the ground. Hastily, she crouched to retrieve it. Your Highness, forgive me. Miss, pardon me. I simply lost my grip. Why are you so clumsy today? Shin Ruashi chuckled. Get up. The tea leaves have not spilled. But this tea. His Highness must leave for a matter. He shall forego the tea. You accompany His Highness out and bring the incense I asked you to prepare for him. Understood. Tao Yi nodded. Your Highness, please follow me. After fetching the incense and seeing Murong Hung off, Tao Yi swiftly returned to the Qiangyuan. Upon entering the room, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Miss, please speak frankly with me. Is there something between you and His Highness, the Ling Wang? Tao Yi struggled to find the right words. Shin Ruashi, however, remained composed. You shall soon find out. Find out what? What significant matter could there possibly be? Tao Yi's curiosity was palpable, yet Shin Ruashi maintained her serene demeanor, as steady as a seasoned sage. Tao Yi, please organize the medicinal box. Lung Shuang, arrange for the carriage. We shall visit the Wu Dingho residence. Inside the Wu Dingho residence, Qin Shengxian sat in the courtyard, instructing servants to prepare the finest tea and pastries. After a moment's contemplation, he also ordered the cleaning of his courtyard and the arrangement of some newly bloomed hibiscus flowers, their white and pink hues creating a delightful spectacle. Qin Wenyin, intrigued, inquired, "Young master, why such grandeur today? Is there a distinguished guest arriving?" "Indeed," he replied. "Who might it be?" Recalling Shen Ruoshi's instructions, Qin Shengxian gently shook his head. "You shall know shortly." As his words fell, footsteps echoed nearby. Lu Qiong approached, accompanied by Shen Ruoshi. Lu Qiong's face was alight with joy. "Miss Shen, what brings you here in person today? As a physician, it is my duty to concern myself with my patients. I should have visited earlier, but circumstances delayed me." "I hope you will forgive me, madam. You are a benefactor of our Wu Dingho residence. There is no need for apologies." Lu Qiong beamed. "The house physician has informed us that Cheng Xuan's leg is improving and his spirits are much lifted." Shen Ruoshi nodded with a smile, then turned her gaze to Qin Shengxian. He sat in a wheelchair, clad in a pale moon-white long robe. Though still somewhat frail, his eyes sparkled with vitality, a stark contrast to the despondent figure she had first encountered. "Young master, Miss Shen, please take a seat," Qin Shengxian gestured. "Help yourself to some pastries." "Thank you. But I am here to examine the young master's leg. Please, allow me to proceed." "Very well." A tinge of disappointment flickered within Qin Shengxian. He had hoped for a more extended conversation. He returned to his chamber, assisted to recline comfortably. Shen Ruoshi conducted a thorough examination, then smiled. "Your leg is responding well. After a few more treatments, you should no longer require the wheelchair." "Is that truly so?" "Indeed." Shen Ruoshi turned and added, "I have some special remedies I wish to discuss with you and madam." At her words, Lu Qiong immediately turned to the attendants nearby. "You may leave us for now." Once the room was cleared, only Lu Qiong and Qin Shengxian remained. "Miss Shen, what remedies do you speak of?" Shen Ruoshi did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Madam, have you been administering the prescribed medicine to the young master regularly?" "Of course. He takes it at the appointed times." "Why do you ask, Miss Shen? Is there an issue?" Qin Shengxuan's refined features now bore a grave expression. Shen Ruoshi sighed. "Madam, there has been a problem with the medicine." "What?" Lu Qiong suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. "What has happened? Could it be that someone has poisoned him?" Shen Ruoshi replied, "Indeed, the heir has been poisoned, but it was not the work of another. Both the lady and the heir are aware that in treating his leg, I initially employed a toxin to stimulate his leg's nerves, followed by an antidote. However, I have now discovered a significant residue of the poison. If the antidote were taken consistently and in the correct dosage, such a situation would not have arisen." Lu Qiong immediately responded, "The medicine prescribed by Cheng Xian has been administered strictly according to your formula. Each herb, its dosage, and type are indispensable. Even a slight deviation can lead to vastly different outcomes. I suspect that the one tampering with the medicine possesses some knowledge of medical practices." Chapter 59. The frame-up. Upon hearing the news, Lu Qiong's expression instantly turned cold. She furrowed her brows. "Miss Shen, is there still hope for Cheng Xian's leg?" "There is hope, but the young master may have to endure some suffering," came the reply. Qin Shengxian immediately interjected, "It's fine. As long as I can recover, I can bear any pain." Shen Ruoshi nodded, unfurling her silver needles. "I will first alleviate the poison for the young master." A flicker of light danced in Shen Ruoshi's eyes. Had she not arrived, if another half-month had passed, Qin Shengxian's poison would have invaded his organs, rendering any recovery impossible. The last time she understood Qin Shengxian's feelings, she had only wished to avoid any misunderstanding, hence refraining from coming in person. Little did she know, this had led to his current plight. By this reckoning, she bore some responsibility as well. Hearing that there was hope, Lu Qiong finally felt her anxious heart relax. She opened the door and called for the steward of the estate. "Luo Bao, summon the physician Du Yishan and all the servants responsible for the young master's medication to the courtyard at once. Also, bring Su Ling Miao here," she added. Luo Bao was prompt in his actions, and soon the courtyard was filled with people. Su Ling Miao arrived fashionably late, dressed in a delicate lavender skirt, looking somewhat anxious as she glanced at Lu Qiong. Seeing her expression like ice, she dared not inquire further. Qin Wenyin followed closely, nervously tugging at Su Ling Miao's sleeve. "Mother, what is happening? Why does the madam want you in the courtyard?" "I'm not sure." Su Ling Miao grasped her sleeve, a sense of foreboding settling in her heart. She held Qin Wenyin's hand, assuring him, "Wenyin, no matter what happens, Do not be afraid. Your mother is here. Qin Wenyin looked at her and slowly nodded in agreement. The door creaked open, revealing Shen Ruoxi, who emerged with a pale-faced Qin Chengxian, pushed by Long Shuang. Lu Qiong expressed her concern. Chengxian, you are in a weakened state. You should return to rest. I'm fine. Qin Chengxian lifted his gaze, surveying the crowd in the courtyard, a flicker of sharpness in his eyes. He wanted to witness firsthand who among those who accompanied him daily had betrayed him. Seeing Qin Chengxian's insistence, Lu Qiong refrained from further protest. She instructed Luo Bao to interrogate the other servants outside. Then, with a steely gaze, she scrutinized those standing in the courtyard. The dosage of the medicine the young master takes daily has been tampered with. Who is responsible? Step forward now, and you may be spared. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted into chaos, with many kneeling in submission. Madam, we are wronged. The young master's medicine is prepared daily by the physician Duishan. We merely brew the herbal concoction. Indeed, madam, it is a rotation between me and Akai to guard the young master's medicine. We would never dare be negligent. I assure you, there has been no mistake. I have served the young master since childhood, with unwavering loyalty. I swear it. Please, let the madam discern. They clamored, voicing their innocence, leading to Lu Qiong's growing headache. With an authoritative shout, she silenced the uproar. Enough. Now, turn to Duishan. Duishan. As the physician of the residence, you have been attending to the condition of Chengxian's leg these past few days. What do you have to say? Over the age of 40, Duishan has served as the court physician at the Wu Ding Ho residence for 2 decades. Due to a limp, he has relied on the Qin family's kindness to lead a satisfactory life. Upon hearing Lu Qiong's words, he immediately replied, Madam, I personally gathered all the herbs. Strictly following Miss Shen's prescription, there is absolutely no mistake. If you harbor doubts, you may inspect the accounts of Manager Lu. I have always procured the medicine from there. The accounts may only confirm the quantity of medicine you procured, but who can guarantee that you administered it all to my son? Lu Qiong remarked. Madam, you and the Marquis have shown me immense kindness. If I had even the slightest ill intent, may heaven strike me down. Duishan's expression was resolute. Moreover, as a cripple, I owe my very existence to the Marquis' benevolence. Why would I wish harm upon the heir? I truly have no reason to do so. At his words, Lu Qiong furrowed her brow. Indeed, Duishan lacked motive. Yet, perhaps he was acting under someone else's orders? However, throughout these years, Duishan had consistently displayed honesty and diligence, with no rumors of dealings with others for personal gain. It was precisely due to his unwavering loyalty to the Marquis that he was entrusted with the care of Qin Chengshuan's leg. Doctor, you need not rush to swear an oath, Shen Ruoxi interjected softly from the side. Her voice, gentle yet imbued with a firm resolve, carried weight. I have heard of your exceptional medical skills. During your treatment of the heir's leg, did you not notice that he is already poisoned? At her words, Duishan's expression faltered momentarily. He lowered his gaze. I thought this was merely residual from the medication. It is to be expected since the heir's leg is improving. And I assumed silence. Lu Qiong exclaimed in indignation. Duishan, you have studied medicine since childhood. How could you make such a grievous error? Speak. Were you instructed by someone to act in this manner? Madam, I acknowledge my negligence, but I would never intend to harm the heir. Duishan knelt on the ground, supporting his crippled leg, and bowed his head fervently before Lu Qiong. His countenance was filled with distress. Seeing that Lu Qiong remained unmoved, he turned to Qin Chengxian. My lord, I have watched you grow since childhood. Allow me to express, albeit impertinently, that I have no wife or children. I regard you as a son. How could I ever harbor thoughts of harming you? Qin Chengxian furrowed his brow slightly. His countenance, clear and serene, bore a hint of scrutiny. Dr. Du, I trust you. Duishan quickly exhaled in relief. Thank you, my lord. I trust you, yet you treat my trust as folly. Dr. Du, is this how you reciprocate my faith? Qin Chengshuan's brow knitted in displeasure, his gaze icy. You were aware of my poisoning, yet chose to remain silent. This is indeed suspicious. Do you believe I would be unharmed, or do you secretly wish for my demise? Duishan was taken aback, hastily shaking his head. My lord, I sincerely wish for your recovery. How could I ever entertain such thoughts? Then what could possibly explain your actions? Qin Chengshuan's tone grew noticeably heavier. Although he was a noble heir seated in a wheelchair with a pale complexion, the inherent aura of authority within him remained undiminished. If you choose not to speak, do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures. At these words, Duishan appeared slightly flustered. After a moment of silence, he murmured, Your Highness, in truth, I am not well versed in the poison used by Miss Shen. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiong's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? In fact, I have little understanding of toxins. Dewey Shan, when I summoned you to examine the prescription, did you not claim to possess considerable knowledge of poisons and that you could handle this matter competently? I lied. I truly do not comprehend the intricacies of poison. I said as such out of fear that the lady and your highness would deem me incompetent and lose faith in me, thus never employing me again. Lu Qiong's anger boiled over. You deceived us over such a trivial matter. Dewey Shan, how could you betray the trust one have placed in you after all these years at the Wooding Marquisate? My lady, I acknowledge my mistake. Dewey Shan expressed his remorse. I thought that as long as Miss Shen's prescription was available, I could simply follow it and avoid errors. Later, when it was discovered that your highness had been poisoned, I was unsure whether it was a typical occurrence and hesitated to voice my concerns. With that, he bowed his head deeply. I am aware of my wrongdoing. I have wronged your highness and the Wooding Marquisate. I beg for your forgiveness. Lu Qiong's expression hardened. Although she was furious, she understood that the most pressing matter was to uncover the identity of the assailant against Qin Qingxian. She turned to Shen Ruoshi. Miss Shen, you mentioned earlier that the individual who targeted Qingxian possesses some medical knowledge? Indeed, Shen Ruoshi replied softly. The poison I employed is highly potent. If the antidote is not precisely controlled, your highness would immediately sense something amiss. The perpetrator accurately regulated the dosage of the antidote each time, preventing your highness from noticing any significant abnormalities. Coupled with Dewey Shan's ignorance, the truth remained concealed. Had I not personally come today, by the time it became irreparable, both you and your highness might still be oblivious to the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Qin Qingshuan's demeanor grew grave. By then, he could be beyond remedy, and others might mistakenly believe that Shen Ruoshi's treatment was flawed, thereby jeopardizing her reputation and straining the relations between the general's household and the Wooding Marquisate. Contemplating this, Qin Qingshuan's expression darkened further. He turned to Dewey Shan, who was on the ground. Dewey Shan, you have made a grave error. If you possess any knowledge regarding this matter, now is the time to disclose it. Otherwise, do not blame the Wooding Marquisate for its ruthlessness. Dewey Shan appeared terrified. Your highness, I have spoken the truth. I have never harbored any intention of harming you. Lu Qiong interjected. During your treatment of Qingshuan's leg, did you encounter any unusual occurrences? At her words, Dewey Shan froze, instinctively glancing in the direction of Qin Wenin. Lu Qiong's gaze sharpened. Why do you look at Wenin? Dewey Shan trembled. Immediately, she said, Madam, I did not. I am merely a bit anxious. There is no need for you to defend yourself. Even without your words, I harbor suspicions against him. Lu Qiong's tone was icy. Su Lingmiao and her son are the most likely individuals in this household to plot against Qin Qingxian. The Duke of Wooding has but one legitimate son. If Qin Qingxian were to perish, the illegitimate Qin Wenyin would surely ascend to prominence. Qin Wenyin, standing beside them, was taken aback and frightened upon hearing this. Madam, do you suspect that I would harm the young master? He cast a worried glance at Qin Qingxian. Young master, I assure you, I have merely been visiting your courtyard more frequently lately, but it is only because I wish to see you more. After all, you are the only one in this household who has treated me kindly, aside from my mother. Lu Qiong replied. Your closeness with Qingxian grants you the greatest opportunity to act. Yet, I have no knowledge of medicine, nor do I recognize any herbs. Lu Qiong scoffed. You may not know, but your mother does. Su Lingmiao was once my maid, and she possesses commendable medical skills. She is quite knowledgeable about poisons. My mother? She would never. Qin Wenyin's eyes widened, his expression agitated. Madam, my mother is gentle, kind, and well-educated. She would never commit such a heinous act. Furthermore, she bears no grudge against the young master. Why would she wish to harm him? Lu Qiong frowned, her anger flaring. Why would she harm Qingxian? I will tell you. It is because... Madam, Su Lingmiao interjected urgently, cutting her off. Madam, you have watched Wenyin grow up. He is innocent and would never contemplate such a vile deed. Is that so you claim? Lu Qiong's eyes sparkled with intensity. I have heard that you and Dewey Shan hail from the same place. Could it be that you were in cahoots to conspire against Qingxian? Su Lingmiao immediately shook her head. Madam, I did not. Dewey Shan quickly denied it as well. Madam, although I am from the same hometown as the young lady, we are not acquainted. We have merely crossed paths a few times in the residence. How could there be any collusion? As his words fell, the steward Luo Bao approached, accompanied by a coarse servant woman. He clasped his hands in greeting. Madam, young master, I have been questioning some of the servants outside and have uncovered certain clues. He gestured to the servant woman beside him. The woman stepped forward. Madam, I feel ashamed to speak of this, but the matter is grave, and I must disclose it. She glanced at Du Yishan and Su Lingmiao, letting out a sigh. Upon seeing the woman's face, Su Lingmiao's complexion turned pale, devoid of color. The woman continued. Madam, just the other night, while I was in the backyard's restroom, I unexpectedly heard noises behind the rockery. Curious, I went to investigate, and alas, it was a sight most disgraceful. A shameless couple was engaged in illicit activities behind the rockery. To my astonishment, the two were none other than the young lady and Dr. Du. As her words echoed, the entire courtyard fell into shocked silence. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Su Lingmiao and Du Yishan, a flicker of disdain gradually creeping across their faces. Lu Qiong inquired, Do you have any evidence? Indeed. A servant stepped forward, producing a pair of bangles from her bosom. After discovering their indiscretions, the young lady implored me to keep this matter confidential and entrusted me with these bangles. I deemed it unseemly to disclose such a disgraceful affair, as it would tarnish the reputation of the Marquis's residence. Hence, I remained silent. Lu Qiong seized the bangles and cast a glance at them, her expression darkening further. These were the few precious possessions Su Lingmiao had received from the matriarch upon the birth of Qin Wenin. Now, her wrists were bare. With a sharp motion, Lu Qiong flung the bangles before Su Lingmiao. What more do you have to say? Su Lingmiao bit her lip. I. Suddenly, Du Yishan interjected, his weathered face reflecting a grave countenance. Madam, it was I. I am responsible for all of this. Please do not blame the young lady. Lu Qiong shot him a glare. What motive do you have to harm Chengxian? Is it not because Su Lingmiao urged you on? She retorted sharply. Su Lingmiao, confess. Did you orchestrate this affair? If you remain silent, I shall expel your son, Qin Wenin, from the Marquis's residence and sell him into servitude. Madam, I confess. I will admit to everything. Su Lingmiao knelt, inching forward on her knees. Madam, it was a moment of folly. I sought to harm the heir, which led me to seduce Dr. Du. I realize my mistake. I beseech you, do not take your anger out on Wenin. Chapter 60. Confession. Upon hearing those words, Lu Qiong abruptly rose to her feet, delivering a resounding slap across Su Lingmiao's face. You wretched servant. I knew this matter was tied to you. Miss Bei, Du Yishan exclaimed, his expression one of shock as he hurried to envelop Su Lingmiao in his embrace. His heart ached at the sight of her swollen face. He turned to Lu Qiong and bowed repeatedly. Madam, it is all my fault. I have harbored feelings for Miss Bei, and I am aware she has long sought to vindicate her son. In my eagerness to win her favor, I took it upon myself to act without her consent. All of this is my doing. I beseech you to spare her. Shen Ruoshi observed the exchange with a subdued expression. To her surprise, Du Yishan had genuinely invested his feelings in Su Lingmiao. But what of her feelings? Su Lingmiao knelt on the ground, her gaze fixed vacantly on Qin Wenyuan, who stood nearby. The 11-year-old boy, pale and trembling, regarded Su Lingmiao with disbelief. Mother, is this true? Did you truly entice this unseemly man, engaging in such disgraceful acts? Su Lingmiao's eyes flickered, a blush of shame staining her cheeks. Upon witnessing this, Qin Wenyuan stepped back, his eyes brimming with tears. Lu Qiong's voice rang out sharply. Du Yishan and Su Lingmiao have engaged in illicit relations and conspired to harm the heir. Take them to the Dali Temple for stringent interrogation. Upon hearing this, Du Yishan grew increasingly frantic. Madam, please spare Miss Bei. It was all my decision. I acted alone. Madam. Qin Wenyuan also knelt before her, tears streaming down his face. I am aware of the grave sin my mother has committed. Madam, I am willing to take the blame for her. Please, spare her. As he spoke, he continued to bow his head repeatedly. Wenyuan. Su Lingmiao pulled him into her embrace, biting her lip as silent tears streamed down her face. I am so sorry, my child. It is my fault. I should not have taken advantage of the Marquis's drunkenness, allowing you to live your life as a shunned illegitimate child. I have wronged you, Qin Wenyuan. Therefore, let me atone for my sins. It is my mistake. I shall bear it myself. No. Qin Wenyuan's voice trembled. I have grown up alongside you, my mother. For all these years, you have cared for me, loved me, and protected me. You endured frostbite in winter just to make shoes for me, and in summer, you fanned me all night to keep the mosquitoes at bay. You are the best mother in the world. The mother and son clung to each other, weeping uncontrollably. Lu Qiong furrowed her brow, her expression cold. Had I known this would come to pass, I would have acted differently from the start. Su Lingmiao schemed against my son for the sake of her own mother. Qin Chengxian spoke up, spare Su's life. Lu Qiong frowned. Chengxian? Qin Chengxian remained silent, his gaze resting on Qin Wenyuan. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Wenyuan was innocent. He was the illegitimate child of the Marquis's household, without a father, and his greatest support was Su Lingmiao. If Su Lingmiao were to perish, he would truly be left alone henceforth. Your Highness. Qin Wenyuan's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly bowed deeply to Qin Chengxian. Thank you for your mercy. As he spoke, he excitedly tidied Su Lingmiao's disheveled hair. Mother, how wonderful. Your Highness. Su Lingmiao turned to Qin Chengxian. Her eyes filled with guilt and gratitude. She could not help but wipe away her tears. Lu Qiong flicked her sleeve. Duishan intended to harm the prince. His crime deserves punishment. Luo Bao, take him away and have him write a confession to be delivered to the Ministry of Justice. As for the Su family, take them to the back courtyard for now, and we shall discuss it later. Duishan's lips trembled, and upon hearing that Su Lingmiao could be spared, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He quickly bowed to Lu Qiong. Thank you, madam, thank you. I confess. If Su Lingmiao can be saved, my own life matters little. After Duishan was dragged away, Su Lingmiao was confined to the woodshed in the back courtyard. Once the matter was settled, Lu Qiong turned to Shen Ruoshi. Miss Shun, I apologize for the sordid affairs that have unfolded in the manner which might have caused you embarrassment. Madam's methods are indeed formidable. I admire them, Shen Ruoshi replied softly. I too bear some responsibility. Had I come personally, the prince would not have had to endure this. Nonsense. It is this lax discipline that allowed ill-intentioned individuals to exploit the situation. Thankfully, your presence today has turned potential disaster into safety. Lu Qiong sighed, and then scrutinized Shen Ruoshi closely before suddenly smiling. Miss Shen, I have something to say that may come as a surprise. Please, speak freely, madam. If you are willing, I would like to adopt you as my goddaughter. In the future, Chengxian shall be your brother. How does that sound? She kindly grasped Shen Ruoshi's hand. To be frank, through our interactions, I feel a strong connection with you. If you accept, I shall gain another daughter. And you would also be spared from unwarranted scrutiny when visiting the... Before Shen Ruoshi could respond, Qin Chengxian interjected. No, he stated, mother. Miss Shun is the legitimate daughter of a general's family. She already has 2 elder brothers, and my presence as a brother is unnecessary. Lu Qiong was taken aback, but soon laughed. I see I have overstepped. Miss Shun, let us pretend I never mentioned this. If madam feels a connection with me, you may call me Ruoshi, Shen Ruoshi replied. Very well, Ruoshi, Qin Chengxian suddenly said. Then, may I call you by your name directly? Shen Ruoshi's expression remained calm. I feel as if we are already dear friends, as though we have known each other for many years. It seems your highness shares this sentiment. Thus, addressing me by name is indeed appropriate. Friends, is it? Qin Chengxian felt a pang of bitterness within. He then continued, Ruoshi, did you enjoy the song and ink I gifted you last time? He had deliberately inquired and learned that Shen Ruoshi had a penchant for painting while in the pavilion. Hence, he presented her with a treasured ink, which was of imperial quality and exceedingly rare. Shen Ruoshi remarked, the ink bestowed by the Heir is exquisite. However, it is a pity that I seldom engage in painting these days. Thus, I shall present it to my second brother, who treasures it greatly. I have expressed my gratitude to the Heir on his behalf. Did she truly gift it to Shen Che? Qin Chengxian felt a tinge of disappointment, yet managed to smile. As long as she is pleased. Shen Ruoshi continued, the Heir's leg has healed, and he ought to rest more. The madam has domestic affairs to attend to, so I shall not intrude further. After performing her curtsy, Shen Ruoshi departed with Tao Yi and Leng Shuang. Once they left, Lu Qiong turned to Qin Chengxian. Her eyes wide with astonishment. Chengxian, could it be that you harbor feelings for Shen Ruoshi? Chapter 61. My misery. Qin Chengxian remained silent. His gaze quietly fixed on the direction she departed. His expression conveyed everything. Only after she had vanished did he retract his eyes and speak softly. I possess feelings. Yet she appears indifferent. Lu Qiong was momentarily taken aback before she couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, my dear child, after all these years, it seems you have someone special in your heart. If you truly cherish her, I shall persuade your father to propose to her family at the general's residence. Not yet. Qin Chengxian shook his head. Since she harbors no feelings for me, it is premature to propose. We shall wait a little longer. As he contemplated standing, the urge surged within him. Setting aside the fact that she currently did not favor him, he felt unworthy of her. Meanwhile, as Shen Ruoshi exited the Marquis's residence, she encountered the household servants escorting the disheveled Du Yishan, preparing to take him to the Ministry of Justice. He limped, being roughly shoved by several men, stumbling before collapsing to the ground. They hoisted him up again, and upon catching sight of Shun Ruashi, his eyes brightened as he called out to her, "Miss Shun." Turning around, Shun Ruashi witnessed Du Ishan struggling to retrieve a jade bracelet from his sleeve, which he presented to her. "Miss Shun, if my cousin were still alive, could you please help me deliver this to her? I have longed to give it to her, but feared she might disdain it. Now, if I do not offer it, I may never have another chance." Tears welled in Du Ishan's eyes. Earlier, when facing the possibility of being sent to the Ministry of Justice and facing death, he had not shed a tear. Yet now, speaking of Su Lingmiao, he was profoundly sorrowful. It seemed he had truly been moved. Shinruashi reached out to accept the jade bracelet. "If I have the opportunity to see her again, I shall ensure it is delivered. Thank you. I am deeply grateful." Du Ishan's eyes brimmed with appreciation before he was pushed away. Shinruashi then boarded the carriage waiting at the entrance. She gazed at the jade bracelet in her hand, tucking it into her sleeve, and instructed, "Lung Shuang, please visit the newly opened Wu spice shop in the north of the city. I wish to purchase some spices to take home." "Yes, miss," Lung Shuang replied, as she drove the carriage forward at a leisurely pace. At this moment, within the palace, Morong Hung sat in the Qianyuan hall, waiting for a while until at last a figure clad in bright yellow entered. Emperor Rinjing, adorned in a golden dragon robe, hurried in. "Hunger, have you been waiting long?" "Not for more than a quarter of an hour," Morong Hang replied. "Did father visit the imperial study to see Prince Rong, Su Xing?" "Indeed." The emperor paused before continuing. "Do not mention it. It concerns another incident instigated by Su Tianling, and this time it is even more absurd. At the last banquet, she actually attempted to abduct Shen Che to her residence. After all, he is the top scholar of our time." "Shen Che?" Morong Hung interjected. "Had it not been for Minghua's discovery, Shen Che might have met a dire fate. I have ordered Su Tianling to personally apologize at the general's residence and face 20 strokes." Morong Hang remarked, "Prince Rong has always cherished this daughter. Would he truly consent to such punishment?" "You have hit the nail on the head." The Emperor Rinjing's expression revealed his displeasure. The punishment he had imposed was already quite lenient. However, today, Su Xing came to inform him that Su Tianling had fallen ill and was unable to leave her home. He sent his servants to the general's residence to offer apologies on her behalf, claiming that Su Tianling was aware of her transgressions and requesting the emperor to pardon her. The more he contemplated, the more furious Emperor Rinjing became. He extended his hand and struck the armrest of the dragon chair. Wang Difu immediately stepped forward, presenting him with a cup of tribute tea. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Morong Hang's eyes. "What does Father Emperor think?" Emperor Rinjing sipped his tea and sighed. Although Su Tianling has acted rather excessively, she ultimately did not commit a grave error. Moreover, the Su family has rendered outstanding service. When I ascended the throne, Su Xing had made significant contributions. Now that he has personally come to plead on my behalf, it would not be appropriate for me to impose severe punishment on Su Tianling. Father Emperor has his considerations, but this act may have disheartened the general's residence. I will instruct the head of the Hanlin Academy to offer more guidance to Shen Che. Furthermore, Su Xing has assured me that he will confine Su Tianling to reflect upon her actions. Father Emperor is benevolent. Morong Hang uttered those 4 words with indifference, choosing not to elaborate further, though the chill in his gaze remained unchanged. Currently, Su Sheng's influence overshadowed the emperor, and Emperor Rinjing could no longer suppress him. Such occurrences had transpired on multiple occasions. However, excessive benevolence can sometimes prove detrimental for a ruler. "By the way, Hanger, what brings you here today?" Emperor Rinjing recalled the matter at hand. "Coincidentally, I also have something to discuss with you." Morong Hang replied, "Please, Father Emperor, go ahead. You mentioned before that you have someone special in mind. I wish to inquire whether the person you favor is Shinruashi?" Upon hearing this, Morong Hang held his porcelain cup and replied, "Indeed. Is it truly her?" Emperor Rinjing was taken aback, then furrowed his brows, his expression reflecting some difficulty. "Shinruashi is not entirely a match for you. She is the legitimate daughter of the Grand General. What makes her unfit? However, she is a divorced woman." "I am still short-lived," replied Morong Hang. "Do not speak such nonsense, Hanger. There are no absolutes in this world, with so many renowned physicians. It is possible that someone could heal your condition." Morong Hang remained silent, instead stating, "Whether you agree or not, if you do not consent, then I shall live a solitary life." As he spoke, his brow furrowed, revealing a look of desolation. "With poor health, a short lifespan, and loneliness, my plight is indeed pitiful. Emperor Renjing pressed his forehead. After a moment, he relented. Very well, Hanger. If you truly wish to marry Shinruashi, your father will not obstruct you. Moronghang immediately rose. I am grateful to Father Emperor. I request your blessing for my union with Ruashi. Do you intend to wed her at once? Yes. Moronghang raised his head, a hint of a smile illuminating his handsome face. In truth, I came today specifically for this matter. This seems rather hasty. Emperor Renjing shook his head. Shinruashi has recently divorced, and she was previously married to Murongyu. If we were to grant the marriage now, it may attract public scrutiny. Moronghang raised his head, his amber eyes emanating a chill. A faint smile graced his lips. I am indeed curious to see who would dare to voice dissent. Observing his resolute demeanor, Emperor Renjing found it difficult to interject. Though he believed Shinruashi to be somewhat unsuitable, after all these years, it was the first time Moronghang had felt such affection. He ought to support him. Very well. I shall select an auspicious date to grant your marriage, allowing Shinruashi to become your secondary consort. Secondary consort? Moronghang chuckled softly. Father, I intend for Shinruashi to hold the position of primary consort. Furthermore, she shall be the sole one. Emperor Renjing was taken aback. He began to tap his fingers against the armrest of the dragon throne, gradually speaking. Your decision will surely invite unfavorable remarks, which may be detrimental to you, Hanger. I believe you ought to reconsider this matter. My heart is resolute, and all I wish to convey has been expressed. I implore Father to reflect upon it. With that, he clasped his hands in respect. Father, I take my leave. With a flick of his sleeve, the dark-hued dragon robe sliced through the air with a sharp arc. Moronghang turned and strode toward the palace entrance. Upon reaching the doorway, he noticed Su Luer approaching with a group of palace maids. Chapter 62. A more suitable candidate, Moronghang? A gentle smile appeared on her dignified face. I heard today that you entered the palace. My aunt was eager to see you. As she spoke, she extended her hand. Yuji handed over an exquisite food box from the side. Su Luer received it and presented it before Moronghang. You used to adore the pastries my aunt made. Do give it a taste. Moronghang gazed at the food box, but did not take it. Unable to restrain herself, Yuji urged, Your Highness. The Empress Dowager hastily prepared these upon hearing of your visit today. She even burned her fingers in the process. Yuji. Su Luer shot her a glare, prompting immediate silence from Yuji. Moronghang scanned the fingers that held the box. Did my aunt injure herself? It's hardly an injury, merely a slight burn. Yet those around her are making a fuss, Yuji replied. Since you reside in the Eastern Palace, if my aunt wishes to make pastries, she could simply send someone. There is no need for such haste. Indeed, my aunt understands, Su Luer said, shaking her head with a smile. This child claims to live in the Eastern Palace. Yet he has been elusive of late. It is quite difficult to catch a glimpse of him. Moronghang reached for the food box, his long fingers lifting the lid. Inside lay an assortment of pastries, all favored by him. He picked up a sweet osmanthus cake and took a bite. Delicious. My aunt's skills have certainly improved. If you enjoy it, do come visit my aunt often. Very well. Moronghang nodded slightly and then handed the food box to the attendant behind him, Cold Night, before departing. Su Luer also stepped into the Qian Yuan Hall. Upon seeing her joyful expression, Emperor Renjing inquired, Why does the Empress appear so cheerful today? I just saw Heir outside the palace. Su Luer replied with a smile. He even praised the pastries I made. I thought something significant had occurred. It turns out it was merely Heir's compliment to you. Emperor Renjing's lips curled into a slight smile. Do you know why Heir visited me today? Your Majesty, please enlighten me. Heir wishes for me to grant him a marriage. At his words, Su Luer displayed a look of surprise. A marriage? Whom does he intend to wed? Shinruashi. Shinruashi. You say Su Luer's brows knitted slightly. It was unexpected, yet somewhat anticipated, for she had sensed a hint of this during their last encounter at the racetrack. What are your thoughts on this, Your Majesty? After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Renjing responded, Heir desires to marry Shinruashi. Do you believe I should consent? Su Luer played with the Buddhist beads in her hand and spoke slowly. Publicly, Heir's actions are somewhat inappropriate. Marrying a divorced woman like Shinruashi, who has just separated from the fourth prince, would surely invite criticism and tarnish their reputations. However, personally, since Heir has finally found someone who stirs his heart, it would be rather cruel for us, as parents, to impose excessive obstacles. Emperor Renjing nodded. What the Empress says aligns perfectly with my own considerations. Su Luer continued. If Heir truly desires to seek marriage, I believe it would be best if Your Majesty refrains from further obstruction. I have watched this child grow. He has always possessed a cold temperament, seemingly allowing no one to penetrate his heart. Should he indeed find someone who understands his warmth and chill, it would be a fortunate affair. Suddenly, Emperor Renjing turned his head, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze tinged with curiosity. Did you not express a wish for Wanzi Yu to wed Heir previously? Indeed. I once harbored such thoughts. Wanzi Yu has long admired Heir, and I contemplated uniting the two. However, now that Heir has someone he cherishes, why should I impose burdens upon him? The Empress genuinely considers Heir's well-being. Emperor Renjing cast a languid glance in her direction, then lightly tapped the armrest beside him, falling silent. Noticing this, Su Luer hesitated before speaking. Does your majesty harbor differing thoughts on this matter? Emperor Renjing's gaze deepened, glinting with insight. In truth, I have a suitable candidate in mind for Heir's bride. He spoke slowly. Lin Xiui, the daughter of Grand Tutor Lin Wei, is more fitting than Shun Ruoshi. Su Lua lowered her eyes. What does your majesty imply? Emperor Renjing suddenly remarked. Does Heir seem unfamiliar with Lin Xiui? He should have encountered her at court banquets, though perhaps he paid little heed. Then let him take notice, Emperor Renjing continued. Lin Xiui is both graceful and intelligent, a paragon of propriety, sought after by countless noble scions in the capital. Yet, she has remained unwed, as Grand Tutor Lin has mentioned that Lin Xiui holds Heir in esteem, which is why she is yet to marry. Perhaps should Heir meet her, he may find her more to his liking. Grand Tutor Lin was once my companion in study. Our bond has endured since childhood. If Heir and she were to unite, it would be a splendid match. Upon concluding, he slightly turned towards Su Luer. Empress, I entrust this matter to you. I recall that in half a month's time, it shall be your birthday, a perfect opportunity for Heir to meet Lin Xiui. Su Lua acquiesced. I shall obey. After exchanging pleasantries, the two royals parted ways, and Su Luer returned to her residence in Chanqiu Palace. As she walked, she let out a weary sigh. Yuji inquired with concern, What troubles you, your highness? Nothing much. I merely feel fatigued from sitting for too long. Supporting her, Yushi hesitated before asking, Your highness, I do not quite comprehend. Shin Tianrong shares a good relationship with his majesty. What difference does it make to marry his daughter as opposed to marrying the daughter of Grand Tutor Lin? Of course, there is a distinction. Su Luer replied with a light laugh. Grand Tutor Lin wields no military power. Yuji paused, then hesitantly replied, I understand, yet I am still somewhat perplexed. The inner palace and the outer court are intricately intertwined. Some matters require only a superficial understanding, not an exhaustive knowledge. As Su Luer toyed with the prayer beads in her hand, her eyes radiated a gentle light. What I seek in this life is merely for my children to thrive in peace. After Shin Ruoshi left the Marquis's residence, she proceeded to the apothecary, carefully selecting various fragrance ingredients. By the time she had made her selections, the sky had begun to darken. As I was about to return by carriage, I suddenly noticed a group of officials encircling the apothecary across the street, effectively obstructing the path ahead. Shin Ruoshi commanded, Tao Yi, go and find out what is happening. Tao Yi alighted from the carriage, inquired, and soon returned. Miss, I have ascertained the situation. This apothecary is currently being questioned by the officials, who are requesting the ledger of medicinal materials supplied to the heir of the Wooding Marquis. Shin Ruoshi realized, is the proprietor of this apothecary named Liu? Tao Yi nodded affirmatively. Hearing this, Shin Ruoshi was convinced. It appeared that Du Yishan had procured the medicines intended for Qin Qingxian from this very establishment. The official's interrogation likely aimed to ascertain whether there were any additional accomplices. Let us wait, Shin Ruoshi said as she sat within the carriage, examining the jade bracelet given to her by Du Yishan, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the events that transpired within the Marquis's mansion earlier that day. The more she pondered, the more she felt an unsettling sensation. Once the officials departed, she disembarked and made her way to the apothecary. Chapter 63. The Enigmatic in the Apothecary. Several apprentices were diligently organizing herbs. Upon her arrival, they immediately inquired, What medicine does the young lady require? Where is your shopkeeper? At this, a middle-aged man, who had been calculating with an abacus, looked up. Upon seeing Shin Ruoshi's exquisite beauty and gentle demeanor, his expression softened slightly. Is the young lady seeking me? Shopkeeper, I have just heard that the officials are here to inspect your accounts for the Duke of Wooding. I have some inquiries to make. The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes momentarily. What does the young lady wish to ask? Do not be concerned. I am relatively acquainted with the Duchess of Wooding. She is aware that this matter does not pertain to you. I am here merely to confirm some details. Hesitantly, the shopkeeper replied, What would you like to know? The physician Du Yishan has stated that the medicine for the heir was all procured from here. Did Du Yishan himself come to collect it? Not at all. Dr. Du has difficulty walking and has always sent others to fetch the medicine. Shin Ruashi probed further. Is that so? What can you tell me about the person who came to collect the medicine? Could you describe their appearance? The shopkeeper shrugged. The individuals who come to collect the medicine vary each time. It is difficult to remember them all. However, they appeared quite ordinary, likely to be apprentices of Dr. Du. Although, there was one occasion when someone came who was rather remarkable. Curious, Shin Ruashi asked, what made him remarkable? The young man who came that time was quite handsome, his demeanor refined and cultured, unlike a typical servant. He seemed more akin to a scion of a noble family, which left a strong impression on me. Shin Ruashi inquired, was he around 11 or 12 years old, rather striking in appearance, with a mole beneath his right eye? Ah. Yes. Do you know him? Nodding, Shin Ruashi continued. When he came to collect the medicine, did he display any unusual behavior? The shopkeeper pondered for a moment. Not particularly. He was courteous and attentive, even reminding us to keep our accounts accurate. On that day, a new apprentice had mistakenly shorted him on some red peony, and he was the one who pointed it out. The shopkeeper seemed puzzled. May I ask why you're inquiring about this? It is nothing of great concern. I appreciate your candidness. Shin Ruashi smiled, then departed with Tao Yu and Lang Shuang. As soon as they exited, she hastily climbed into the carriage. Lang Shuang. Turn back to the Duke's residence. At the Duke's residence, the atmosphere was dim. In the secluded courtyard at the back, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the flickering light of 2 candles. A shadow stealthily approached the rear courtyard, and with a creak, the door to the firewood room swung open. Dim light filtered in, startling the occupant within. Su Lingmiao, appearing somewhat disheveled, lifted her head, her nerves taut. Who is it? The door closed swiftly, and a candle was lit within the firewood room. Qin Wenyan's elegant and serene visage emerged under the light. Su Lingmiao's countenance brightened with joy. Wenyan, mother. Qin Wenyan's approached her and then knelt down. Su Lingmiao, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Wenyan, has the lady said I could be released? Qin Wenyan's did not respond directly but instead said, Mother, thank you for taking the blame for me today. Su Lingmiao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes slightly reddening. She sobbed, Wenyan, I have long advised you against harming the heir. Shouldn't we, as mother and daughter, live peacefully within the Marquis's residence? The heir treats you kindly, and with your intelligence, you will surely succeed in time. That is different, Qin Wenyan's interrupted her. The heir is ultimately an heir, while I am merely a nominal cousin, reliant on the goodwill of the Marquis's household for my future. Why should my treatment be so disparate when I am also the son of Qin Kuang? Su Lingmiao lowered her gaze, a hint of sorrow glistening in her eyes. It is all my fault. I should never have taken advantage of the Marquis's inebriation back then. I have wronged you by leading you to become a bastard. Indeed, it was your fault. Thus, mother, it is only fitting that you bear this burden for me today. Upon hearing this, Su Lingmiao's complexion paled slightly. Deep down, she felt remorse towards Qin Wenyan's. Yet, hearing him directly attribute blame to her sent a chill through her heart. But mother, I truly did not anticipate that you would submit to that cripple, Du Yishan. A flicker of disdain crossed Qin Wenyan's eyes. Su Lingmiao spoke softly at that time. He discovered the heir had been poisoned and was intent on informing the lady. I feared she would investigate, putting you in danger, so I understand that you acted for my sake, mother. I just feel it is not worth it for you. For you, it is worth anything I do. Su Lingmiao grasped his hand. Fortunately, Du Yishan said nothing today. Wenyan, it is a relief that you are unharmed. Qin Wenyan scoffed. I had noticed his gaze upon you when he entered the residence. I initially assumed he was merely lustful. I never imagined he could harbor genuine feelings. How revolting, given his condition. Su Lingmiao remained silent, yet thoughts of Du Yishan's various protectiveness towards her today stirred a complex emotion within her. She murmured, in truth, Dr. Du is not a bad person. Are you feeling pity for him? Not at all. Su Lingmiao shook her head. I merely think that Du Yishan is also a pitiful individual. With a sigh, she continued, now that the lady has spared me, and you are safe, Wenyan, please refrain from harboring any misguided intentions in the future. Let us live well in the Marquis's residence, shall we? I indeed should not entertain such thoughts at present. At this, Su Lingmiao felt a sense of relief. Yet she soon heard Qin Wenyan's remark, in the future, we must plan more meticulously. It appears I am still too immature, and I fear I may have disappointed that esteemed individual. A shadow of somberness graced Qin Wenyan's handsome face, belied by his tender years. He had calculated meticulously. With Qin Xingxuan's demise, the position of the heir became vacant, presenting him with an excellent opportunity. Moreover, he could shift the blame onto Shin Ruoshi, instigating discord between the general's residents in the Wu Dingho mansion, thereby facilitating the ambitions of that noble figure. However, to his astonishment, Shin Ruoshi unexpectedly arrived without warning, thwarting his plans entirely. Su Lingmiao furrowed her brow. When in, at this juncture, do confide in your mother, who precisely is the noble person you are entangled with. This is something mother need not concern herself with. As the saying goes, victors and vanquished are determined by fate. Achieving great endeavors inevitably entails considerable peril. I refuse to live as a mere dependent, mother. The position of heir is one I must contend for. When yin, Su Lingmiao felt a surge of anxiety as her attempts to dissuade him faltered. Today, you have escaped by sheer luck, but such fortune cannot be relied upon indefinitely. Be obedient and remain within the safety of the Marquis's residence. I shall always be by your side. Yet, Qin Wenyin appeared to find her words amusing. Mother, have you become foolish from some shock? You are now the murderer of the heir. How could you possibly remain in the Marquis's residence? Chapter 64. Despair. Su Lingmiao's heart sank. What about me? Today, when the Marquis returned, I overheard a conversation between him and the madam. They intend to send you to a remote estate. Mother, you must understand that the people there are those who have committed grave offenses. Once you go, you will be marked as a criminal for life, unable to escape. Upon hearing this, Su Lingmiao's expression froze momentarily. She then bit her lip. At least you are still alive. Although you cannot come back, if you ever miss me, you can come and visit. Qin Wenyin gazed at her in silence, and then, as if releasing a sigh, he remarked, Mother, you are truly naive. Su Lingmiao was somewhat baffled by his words. In the next moment, she heard Qin Wenyin say, Mother, you cannot continue living. Su Lingmiao felt her mind go blank for several seconds, her eyes widening. Wenyin, what do you mean by that? If you are marked as a criminal, then my life is also ruined. I will be unable to participate in the imperial examinations, let alone pursue an official career or aspire for greatness. Qin Wenyin sighed. Today, I barely managed to save you from being handed over to the authorities by the madam, hoping to free you from a fate as a criminal, yet who would have thought that in the end, you would still be marked? Su Lingmiao's mind erupted in turmoil. Something within her had collapsed. She trembled as she spoke. Did you plead with the heir today, merely to prevent me from being marked as a criminal, so that you would not be implicated? Of course it is more than that. You are my mother, and I genuinely wish for you to live, he replied. Then why do you want me dead now? Qin Wenyin pressed his lips together, remaining silent. The candlelight cast a sharp arc across half of his face, rendering his handsome features almost indifferent. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. Mother, if you remain alive, my entire life will be ruined. Would you wish to see that? As he spoke, Qin Wenyin reached out and removed the gold hairpin from Su Lingmiao's head, placing it in her hand. His voice was low. Mother, please grant me this. When he was born, the old matriarch had given him a gold lock. Later, at the age of 5, he had pawned it to exchange for this hairpin for Su Lingmiao. When he handed her the hairpin, she wept and laughed, holding him tightly and repeatedly calling him her little son. This hairpin had been one of the few glimmers of light in her dark and hopeless life. Yet now, Qin Wenyin intended to use it to end her life. Su Lingmiao trembled, tears streaming down her face. A profound desolation enveloped her, overwhelming her with an even deeper despair than the prospect of being condemned to death. It pressed upon her chest, nearly suffocating her. Qin Wenyin called out once more, Mother. Su Lingmiao snapped back to reality. She turned to face the young man before her and slowly extended her hand to caress his face, her eyes filled with deep reluctance. Is it that if I die, you will live better? Qin Wenyin fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Su Lingmiao managed a sorrowful smile, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her youngest son, the one she cherished deeply, now sought to exchange her life for his future. If he desired her death, then... Su Lingmiao abruptly raised her head and seized a gold hairpin. With a determined bite, she plunged it into her throat. Instantly, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Everything transpired in a heartbeat. A few droplets splattered onto Qin Wenyuan's brow, causing his pupils to tremble slightly before returning to normalcy. Su Lingmiao's eyes widened in despair and excruciating pain, compelling her to clutch tightly at Qin Wenyuan's sleeve. A rasping sound emerged from her throat, as if attempting to emit a final lamentation. Yet, only more blood surged forth. She gazed up at the dark ceiling with hollow, desolate eyes, the light within gradually fading. In the dimly lit woodshed, an eerie silence enveloped the air. After a prolonged stillness, a soft call escaped Qin Wenyuan's lips. Mother! No echo responded. The flickering candlelight cast his shadow against the wall, rendering him solitary and ominous. Slowly, Qin Wenyuan extended his hand and gently grasped Su Lingmiao's. This hand had once fanned him in summer and warmed him in winter. Now, its warmth was ebbing away, destined to become a cold corpse. "Mother, thank you," he murmured softly, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes before rising slowly and moving toward the door. As he pulled open the woodshed door, the sight before him halted his steps abruptly. The courtyard was filled with an unknown number of people. Qin Kuang and Lu Qiong stood at the forefront, while Qin Qingxian sat in a wheelchair, accompanied by the long-absent Shun Ruoxi. A wave of foreboding surged within Qin Wenyuan. In the next moment, his eyes reddened, and he threw down the candle, collapsing to the ground. "My lord, my lady, please, save my mother." At his words, Lu Qiong's expression shifted slightly. She instructed the steward beside her. "Luo Bao, take some men inside to check." Luo Bao nodded and entered the woodshed with 2 attendants. Moments later, he emerged with a grave expression. "My lord, my lady, Su Lingmiao has died." "Dead?" Qin Kuang furrowed his brow, instinctively looking towards Qin Wenyuan, whose tears streamed down uncontrollably. "No, it can't be true. My mother cannot die." Qin Wenyuan's voice was filled with sorrow, yet no one responded. Lu Qiong glared coldly at him. "Qin Wenyuan, why are you here?" "I was worried about my mother and wanted to check on her, but I found her in despair, attempting to take her own life. I couldn't stop her." Lu Qiong's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Su Lingmiao did not seek death when her crimes were revealed today. I even offered her a chance at life. Why would she want to end it now? "Qin Wenyuan, I always thought you quite clever. How is it that you now concoct such a clumsy lie?" Qin Wenyuan could hardly believe it. "Madam, are you doubting me?" Lu Qiong remained silent, yet her piercing gaze conveyed everything. Qin Wenyuan appeared somewhat anxious. He turned his head to glance at Qin Qingxian beside him. "Where is the young master? Do you doubt me as well?" Qin Qingxian gazed at him intently and suddenly inquired, "Wenyuan, I shall ask you once more. Do you truly lack knowledge of medicine?" Qin Wenyuan was taken aback, then pressed his lips together. "I do not understand. Truly do not understand. I do not." Upon hearing this, Qin Qingxuan's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of disappointment. Qin Wenyuan spoke softly. "Young master, what do you mean by that?" Shin Ruoxi interjected. "Cousin, it is quite a coincidence. Today, as I passed by the apothecary's shop, the shopkeeper spoke of you, mentioning that you had come to assist Du Yishan in fetching medicine, and that you even reminded the apprentice about the lack of red peony. If you indeed know nothing of medicine, how could you be familiar with medicinal herbs? I have accompanied my mother and do indeed recognize a few medicinal ingredients, and I have helped Du Yishan fetch herbs. But what does that signify?" Qin Wenyuan fixed a piercing gaze upon Shin Ruoxi. "Miss Shin, I grew up in the Marquis's residence. The young master has treated me exceedingly well, and I have always regarded him with the respect and affection due to an elder brother. Do not hastily judge me based on the fleeting words of others." At this, Qin Qingxian chuckled, tinged with irony. "Is it truly a hasty judgment? Young master, do you not trust me, but instead place your faith in a stranger?" Qin Wenyuan looked at Qin Qingxian, his eyes filled with immense shock and sorrow. After a moment, he seemed to let out a self-mocking laugh. "Now that I have lost my mother, you all continue to harbor such doubts about me. Is it not enough that you have driven my mother to her demise? You wish for my death as well?" He suddenly drew a dagger from his sleeve, directing it toward his own chest. Qin Qingxian furrowed his brow. "What are you intending to do? Since none of you believe me, I have no choice but to seek death as proof of my innocence." Chapter 65. I confess with that, Qin Wenyuan shut his eyes, preparing to plunge the dagger into flesh. Yet, he heard Shun Ruoxi's voice, calm yet resolute. "Young master, while the dagger appears poised at the heart, it is, in fact, 3 points off, ensuring no mortal wound is inflicted. The precision is striking." Qin Wenyuan opened his eyes, fury igniting within. "You dare to harbor such vile suspicions against me? You are truly a terrifying woman." He turned to Qin Kuang. "My lord, I believe Shin Ruoxi is the one who should be scrutinized. Perhaps it was she who poisoned the air. Young master need not be so quick to anger." Shin Ruoxi replied, her tone measured yet forceful. "Have you considered that Du Yishan, willing to shoulder all blame, seeks only to secure a glimmer of hope for Su Lingmiao? If he were to learn that Su Lingmiao was slain by your hand, do you think he would continue to conceal the truth?" Qin Wenyuan froze, his expression momentarily dazed. Observing his reaction, Qin Kuang's demeanor turned frigid. "Luo Bao, dispatch someone to the Ministry of Justice, inform Du Yishan of the situation here, and ascertain his response." Luo Bao acquiesced and turned to leave, but Qin Wenyuan's voice rang out. "No need." He lifted his gaze and slowly rose. The 11-year-old boy, though still bearing the innocence of youth, possessed eyes as cold as a frozen pond. He regarded Qin Kuang. Your righteous fervor in condemning me reveals that you have never truly regarded me as your son. As the words escaped his lips, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Lu Qiong interjected, Wen Yuan, do you comprehend? I am quite aware, he retorted. 3 years ago, I understood that I am not merely the young master, but the illegitimate child of the Marquis. Qin Wenyuan's voice, though soft, stirred a tempest among the onlookers. Lu Qiong's voice rose in anger. So the matter of Cheng Xian's poisoning is indeed linked to you? Qin Wenyuan's smile was cold. Yes, I tampered with the heir's medicine. I intended for him to perish. Qin Qingshuan's fingers tightened, pain flashing across his eyes. Qin Kuang's fury peaked. You are truly treacherous, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Just like your mother, inherently malicious. And what of your innocence, dear father? Qin Wenyuan bit out. I have witnessed your disdain for years. Had you possessed even a sliver of paternal affection, I would not have arrived at this juncture. I possess nothing and must fight for all I have. I have no regrets regarding my choices. Qin Kuang's gaze darkened. He spoke slowly. I have never held feelings for Su Lingmiao. Your very existence was a mistake. Were it not for the lady's generosity in keeping you, where would you be today? Father, Qin Chengxian interrupted. Enough, cease this discourse. Qin Kuang's expression hardened, and he commanded sharply, send Qin Wenyuan to the Dali Temple for thorough interrogation. Such a young mind harboring such depth of cunning. Could there be others orchestrating him? Oh, the Marquis of Wooding, truly ruthless in his pursuit of justice. Qin Wenyuan scoffed, his countenance sinking as dark glimmers flickered in his eyes. No need for the Marquis to go to such lengths. I confess, I conspired against the heir, and for that, I deserve death. Upon concluding his words, the dagger that Qin Wenyuan had initially pressed against his chest gradually shifted to his neck. He cast a glance at Shen Ruoshi. Miss Shen, he inquired, do you think there remains any chance of survival if it is severed at this point? Before Shen Ruoshi could respond, Qin Wenyuan continued, it should be an inescapable fate. Should it not? Qin Chengxian furrowed his brow. Wenyuan, do not act impulsively. Qin Wenyuan looked at him, his lips moving as if to utter something, yet in the end, he merely offered a sorrowful smile. Your Grace, I have but one request. Please allow my mother and me to be buried together. With that, he gently closed his eyes, his hand clutching the dagger trembling as he exerted force. Blood erupted forth instantaneously, staining the night with its crimson hue. The slender figure of the young man swayed slightly before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Silence enveloped the courtyard for a few seconds. Then the composed voice of Lu Qiong pierced the stillness. What transpired here today is to remain strictly confidential. Any leakage will not be tolerated. Do you understand? The others immediately responded in unison. Understood, madam. Luo Bao, procure a suitable coffin and take care of the two. We shall inform outsiders that Su Lingmiao and her child succumbed to a peculiar illness. Yes, madam. Luo Bao directed the servants to remove Su Lingmiao's body, which was covered in blood and appeared utterly disheveled. Her hand still clutched a bloodied gold hairpin. Shen Ruoshi approached. Lu Qiong advised, Ruoshi, the scene is quite gruesome. I shall have someone escort you to the front hall to rest. It is quite all right. Shen Ruoshi knelt slightly, retrieving a jade bracelet from her bosom. Du Yishan had hoped she would pass this bracelet to Su Lingmiao, yet she never anticipated that upon their next meeting, Su Lingmiao would have already departed this world. Shen Ruoshi took Su Lingmiao's hand and adorned her with the bracelet. At the very least, there had been someone who had loved and protected her with their life. Following the conclusion of matters at the Marquis's residence, Shen Ruoshi did not linger long. She bid farewell to Lu Qiong and Qin Kuang, preparing to return to the general's manor. Qin Chengxian accompanied her to the entrance. Seated in his wheelchair, he gazed at Shen Ruoshi with warmth in his eyes. I am truly grateful to you for today. You alleviated the poison and uncovered the truth. Since your grace regards me as a friend, there is no need for such formalities between friends. Qin Chengxian touched his knee, lowering his gaze slightly, then smiled faintly. To be honest, I thought you might be frightened today. As a healer, I have witnessed my share of gruesome spectacles. One becomes accustomed to such sights over time. Moreover, in my previous life, I endured a hellish existence. This scene hardly evokes fear, merely a sense of melancholy. Shen Ruoshi stepped into the carriage. Your Grace, you should return. You have just detoxified and ought to rest. It is of no concern. I will watch you depart. Upon hearing this, Shen Ruoshi did not press further. She turned and settled into the carriage. Lung Shuang drove the carriage, turning and vanishing into the night. Once the carriage was no longer visible, Qin Chengxian grasped the armrest of his wheelchair and instructed the attendant beside him, "Let us return." The young servant promptly pushed the wheelchair back into the Marquis's residence. As soon as he stepped through the door, a chilling breeze enveloped him. Qin Chengxian instinctively touched his knees, the cold penetrating to the bone. In the past, it was always Qin Wenyin who urged him to venture outside. Although he had been despondent and resigned to his fate due to his crippled legs, Qin Wenyin would invariably don protective knee guards on him during the colder months. What if one day the heir's legs recover? They must be safeguarded, he would say. At that time, Qin Chengxian believed in the sincerity of Qin Wenyin's sentiments. Little did he know that Qin Wenyin was, in fact, the one who wished for his demise the most. How utterly ironic. Chapter 66. The Golden Chamber of Hidden Beauties. The carriage had been moving for a while when it suddenly came to a halt. Shin Ruashi felt a twinge of confusion. Cold frost, have we arrived so soon? Yet, there was silence outside. Puzzled, she was about to lift the curtain for a glimpse when a melodious voice resonated. We have arrived. Shin Ruashi's hand froze. Next to her, Tao Yi widened her eyes. Miss, am I hearing things? How did Cold Frost's voice become that of a man? Don't be ridiculous. Shin Ruashi pulled aside the curtain. A remarkably handsome face appeared before her. Murong Heng, clad in a snow-white robe, with ink-black hair elegantly tied up by a jade crown, stood in the gentle breeze, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. For the first time, Shin Ruashi was captivated by a man's stunning presence. Behind her, Tao Yi also curiously peeked out, and upon realizing that the person beside the carriage was indeed Murong Heng, she hurriedly prepared to assist Shin Ruashi in descending to pay her respects. However, Murong Heng directly extended his hand towards Shin Ruashi. Come. Shin Ruashi hesitated for a moment. She glanced around, only to hear Murong Heng reassure her. This is the entrance to my residence. No one shall see us, so there is no need for concern. Cold Knight, who accompanied them, rolled his eyes inwardly. Well then, I suppose they are no longer human? Upon hearing this, Shin Ruashi reached out, placing her fingers into his palm. After stepping down from the carriage, she gazed at the gilded and ornate characters of the Ling Wang mansion at the entrance, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming. It is rumored that the emperor dotes exclusively on His Highness the Ling Wang. It certainly appears to be true. For not only have you been granted residence in the Eastern Palace, but you have also been bestowed this magnificent mansion, truly enviable. Let us go inside, Murong Heng said, leading her towards the mansion. Behind them, Tao Yi stumbled out of the carriage, hastily grabbing Cold Frost's arm. Miss and His Highness the Ling Wang. Cold Frost nodded. Indeed, confirming her suspicions. Tao Yi gasped, when did this happen? How come I was completely oblivious? I thought the miss was resolutely parting ways with that scoundrel Murong Yu. It turns out she has found a better choice. Truly remarkable, my lady. Having digested this enormous piece of gossip, Tao Yi quickly adjusted her skirts and followed them into the Ling Wang mansion. As Shin Ruashi entered, she was greeted by intricately carved beams and resplendent decor. It surpassed Murong Yu's residence in grandeur. However, there seemed to be fewer servants, and most were men, with hardly any maids in sight. The further she ventured inside, the more expansive her view became. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, she beheld a serene lake, with a long bridge gracefully arching over its surface, adorned with exquisitely crafted lanterns that extended to the center of the lake. At the heart of it stood an elegant and splendid pavilion. Shin Ruashi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the Ling Wang possessed such refined taste, constructing such a beautiful pavilion. This pavilion had previously lain vacant, only recently deemed useful and tidied up. Useful for what purpose? Murong Heng lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on her enchanting face, and suddenly broke into a smile. A golden chamber to hide a beauty. Shin Ruashi felt a slight warmth on her face and was about to speak when she sensed a gentle heat enveloping her fingers. Murong Heng took her hand, asking if she would like to explore the attic. As she gazed at the hand he held, she nodded softly. They walked across the long bridge and arrived at the attic. The first floor was brightly lit by candlelight, showcasing an array of exquisite porcelain and paintings. With a striking ink wash painting hanging directly opposite, its vigorous brushstrokes reminiscent of a soaring dragon. Shin Ruashi recognized it as Murong Heng's own creation. Upon ascending to the second floor, Shin Ruashi was taken aback by the scene before her. The spacious room was even brighter than the first floor, illuminated not by candles, but by a multitude of large luminous pearls scattered throughout, each one worth a fortune. She turned to Murong Heng, astonished. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Do you like it? He inquired. Well, I do like it, she admitted. Then it cannot be deemed wasteful. he replied, causing her heart to race once more. Such sudden declarations of affection were overwhelming. The rumors of the cold-hearted prince were indeed mere fabrications. However, her gaze drifted lower, and a bittersweet feeling settled in her heart. "What a pity. What are you looking at?" he asked. "Nothing." She quickly averted her gaze and coughed lightly. "This attic is simply stunning. I am quite taken aback. The view is also splendid." Moronghang guided her to the window and opened it. Shinruashi gazed out, capturing the entirety of the royal garden in her sight. A small boat floated on the dark lake, and lanterns lining the bridge reflected on the water's surface, swaying gently in the breeze, creating an ethereal and dreamlike ambience. She found herself mesmerized. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her waist. Moronghang held her close. "Are you cold?" Leaning into this embrace, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. "Not cold. I believe you might be a bit chilly," he countered, but before she could respond, he coughed a few times. Shinruashi pulled his hand down and turned to face him, noting his pale skin with a hint of exasperation. "It seems that His Highness the cold-hearted prince is the one who is actually cold." "You are colder," he asserted, displaying a hint of stubbornness. Shinruashi fixed her gaze upon him and then smiled. "Indeed, I am cold, so how about the prince warms my hands?" Saying this, she slipped her hand into his embrace and playfully tickled him. Yet, to her surprise, Moronghang showed no reaction whatsoever. "What is this?" she exclaimed, withdrawing her hand in slight disappointment. As she moved her arm, she suddenly felt a firm grip around her wrist. Looking up, she met his deep and piercing gaze. "You are warm now, but I am still cold," he stated. Shinruashi blinked. "Shall I close the window then?" Moronghang remained silent, tightening his grip on her wrist. In an instant, she stumbled forward, only to be caught by a powerful hand gripping her waist. With one hand gently grasping her chin, he urged her to raise her gaze. She felt the soft brush of moist lips, and, upon realizing its significance, Shinruashi's cheeks flushed crimson. Moronghang pressed against her delicate nose, sensing the shift within her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His mouth glided across her porcelain-like cheek, gradually descending into a deep, lingering kiss. Shinruashi found her back against the windowsill, forced to tilt her head back, lost in their entangled embrace for what felt like an eternity, until her legs grew weak and her reason began to waver. In her dazed state, she thought she heard someone calling for the King of Feathers. In a moment of breathlessness, she turned to glance outside the window, only to see a small figure on the other side of the bridge, waving their arms. Intermittent shouts of "Your Highness," the King of Feathers drifted toward her. "Someone was calling for you. Pay them no heed." Yet, Shinruashi's earlobes turned a deeper shade of red. "We are near the window. We might be seen. From this angle, he cannot see us." Despite her concerns, Moronghang, considering her apprehensions, gently loosened his hold on her waist and closed the window. Chapter 67. The Effects of Intoxication. Shinruashi finally caught her breath. Just as she prepared to tidy her attire, she felt a sudden tightness around her waist. A hand encircled her, and Moronghang's kiss descended upon her once more. Shinruashi widened her eyes slightly. Was he not yet satisfied? Although she knew they shouldn't, she was taken aback by the intensity of his desire. On the shore, Xiao Yuzi watched the shadow at the attic window fade away, his heart filled with trepidation. Oh no, had he inadvertently interrupted his master's intimate moment? From such a distance, he could hardly discern what transpired by the window, only vaguely seeing a figure. He had heard that the eldest daughter of the general's residence was involved with the Ling Wang. Surely, he hadn't disturbed their rendezvous? Xiao Yuzi cradled his head in despair. He truly did not wish to call for his master at such a moment, but no one else dared approach. Cold Shuang and Cold Yi had coerced him into this unfortunate task, leaving him no choice but to comply. If only Cheng Feng were here to coax him into coming, he could handle the situation. Lost in his melancholy, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice nearby. "Why are you calling for His Highness Ling Wang?" Xiao Yuzi turned to see a charming young maid with a round face perched on a stone, gazing at him. "Who might you be, miss?" "My name is Tao Yi, the personal maid of Shinruashi, the legitimate daughter of the general's residence." Xiao Yuzi's eyes lit up. "Miss Tao Yi, could you please go to the attic and inform my lord that the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Monsiu, has come to seek him?" "I cannot go," Tao Yi replied resolutely. If she ventured up there and stumbled upon something scandalous, her head would not suffice to pay the price. Tao Yi pondered. What could Monsiu possibly want with His Highness Ling Wang at this late hour? "I do not know. It appears she has had a bit to drink and is in no fit state. She insisted on meeting His Highness, and we could not simply cast her out. If something unfortunate were to happen, I would have no recourse but to inform His Highness. His Highness is currently occupied with my lady. Let her be where she feels comfortable, Tao Yi retorted irritably. Upon hearing that Wan Siyu harbored designs on His Highness Ling Wang, she knew she must protect her lady's newfound affection. Xia Yuzi sighed. Then I shall go and persuade her to leave. Tao Yi promptly stood. I shall accompany you to witness the spectacle. To assess the situation. She excitedly trotted a few steps, but suddenly slipped, losing her footing at the water's edge. Tao Yi shrieked as she began to fall backward. Just in time, a hand grasped her, pulling her back to safety. Are you all right? Tao Yi clutched the fabric of his attire, her gaze lingering on Xiao Yuzi's somewhat handsome visage, causing her cheeks to flush. I'm fine. Weren't you going to accompany me to see Wan Siyu? Come, let us proceed. Yes. Tao Yi beamed, following closely behind. She pressed her hand against her chest, which had quickened in rhythm, her face alight with joy. With a lady in love with Ling Wang and Cold Shuang enamored with Cold Yi, she thought, perhaps I too have a chance. As the two entered the courtyard, an irritable voice echoed around them. Where is my cousin, the Prince of Ling? Haven't I instructed you to find him promptly? Cold Knight maintained his composure. Miss Wan, my master is currently with a distinguished guest. What distinguished guest? I see it is none other than Shun Ruashi. Wan Siyu pointed at Cold Frost. Don't think I am unaware. Isn't she merely a maidservant beside Shun Ruashi? I distinctly remember at the last palace banquet. Tell me, where has Shun Ruashi whisked my cousin away to? Her face was awash with fury. The audacity. She has just divorced the fourth prince and is already scheming to entangle my cousin. Cold Frost drew her sword. Why not let me simply deal with her? Cold Knight intercepted her. Have you lost your mind? She is the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Did you not witness her insult the young lady? Wan Siyu exclaimed. Are you going to strike me as well? You insolent maid, do you dare? Cold Frost snorted disdainfully, her blade slicing through the air, creating a deep gash in Wan Siyu's sleeve. Next time, it will be your face. Wan Siyu's complexion paled as she let out a sharp scream. You wretched maid. I shall fight you. She lunged forward, intent on confronting Cold Frost. Her two maidservants clung to her tightly. Miss, please calm down. We are in the Prince of Ling's residence. Let me go? I will slay her. As Wan Siyu's maiden struggled to restrain her, Xiao Yuzi rushed in, wrapping his arms around Wan Siyu's legs. Miss Wan, please remain composed. If His Highness the Prince sees you like this, it would tarnish your reputation. Peach Leaf, observing the chaos, bit her lip in frustration. She charged forward and kicked Xiao Yuzi away. I will intervene. How can a grown man tussle with Miss Wan? The courtyard was in disarray. What is happening here? A cold, detached voice suddenly rang out. It was not loud, yet it commanded attention. Everyone turned to see Murong Hang, clad in a snow-white robe, standing a short distance away, his narrow eyes glimmering with a frosty light. Master! Cold Knight and Cold Frost immediately knelt. Wan Siyu's eyes brightened. Cousin. However, the next moment, a slender figure emerged behind Murong Hang. It was Shun Ruashi. Wan Siyu's expression darkened instantly. She pushed Xiao Yuzi aside and pointed at Shun Ruashi, her voice trembling with rage. Cousin, why is this woman here? Shun Ruashi appeared unfazed. I am here to appreciate the moon. Is there a problem with that? What moon appreciation? You are clearly here to seduce my cousin. At this late hour. Instead of remaining in the general's residence, you choose to appear here. What audacity! Peach Leaf could no longer hold her tongue. And you? Miss Wan, are you not here as well? That is entirely different. My relationship with the Prince of Ling is incomparable to Shun Ruashi's. Wan Siyu retorted. Peach Leaf laughed in exasperation. You, indeed, cannot compare. Suddenly, Murong Hang spoke up. Upon hearing these words, Wan Siyu's face instantly brightened with joy. Yet, in the next moment, she saw him speak again. Compared to you, I feel utterly diminished. Wan Siyu's expression froze in place. Cousin Ling Wang, I am not so familiar with you, so refrain from addressing me so intimately. Murong Hang cast her a frosty glance. Get out. Crown Prince Ling. Wan Siyu bit her lip, stunned by Murong Hang's indifferent gaze. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Under normal circumstances, seeing Murong Hang's displeasure would have rendered her silent. However, having consumed alcohol that evening, her mind was somewhat clouded, and her courage had swelled. She wiped away a tear and pointed at Shun Ruashi. What kind of enchantment has this woman cast upon you, Crown Prince Ling? You are of unparalleled nobility, and she is a divorced woman, unworthy of you. Chapter 68. The defiant daughter. Murong Hang's gaze narrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure manifesting on his handsome visage. Wan Siyu was about to utter another word when, unexpectedly, A figure rushed in from outside, moving with such haste that he stumbled over the threshold. It was Wangan, the Minister of Revenue. After a struggle to stabilize his portly frame, Wangan adjusted his official hat and directed an irate roar at the frenzied Wansiyu. "See you. What nonsense are you up to?" With a sudden thud, he fell to his knees, performing the act with such fluidity that he inadvertently pulled Wansiyu down with him. "Your Highness the Winged King, I, your humble servant, offer my sincerest apologies for this rebellious daughter. My failure in her upbringing is indeed a grave fault. I implore your Highness to grant me mercy." He prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to breathe a word, having just enjoyed a leisurely dinner at home. Admiring his newly acquired fine porcelain in the Lioli Pavilion, he was shocked to hear from a servant that Wansiyu was creating a ruckus at the Winged King's residence. Alarmed, he dropped his precious wares, shattering them into pieces, and hurried over in a panic. Who could have provoked this ancestor? After kneeling for what felt like an eternity without a response from Murong Hang, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead until he finally heard the king's voice. "Rise." He exhaled in relief, helping Wansiyu to her feet. Wansiyu pouted. "Father, why are you here? If I did not come, would you not cause a scene?" He retorted, a hint of wine on his breath. "What madness drives a young lady to drink so excessively at this hour? And to make such a disturbance in the Winged King's estate? Have you lost your mind?" With that, he gave Wansiyu a shove. Quickly, apologized to his highness. The scolding stirred Wansiyu's senses slightly. Lowering her gaze, she bowed to Murong Hang, seeking his forgiveness. However, he chose to disregard her, instead turning his attention to Shun Ruashi beside him. "Are you frightened?" Shun Ruashi clutched her chest, appearing as delicate as a wilting flower. "I am quite scared." Seeing this, Wangan seized Wansiyu firmly. "You must apologize to Miss Shun." At this, Wansiyu's displeasure became evident. "Father, why should I apologize to her?" Lung Shuang interjected. "You publicly insulted our esteemed Miss Shun, and to only demand an apology is exceedingly gracious. What have I said wrong? Shun Ruashi is a divorced woman. Does she not possess a modicum of self-awareness to aspire towards the Winged King?" "Silence!" Wangan exclaimed, nearly beside himself with anger. "Your indiscreet insults towards Miss Shun are your fault. Apologize at once." "Father, why do you always side with outsiders? I am your daughter." His frustration nearly caused him to spew blood. How could Wansiyu remain oblivious at such a critical moment? This girl was either in denial about the Winged King's feelings towards Shun Ruashi or utterly foolish. He realized his daughter embodied both traits in equal measure. Murong Hang's indifferent gaze fell upon him. "Wangan, your daughter intruded upon my estate in the dead of night, disturbing my peace. I believe it fitting to hold her accountable for this grave disrespect, so she may learn some decorum." As he spoke, his thin lips parted slightly. Why not receive 30 lashes instead? Upon hearing these words, Wangan's complexion turned pale. He hurriedly knelt down, repeatedly bowing to Murong Hang. "Your Highness, please spare me. My daughter has never suffered any hardship. Such punishment would surely take her life." Wansiyu stood frozen in place, her senses returning as fear enveloped her. It was not until Wangan leapt up and delivered a resounding slap across her face that she truly grasped the gravity of the situation. "You rebellious daughter. Apologize to me." Wansiyu touched her face in disbelief. "Father, you're hitting me. Throughout my life, it has always been my mother who was stern, while you have indulged me. Yet now he struck her because of Shun Ruashi. You have committed a grave mistake. My punishment is but a light one." Wangan cast a glance at Murong Hang's indifferent expression, steeling himself as he delivered another sharp slap to Wansiyu's face. "Apologize." This was the first time she witnessed her father's fury at such a magnitude. However, confronted with Wangan's blazing eyes, she found herself momentarily intimidated. Regardless of her internal reluctance, she had no choice but to bow her head before Shun Ruashi. I was wrong, Shun Ruashi. I should not have spoken to you so disrespectfully. It was entirely my fault." Shun Ruashi glanced at Wansiyu. Despite Wansiyu's foolishness, her father was indeed astute. She did not wish to relentlessly pursue the matter. Knowing that Wangan was aligned with Murong Hang, she feared that further insistence might jeopardize his relationship with Murong Hang. With this thought, Shun Ruashi offered Wangan a faint smile. "Miss Wan, it seems you were merely intoxicated and spoke without thinking. Since you recognize your mistake, should I press the issue further, it would seem rather aggressive. Thank you for your generosity, Miss Shen." Wangan's expression brightened as he hastily bowed in gratitude. Logically, as the daughter of a general, Shun Ruashi, being younger, should not have warranted such deference from him. However, one could never predict the future. Observing Murong Hang's unique regard for her, who could say what her status might become? With Shun Ruashi having spoken, Murong Hang waved his hand. Minister Wan, take your leave with your daughter. I am weary. Yes, your highness, I take my leave. Wan Gon sighed in relief. Bidding farewell to Murong Hang and Shun Ruashi before hastily dragging Wan Siyu out of the royal residence. The two of them clumsily climbed into the carriage. No sooner had they settled than Wan Siyu burst into tears. Father, why do you side with outsiders over your own daughter? You even struck me. My face is swollen. And what do you have to say for yourself? What madness possessed you to cause such a ruckus at the Prince of Ling's residence? Do you wish for your father to meet an early demise? Wan Siyu wrung her handkerchief, feeling somewhat aggrieved. I dined with Princess Tianling and a few noble ladies today, and after a few too many drinks, the princess claimed that Shun Ruashi must covet the Prince of Ling. She urged me not to lose and to seize the prince's affections before Shun Ruashi could. So, you simply lost your wits and came here to embarrass your father. Is that it? I initially intended to express my feelings to the Prince of Ling, but to my surprise, Shun Ruashi was also present. As predicted by the princess, she outmaneuvered me and stole my chance, infuriating me. On Wan Siyu's delicate face, an expression of anger was evident. Wan Gon firmly pressed his knee, suppressing the urge to kick her away. He could not strike her. She was his own daughter. He spoke in a low voice. You should promptly dismiss this notion. The Prince of Ling clearly harbors a special regard for Shun Ruashi. Someone of his stature is beyond your reach. In the future, behave yourself and do not provoke Shun Ruashi. Why should I not aspire to someone who is a divorced woman? Wan Siyu retorted defiantly. Suddenly, a thought struck her and her eyes sparkled. Father, you are affiliated with the Prince of Ling, a capable minister in his service, and mother has connections to the Empress. Surely, I possess advantages over Shun Ruashi. If you and mother support me, I am certain I could wed His Highness, the Prince of Ling. Be silent. Wan Gon felt a throbbing pain in his head. You are aware that I am under the prince's command, yes? I am a subject. The prince is the master. I have no significant background. I have relied solely on my own skills and strategic foresight to attain my current position. Now, I depend on the prince for everything. Do not bring ruin upon me. Furthermore, your mother's connection to the Empress is merely distant. It does not grant us any substantial advantage. Abandon this futile desire. Chapter 69, Memories After a Poignant Exchange. Wan Siyu fell into silence. She pouted. So there is no hope for me? No hope. Wan Gon replied with a hint of pride. Having followed King Ling for so long, I can assure you that when it comes to his marriage, words carry no weight. It solely depends on his own inclinations. Clearly, he has no interest in you. If you possessed even half the wisdom of your father, you wouldn't be making such foolish choices. Learn from me moving forward. Learn to flatter you? You ungrateful daughter, do you mean to force my hand? Are you going to strike me? You've already left my face swollen. Wan Siyu pouted, her expression one of grievance. Seeing her face, swollen like a steamed bun, Wan Gon's heart softened. It was the first time he had struck her, though she certainly deserved it. Wan Gon, there is a fine ointment for reducing swelling in the manor. I shall have someone apply it for you upon our return. Understood, father. But could you please keep today's incident from mother? If she learns of my actions tonight, I shall receive a severe beating. Very well. But you must promise me to keep your distance from Su Tianling. She is not to be trifled with. If you continue to associate with her, you will find yourself at a disadvantage. All right. Wan Siyu pouted in response, though internally she held a different sentiment. No matter how dubious Su Tianling might be, she was still preferable to Shun Ruashi. This enmity with Shun Ruashi was one she had irrevocably forged. The carriage swayed gently as they arrived at the minister's residence. The father-daughter duo stealthily prepared to enter through the back door. However, upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of 5 or 6 servants blocking their path, wielding sticks and waiting expectantly. Wan Gon was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here? Sir, why are you sneaking in the back with C? A sharp voice cut through the air, and Chao Yuzhen emerged from behind the crowd, her face stern. Wan Si's expression shifted dramatically. Mother? Chao Yuzhen sneered. I heard you went to the King Ling's residence today? Wan Si stiffened in fear. Mother, how did you know? The king sent someone to inform me. I thought you were merely a bit slow-witted, but it seems you have become audacious enough to commit such folly. Chao Yuzhen commanded, bring me the sticks. Escort the young lady to the ancestral hall for discipline. Several servants immediately complied, rushing forward to restrain Wan Si and lead her toward the ancestral hall. Wan Si cried out in desperation, Father, save me. You are the head of this family, father. Wan Gon cleared his throat. Madam, I believe Chao Yuzhen turned sharply, her eyes flashing like lightning. Do you have an objection, my husband? Wang Gan forced a smile. Not at all, my dear. I believe you should fetch a thicker stick to ensure she truly learns her lesson. Indeed, you speak wisely. Chao Yuzhen took a thicker stick and departed with Wan Si in tow. Soon, the anguished cries of Wan Si echoed from the direction of the ancestral hall. Wang Gan sighed deeply. Alas, His Highness the Ling Wang specifically sent someone to convey his intent to properly discipline Wan Si Yu. He could not obstruct this. Daughter. To be more cautious in the future? Ling Wang Fu. After Wang Gan departed with Wan Si Yu, Shen Ruoxi glanced at the darkening sky and remarked, It is getting late. I must return to the general's residence. Morong Hang replied, Are you leaving so soon? At this hour, it is indeed time to depart. Morong Hang said nothing further, merely casting a glance at the onlookers nearby, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Under his frigid gaze, they instantly quelled their amused expressions. Long Yi hastily interjected, Ahem, Miss Shan, I believe the master still has matters to discuss with you. You need not leave just yet. It is we who should take our leave. With that, he dragged Lung Shuang away in a hurry. Little Yu nodded vigorously. And I too. I must take my leave. He turned to slip away. Tao Yi stamped her foot. Wait for me. She swiftly followed suit. Shen Ruoxi turned to Morong Hang. Now that everyone has departed, Your Highness, is there anything else you wish to convey to me? Let me ponder. Morong Hang grasped her hand, his gaze softening momentarily. Do you recall what you said when we first met? The first meeting? Shen Ruoxi contemplated, but could not recall. What did I say? Morong Hang's eyes flickered. It is of no consequence. It was a long time ago. He gently wrapped his arm around her waist and pressed a light kiss upon her forehead. As long as you are mine now, that is sufficient. Half an hour later, Shen Ruoxi emerged from the Ling Wang Fu. She stepped onto the footstool and settled into the carriage. Lung Shuang took the reins and turned back towards the general's residence. After the carriage had traveled a considerable distance, Shen Ruoxi could not resist lifting the curtain. She discovered that Morong Hang still stood at the entrance of the Wang Fu, his gaze lingering in her direction. A wave of warmth surged within her heart. Mississippi. Tao Yu stammered beside her. Shen Ruoxi turned. What is it? Mississippi. Could you possibly teach me how to make a sachet? I admired the ones you crafted. They are both beautiful and practical, and I wish to learn. Very well. I shall teach you another day. Thank you, miss. Tao Yi beamed with delight. She had already envisioned embroidering mandarin ducks on the sachet. One must strive for their own love. Shen Ruoxi leaned back in the carriage, closing her eyes to rest. Unconsciously, she recalled Morong Hang's earlier words. What had she said to him during their first encounter? As the carriage rocked gently, her thoughts began to drift. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. It was a winter day when she was 5 years old. She had accompanied her father to the palace and was taken by a maid to play in the imperial garden. Alone in the courtyard, she was engrossed in building a snowman. Just then, she noticed someone standing beneath the eaves. A young boy, a few years her senior, clad in a splendid snow fox fur coat, topped with a matching white hat, held a small hand warmer in his hands. Dressed in white, his complexion was pale. Yet, it could not conceal the innate nobility that radiated from within. That face, akin to finely carved white jade, appeared cold and aloof, reminiscent of a porcelain figurine. This was the 8-year-old Morong Hang. Shen Ruoxi was utterly captivated at that moment. Morong Hang fixed his gaze upon her. Who are you? I have never seen you before. She chuckled softly. I am Shen Ruoxi, the legitimate daughter of the Grand General. Then, with brightened eyes, she added, Young master, you are truly handsome. Are you a eunuch? She had heard from her father that those who served in the palace were called eunuchs if male and palace maids if female. Although she did not fully grasp the meaning of eunuch, Morong Hang appeared momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. And if that were the case? He mused. Then I declare that from this day forth, you shall be my exclusive eunuch. Follow me, and I shall ensure you enjoy a life of luxury. Shen Ruoxi beckoned to him. Come here, join me in building a snowman. Chapter 70. It turns out he was the one. Morong Hang hesitated for a moment, then set down the hand warmer and stepped into the snow. Shen Ruoxi placed the freshly rolled snowball in his palm, noticing the slight shiver from the individual before her. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, Have you never encountered snow before? They wouldn't allow me to touch it. How unfortunate for you. You must be the most pitiable little eunuch. Shen Ruoxi expressed her deep sympathy. She patted her chest, assuring him, Rest assured, from now on, you shall follow me. You can do whatever you desire. And you will heed only my words, belonging solely to me, understood? Understood. Morong Hang squatted down. accepting the half-rolled snowball from her and joining in the effort to construct the snowman. Once their task was complete, Shinruashi grasped his hand. Little eunuch. Your lips are turning pale. Are you not cold? Not cold. Moronghang managed to smile. But have you ever considered that perhaps I am not actually a eunuch? Shinruashi looked up. If you are not a eunuch, then who are you? Blinking, she began to sense something amiss. How could such an aristocratic little eunuch exist? Moreover, he was clad in exquisite fox fur and possessed delicate features that did not resemble those of a servant. Rather, he appeared princely. The masters of the palace. Shinruashi's eyes widened. You cannot possibly be the emperor's son? Moronghang nodded. Indeed, your disrespect towards me has prompted me to impose a punishment. Shinruashi stiffened, nearly kneeling. I did not know, my father said. Ignorance is no crime. That won't suffice. I am a prince. And when I declare a punishment, it must be upheld. Shinruashi gasped. Moronghang propped his chin on one hand, pondering, what punishment shall I impose upon you? Just as tears threatened to spill from Shinruashi's eyes, a hand gently rested upon her head, ruffling her hair. How about this? Your only duty from now on is to listen to me, belonging solely to me. He smiled. Rest assured, as long as you are with me, I shall ensure you are well fed and well cared for. You will not suffer. Shinruashi. Wasn't that her earlier sentiment? How had she become the subjugated one in such a short span of time? Well, very well. She relented, feeling somewhat aggrieved. At that moment, a panicked voice suddenly pierced the air. Oh dear, my little ancestor. Shinruashi turned to see three individuals clad in blue approaching them hurriedly. The foremost figure, an older man in a long coat, rushed to Moronghang's side, calling out little ancestor several times in a flustered manner. He then thrust the hand warmer into Moronghang's hands, his face a mixture of concern and anger. Your Highness, you are of precious constitution and delicate health. How could you be out here in the snow? He exclaimed, before turning furiously to the two eunuchs trailing behind. I instructed you both to keep close to His Highness. Yet you lost him and allowed him to come into contact with the snow. How do you serve His Highness? You will face the consequences later. Master Wei. Moronghang spoke slowly. Do not blame them. It was I who instructed them not to follow, as I wished to take a solitary stroll. He sighed. Oh, my prince. Should anything happen to your precious self, it would truly break this old servant's heart. As he spoke, Wei Tingshan wiped his hands and reached out to feel Moronghang's forehead, which was alarmingly hot to the touch. His expression changed in fear. Your Highness, you have a fever. Quick, summon the imperial physician. Upon hearing this, two young eunuchs immediately scurried away, one to fetch the royal doctor and the other to call for a sedan chair. Moronghang brushed his hand away. There is no need for such alarm. I shall return to the palace on my own. With that, he placed one hand behind him, preparing to leave. Just as he took a few steps, he turned back and pinched Shinruashi's soft, tender cheek. I am Moronghang. When you visit the palace in the future, you may come find me in the East Palace. Shinruashi nodded in response. Moronghang offered a faint smile before turning and walking away with a calm demeanor. However, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly swayed and collapsed into the snow. A cry of terror erupted from Wei Gonggong. Ninth Prince. Shinruashi stood frozen for 3 seconds before fleeing. It has nothing to do with me. In the following days, she frequently accompanied her father to the palace and gradually became acquainted with other princes and princesses. However, she was not particularly fond of playing with others. She preferred to be with Moronghang. Yet, she soon noticed that others rarely approached him. He always stood aloof and silent, only she would engage him. One day, while she was recklessly dashing into the imperial garden, she nearly collided with a woman clad in splendid attire. The woman furrowed her brow. Who is this child? So lacking in decorum? A nearby young eunuch replied, Esteemed Lady Fong, this is the legitimate daughter of General Shintianrong, Shinruashi. She often comes to the palace to play. Oh. Fong Hui scrutinized her with a discerning gaze, her expression softening considerably. Shinruashi, why are you in such a flurry? Returning to the esteemed lady, the peach tree in our courtyard has borne fruit, and I wish to bring some to the ninth prince to taste. To Moronghang? Fong Hui's eyes narrowed slightly before she smiled. The ninth prince is delicate. His diet and lifestyle are more carefully monitored than those of other princes. He may not be able to eat your peaches. Is that so? But I promised him that when the peaches ripened, I would be the first to bring them to him. Shinruashi hesitated. Fong Hui suggested, why not give the peaches to the fourth prince? The young man over there practicing swordplay is named Morongyu. He has a good temperament and is quite handsome. You are sure to like him. Shinruashi remained silent. Noticing her indecision, Feng Hui adopted a stern expression. Shen Ruoshi, the ninth prince, is not like the other princes and princesses. As you can see, few dare to approach him due to his fragile health. If anything were to happen from eating your peaches, both you and your father could face severe consequences. Severe consequences. Shen Ruoshi was so startled that she nearly dropped the peaches. Feng Hui was quite pleased with her reaction, recognizing the significance of the matter. You should remember to keep a distance from His Highness the ninth prince in the future. Among the princes, the fourth prince is the most amiable. You should cultivate a closer relationship with him, and you will undoubtedly get along splendidly. Holding a peach, Shen Ruoshi cast a fleeting glance towards Murong Hang, then nodded and departed with the fruit in her embrace. That peach was ultimately gifted to Murong Yu. From that moment onward, she never sought out Murong Hang again, but instead grew increasingly close to Murong Yu. As she matured, the memories of that childhood encounter gradually faded with the passage of time, and she had long since forgotten it. Shen Ruoshi was abruptly drawn from her reverie, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her gaze. It turned out that her initial acquaintance was indeed with Murong Hang. Perhaps Feng Hui had advised Murong Yu early on to foster a bond with her. In the beginning, Murong Yu treated her quite well. However, as she blossomed into adolescence, she was easily beguiled by his insincere gentleness, filling her heart and mind solely with thoughts of Murong Yu, while completely disregarding Murong Hang. Fortunately, fate was kind, granting her another opportunity. In this life, she would never let Murong Hang slip away again. Chapter 71. Illness emerges before the Ling Wang mansion. Murong Hang stood in the night, gazing at the direction in which Shen Ruoshi had departed, remaining motionless for an extended period. Beside him, Xiao Yunzi tugged at Lang Ye's sleeve. What are you still watching now that she has gone so far? Leng Yi clicked his tongue. Though it seems our Lord is present, in truth, he has already departed. What do you mean? The Lord's heart has followed Shen Ruoshi. Xiao Yunzi was momentarily speechless. You seem to know quite a lot. Of course, I am a person with a beloved, unlike you. Lang Ye's tone brimmed with uncontainable pride. Xiao Yunzi fell silent. He was a eunuch. What opportunity did he have to comprehend matters of love? As the two conversed, Murong Hang finally stirred. He flicked his sleeve and turned to enter the mansion. After taking a few steps, he suddenly staggered. Extending his hand, he grasped the doorframe tightly. The expressions of Lang Yi and Xiao Yunzi shifted. They hurried forward. Witnessing Murong Hang's jade-like face, furrowed brows, and a sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead. His pale skin revealed prominent veins at the neck, and pain was evident on his countenance. Xiao Yunzi exclaimed in alarm. His Highness the Ling Wang's illness has recurred. Lang Yi spoke sharply. Quickly, assist our master inside. The two supported Murong Hang across the threshold and hastened towards his chamber. Xiao Yunzi instructed a nearby servant, quickly summoned Zheng Jin. Zheng Jin was the deputy director of the Imperial Medical Institute, and he had been the primary physician for Murong Hang's ailment. Suddenly, Leng Yi had a thought. Isn't Shen Ruoshi skilled in medicine? Perhaps we should have her take a look. If Zheng Jin arrives, there may not be significant progress. It might be better to let Shen Ruoshi try. A dead horse can be treated as a live one. Very well, I shall go at once. Just as Xiao Yunzi prepared to call Shen Ruoshi back, a low voice interrupted. Stop. Xiao Yunzi turned to meet Murong Hang's icy gaze. Do not summon her. He pressed his finger against a nearby pillar, his nails turning visibly white. His eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. She must not come. Even if she were to treat me, it cannot be now. Xiao Yunzi felt a surge of anxiety. But, my lord, are my words ineffective? Murong Hang's voice turned even colder. His fierce aura, already imposing, was intensified by the crimson streaks spreading at the corners of his eyes, rendering him even more fearsome. Xiao Yunzi immediately froze in place. Leng Yi, mustering his courage, said, But, my lord, do you wish for her to witness me in this condition? Upon hearing this, Leng Yi fell silent, then shook his head. Each time the master fell ill, he felt a sense of dread. How much more would Shen Ruoshi be affected? If she were to witness the master in such a state, she might never be able to face him again. Since you are aware, just take me to my chamber. There is no need to call Zheng Jin. I still have 2 pills left from the last time he treated me. Bring one to me. Murong Hang's voice was somewhat hoarse, as he endured the increasingly intense pain in his body. Understood. In the cold night, Lang Yi hastily supported Murong Hang and entered his chamber. Beside the bed, there was a hidden compartment. With a gentle twist, a concealed door in the wall slowly opened, revealing a dimly lit room. The walls within were mottled, adorned with 2 chains. Murong Hang stepped inside, and Lang Yi secured his hands with the chains. Each time he fell ill, Murong Hang would lose his sanity. consumed by a murderous intent. These chains served to prevent him from harming others or himself. Xiao Yuzi rushed in, offering medicine to Muronghang's lips. He opened his mouth and swallowed. The pain immediately lessened slightly, but soon, crimson blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Xiao Yuzi's eyes widened. "Your Highness, you are bleeding. Leave at once," Leng Yi said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. "My lord, allow me to stay by your side this time." "Get out," came a sharp rebuke. Then, more blood seeped from his eyes, staining his irises a deep red. He turned to Leng Yi. His bloodthirsty gaze filled not only with coldness but also a hint of murderous intent. Under Muronghang's piercing stare, Leng Yi felt a chill creep down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "My lord, I shall wait outside, ready at your command." He turned and left the room. As the door echoed shut, an overwhelming silence enveloped the chamber. Muronghang felt a violent pain radiating from the soles of his feet, as if countless venomous creatures were gnawing at his bones. Something within his blood stirred, threatening to tear apart his sanity. Darkness clouded his vision, leaving only an uncontrollable impulse roiling within him, urging him to destroy everything in sight. He clenched his jaw tightly, his mouth filled with a sickly taste. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, though he could not see his reflection. Muronghang knew he must appear like a malevolent specter at that moment. Shin Ruoshi. The name suddenly surfaced in his mind. If Shin Ruoshi were to witness him in such a state, would she still choose to marry him? Outside, Leng Yi stood at the door. Listening to the sound of clanking chains within, his brows furrowing deeper. Zhang Jin's medicine had been losing its efficacy. Initially, it had effectively subdued his master's pain and restored his sanity, but now it seemed otherwise. Furthermore, he had heard that the side effects of this medication were severe. He wondered how his master would fare this time. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a loud thud from within. His expression tightened. "My lord?" There was no response. Xiao Yuzi, standing nearby with his hands clasped, looked alarmed. "Why is there no sound from the prince? Let us check inside." Leng Yi turned, kicked open the door, and the two hurried inside. Upon entering, their pupils constricted. There stood Muronghang, half suspended against the wall, his right hand free from its chain. The place where his wrist had been bound was a bloody mess, dripping steadily onto the ground. His head hung low, the jade crown long fallen, and his dark hair cascaded down, partially obscuring his strikingly handsome yet cold face. Leng Yi was taken aback. "My lord?" The two rushed over, and upon closer inspection, they found Muronghang's eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as parchment. Xiao Yuzi trembled as he cautiously probed beneath his nostrils. Gradually, the tension in his nerves began to dissipate. Thankfully, there is still breath. Cold Night promptly lowered Muronghang and began to assess his condition. The pulse was feeble, and he lay in a deep unconsciousness, a situation previously unseen. Panic gripped him. Xiao Yuzi urged, "Let us head to the palace. Quickly prepare the carriage and have the physician follow us. We must depart at once." "Understood." Xiao Yuzi hurriedly exited, while Cold Night cradled Muronghang and dashed out after him. The night was as dark as ink. The majestic and imposing imperial city stood silently in the heart of the capital, emanating an air of tranquility and solemnity. A carriage raced towards them from a distance. The neighing of gallant steeds shattered the stillness. The guards at the gate barked sternly, "Who goes there? Are you unaware that the palace gates have been locked at this hour? Trespassing is a capital offense. The Prince of Ling has urgent business within the palace. Allow passage." The carriage curtain was lifted, and Cold Night produced a bright yellow waist token. The guard stepped forward, his expression shifting in surprise upon seeing the token. He promptly knelt before them, exclaiming, "We welcome your highness, the Prince of Ling." With a wave of the hand, he commanded, "Let them pass." The carriage sped away, leaving a shallow track upon the blue bricks. Soon, the direction of the East Palace was illuminated by flickering candlelight. Chapter 72. Within 3 years beneath the cloak of night. In a lofty chamber elsewhere, a shadow leapt through an open window and knelt upon the floor. In the dimly lit center of the room stood an imposing armchair, occupied by a man whose demeanor was relaxed yet his expression icy. He toyed with a transparent glass vessel, casting a fleeting glance at the figure kneeling before him. "What troubles you?" "Master, news has just arrived from the palace. Prince Ling has returned to the Eastern Palace. At this hour, the palace gates must have long been locked?" "Indeed, however, Prince Ling possesses a royal insignia that permits him unrestricted access at any hour." "I am well aware of that," the man replied slowly. Though he holds such privileges, he would not hasten back to the palace unless compelled by dire circumstances. A smirk curled at the corners of his lips. "It seems his health has again faltered. Dispatch someone to the Imperial Medical Center for further information." "Yes." The kneeling figure lowered his head in acknowledgement, then continued. As for Qin Wenyuan of the Marquis of Wooding's household, he is dead. Has the matter been exposed? It was on the verge of success soon. Qin Qingxian would have succumbed to poison, yet the sudden emergence of Shen Ruoxi has thrown the entire plan into disarray, resulting in our ultimate failure. The man's gaze darkened with impatience. Failure is failure. Victors and vanquished do not require justifications for their shortcomings. Qin Wenyuan displayed a modicum of intelligence. Yet he was too naive and overly confident. His defeat comes as no surprise. It was merely a test of his potential for future use, a mere pawn, now lost. As he toyed with the glass vessel, a chill crept into his eyes. However, this Shen Ruoxi, after her separation from Morongyu, has become increasingly unpredictable. Recently, Prince Ling has been drawing closer to her. Upon hearing this, the man drained the exquisite liquid from the vessel and chuckled softly. I have never seen him display interest in women. This is indeed intriguing. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled, the Queen's birthday approaches. Have you completed the task I entrusted to you? It has been accomplished. The other hesitated slightly. Master, will the birthday gift be overly ostentatious? A glint of coldness flashed in the man's eyes. She holds the esteemed title of queen. No display can be deemed excessive. Qin Haidang is merely a consort, and the grandeur of Fuyang Palace pales in comparison to her Changqiu Palace. The queen's gentle nature has led her to endure much, if this continues. Others may mistakenly believe she is without support. The man below immediately bowed his head in understanding. I comprehend. He rose and withdrew respectfully. A gentle autumn rain fell that night. Murong Hang had burned with fever throughout the night, feeling as if he were engulfed in flames while a chilling cold seeped deep within his bones. He endured the torment of this fiery and frigid dichotomy all night long. Finally, when he awoke languidly, he noticed several figures standing by his bedside. Upon seeing him open his eyes, Emperor Renjing let out a sigh of relief. Heir Hang, you have finally awakened. Father Emperor, Murong Hang murmured softly, feeling a sudden warmth in the palm of his hand. Turning his head, he beheld Su Lua gently grasping his fingers, her dignified and delicate visage tinged with a hint of weariness. At that moment, her eyes were reddened, and her expression bore a trace of agitation. Hunger, you truly frightened your mother last night, she exclaimed. The previous night, Murong Hang had been in a deep, unresponsive state, persistently coughing up blood. The entire Imperial Medical Department had been alarmed, and they had spent the entire night in anxiety, almost believing he might not awaken. Emperor Renjing let out a sigh. Your mother was exceedingly worried, kneeling in the temple, praying throughout the night without rest. Su Lua wiped away her tears, yet how could His Majesty have closed his eyes? Fortunately, Heir is well now. A reassuring smile graced her lips. I knew all along that Heir is blessed and will surely awaken. Murong Hang's expression became subdued. I have been unfilial, causing you distress. He propped himself up, attempting to rise. Wei Tingshan promptly supported him, placing a pillow behind his back. Murong Hang leaned against the bedside, his ink-black hair cascading over his shoulders, his already pallid face appearing even more frail. However, his eyes retained a cold glimmer, infused with an innate authority. He surveyed those within the chamber, his gaze ultimately resting upon Zhang Jin, the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Department, who had been treating his ailment. All irrelevant persons, please leave. Zhang Jin, you remain. The crowd hastily retreated, leaving only the Emperor, the Empress, and the kneeling Zhang Jin. Murong Hang spoke. Physician Zheng, how's my health? His Highness, the Prince of Ling, has been greatly favored by fortune and is now safe and sound. How much longer do I have to live? Zhang Jin was taken aback, yet dared not respond. Hunger. Emperor Renjing interjected. The physicians had previously stated that longevity is uncertain, but as of now, there should be no significant issues for at least 3 years. Father, I am well aware of my own condition. This recent illness is distinctly different from before. He felt his vitality rapidly depleting, as if he had traversed the threshold of life and death. Zhang Jin remained kneeling. Your Highness, I do not dare to speculate. I pardon your insolence, but you may speak freely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin hesitated momentarily before continuing. Your Highness, this time you have sustained severe exhaustion of your vitality, which will greatly impact your health. If such occurrences happen again, it is likely. Su Lua furrowed her brow. Likely what? It is likely. Not 3 years. Absurd. Emperor Renjing bellowed. Heir is still so young. How can it be less than 3 years? Such nonsense. Zhang Jin, in a state of trepidation, bowed his head in fear. Your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness. Su Lua suddenly recalled something. Have you given Heir too much medicine? Could that have an effect? Well, indeed, Your Majesty, Too much of a remedy can be toxic, and this is, after all, a poison. It naturally affects the health of the prince. Have you not thought of any other methods to alleviate Heir's symptoms after all this time? I am incompetent, and at present, I have no other solutions. Hearing this, Emperor Renjing waved his hand in irritation. Leave. Leave. Every time I hear you say that, it vexes me. He spoke sternly, regarding the matters of the Prince of Ling. The entire Imperial Medical Bureau must keep their lips tightly sealed. If even the slightest hint of information escapes, you shall be the first to answer for it. The minister replied, I understand. I will certainly keep my mouth shut. Zhang Jin retreated in trepidation. Su Luer, furrowing her brow, grasped Murong Hang's hand and hesitantly said, Hanger, are you still taking the medicine Zhang Jin prescribed for you? Yes. Mother feels. Perhaps you should stop taking it. That medicine is harmful to your health. If you continue, If I do not take it, I may lose my sanity and descend into madness. Is this what you wish to see, mother? Murong Hang calmly withdrew his hand. This is my own choice. There is no need for you to say more. With that, he gently closed his eyes. I am a bit weary. Emperor Renjing furrowed his brows and sighed softly. Empress, let us depart together. Allow Hanger to rest more. Su Luer could only rise and leave with him. Murong Hang remained in the hall, enveloped in silence. Not even 3 years. I had thought I would be free from worry for at least 3 years. Yet has it come so soon? Was marrying Shen Ruoshi truly the right decision? In the following days, Murong Hang did not visit the general's residence. He merely sent someone to inform Shen Ruoshi that he had been quite busy lately and would not be coming often. Shen Ruoshi felt a sense of confusion and subtly inquired about Shen Tianrong. Shen Tianrong frowned. How could I possibly inquire into the affairs of His Highness the Prince of Ling? However, I believe his absence from the general's residence is due to your second brother being busy at the Hamlin Academy. Shen Ruoshi was perplexed. What does that have to do with my second brother? Shen Tianrong sighed. There are some matters I cannot elucidate too clearly. You must comprehend them on your own. With that, he shook his head and left with his hands behind his back. Finding nothing from Shen Tianrong, Shen Ruoshi decided to visit the Prince of Ling's residence herself, only to be informed that the prince had returned to the East Palace. She went several times, yet encountered him not once. On the 4th day of her fruitless attempts, Shen Ruoshi climbed into her carriage, her expression waning. She then turned to Lung Shuang, who felt a twinge of guilt under her gaze. She rubbed her nose. Miss, please do not look at me like that. I have been by your side all this time, and am just as perplexed. I understand. At this, Lung Shuang sighed in relief. Shen Ruoshi remarked, Men, once they have obtained something, do not cherish it. They become accustomed to it. Lung Shuang hesitantly replied, Miss, the master is not that kind of person. Shen Ruoshi chuckled lightly. Then her expression grew serious. Something must have happened to the Prince of Ling, right? Lung Shuang remained silent. In truth, although she was not by Murong Hang's side, the spies had been exchanging information. Murong Hang's health had indeed encountered significant issues. Shen Ruoshi spoke softly. If you can convey a message to the East Palace, please tell the Prince of Ling this for me. If I, Shen Ruoshi, have set my heart on someone, I shall never waver in my loyalty. If he trusts me, let him meet with me. If he does not believe me. Lang Shuang felt a surge of anxiety. What then? I shall confront him with all my might. Cold frost. Understood, Mississippi. The carriage gradually departed from the Ling Wang residence. Once Shen Ruoshi left, a figure emerged from the shadows, gazing contemplatively at the receding carriage. Soon, they swiftly turned and vanished. Jing Lu hurriedly made his way to Murong Yu's study, his expression anxious. Your Highness, it is indeed Shen Ruoshi. Upon hearing this, Murong Yu's demeanor stiffened, quickly morphing into a visage of fury. So it is her. Recently, rumors had circulated suggesting that Shen Ruoshi had grown quite close to the Ling Wang. Reflecting on the last encounter in the palace, where she was alone with Murong Hang, his suspicions deepened, prompting him to instruct Jing Lu to keep watch. To his astonishment, the rumors were true. Jing Lu remarked, Shen Ruoshi has sought out the Ling Wang for several consecutive days. It appears there is indeed something amiss. How shameless of her, a woman recently divorced, to hastily pursue Murong Hang. Jing Lu cautiously added, Your Highness, if you regret letting Shen Ruoshi go, perhaps you should speak to her? Which of your eyes perceives that I miss her? Murong Yu retorted sharply. Then, what are you doing now? Jing Lu inquired, momentarily taken aback. Murong Yu responded with a harsh tone. She was once my legitimate wife. Now she engages in such disgraceful antics, tarnishing my reputation. A tide of inexplicable anger surged within him. He extended his hand, forcefully hurling a nearby cup across the room. Wretched woman. I should never have let her go so easily. It appears everything was meticulously plotted. Distraught, he commanded, "Get out, all of you. Your Highness, please calm down." Jing Lu hastily exited. Upon leaving, he encountered Ning Lanxue at the door. Chapter 73. Jealousy. She adorned herself with a resplendent visage, accompanied by a maid who carried ginseng soup. Jing Lu was momentarily taken aback. "Esteemed concubine, have you come to present the soup to His Highness?" "It's nothing. I noticed His Highness appears to be in a foul mood. I shall return another day," Ning Lanxue replied softly, then turned to depart. The moment she exited Murong Yu's courtyard, her expression darkened. "Your Highness, are we not going to see His Highness?" He Xiang ventured cautiously. "Did you not observe His Highness's current displeasure? To visit him now would be to seek discomfort. And the ginseng soup, keep it away from me." Ning Lanxue abruptly waved her hand. With a splatter, the soup was entirely spilled onto He Xiang's forearm, a sharp pain seizing her. "Ah!" she cried out, her hand trembling, causing the tray to fall and shatter into countless pieces. "Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. I failed to carry it properly." He Xiang knelt, disregarding her scalded wrist as she repeatedly bowed in apology. Ning Lanxue's eyes were filled with disdain. "You cannot even hold a simple bowl of soup steady. Your foolishness gives me a headache. Kneel here for 2 hours and reflect on your actions." With that, she turned away, her gaze icy. Recalling the words she had overheard at Murong Yu's door, Ning Lanxue bit her lip in frustration. Shen Ruoxi, once again, Shen Ruoxi. They are already divorced. Yet Murong Yu seems ensnared, increasingly unable to let go of her. How infuriating. Ning Lanxue placed a hand on her abdomen, her eyes gleaming with resentment. "Patience. Just a little longer. The Empress's birthday is approaching. By then, I shall ensure that Shen Ruoxi can never rise again." 7 days later. On the occasion of the Empress's 34th birthday, the usually understated Empress had orchestrated an extravagant celebration this year. Invitations fluttered like snowflakes to the residences of the officials, summoning them to a grand feast in the palace. Shen Ruoxi rose early, meticulously preparing herself, and set out in a carriage bearing gifts. As she sat within the carriage, the thought of entering the palace and seeing Murong hang filled her with anticipation. Shen Ruoxi reached into her sleeve, retrieving a letter, a missive sent by Murong Hang a few days prior, containing but 2 brief lines, "Together until the end, longing for each other through dawn and dusk." Lung Shuang had informed her that Murong Hang had recently caught a chill and was preoccupied with various matters, thus unable to visit her. Shen Ruoxi naturally harbored doubts about this explanation. She resolved to confront Murong Hang directly upon their reunion. Within the carriage, she was not the only one consumed by youthful longing. Tao Yi, clutching a newly embroidered sachet, wore an anxious expression. This was her first attempt at creating a sachet, and she was uncertain whether Xiao Yu would appreciate it. What would his expression be if he received it? The thought alone filled her with excitement. The carriage rocked gently as it made its way into the imperial city. Just as Shen Ruoxi alighted, she noticed a lavish carriage approaching from behind. Murong Yu and Ning Lanxue descended from the carriage. Upon her first appearance, Murong Yu's piercing gaze fell upon her like a blade. Shen Ruoxi turned her head nonchalantly to see Ning Lanxue, with a playful smile, leaning against Murong Yu while gently caressing her abdomen. "Your Highness, I believe I just felt the child in my womb stir," she said. Murong Yu reached out, tenderly placing his hand on her belly. "You are with child now. Take care." "Your Highness, I am aware of that," she replied. Both of them nestled together, exuding an aura of deep affection. Tao Yi leaned closer to Shen Ruoxi and whispered, "Miss, Ning Lanxue is intentionally flaunting before you." "Let her be," Shen Ruoxi replied, her expression unchanging. Calculating the days. "The child in her womb is merely 2 months along. Can it truly move already? I suspect the placenta might be in her head." Tao Yi chuckled softly. "What you say is indeed true." With her head held high, Shen Ruoxi strolled toward the Jiaotai Hall. Observing her leisurely demeanor, Murong Yu's expression grew increasingly dark. "Your Highness." Ning Lanxue tugged at his sleeve. "I feel rather anxious. Would you accompany me to the Jiaotai Hall?" "Very well," he responded. "With you by my side, I feel at ease." Ning Lanxue joyfully placed her fingers into the palm of his hand. Chapter 74. Miss Lin. As he felt the gentle warmth of her palm, Murong Yu hesitated for a fleeting moment. He gazed at the tender and bashful woman beside him, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty. Previously, he had instructed Jing Lu to inquire about the circumstances between LG and Ning Lanxue on that fateful day. However, Jing Lu reported that by the time he arrived, LG had already succumbed to her demise by hanging herself. Ding Lixian remarked that LG, in a moment of impulsive despair after ruining her own beauty, had returned in distress and sought death in the dead of night. This matter remained unresolved, yet a seed of doubt was sown deep within Murong Yu's heart. Was Ning Lanxue truly innocent? Your Highness, Ning Lanxue's voice broke through his thoughts. What is it? It is nothing. I merely feel a twinge of sentiment. Ning Lanxue bit her lip, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. We once shared an unbreakable bond, hand in hand, marveling at the splendid vistas. You even painted my brows with your own hands, promising a lifetime of togetherness. Yet now, she sighed, I have become your concubine, and I sense a growing distance between us. It fills my heart with trepidation. Your Highness, do you still hold me in your heart? At her poignant inquiry, Murong Yu's heart trembled. He unconsciously recalled the moments they had shared and the promises exchanged. A wave of guilt washed over him. Indeed, during his less favored days, it was Ning Lanxue who had guided him, serving as his confidant. Yet now, not only had he failed to grant her the position of a primary wife, but he had also harbored doubts about her. Such behavior was truly unwarranted. Murong Yu grasped her hand tightly. Lanxue, I have been preoccupied with various matters lately, neglecting you. It is certainly not a reflection of diminished affection. Rest assured, in my heart, you shall forever remain the sole one. As long as your Highness holds me dear, nothing else matters, Ning Lanxue replied, her tears transformed into a smile. The two then joined hands and proceeded towards the banquet. Upon arriving at the Jiaotai Palace, Shen Ruoxi found that the feast had yet to commence. Noble ladies of the palace were gathered in the rear garden, eagerly awaiting the festivities. In the garden stood an arched bridge resembling a crescent moon, spanning over a serene lake. On either side of the lake, distinguished ministers and young noblemen mingled with the unmarried ladies. As Shen Ruoxi crossed the bridge towards the ladies, she sensed a momentary pause in the gazes directed at her, followed by a swift averting of eyes. Tao Yi, puzzled, remarked, Miss, why do I feel that the noble ladies are regarding you with peculiar eyes? Has something transpired? Shen Ruoxi remained silent, her gaze shifting until it landed on Wan Xiu, who was seated beside Su Tianling, theatrically sipping tea from a porcelain cup. Upon meeting Shen Ruoxi's eyes, Wan Xiu stiffened. What are you staring at? I have done nothing. Why are you so flustered, Wan Xiu? Your nervousness is quite conspicuous. Shen Ruoxi retorted. Su Tianling cast a sidelong glance at Wan Xiu, offering a faint smile. To wish for others to remain unaware, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Shen Ruoxi, you know all the matters you have engaged in. The same words were returned to Princess Tianling. Shen Ruoxi shot her a cold glance before finding a seat. Tao Yi, feeling a surge of indignation, bristled with annoyance. Madam, it seems that someone has been speaking ill of you. I have noticed that they are whispering behind your back. Shen Ruoxi maintained her composure. Let them be. One cannot silence the murmurs of the crowd. Leng Shuang, standing behind her, remarked coldly, if we cannot silence them, we shall make an example of one to deter the rest. Today marks the Empress's birthday. Do not provoke trouble. Understood. Within the expansive pavilion, the noble ladies were engaged in lively conversation, while Shen Ruoxi sat alone, sipping her tea in silence. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the pavilion became raucous. Someone exclaimed, Miss Lin has arrived. At this announcement, Shen Ruoxi paused momentarily. Miss Lin? Turning her head, she beheld a lady accompanied by two maidservants entering from a distance. Dressed in a cyan lotus-patterned skirt, adorned with a jeweled hairpin from which tassels cascaded. She possessed elegantly arched willow leaf brows, a complexion as fair as jade, and lips as tender as fresh peaches. She was undeniably a beauty. Shen Ruoxi recognized her as Lin Xiui, the daughter of the esteemed Lin Taifu. Prior to marrying Murong Yu, Shen Ruoxi had shared the title of the capital's dual beauties with Lin Xiui. It was said that among the noble ladies, they were the most striking, though the admiration for Lin Xiui far surpassed that for her, owing to her beauty, intellect, and noble character. In contrast, Shen Ruoxi was often perceived as lacking in wit, her most notorious trait being her irrational infatuation with Murong Yu in recent years. The thought momentarily brought a pang of self-reproach. Miss Lin, I heard you were suffering from a cold. Have you recovered? Lin Xiui's approach was met with enthusiastic attention from the surrounding noble ladies. I have some excellent cough medicine. If you need it, I can have someone bring it over. The calligraphy you gifted me last time received high praise from my brother. If you have time, do visit my residence. As Lin Xiui arrived, she was quickly surrounded by the other noble ladies, a testament to her popularity. Lung Shuang whispered, Miss Lin has always held a particular fondness for the master and remains unmarried, as she desires to wed him. Shen Ruoshi sighed softly. Indeed, she was captivating. Peach Leaf. She interjected, I believe, in terms of appearance, you are even more enchanting than she. Miss, I was referring to King Ling, Shen Ruoshi clarified. Peach Leaf, puzzled, blinked in confusion. Shen Ruoshi pursed her lips, her mind conjuring the image of Murong Heng's strikingly handsome face. Despite his frail condition, he still attracted romantic interest. What if you were in good health? It was too much to contemplate. Shui, Su Tianling suddenly called out, beckoning her over. Lin Shui turned, and accompanied by her maidservants, walked towards her. She greeted, Princess Tianling. Since we are so familiar, there is no need for such formalities, Su Tianling replied, instructing her maid, Heir. Serve tea to Miss Lin. Thank you, Princess, Lin Shui responded with a smile, maintaining her politeness and distance. Although they had known each other for many years, Lin Shui harbored a quiet disdain for her. Su Tianling is notorious, and associating with her would only tarnish one's reputation. However, as a princess, she must be afforded respect. Once Ciyu's expression darkens. Miss Lin does not seem particularly fond of tea, Your Highness. Perhaps you should not impose upon her. Lin Shui also harbors feelings for Murong Heng, rendering her a rival in love. Thus Ciyu naturally holds no favorable opinion of her. Su Tianling, without acknowledging her, sips her tea and suddenly remarks, what a coincidence today, both beauties of the capital are present. Shui, you and Shen Ruoshi once captivated the city together. Would you not care to greet her? Lin Shui glances towards Shen Ruoshi before turning away. No need. I am not acquainted with Miss Shen. The matter of Shen Ruoshi's divorce from Murong Yu has stirred considerable gossip, and she is well aware of it. Yet, she finds no interest in the scandal, merely feeling that sharing a name with her is a source of disgrace. Furthermore, upon entering the pavilion, she discreetly observed Shen Ruoshi. Despite the woman's tarnished reputation, one cannot deny her stunning beauty, skin like snow, bright eyes, and pearly teeth, with naturally rosy lips. Her dignified yet alluring appearance eclipses Lin Shui's own, leaving her with even less fondness for Shen Ruoshi. Chapter 75. Avoiding trouble, yet unafraid, Su Tianling remarked, you were afflicted by a chill previously, and perhaps unaware at home. It seems that after Shen Ruoshi's divorce, she has been frequently appearing at the gates of the Ling Wang mansion, though her intentions remain unclear. Is that truly the case? When Si interjected, having witnessed the events herself, with other noble ladies also privy to the information. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. His Highness the Ling Wang is a paragon among men. It is only natural for Miss Shen to hold him in admiration. She felt no sense of impending danger, merely amusement at the situation. Shen Ruoshi has just divorced Murong Yu, and yet she dares to pursue the Ling Wang? She ought to consider her own worth. It's utterly absurd. After Lin Shui's words, Wan Si could not help but add, she has not only been spotted at the Ling Wang mansion these past few days. She even ventured there late at night. Wan Si's voice rose, instantly drawing the attention of the other noble ladies. Shen Ruoshi dared to breach the Ling Wang mansion at night? How could she engage in such shameless behavior? Indeed, did His Highness not cast her out? The crowd clamored, eager for more information. Si, pray tell us the details. Faced with the barrage of inquiries, Wan Si appeared somewhat uneasy. Prior to her arrival, her parents had cautioned her repeatedly against provoking Shen Ruoshi, lest she face their wrath. Recalling the beating she had endured previously, her voice lowered. In truth, I did see it with my own eyes, though the specifics elude me. As her words settled, the disdainful glances directed at Shen Ruoshi intensified. Tao Yu was nearly beside herself with anxiety. Miss, they are treating you outrageously. How can you endure this? Shen Ruoshi scoffed. My choice to avoid trouble does not signify that I am afraid of it. If they provoke me, they mustn't blame me for my lack of courtesy. Wan Si, I am quite curious. You claim to have witnessed my late-night visit to the Ling Wang mansion. How is that so? Wan Si was taken aback. Did you perchance scale the walls of the Ling Wang mansion to spy? Nonsense, I did not. But you did not climb the walls. You were merely intoxicated and stumbled into the Ling Wang mansion, where you encountered me in a drunken stupor. Her words elicited a chorus of gasps, and all eyes shifted to Wan Si. Lin Shui inquired, Miss Wan, did you truly trespass into the Ling Wang mansion whilst inebriated? Wan Si's face flushed crimson. She slammed her hand on the table. That was due to the effects of alcohol, rendering me disoriented. Shen Ruoshi, You have yet to explain how you found yourself in the Ling Wang mansion. Shin Ruoshi cast her a sidelong glance. I was summoned to attend to the Ling Wang's ailments. Is there a problem with that? Attend to his ailments? My medical skills are esteemed. The Ling Wang, suffering discomfort in the late hours, specifically requested my presence for treatment. Who could have foreseen your intrusion and subsequent gossip? Shin Ruoshi's gaze turned frosty. It appears that the 2 slaps administered by Minister one last time failed to awaken your senses, for you still dare to speak recklessly. Should His Highness become aware, you may well face severe consequences. Wan Si stiffened, recalling the physical punishment she had previously endured, and fell silent. Su Tianling then took the opportunity to speak. Shin Ruoshi, you truly possess a sharp tongue. However, I advise you to cultivate a sense of self-awareness. No matter what schemes you employ to approach Prince Ling, your efforts shall be in vain. You are unworthy of him. The matters between the princess and His Highness Prince Ling are not for you, the noble lady, to concern yourself with. As these words resounded, a ripple of shock coursed through the crowd. Shin Ruoshi's statement, did it not reveal her aspirations towards Prince Ling? Su Tianling frowned. Shin Ruoshi, how audacious you are to entertain such thoughts about Prince Ling. Yet, Shin Ruoshi remained unfazed. Entertain? We have already embraced and touched. What is there that cannot be imagined? Just as Su Tianling was about to insult her further, Lin Xiui interjected calmly. My lady, engaging in futile arguments with such a person is a waste of breath. Why stoop to her level? Shin Ruoshi raised an eyebrow. What sort of person? I have always maintained a cordial distance from Miss Lin. What do you mean by that? Lin Xiui sat up straight. Miss Shun, allow me to remind you that to unabashedly declare your intentions towards His Highness Prince Ling is rather shameless. I have heard that Miss Lin has declined the proposals of noble suitors, remaining in her boudoir, as her heart belongs to Prince Ling, unwilling to wed. Shin Ruoshi chuckled. After yearning for Prince Ling for so many years, does that not make you even more shameless than I? Since they have chosen to provoke her, she would not hold back her wrath. Lin Xiui maintained her composure. I have not stooped to the level of trespassing into Prince Ling's residence at night. Unlike you. It is said that Miss Lin is both beautiful and wise, yet she appears to lack a modicum of common sense. What did you say? If I had truly intruded upon Prince Ling's estate, I would have been beaten to death long ago. How could I sit here conversing with you? If I went and returned unscathed, there must be a valid reason. As Shun Ruoshi's words echoed, the crowd suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed, given Prince Ling's temperament, how could he possibly allow her to leave unscathed? Instantly, doubts arose regarding Wan Siyu's claims. Lin Xiui, suppressing her displeasure, endeavored to maintain her dignified demeanor. So, Miss Shun, did you truly only go to treat His Highness Prince Ling? Shin Ruoshi replied, no comment. Lin Xiui, infuriated, thought to herself, this woman is quite different from what the rumors suggest. She adopted a stern expression and ceased to speak. Within the pavilion, silence reigned momentarily. Before long, Princess Murong Mingyu and her sisters arrived. Murong Mingyu approached Su Tianling directly, followed closely by Murong Mingshan. Meanwhile, Murong Minghua took Murong Mingyue by the hand and joined Shin Ruoshi. Murong Mingyu glanced at the group. What now? From afar, it appeared you were embroiled in a debate. And have clashed with Shin Ruoshi once more? Su Tianling, with a look of disdain, responded, Your Highness, you cannot imagine the audacity of Shin Ruoshi. She has indeed set her sights on Prince Ling and even argued with Xiui, claiming that Xiui is shameless for harboring feelings for him. Has she lost her mind to utter such words? Murong Mingyu's expression was laced with scorn. A divorced woman ought to reflect upon her own worth. It is utterly laughable. Upon hearing this, Wan Siyu furrowed her brow. Su Tianling's statement was, in fact, a truncated version of events, lacking impartiality. The truth was that Lin Xiui had first accused Shin Ruoshi of being shameless. However, her disdain for Shin Ruoshi rendered her silent. Lin Xiui's demeanor remained tranquil. I too am at fault for engaging in futile discourse with someone of her ilk. There is no need to be vexed with Shin Ruoshi. Lin Xiui, it seems your long-held wish may soon be fulfilled. At these words, those present were momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, what do you mean? Yesterday, I inadvertently overheard a conversation between father and mother regarding the marriage of Prince Ling. Lin Xiui. It appears that your long-cherished desire may finally come to fruition today. At this revelation, Lin Xiui's hand, which held the porcelain cup, trembled slightly, nearly betraying her composure as she suppressed her inner elation. Your Highness, is this truly the case? Chapter 76. An overwhelming charm. Wan Siyu widened her eyes in astonishment and jealousy. Your Highness, are you certain? The Crown Prince Ling was the man she wished to marry. Yet he had been snatched away by Lin Xiui. Is there any doubt in my words? Princess Murong Mingyu raised her teacup. Lin Xiui, allow me to extend my congratulations in advance. Thank you, Your Highness, but it is premature to celebrate as this matter is not yet settled, Lin Xiui replied, a shy smile gracing her lips, though her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. After taking a few sips of tea to steady her nerves, she turned her gaze toward Murong Mingshan. Princess Mingshan, it has been a while. Indeed, I accompanied my mother to Baohua Temple to pay respects, Murong Mingshan replied, her expression slightly uneasy. Her mother, Ning Yingying, one of the 4 consorts, had recently clashed with concubine Qin, inciting the emperor's displeasure and resulting in her being sent to Baohua Temple for penance. Concerned for her mother's well-being, Mingshan had accompanied her. Fortunately, the emperor, unable to bear being apart from his consort, had brought her back during the empress's birthday celebration. Murong Mingyu cast a sidelong glance at her. Speaking of which, Mingshan, you have reached the age for marriage. Why has there been no news? Perhaps I should request a suitable match for you from mother in a few days? I wish to accompany mother for a few more years. There is no need for that, Murong Mingshan replied with a smile, glancing at Mingyu. Elder sister, you are actually a year older than I. If we were to discuss marriage, it should be you first. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. Murong Mingyu's expression remained indifferent, while Mingshan chose silence, slowly sipping her tea, harboring a bittersweet feeling within. The man she longed to marry. It seemed that this lifetime would not allow her that wish. On the other side, Murong Minghua sat beside Shinruashi, smiling. What is the matter? Have you quarreled again with Su Tianling and the others? Shinruashi sighed. It's all your 9th brother's fault. His charm is simply overwhelming. I find myself in a love rivalry without any official status. Murong Minghua laughed. Shall I speak to 9th brother about your grievances? That won't be necessary. I can handle these trivial matters myself, Shinruashi replied, lowering her voice. Minghua, what has happened to His Highness Ling? This is difficult to say. The imperial physician is tight-lipped, and I cannot glean much information. However, I visited 9th brother in the East Palace, and you need not worry. He is currently well. Well, that puts my mind at ease, Shinruashi said, exhaling in relief. Murong Minghua observed her, her gaze flickering with unspoken words, yet she restrained herself. In truth, when she visited Murong Heng, his condition was far from good. He appeared pallid and fragile, resembling a delicate piece of jade. If she were to disclose the truth to Shinruashi, it would surely cause her distress. Suddenly, a small hand reached out, grasping Shinruashi's sleeve. She looked down to see Murong Mingwei, who offered her a piece of candy. This is a sweet pill made by my mother. Do try it. Thank you, Princess Mingwei. Shinruashi held the soft little hand, her heart swelling with tenderness. Princess Mingwei, shall I take your pulse? Yes, please. Murong Mingwei extended her hand. Shinruashi tentatively placed her fingers upon it, exploring for a moment. Subsequently, her expression softened somewhat. The princess appeared significantly improved compared to before. It seemed she had been well fed in recent days, and with a little more nourishment, she would be completely well. The Empress had remarked that it was all thanks to the medicinal dish recipe provided by Miss Shin last time. Murong Mingyue grasped her hand, her eyes crinkling into a smile. You are both beautiful and kind-hearted. My mother adores you, and so do I. Thank you for your kindness, Princess Mingyue, Shinruashi replied, unable to suppress a smile. When she withdrew her hand, she couldn't resist playfully pinching her soft, cherubic face. By the way, where is Lady Lan? Mother said she had some matters to attend to and sent me ahead with the 10th princess. Upon hearing this, Shinruashi nodded, refraining from further inquiries. While they enjoyed delicacies and awaited the commencement of the birthday banquet, in the Yaowang Palace, within Nie Yulan's chambers, a silk outer garment lay discarded on the floor, accompanied by a man's belt and outer robe. The grand bed in the center of the room was draped with curtains, and a man gazed longingly. Lana, what are you doing here? What if someone sees? Nie Yulan's voice trembled with fear. It will be fine. Do not be anxious. She bit her lip. This is the harem. What if we are discovered? Lana, I miss you so much. I can hardly bear it. The man leaned down, fervently kissing her lips, enveloping the room in an atmosphere of intimacy. Outside, Wei Xinjin approached Nie Yulan's palace accompanied by palace maids. Chun'er, stationed outside, was taken aback and quickly rose to her feet. Lady Rome, what brings you here? Where is Lady Nya? In response to Lady Rome, my mistress is currently inside attending to her appearance, preparing to go to the Jiaotai Hall. I shall accompany her. Otherwise, if I arrive later, the Empress and other concubines might assume I am at odds with her and bully her. With that, Wei Xinjin attempted to enter. Chun'er hurriedly obstructed her. Lady Rong, my mistress is currently a bit indisposed. Please wait a moment. I shall inform her at once. What do you mean by indisposed, my lady? She has matters to attend to. Allow me to speak with her, Lady Rong. I kindly ask you to wait. Wei Xinjin regarded Chun'er with suspicion. You have been blocking me. What is your intent? Stand aside. With a forceful shove, Wei Xinjin pushed Chun'er aside and entered the palace. Upon entering, she immediately encountered Nie Yulan, who parted the beaded curtain and emerged hastily. Sister Rong, why have you come here? I intended to accompany you to the Jiaotai Hall. Time is of the essence. Why are you still lingering within the palace? Wei Xinjin scanned Nie Yulan and then glanced around. Where is Princess Mingwei? I have not seen her. I asked Mingwei to accompany Princess Minghua first, Nie Yulan said softly, smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. Sister Rong, please go outside and enjoy some tea while you wait. I will tidy up and join you shortly. Wei Xinjin scrutinized her, her gaze lingering on Nie Yulan's neck, which bore a slight flush, undeniably suggestive. Before she could examine further, Nie Yulan pulled at her collar and turned to retreat inside. As she gazed at her silhouette, a flicker of contemplation crossed Wei Xinjin's eyes. Subsequently, she turned and stepped outside. Her gaze scrutinized the nearby Chun'er. Were there others within the chambers of Lady Lan? Chapter 77. Prince Rong. Chun'er lowered her head. Currently, all the ladies of the harem had gone to the Jiaotai Hall, leaving no one to attend to the Empress. Is that so? Wei Xinjin averted her gaze, deep in thought. Just moments ago, Nie Yulan's demeanor had been decidedly unusual, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, rippling with emotion. A bold conjecture began to form in Wei Xinjin's mind, yet it seemed too absurd to entertain. Nie Yulan eventually emerged from the back after a considerable delay. Sister Rong, have you been waiting long? You are usually so efficient. What caused the hold-up today? Wei Xinjin rose and cast her a glance. Noting the layer of powder on Nie Yulan's neck and the delicate necklace clinging closely to her throat, as if she were attempting to conceal something. Nie Yulan's expression was placid. I did not sleep well last night, and today I feel rather fatigued. I was worried about making a mistake at the Empress's birthday banquet, so I took a moment to rest, and it caused some delay, she replied with a smile. Let us hurry along, Sister Rong. The two then exited the Yaowang Hall together. Shen Ruoxi had been engaged in conversation with Murong Minghua for quite some time when they were finally informed by the eunuchs and palace maids that it was time to proceed to the Jiaotai Hall. The group rose and made their way toward the hall. Inside Jiaotai Hall, seats had been arranged according to rank. Shen Ruoxi took her place beside Shen Tianrong. Emperor Renjing and Empress Su Lua occupied the principal seats. Today, Su Lua was adorned in a resplendent ensemble. Clad in a bright yellow palace robe embellished with motifs of birds and phoenixes, her hair ornamented with a golden hairpin adorned with pearls and a 5-phoenix hairpin, radiating a vibrant and dazzling aura, a stark contrast to her usual demure elegance. It was only then that Shen Ruoxi noticed the Empress's striking beauty, which had been obscured by her typically modest attire. Beneath the Empress, the concubines led by concubine Qin and the princes and princesses were seated. Below Emperor Renjing sat the court officials. Shen Ruoxi discreetly stole a glance across the hall. Under the Empress, Qin Haidang presided, accompanied by 2 concubines, the virtuous concubine El Shuyi and the amiable concubine Ning Yingying. During her previous visit, Shen Ruoxi had not encountered either of them. Concubine El Shuyi hailed from a lineage of loyal generals. Her father and brothers had perished on the battlefield a decade prior, and the emperor, recognizing her family's loyalty, had conferred upon her the title of virtuous consort. Over the years, she had dutifully followed the empress in her devotion to Buddhism and often ventured out to temples to pray for the emperor, embodying an understated grace within the palace. Shen Ruoxi's gaze fell upon concubine Ning Yingying. Among the harem, the most favored consorts were concubine Qin and this particular virtuous consort. In her former role as the princess of Murongyu, Fang Hui had once confided in her, revealing that Ning Yingying bore a resemblance to the late Empress Su Wan'er. This connection had allowed her to maintain a degree of favor over the years, even as she exhibited a certain arrogance and engaged in some disreputable conduct, with the emperor often turning a blind eye to her transgressions. Beneath the virtuous consort sat Fang Hui. Shen Ruoxi shifted her gaze towards Murong Heng's position, only to find it unoccupied. He was absent. However, the seat of the foremost court official was also empty, as it belonged to Prince Rong. The esteemed Princess Shui Yuan of the Rong family has indeed arrived, adorned in opulence yet bearing a simple elegance, her delicate features reminiscent of Su Tianling, though possessing a touch more allure. Shinruashi scarcely pays heed to the Prince of Rong. Her thoughts are solely occupied by Murong Hang. Why at this late hour? Has he yet to arrive? Could it be that his health remains compromised? Lost in contemplation, she is suddenly stirred by a commotion from outside the hall, followed by the high-pitched voice of a eunuch announcing, "The Prince of Ling has arrived." The assembly turns in unison. Shinruashi's heart flutters, and she instinctively raises her gaze. At the entrance of the hall, a figure clad in dark robes emerges, soon revealing the tall silhouette of Murong Hang. With one hand resting behind him, he strides into the chamber. His sable dragon robe, cinched at the waist with a white jade belt, accentuates his broad shoulders and narrow waist, exuding an exceptional aura. The ministers rise immediately, bowing in respect. He gestures for them to rise. His handsome, refined visage bears a perpetually calm expression, yet his eyes shimmer with an innate chill, radiating an air of formidable intensity. Having not graced the Eastern Palace for several days, speculation had run rife among the courtiers. Now, witnessing his serene presence, their concerns dissipate. Murong Hang approaches, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to father and mother. May father enjoy boundless longevity, and may mother be blessed with health and happiness." Emperor Renjing responds, "What brings you here so late? Had you delayed any longer, I would have had to impose a penalty." Though his tone carries a hint of reproach, his gaze is filled with affection. Murong Hang replies, "Father, I beg your pardon. I was waiting for Mother's birthday gift, hence my tardiness." "Oh? Then I shall eagerly await to see what rare treasures you have brought this time." The emperor chuckles heartily before waving his hand. "Take your seat." Murong Hang bows again and turns to occupy his designated place. Shinruashi observes him closely. As he settles, his gaze lifts and locks onto her. His eyes, always cool and detached, now seem to penetrate the distance, touching her heart with palpable intensity. Shinruashi's long lashes flutter, her heartbeat quickening, accompanied by an inexplicable joy. Yet, in the next moment, she senses another gaze upon her. Turning slightly, she finds Murong beside him, staring intently, his brow furrowed and eyes deep with unspoken words. The little deer in Shinruashi's heart leaps wildly, only to be swiftly silenced. Her mind turns tranquil, even slightly nauseated. She expressionlessly turns away, feeling vexed. After a brief moment of waiting, Emperor Renjing furrows his brows again. At this hour, why has the Prince of Rong still not arrived? Princess Shui Yuan promptly interjects, "Your Majesty, the prince has urgent matters to attend to and will be slightly delayed. I implore your Majesty for forgiveness." "This is hardly a mere delay," Su Luer chimes in softly. "Your Majesty speaks true. I shall ensure to speak with him later, urging him to drink 3 cups as penance." Emperor Renjing replies nonchalantly, his expression unsoftened. Shinruashi holds her cup, her demeanor flickering with uncertainty. The Prince Rong, whom she had never encountered, was known for his pride and arrogance. While Murong Hang marched to the beat of his own drum, this prince was utterly oblivious to those around him. Such a subject remained under Emperor Renjing's patronage, not out of loyalty, but rather due to an inability to manage him. Prince Rong has arrived. With the announcement from the eunuch by the door, a tall and imposing figure stepped into the hall. Su Sheng donned a deep purple-black dragon robe, complemented by short boots intricately stitched with golden threads. He flicked his wide sleeves and strode confidently into the chamber. Shinruashi's gaze fixed upon Su Sheng's face, momentarily taken aback. She had always envisioned the Prince Rong as a burly and robust man, but to her surprise, he possessed striking handsomeness. His elongated eyes, high nose, and crimson lips spoke of an allure cultivated by the passage of time, with a regal demeanor that exuded an air of nobility. He bowed respectfully to Emperor Renjing and Su Luer, saying, "Long live the Emperor, long live the Empress. I apologize for my tardiness due to pressing matters." Emperor Renjing replied with a smile, "Prince Rong, we understand your busy affairs. No offense taken." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Su Sheng rose and was about to take his seat when a soft voice interjected nearby. "The Empress just mentioned that Prince Rong's lateness warrants 3 self-punishing cups." Murong Hang's enchanting fox-like eyes arched with a hint of lazy amusement, adding, "Prince Rong, it seems you have a few cups to drink." Chapter 78. The matchmaker. As Su Cheng's gaze shifted, it locked onto Murong Hang's eyes. Unfazed, Murong Hang met his stare with a calm demeanor, even gesturing for Xiao Yuzi to pour wine for the Prince of Rong. Swiftly, Xiao Yuzi filled 3 cups and presented them before Su Cheng. "Your Highness, please." Su Cheng did not take the cups. A profound silence enveloped the hall, with everyone holding their breath. It was evident that Murong Hang was displeased with Su Cheng's tardiness. seeking to diminish his spirit. Yet, would the Prince of Rome truly endure this? Gazing at the wine before him, Su Cheng's narrowed eyes flickered momentarily. After a pause, he reached for the cup, raising it towards Su Luer. Today marks Her Majesty's birthday. Since she has spoken, I must accept my punishment. With that, he tilted his head back and consumed the contents of the jade cup in one swift motion. Having finished all 3 cups, he clasped his hands and returned to his seat. Once seated, a trace of coldness crossed Su Cheng's lips. Shui Yuan leaned in, holding a handkerchief. Your Highness, there is a bit of wine on your collar. Allow me to assist you. Turning his head, Su Cheng's icy gaze fell upon her, causing Shui Yuan to falter. I shall handle it myself. He took the handkerchief from her hand, wiping away the remnants of wine on his collar. Shui Yuan lowered her gaze, a flicker of sorrow appearing in her eyes. Soon after, the singers and dancers took to the stage, their flowing sleeves dancing as the music began. The atmosphere in the Jiaotai Palace became lively. After the performance concluded, Emperor Renjing clapped heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent, truly excellent." His refined visage radiated joy. Bestow rewards. The crowd promptly knelt in gratitude. Once the audience dispersed, Su Luer spoke. While the songs and dances are delightful, they seem to lack something. I seldom hear strings that evoke genuine admiration. Emperor Renjing responded with a smile that can be easily remedied. I have heard that Lin Taifu's daughter, Lin Shui, is both beautiful and talented, especially in playing the pipa. On this occasion of the Queen's birthday, Lin Shui, would you perform a piece for the Queen? At his words, Lin Shui rose gracefully and approached. The palace attendants had already brought forth the pipa. Bowing deeply, a soft smile graced her enchanting face. I humbly present my performance. As she settled into play, Emperor Renjing interjected. Simply playing the pipa may become monotonous. Prince Ling, I am aware of your exceptional guqin skills. Why not join Lin Shui in a duet to enhance the performance? At this, Lin Shui was momentarily taken aback, only for a surge of joy to swell within her. Previously, she had heard from Murong Mingyu that a fortunate event was near, though she held some doubts. Now, with the emperor's words, it was clear he intended to bring her and Prince Ling together. After years of longing, could today finally be the day she realized her wish? The others in the hall also discerned the underlying intentions, their expressions shifting accordingly. Shin Ruashi, seated nearby, slightly furrowed her brows. Miss, what is happening? Is it not you whom Prince Ling favors? This reflects the emperor's intent, which does not necessarily convey the feelings of Prince Ling. However, who would dare to defy the emperor's wishes? If he wishes to arrange a marriage, Prince Ling cannot refuse the decree. Tao Yu was in a state of great anxiety. Yet, Shun Ruashi remained remarkably composed. She slowly lifted her gaze towards the direction of Murong Hong. The others in the hall also turned their attention to him. Murong Hong sat upright in his seat, his expression inscrutable. He slightly inclined his hands in a gesture of respect. Father, I have not played the guqin in a long time. If I were to play abruptly, it might result in a farce, Su Luer said gently. Prince Ling is being modest. Who does not know of your unparalleled guqin skills? Today is the birthday of the Empress. If you refuse, the Empress may be disappointed. Upon hearing this, Murong Hong furrowed his brow, suddenly grasping his head. The young Yuzi beside him immediately understood and supported him. Your Highness, what troubles you? I feel dizzy. I fear I am still weak from my recent illness, he replied, raising his hand to his mouth and coughing heavily. He bowed slightly. Mother, I am unwell today. If you wish to hear me play, I shall visit you in Changqiu Palace when I have recovered and perform to your satisfaction. With this, Murong Hong had said enough. And both Emperor Renjing and Su Luer could not insist further. Su Luer smiled. Since Prince Ling is unwell, let it be. Shinruashi brought the cup to her lips, nearly stifling a laugh. It seems his illness proves quite advantageous at critical moments. In the hall, Lin Shui slightly lifted her gaze towards the handsome and aloof man sitting among them, her expression tinged with disappointment. Alone, she embraced her pipa and began to play. Her fingers danced delicately on the strings, producing a sound as refined as petals falling, striking a chord within the hearts of those present. The atmosphere in the hall was swiftly transformed by her performance, with everyone captivated by the enchanting melodies of her pipa. As the piece concluded, Su Luer praised Lin Shui. As expected, your reputation precedes you. Listening to this piece has lifted my spirits immensely. Your Majesty, this piece is named Peony. May your Majesty be as resplendent as the peony, both beautiful and unparalleled in grace. A radiant smile spread across Su Luer's face. Emperor Renjing turned to see her in such good spirits, her profile stunning and captivating, stirring something within him. He took Su Luer's hand and directed his gaze towards Lin Xiui. Well played, you deserve a reward. He then inquired, Lin Xiui, what kind of reward do you desire? Lin Xiui bowed respectfully. It is an honor for a humble subject to perform for the emperor and empress. I dare not presume to ask for a reward. You are being modest. I see you have reached the age for marriage, yet still lack a suitable match. How about I bestow upon you a worthy marriage? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiui's heart raced. This implies a public betrothal. Indeed. Emperor Renjing turned to face Morong Hong. Prince Ling, Lin Xiui is graceful and virtuous. What kind of man do you think she should be paired with? The emperor's words were unmistakably clear. He sought to unite Morong Hong with Lin Xiui. The room fell silent as everyone awaited Morong Hang's response. Shen Ruoshi sat beside Shen Tianrong. Her fingers tightened around the cup. To her knowledge, Morong Hang had previously broached the subject of marrying her with the emperor. Yet no imperial decree had followed. The current situation was quite evident. The emperor did not regard her as a suitable match for Morong Hang, but rather wished for him to wed Lin Xiui. A twinge of anxiety gripped Shen Ruoshi's heart, but she quickly found solace. Given her circumstances, it was only natural for the emperor to disapprove of her becoming Morong Hang's legitimate wife. As long as mutual affection existed between her and Morong Hang, that would suffice. Not far away, Morong Yu's gaze was firmly fixed on Shen Ruoshi. Noticing a fleeting look of disappointment on her face, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Shen Ruoshi, that wretched woman, did she not desire to marry Morong Hang? It seemed that her wishes would remain unfulfilled. He had long maintained that a woman who had been divorced would find no suitor. The corners of Morong Yu's lips curled slightly. If she were to show some understanding, he might even consider reinstating her in his household. Observing Morong Hang's prolonged silence, Morong Xiu leisurely held his wine cup, wearing an expression of amusement as if relishing the unfolding drama. Ninth brother, do respond quickly, he urged. Chapter 79. Disparate treatment. Morong Hang raised his gaze, casting a cool glance at him before speaking. Since father has spoken, I indeed have a candidate to recommend. The heir of the Wooding Marquisate, Qin Chengxian, is well-groomed and matches Miss Lin in both stature and family background, making him quite suitable. Qin Chengxian, whose name had been unwittingly invoked, looked bewildered. He cleared his throat softly. Your Highness, please be cautious with your words. My leg is still not fully healed, and I would not wish to delay Miss Lin. Upon hearing this, Morong Hang shifted his gaze to Morong Yao beside him. The Rue Wang had reached the age of marriage, yet his temperament was rather carefree and lacked the necessary gravitas. He was in dire need of a mature and composed princess. Morong Yao, who had been observing the proceedings with keen interest, quickly waved his hands in protest. Eldest brother, that is not appropriate. I am still quite young and have no intention of marrying at this time. Furthermore, I have never met Miss Lin before. Such a hasty betrothal is rather reckless. And Morong Yao's eyes darted fleetingly toward Shen Ruoshi, and a faint flush crept across his handsome features. He added in a low voice, moreover, Miss Lin is not the type that captures my heart. We are simply not suited for one another. Morong Hang responded. I recall that eldest brother once mentioned his affection for gentle and delicate beauties. I believe Miss Lin fits that description perfectly. At this, Morong Xiu sputtered, spilling his drink. Coughing a few times, he awkwardly remarked, while I do have an appreciation for beauties, I am already betrothed. I can only take a secondary consort, and I fear Miss Lin would not wish to be a concubine. It would be unkind to impose such a situation upon her. Observing this, Morong Hang let out a faint sigh of apparent regret. He turned to Emperor Renjing. The thoughts I have in mind are limited to these few individuals. If fate does not favor us, I suggest that father refrain from hastily arranging a marriage. His stance was unmistakable, and Emperor Renjing found it difficult to press the matter further. One would have expected Morong Hang to refuse more gently, yet he had taken such a bold stance, signaling his discontent with the situation. In the midst of it all, Lin Xiui stood blushing crimson, her lips pressed tightly together, almost wishing to flee. Morong Hang was clearly aware of Emperor Renjing's intentions, yet feigned ignorance by directing her attention toward other men, all of whom rejected her. How could she, renowned for her beauty, ever endure such humiliation? The nobility of the capital, eager to wed her, could scarcely cross her threshold, and now she faced such disgrace. She bit her lip. Your Majesty, I wish to spend more time with my parents and do not desire to marry just yet. Emperor Renjing replied. If that is the case, then I shall take my leave and allow you to sit. Lin Xiui turned and returned to her seat. At that moment, Su Tianling spoke up unexpectedly. Shun Ruoshi and Lin Xiui are known as the double beauties of the capital, since Miss Lin has performed a pipa piece. Perhaps we could invite Miss Shun to present a piece as well, in celebration of the Empress's birthday banquet? Upon hearing this, Shin Che was taken aback. He quickly interjected. Your Highness, Ruoshi has not touched string instruments for many years and came here unprepared. To suddenly perform would be rather abrupt. Su Tianling smiled warmly. Moments ago, Miss Lin demonstrated remarkable improvisation. How is it that Miss Shun Ruoshi cannot do the same? The disparity between the twin beauties of the capital seems rather pronounced, does it not? Shun Tianrong forcefully placed his wine cup upon the table. The princess is unaware that Ruoshi dedicates herself solely to the art of medicine and has not devoted time to mastering such skills. Su Tianling narrowed her eyes. So, are we to conclude that Shun Ruoshi is incapable? Just as Shun Tianrong was about to speak, Shun Ruoshi grasped his arm. She lifted her gaze towards Emperor Renjing. Indeed, I am not proficient in the arts, particularly string instruments. However, as today marks Her Majesty the Empress's birthday celebration, I am willing to make an effort to honor her. Su Tianling immediately interjected. Given this, Your Majesty, esteemed Empress, let us not disregard Miss Shun's sincere intention. Emperor Renjing nodded. What shall you perform? In response to the Emperor, I possess some knowledge of the pipa. As her words echoed in the hall, a murmur of chatter arose. Who in the capital does not know that Lin Xiui excels at playing the pipa? Her recent performance was akin to celestial music. With Shun Ruoshi now set to take the stage with the pipa, would she not be subjecting herself to humiliation? A flicker of amusement danced in Su Luer's eyes. This is indeed amusing. Bring forth the pipa. Shun Ruoshi stood to comply. Shun Tianrong lowered his voice. Fear not, even if your performance falters. Who would dare to mock you when I could chastise them later? Father, could you not harbor a bit of hope for me? I truly can play. Have you forgotten? At her words, Shun Tianrong paused, momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Shun Ruoshi had already approached the center of the hall. Shun Tianrong furrowed his brow. Shun Ruoshi had always been exceptionally bright, learning at a pace quicker than her peers. She indeed could play the pipa. But that was 6 years ago. After such a long hiatus, one could only wonder what peculiar sounds might emerge. As he wrestled with his mixed emotions, Shun Ruoshi seated herself and picked up the pipa. Nearby, Morong Shou shook his head, his handsome face etched with confusion. It is said that while Shun Ruoshi is beautiful, her intellect leaves much to be desired. I see this to be true. Previously, she was infatuated with the fourth prince, and now she challenges Lin Xiui. Does she not assess her own capabilities? Turning to Murong Hang, he queried, Ninth brother, do you not agree? Yet he was met with a pair of icy eyes. Murong Xiu was momentarily taken aback. What is amiss? Murong Hang turned, just as a clear and elegant voice resonated from across the hall. Your Majesty, I can play the xiao and would be delighted to accompany Miss Shun in a duet. Emperor Renjing waved his hand. Approved. At this, Murong Hang's expression darkened. He slightly shifted his gaze, resting his forehead against his hand as he looked at Lung Yi. Lung Yi instantly grasped his meaning and feigned surprise. What? Your Highness, the Prince of Ling, you are not dazed and wish to play? Upon hearing this, the eyes of those in the hall were drawn to Murong Hang. Murong Hang replied, Who taught you to speak in such a manner? Su Luer looked at him. Does the Prince of Ling wish to perform alongside Shun Ruoshi? Murong Hang remarked, I believe the sound of the xiao does not harmonize with the pipa. Perhaps the guqin would be a better choice. Having spoken, he turned to Shun Ruoshi. What do you think, Miss Shin? Shun Ruoshi, cradling the pipa, turned to face him. Meeting his translucent yet profound gaze, her heart stirred slightly. Since he displayed no fear, why should she retreat? A subtle smile graced Shun Ruoshi's lips as she slowly nodded. This humble servant believes that His Highness, the King of Ling, speaks with reason. As the words left her lips, the entire hall was taken aback. Beside her, Qin Chengxian suppressed his astonishment, a bitter layer enveloping his heart. So, Murong Hung also harbored feelings for her. Since Shun Ruoshi had expressed herself thus, it would be rather absurd for him to persist. Qin Chengxian lowered his gaze and subsequently withdrew. The palace attendants then placed the guqin upon the stage. Murong Hung rose and approached. As he passed by Murong Shi, he waved his long sleeve, spilling the wine upon his brocade robe. Murong Shi nearly lost his composure. Gripping the wine cup, his teeth clenched in frustration. It was intentional. The ninth prince had undoubtedly done it on purpose. Yet, who could have anticipated that the one he cherished was Shun Ruoshi? Murong Hung settled in the hall, taking a seat beside Shinruashi. One was enchanting and alluring. The other, cool and handsome. They appeared remarkably well matched. Emperor Rinjing observed the pair before him, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, a contemplative look in his eyes. How unexpectedly significant Murong Heng regarded Shinruashi. This was indeed beyond his expectations. Just as he was about to commence, Murong Heng suddenly interjected. Wait. Chapter 80. The gift. Just as the proceedings were about to commence, Murong Heng suddenly interjected. Hold on. He slowly turned his head, his amber eyes briefly casting a glance at Su Tianling within the hall. Su Tianling, having practiced dance for many years. Why not step forward and perform a dance for us? Su Tianling was taken aback, her expression swiftly shifting to one of displeasure. Why should I dance? I am not a dancer. Your Highness, the Prince of Ling, my dancing skills are lacking. If you seek a performance, surely the dancers possess far superior skills, making them a more fitting choice, she retorted. To have you dance is not merely to showcase your skill, but to honor your respect for the Empress Mother. Your insistence on declining raises questions about your intentions, Murong Heng replied, his tone remaining calm, yet unyielding. Su Sheng raised his gaze. Prince Ling, your words are quite absurd. Tianling has spent many years in the palace and is closely acquainted with the Empress. Her filial piety is evident, as the heavens can attest. Then, it is only fitting for her to dance for the Empress on this occasion, is it not? Murong Heng maintained his indifferent demeanor, showing no sign of retreat. As the atmosphere grew tense, Emperor Rinjing interjected, Su Tianling, today is the Empress's birthday. You should perform a dance to express your sincerity. Just as Su Tianling was about to respond, Su Xing interrupted, Tianling's skills are not suited for the grand stage. If the Emperor wishes to see a performance, I shall personally select a group of dancers from the western regions to entertain you. This statement was a blatant disregard for Emperor Rinjing's authority, leaving the courtiers stunned into silence. The Emperor's expression darkened noticeably. Yet, Su Sheng appeared oblivious, leisurely sipping from his goblet. Noticing the situation was amiss, Su Luter quickly spoke up, Tianling, it has been a long time since I have seen you dance. Today, I am in high spirits. You should perform for Prince Ling and Shun Ruashi. At these words, Su Tianling remained still, instinctively glancing at Su Sheng. His chiseled features momentarily softened before he set his goblet down. Since both the Emperor and Empress have spoken, Tianling, you shall entertain us at today's birthday banquet. Reluctantly, Su Tianling rose. This humble servant obeys. Observing Su Sheng's silhouette, Emperor Rinjing lowered his voice, seemingly jesting. Indeed, the Prince of Rome and the Empress share a deep sibling bond. My words seem less effective than those of your sister. Su Lua's heart tightened. Your Majesty, please forgive me. The Prince of Rome has been spoiled since childhood and lacks restraint, but his loyalty to you is unwavering. I swear it before heaven. I merely spoke in passing. The Empress need not be alarmed, Emperor Rinjing replied with a gentle gaze. However, the hand that had previously grasped hers slowly released, returning to his side. Within the hall, Murong Heng took up the guqin, slightly turning his head, his gaze resting on Shun Ruashi's face. They exchanged a glance, unspoken understanding flowing between them. Shun Ruashi seated herself, grasping the pipa, her delicate fingers poised above the strings. Amidst the curious and expectant gazes of the crowd, she plucked a string. The seemingly gentle motion radiated a forceful elegance, startling everyone present. The melody gradually unfolded, like a tide, filling the grand hall. Concurrently, a melodious sound of the guqin emerged. Murong Heng's long, jade-like fingers glided over the strings, and a sharp glint flickered in his striking eyes. Just by sitting there, he became a captivating sight. The guqin's notes soared with grace yet retained a robust power, perfectly blending with the pipa's melody. The harmony of softness and strength was exquisite. At the climax, it shattered like a silver vase, sending pearls and jade scattering, leaving every attendee in awe. Su Tianling gritted her teeth, attempting to dance in rhythm with the two. However, the complexity of the piece made it challenging for her to keep pace. As the performance concluded, the duo finished flawlessly, while she nearly lost her balance. The hall paused for a few seconds before Emperor Rinjing's delighted exclamation broke the silence. Excellent! He clapped, laughing heartily. It has been a long time since I have heard such a vigorous and grand melody. Truly splendid. Compared to Lin Shui's pipa piece earlier, it is not just equal, but surpasses it. Shin Ruashi, I did not expect you to be so talented. Shin Ruashi offered a humble smile. Your Majesty flatters me. I merely bask in the glory of His Highness. Prince Ling Murong Heng interjected. Miss Shin's people playing is exceptional. I merely added a touch of embellishment. Their mutual admiration stirred a pang of envy in Lung Yi, who stood nearby. "Oh, not even married yet, and already showing off?" Su Luer inquired. "What is the name of this piece?" Shin Ruashi bowed. "To Her Majesty the Empress. This piece is titled Map of Mountains and Rivers, celebrating the grandeur of the landscape and the beauty of prosperity. I play this piece wishing for a flourishing nation, peace for the people, and everlasting blessings for the Emperor and Empress, enduring through the ages." This performance and declaration elevated her status in an instant compared to Lin Shui's peony, making the distinction clear. Lin Shui, sitting aside, felt her previously relaxed expression darken once more. She had anticipated Shin Ruashi would embarrass herself, only to find herself outshone instead. Watching the pair standing together in the hall, Lin Shui twisted the handkerchief in her grasp. This woman must have come today with the intent to vex her. Well said. Upon hearing Shin Ruashi's words, Emperor Rinjing's face brightened, and he was the first to applaud. The ministers, regaining their composure, followed suit, clapping and praising. In that moment, all eyes turned towards Shin Ruashi. Once merely known for her beauty with a less than favorable reputation, this stunning performance transformed many perceptions of her in the court. Su Luer's spirits lifted as well. The twin beauties of the capital truly live up to their reputation. "Shin Ruashi, your performance today has greatly surprised me. Rewards are in order." She bestowed agate and jade gifts upon both Shin Ruashi and Muronghang, while also presenting Su Tianling with brocade. Su Tianling, feeling somewhat embarrassed, accepted the gift but then caught Muronghang's cold gaze. She suddenly felt a chill. "Princeling?" Muronghang unexpectedly spoke. "It is my fault." Su Tianling was taken aback, as were the others in the hall, left in stunned silence. Yet, Muronghang's voice pierced through the air. "I previously thought your claims of lacking skill were mere modesty. Little did I know they were the truth. In the future, I shall ensure you are not put in such a position to showcase your talents." Su Tianling's expression instantly froze, quickly replaced by a profound sense of embarrassment. Had it been anyone else, she would have reprimanded them long ago. Yet, this was Muronghang, and she dared not provoke him. Biting her lip, Su Tianling descended with a pallid countenance. Muronghang and Shin Ruashi returned to their respective places. As the banquet progressed, Emperor Rinjing, in high spirits from the wine, composed a poem on the spot, subsequently presenting Su Luer with an exceedingly rare necklace of blue pearls. Each pearl was plump and lustrous, reflecting a gentle blue hue under the sunlight. "Empress, this is a gift I specifically sought from the South China Sea. It is said that blue pearls are a rarity, appearing once in a decade. Given your gentle and dignified demeanor, I believe these pearls are most befitting of you." "I am most grateful, Your Majesty," Su Luer replied, accepting the gift with a smile. With the emperor having set the tone, others soon followed suit, presenting their own congratulatory gifts. Murong Xiao offered a relic blessed by a revered monk. Murong Yao presented a long-sought-after masterpiece of exquisite artistry, while Murong Yu gifted a valuable agate. Once the gifts were presented, Prince Rong set his wine cup heavily upon the table and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, to celebrate your birthday, I too have brought a gift for your perusal." With that, he gestured, and a few attendants entered, carrying a large present, shrouded in a mysterious red fabric sewn with golden threads. Su Lu inquired, "What is this?" "Your Majesty, please take a look," Su Xing said, lifting the red cloth. Instantly, a 2-meter-tall jade tree came into view, its branches crafted from exquisite jade, adorned with red pearls, each a rare treasure worth a fortune. The dazzling brilliance rendered the other gifts in the hall utterly overshadowed. The guests were momentarily stunned into silence. Shin Ruashi, seated nearby, observed with a flicker of her eyes. While the gift was indeed magnificent, it was excessive. With the emperor's blue pearls preceding it, the other attendees had been cautious in their offerings, striving to appear sincere without overshadowing the emperor's grandeur. Such was the path of a loyal subject. However, Su Xing's gift far surpassed the emperor's. To put it bluntly, it was a blatant disregard for the emperor's authority. She inwardly sighed, realizing the truth behind the rumors of Prince Rong's arrogance and disregard for others. Witnessing it firsthand was a different matter altogether. Emperor Rinjing's expression darkened considerably. He squinted, leaning against the dragon throne, fixated on the jade tree below, remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, he turned to Su Luer. "What do you think of this gift, Empress?" Su Luer lowered her gaze. The gift was undoubtedly a rare treasure. However, she had always favored simplicity. "The gift is indeed opulent, but I feel it is rather extravagant. I believe it would be more appropriate to exchange it for something else." Su Sheng's narrowed eyes glimmered with a wild intensity. As the esteemed matriarch of the imperial harem, The empress is deserving of the most lavish gifts. Upon hearing this, Emperor Renjing offered a faint smile, though it did not reach his eyes. Since Prince Rong has suggested it, let the empress accept it. The empress, accustomed to simplicity, would find occasional exquisite adornments in the palace to be quite delightful. Su Lua reluctantly acquiesced, acknowledging her understanding. Su Sheng smirked, expressing his congratulations to the empress. Long live the empress, for 1,000 years, 1,000 years. With a flourish of his sleeve, he returned to his seat. After Su Sheng presented his gift, no one dared to approach. At that moment, however, Murong Hang slowly rose and stepped into the hall. My gift has also arrived. Please allow the empress to take a look. He gestured, and Cold Night stepped forward, presenting a wooden box. Upon opening it, a peculiar flower was revealed. This flower bore only a few blossoms, each with 4 petals. Yet each petal displayed a distinct hue: red, white, yellow, and purple. The onlookers were immediately captivated, and even Emperor Renjing expressed his astonishment. Ling Wang. What sort of flower is this? Murong Hang spoke softly. This is known as asgence, known for its tenacity of life, yet it is quite rare, found only at the northern borders. Knowing that the empress enjoys cultivating flowers and offering prayers, I expedited its delivery from afar, hoping it will please her. After his words, the atmosphere in the hall shifted noticeably, particularly for Su Sheng. His expression faltered, and his countenance grew cold. It is widely recognized that the northern territories belong to Su Sheng. Since the reign of the late emperor, the Su family army has established its roots in the north. And although the emperor holds the military seal, he cannot mobilize it. In the north, Su Sheng possesses absolute control. However, Murong Hang's assertion that he had procured this flower from the north was an unmistakable message to Su Sheng, a reminder that his domain could be breached at will. For Su Sheng, this was a profound intimidation and provocation. Chapter 81. A troubled mind. After Murong Hang's words fell, the expression of Emperor Renjing was filled with amusement. The flower was indeed unique and exquisite. The Prince of Ling was quite thoughtful. His handsome face radiated brilliance. Prince Rong, what do you think of this gift? Su Sheng raised his gaze and looked directly at Murong Hang, then smiled. The Prince of Ling is truly considerate, sending this flower with great urgency. However, I have many soldiers in the north. If you wish for it, you need only inform me. Your uncle, there is no need for such extravagant efforts. Not much effort was required, Murong Hang replied, his beautiful fox-like eyes glancing slyly. It was easier than I imagined. With a crack, the wine cup in Su Sheng's hand was squeezed, creating a fissure. Emperor Renjing's expression brightened. Bestow. Grant a generous reward. Among today's many gifts, the congratulatory present from the Prince of Ling is the most to my liking. Thank you, Father Emperor. Murong Hang responded with a respectful salute and turned to take his seat, his every gesture exuding unparalleled elegance. In this undercurrent of competition, it was evident that Murong Hang held the upper hand. Tao Yi stood nearby, exceedingly excited. The Prince of Ling is so handsome. Leng Shuang turned her head. What do you intend to do? I have no ulterior motives. I merely harbor a pure admiration for the Prince of Ling. Besides, my affections lie elsewhere. Tao Ye's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the petite Yuzi beside Murong Hang, a faint blush creeping onto her face. After the banquet, the empress retained the guests, stating that with the crisp autumn weather, it was a perfect occasion for the noble ladies and talented scholars of the palace to gather and enjoy the flowing wine and melodies. The attendees rose and made their way to the Yulin Garden, a place constructed during the reign of the late emperor. Within the garden flowed a natural river, flanked by pavilions and terraces, adorned with exotic landscapes and rare flora, making it an ideal setting for intellectual gatherings. As Emperor Renjing and Su Lua had yet to arrive, the crowd awaited in anticipation. Murong Hang sat beside the pavilion, his pale complexion suggesting a recent recovery from illness. Many court officials gathered around him. Your Highness, today you are exceptionally graceful, capturing everyone's admiration. The melodies from your qin are akin to celestial music. I have a rare antique qin, which would be wasted in my hands. If you do not mind, I shall have it delivered to the Prince of Ling's residence at once. I heard of your recent ailment, so I sought out the finest Ganoderma to aid your recovery. Knowing of your illness, I have been unable to sleep and have searched for an extraordinary physician to attend to you. A throng of individuals bowed and scrambled to engage Murong Hang in conversation. Yet the man at the center of attention merely raised his hand slowly, his strikingly handsome face maintaining a serene expression. After a moment, he slightly lifted his gaze, his tone laced with indifference. I am somewhat fatigued. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily bowed and withdrew. Yuzi approached and draped a cloak over Moronghang's shoulders. Your Highness, take care of your health. Moronghang responded absently, his gaze leisurely settling on the pavilion below. Falling upon a certain graceful silhouette, the ninth prince was suddenly called by a voice beside him. Moronghang turned to see Moronghsho standing nearby, his gaze shimmering with curiosity. Leaning closer, Moronghsho lowered his voice. Ninth prince, be honest with me. Did you defend Shinruashi in the hall today because you harbor feelings for her? No sooner had he spoken than another figure approached Morongyu. Moronghsho's expression soured. Fourth brother, why don't you step aside for a moment? I have something to discuss with the ninth prince. But Morongyu retorted, what a coincidence. I have questions for him as well. Moronghsho pressed, what is your hurry? Let me ask first. His inquisitive nature could hardly be contained. Morongyu, maintaining a stern demeanor, inquired, ninth prince, what was the meaning of your performance for Shinruashi in the hall today? At this, Moronghsho was taken aback, then opened his folding fan to obscure his face, unable to suppress a grin. How amusing that we are asking the same question. Moronghang, upon hearing this, let out a derisive laugh, further aggravating Morongyu. What are you laughing at? He demanded. I find it amusing that fourth brother's eyesight seems rather poor. Is my admiration for Shinruashi not apparent? The moment those words escaped his lips, Morongyu's expression shifted dramatically, while Moronghsho became increasingly animated. Oh dear. You've admitted it. Suppressing his irritation, Morongyu retorted, ninth prince, while Shinruashi is indeed beautiful, she is ill-suited for you. She is dull, malicious, and envious. Utterly unworthy of being a refined lady. Moreover, after my recent divorce from her, she has already set her sights on you. A woman of such nature is likely to be fickle at heart. In response, Moronghang's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly remarked, I retract my earlier statement. Your eyesight is not merely poor, but utterly blind. Anger flared in Morongyu. You would speak to me like this for the sake of a woman. You should count yourself fortunate that I am in a good mood today. Otherwise, your words would not be met with mere verbal sparring. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Moronghang's gaze. As for the notion of pursuing her, it is I who am pursuing her. And let me warn you, fourth brother, should you dare to speak ill of Shinruashi in my presence again, do not expect me to honor our meager brotherly bond. Morongyu felt a shock of unease at his words, though he hesitated to fully confront him. Recalling the pain from their last encounter, you must consider this carefully. Shinruashi has been with me, and she is not of unblemished character. Can you truly accept that? At this, Moronghang's anger dissipated. Instead, he leaned languidly against the railing of the water pavilion, a half-smile gracing his handsome face. This hint of disdain made Morongyu feel a pang of guilt. What is he smiling about? Does he know that I never consummated our marriage? Moronghsho, having observed the unfolding drama, cleared his throat to intervene. Fourth brother, it is not my intention to meddle, but you have divorced Shinruashi. Whatever transpires between her and the ninth prince is their affair. Your regrets are futile, so why seek trouble? Morongyu furrowed his brow. When have I ever expressed regret? What is the cause of your apparent jealousy? I am not jealous. Morongyu felt a surge of anger rising within him, eager to refute. Yet when confronted with the frigid gaze of Moronghang, he found himself momentarily speechless. Though he appeared frail, there was a tenacity within him that was far from benign. To provoke him further would surely lead to one's own detriment. I have spoken my piece, ninth prince. I urge you to contemplate it thoroughly. Does the fourth brother imply that I should emulate you and seek a courtesan from the brothel? Morongyu clenched his teeth. If you choose to disregard my words, so be it. He waved his sleeve and departed. As he turned, he caught the sound of Moronghang's soft chuckle. I am merely unwell. Who would have thought that the fourth prince lacks intellect? Morongyu halted, nearly struck by a fit of rage. Once he had left, Moronghsho shook his head repeatedly. It is said that His Highness, the Ling King, is taciturn, yet his tongue wields a sharpness that is truly remarkable. He fanned himself, pondering. But do you harbor genuine feelings for Shinruashi? Chapter 82. Conversation. Moronghang remained silent, slightly tilting his head to gaze at the pavilion across from him. Shinruashi quietly admired the scenery of the garden nearby. Dressed in a light blue skirt adorned with silver patterns and butterflies, her hair, resembling dark clouds, was pinned with a delicate hollow orchid hairpin that sparkled under the sunlight. A trace of tenderness appeared in Moronghang's eyes as he softly uttered 3 words, she deserves it. He then turned and asked, by the way, Prince Duan, why didn't the princess accompany you today? What is the point of mentioning her? Moronghsho's smile faded, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. The Princess Duan, Yang Jiro, was the legitimate daughter of a minister of rights. While she was virtuous and graceful, her looks were rather ordinary. 3 years ago, when Murong Shou accidentally fell into the water during a lantern festival, Liang Jiro saved him, performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. She saved his life but lost her own reputation in the process. Emperor Renjing personally arranged their marriage, making her the Princess Duan. However, Murong Shou, known for his fondness for beauty, held a considerable disdain for his legitimate wife. Let us not dwell on that, Murong Shou said. There is a new courtesan at Wanhulu, said to be a rare beauty. Would you care to accompany your brother to see her? No interest, came the reply. Of course, your heart is already captivated by someone. Leaving no room for thoughts of other beauties, Murong Shou teased, then slightly turned to observe the lively gathering not far away. Lost in thought, a fleeting moment of distraction crossed his otherwise carefree eyes. Meanwhile, not far away, Shinruashi strolled leisurely, taking in the artificial mountains and unique landscapes within the imperial garden. The peach leaves beside her appeared to express a hint of resentment as they tugged at the nearby foliage. Miss, those young ladies are once again huddled together whispering. I suspect they are speaking ill of you behind your back. Do not doubt, it is certain, she replied. Do you know why? Because I am too lazy to listen to their prattle. Shinruashi smiled. The scenery in this garden is so splendid that I need not waste my energy on a group of gossips. She turned and took a few more steps forward, only to find herself facing a pair of embroidered black short boots. Raising her gaze, she encountered an extraordinarily handsome face. It was Su Sheng. Shinruashi concealed her smile and curtsied. Greetings, Prince Rong. Su Sheng's gaze rested squarely upon her face, and he remained silent for a while. Even without lifting her head, Shinruashi could feel the intensity of his stare, which she found rather uncomfortable. His eyes were too piercing, as if he sought to dissect her layer by layer. Why does Miss Shin appear so reserved? Do you think this prince is a man-eater? Su Sheng's tone carried a hint of playful mockery as he raised his head. Shinruashi gradually lifted her gaze to meet Su Sheng's eyes, maintaining a demeanor that was neither proud nor servile. Su Sheng smiled. Indeed, a rare beauty. No wonder the usually aloof Ling Wang has taken a particular interest in you. Shinruashi's eyes flickered slightly, uncertain of his intentions behind those words. Suddenly, Su Sheng extended his hand. I have heard that Miss Shin possesses remarkable medical skills. I have been feeling somewhat fatigued lately. Would you be so kind as to take my pulse? Upon hearing this, Shinruashi became increasingly cautious. Just as she contemplated finding an excuse to evade the situation, a deep and melodious voice interrupted her thoughts. The Duke's eyes were shadowed with a dark hue, and a scowl graced his features. In my estimation, it appears to be an excess of liver fire. You ought to consume lighter fare and avoid anger. Morong Hang stepped closer, his gaze fixed upon Su Sheng, revealing a smile devoid of warmth. Do you find my words to possess any merit, dear uncle? Has Heir, following behind Shinruashi, also acquired the art of medicine? I grasp a modicum of understanding, replied Su Sheng, glancing between the two before continuing with a smile. It seems Heir has truly developed feelings this time. Before long, as your uncle, I should prepare your wedding gifts. Morong Hang also smiled. When the time comes, I shall certainly invite my uncle to partake in a toast at the joyous occasion. Then I shall extend my early blessings for your union and a house full of children, the Duke remarked. Upon hearing this, Shinruashi's expression subtly shifted. It was common knowledge that Morong Hang was incapable of procreation, rendering the Duke's words a cruel jest. However, Morong Hang's countenance remained unperturbed, exuding an unusual calmness. Thank you for your auspicious words, Duke. Su Sheng, with his sharply defined features, laughed heartily before abruptly tossing his sleeve and turning to depart. Once Su Sheng's figure vanished from sight, Morong Hang's expression gradually turned cold. Shinruashi was at a loss for how to console him. She cleared her throat lightly. Rest assured, even if you are, I would not harbor any disdain. Morong Hang turned his gaze, his beautiful eyes locking onto hers, before suddenly reaching out to gently flick her forehead. Shinruashi covered her brow but noticed his smile was tender. I am not bothered by his words. He then looked towards the nearby Xiao Yuzi and Leng Yi. Step aside. I have matters to discuss with Miss Shun. The two bowed respectfully and promptly withdrew, while Tao Yi and Leng Shuang also discreetly distanced themselves. Once they were alone, Morong Hang's gaze softened. Were you frightened just now? Not at all. Though the Duke's perspective differs from mine, Shinruashi replied with some confusion. After all, he is your uncle. Why is there such a rift between you? Have you ever heard the saying? What is it? Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Morong Hung spoke slowly. The Duke's ambitions are glaringly apparent. Yet I stand in his way. It is only natural that he harbors animosity towards me. He paused for a moment, Moreover, I have heard that the Duke has harbored resentment since my mother perished during childbirth, believing I am responsible for the death of his sister. As a result, I have never received his affection. Murong rarely spoke of his biological mother. Since reaching adulthood, this was the first time he had confided in another. Shun Ruashi suddenly recalled the pale, lonely boy from her childhood, feeling a pang of sympathy. This is not your fault. However, I did not expect the Duke to hold his late sister in such high regard. Huh. Murong chuckled softly. I do not place any credence in that rumor. My uncle, when faced with power, regards familial ties as trivial. Su Tianling, as his daughter, is hardly favored, let alone my sister. Shin Ruashi appeared puzzled. Isn't it said that Prince Rong dotes on Su Tianling? Murong met her gaze earnestly. In truth, rumors are often the least trustworthy. Shin Ruashi remained silent, inexplicably reminded of the whispers surrounding his inadequacies. She straightened her posture and remarked, on a different note, considering it has been so long since we last met. Have you been facing any serious health issues? Not at all. Murong eyes flickered slightly. I merely endured some hardships, but nothing of great concern. So there is no need for worry. Some hardships? Shin Ruashi's heart tightened. She could only imagine the excruciating pain he must have suffered. Yet he spoke of it so lightly. However, during his moments of utmost distress, she was not by his side. Shin Ruashi spoke gently. I received the letter you sent me. She touched the neatly folded letter in her sleeve, a hint of tenderness gleaming in her eyes. Your Highness, Prince Ling. I have long wished to respond to you, but I felt it would be more appropriate to convey these words to you in person. Murong lowered his gaze. Speak. Chapter 83. A misunderstanding. Murong gaze softened as he listened intently. You speak, Shin Ruashi began slowly. We do not seek to grow old together, but only to share the dawn with you. At these words, Murong heart skipped a beat, a warmth igniting within his eyes. So she was aware of his hesitations. Shin Ruashi's eyes shimmered like water. Your Highness, this is my response. Do you understand? Murong remained silent, his gaze lingering on her crimson lips. Unmoving for an extended moment, the turbulent emotions that had long lain dormant within him surged forth unexpectedly. He felt a surge of exhilaration, a desire to quell the restlessness in his heart through some action, perhaps by encircling her delicate waist and drawing her into his embrace. Amidst their shared gaze, silence enveloped them. Yet an extraordinary atmosphere hung in the air. Many onlookers took notice of this scene, noble women casting glances their way, whispering among themselves. Long Yi stood by the rockery, arms crossed, shaking his head. The master is far too conspicuous. I see many are gossiping. Lang Shuang maintained a stoic demeanor. Whoever gossips shall have their tongue severed. How can you propose such a crude act? Long Yi chuckled lightly. Allow me to handle it. Xiao Yuzi, feeling a pang of envy, displayed an expression of exasperation. Could you not flaunt your affection elsewhere? I can hardly bear it. Long Yi nonchalantly bit into a blade of grass. Then why not take your leave? Fine. I shall go. Xiao Yuzi shook his head and turned to depart. Tao Yi contemplated for a moment before following suit. Xiao Yuzi, she called out urgently, halting him. Xiao Yuzi turned back. Miss Tao Yi, what is it? Tao Yi slowed her pace, her gaze lingering on Xiao Yuzi's handsome face, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Gathering her courage, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then hastily produced a fragrant sachet from her bosom and presented it to him. This is for you. For me? Xiao Yuzi took it, puzzled, and inhaled the delightful aroma, raising a hand in refusal. No, I cannot accept this. Tao Yi's heart sank. Do you not like it? While I do appreciate it as a servant, the scent would be too overpowering and might disturb the master. It is best not to accept it. Tao Yi's face paled instantly. What did you just say? Huh? I mentioned that if the scent were too strong, it might disturb the master. Not that. The part before. Tao Yi's voice trembled. You said you are a servant? Indeed. Since Prince Ling took residence in the East Palace, I have been at his side for 6 years now, holding the sachet. Xiao Yuzi gazed at the entwined mandarin ducks depicted on it, a smile breaking across his handsome features. Your embroidery is indeed peculiar, yet rather endearing. What duck? That is a mandarin duck. Tao Yi corrected him, slightly irked. After speaking, she fell into a moment of daze. Xiao Yuzi, too, was momentarily taken aback. Mandarin? Mandarin duck? His pitch-black eyes were fixed on the peach leaf, revealing a sense of shock. As he was a eunuch, he did not entertain any ambiguous thoughts. He was merely curious about why the peach leaf had suddenly gifted him a sachet. Now, he had come to understand. It turned out that she was. Xiao Yuzi held the sachet, his expression momentarily awkward. Peach Leaf felt even more uncomfortable, accompanied by shock and heartbreak. She bit her lip and, in a fit of annoyance, exclaimed, Why didn't you say earlier that you were a eunuch? But you didn't ask, Xiao Yuzi replied helplessly, speaking softly. Besides, I serve beside Prince Ling. It should have been quite obvious. I thought you knew. Peachleaf stamped her foot. Isn't Cold Knight also serving Prince Ling? I didn't think he was a eunuch, so I assumed you weren't either. She faltered, feeling her heart plunge into despair, a swell of grievance rising within her. She had harbored her thoughts alone for so many days, only to find that it had all been a misunderstanding. It was utterly embarrassing. Noticing her eyes were slightly red, Xiao Yuzi panicked. Ah, Miss Peachleaf, please don't cry. Rest assured, I promise I won't tell anyone about this. Let us pretend it never happened. You needn't feel embarrassed. Peachleaf bit her lip. Are you truly a eunuch? Why would I deceive you about such a matter? Peachleaf felt utterly disheartened. Biting her lip, she suddenly turned to leave. Xiao Yuzi hurriedly took a few steps after her. Miss Peachleaf, your sachet. Forget it. Peachleaf yanked the sachet back and hurled it away with force before running off. Xiao Yuzi stood there, staring at her retreating figure in a daze for a few seconds. Then he slowly turned around, walked a short distance, and picked up the sachet from the ground. He brushed off the dirt that had clung to it and gazed at the unevenly embroidered mandarin ducks, shaking his head helplessly. He then tucked it into his bosom. Not far away, in the pavilion, Ning Lanchue stood by the railing, watching Shin Ruashi standing beside Murong Hang, her expression growing increasingly grim. She had underestimated that wretched woman. To think that after the divorce, she could still catch Prince Ling. She would never allow Shin Ruashi to have her way. Touching her abdomen, a flicker of dark light shone in Ning Lanchue's eyes. He Xiang. Yes, my lady, the servant girl replied, lowering her head. Ning Lanchue instructed. Go tell Shin Ruashi that I have something important to discuss with her. Ask her to come to this pavilion for a chat. He Xiang was taken aback, hesitating slightly. Ning Lanchue suddenly seeking Shin Ruashi, it seemed unlikely to bode well. But this was the palace. Could she even harbor any ill intentions? Did you not hear my words? I was just momentarily distracted. Please forgive me, my lady. He Xiang immediately knelt, her body trembling. Having been by Ning Lanchue's side for some time, she had long experienced her venomous heart and was deeply fearful of her. Look at you, so flustered. If someone sees you like this, they might think I've treated you harshly. Ning Lanchue's expression was displeased. Get up. Indeed, it is my fault. He Xiang trembled as she rose. Ning Lanchue suddenly reached out, resting her hand upon her shoulder, causing He Xiang to turn pale with fright. However, Ning Lanchue merely offered a faint smile. Do not worry, this concubine seeks Shin Ruashi merely to have a pleasant conversation. There is nothing else. Go. Call her here. Yes, I understand. Upon hearing this, He Xiang calmed slightly and turned to depart. Observing her retreating figure, Ning Lanchue wrinkled her brow in distaste. She was certainly not genuinely comforting He Xiang. Rather, she feared that He Xiang's panic might arouse Shin Ruashi's suspicions and jeopardize her plans. Meanwhile, after concluding her conversation with Murong Hang, Shin Ruashi intended to rest at a nearby pavilion when she suddenly noticed a maid hastily approaching, who promptly knelt before her. Mission, He Xiang? Shin Ruashi furrowed her brow. What brings you here? Chapter 84. Anomaly breeds deceit. Mission. Do you still remember me? He Xiang raised her head, a hint of excitement in her voice. Among the numerous maidservants in Murong Yu's residence, she had only spent a brief time in Yuxiang courtyard. And she never expected that Shin Ruashi would still recall her. Compared to Ning Lianxue, Shin Ruashi, the former mistress, treated them, the servants, with considerably more kindness. It was just that Murong Yu was blind to the true nature of that venomous woman, Ning Lianxue. I remember you served in my courtyard. You have lost quite a bit of weight since we last met, Shin Ruashi remarked. You are now following Ning Lianxue, I presume? Yes. I am currently in the service of the noble concubine, He Xiang replied softly. Mission. The noble concubine wishes to speak with you regarding an important matter and hopes you will come to the pavilion. As her words fell, Tao Yi immediately expressed her displeasure. Ning Lianxue seeks our young mistress. It can only mean trouble. He Xiang, you were treated well in Yuxiang courtyard. How can you now aid Ning Lianxue? Enough, Tao Yi. Shin Ruashi interrupted. He Xiang is merely a maidservant. She must obey her mistress's commands. Do not place blame upon her. Indeed, Tao Yi nodded, though she pouted slightly. She had endured a considerable setback today, leaving her in a less than pleasant mood, which made her words more impulsive. Mission. He Xiang felt deeply moved. Shin Ruashi was discerning and fair, not allowing her feelings regarding Ning Lianxue to cloud her judgment and instead speaking up for He Xiang. If it were Ning Lianxue, He Xiang instinctively shuddered and then looked towards Shin Ruashi. Then will you not go to the pavilion? Tell Ning Lianxue that I have nothing to say to her and do not wish to go. I understand, He Xiong replied slowly. Preparing to leave when suddenly Shen Ruoxi spoke again. It seems Ning Lianxue has been pregnant for about 2 months now, correct? Yes, He Xiong confirmed. Now that she is with child, the fourth prince must be treating her with utmost care. Who is responsible for her daily meals and incense? That. He Xiong hesitated, puzzled by Shen Ruoxi's inquiry. Nevertheless, she answered, I was responsible for those matters. But recently she has complained about my clumsiness and has taken to preparing the incense herself. Very well, I see, Shen Ruoxi said. You may return now. He Xiong nodded and turned to leave. Miss, what is Ning Lianxue plotting? Leng Shuang asked. Who knows? It certainly cannot be anything good. Shen Ruoxi pondered deeply before adding. Long Shuang, be cautious of those who approach me today. Ning Lianxue may have some scheme in mind. Did you sense something, miss? Shen Ruoxi lowered her voice. In truth, when she approached me earlier, I detected the fragrance of incense on her. My sense of smell is quite acute, and I caught a faint scent reminiscent of musk. Musk? Talia's eyes widened. How can she use musk while pregnant? Is someone trying to harm her? Yet, Shen Ruoxi simply shook her head. Now, within the palace, she stands as the sole concubine, rendering the likelihood of others plotting against her quite minimal. Furthermore, I recently inquired with He Xiong, who informed me that Ning Lianxue has been personally preparing her incense, further diminishing the chances of any harm befalling her. Taoyu furrowed her brows, questioning. Is she truly using musk on herself? Has she lost her mind? Such unusual behavior must harbor some hidden agenda. In any case, we must exercise caution today. Upon hearing this, both Tao Yi and Leng Shuang nodded in agreement, promptly acquiescing. Shen Ruoxi leaned against the pavilion's edge, raising her gaze to the sky. A quarter of an hour had already elapsed. Where could the emperor and empress be? In the Changqiu Palace, Yushi parted the beaded curtain, bowing slightly toward a figure of regal elegance within. Your Majesty, the Prince of Rong has arrived. As her words fell, accompanied by the sound of purposeful footsteps, Su Qing entered. His strikingly handsome visage bore a hint of coldness, but upon seeing Su Luo, the chill dissipated, replaced by warmth. Your Majesty, Su Luo turned to him. What brings you here to the inner palace? I am set to depart for the northern regions of you tomorrow, and the emperor has granted me permission to formally bid you farewell. Su Luo paused, taken aback. When do you leave? Tomorrow I shall set forth. Preparations must commence today. Understood, Su Luo replied, gesturing for the others in the chamber to withdraw. You may leave. I have matters to discuss with the Prince of Rome. The attendants nodded and exited. Once alone, Su Luo seated herself on a nearby soft couch, her graceful and resplendent face betraying a slight frown. Su Cheng, what exactly is your intention? Su Cheng rose slightly, the veneer of politeness fading as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. What do you mean, dear sister? You are well aware of my meaning. At today's banquet, your behavior was excessively ostentatious. Presenting me with such a lavish gift in front of the court, what will the ministers think? What will the emperor think? Su Cheng's gaze bore into her. Are you concerned for my safety, or do you merely consider the emperor's reputation? Su Luo remained silent, merely stating, do not engage in such acts again. I am devoted to my pursuits within the palace, and I have no need for such extravagant gifts. At this, Su Cheng smiled. I see no extravagance in this gift. As the mother of the nation, you are deserving of all the wealth this world has to offer. If the emperor refuses to provide it, then I shall. You are a subject. Su Luo's expression turned stern, a rare display of irritation crossing her features. How dare you utter such rebellious words? If the emperor were to hear. Ah, so you are indeed concerned for me, Su Cheng interjected, a hint of amusement flickering across his otherwise stern countenance. If that is the case, you need not worry. The emperor has contemplated my fate for quite some time. If he wished to act, he would have done so already. He is encumbered by too many considerations. While I hold significant power, he cannot touch me. With that, he regarded the woman resting upon the soft couch, a complex emotion flitting across his eyes. He spoke in a low voice. Over these years, have you ever regretted your decision to enter the palace? Su Luo turned her gaze toward the window, her long lashes fluttering, her eyes reflecting a distant thoughtfulness. Your Majesty is benevolent and cherishes me. My life feels complete. My greatest desire is for my children to live in health and without worries. Huh. Su Cheng seems to have heard an outrageous joke. While the world claims he is generous and kind-hearted, he is, in truth, the most hypocritical of them all. When my elder sister entered the palace, he professed his love for her, yet she met such a tragic fate. You, do not speak further. Su Luo furrowed her brow, a flicker of discontent flashing in her eyes. If you truly wish for my well-being and the prosperity of the Su family, conduct yourself with greater discretion in the future. In the inner palace, there is no need for you to advocate for me. I have my own plans." Upon hearing this, Su Xing's profound gaze slightly dimmed. If that is the case, then it is even better. He lowered his eyes and slowly replied, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Go ahead." Su Xing lifted his gaze, casting a deep look at her before turning to depart. Just as he stepped out of the Changqiu Palace, he spotted a tall figure approaching from outside the hall. Murong Yao, accompanied by a servant, was walking toward him. Upon seeing Su Xing, he called out, "Uncle." "Your Highness the Rue Wang," the Rome prince replied slowly, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Chapter 85 Request. Murong Yao inquired, "Is it true that my uncle is temporarily leaving the capital to bid farewell to my mother?" "Indeed. I shall set off early tomorrow morning. The mountains are high and the roads long. Take care of yourself, uncle," he replied, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. He then turned and entered the Changqiu Palace with his attendants. Su Luo was adjusting her appearance, preparing to head to the royal garden, when she heard that Prince Rue had arrived. "Quickly, let him in," she said, her demeanor softening into a gentle smile. As Murong Yao entered, his eyes, resembling black obsidian, sparkled with clarity. "Mother, I wish to speak with you privately about a matter," he said. Su Luo chuckled. "Why is it today that everyone seems to have something to say to me?" She waved her hand, signaling those nearby to leave. Once the palace attendants had withdrawn, Murong Yao stepped forward and bowed, stating, "Mother, I would like you to assist me in seeking a marriage proposal." "You wish to wed?" Su Luo exclaimed, taken aback. At 15, Murong Yao had never engaged with women. He had sent away the maidens designated to serve him. Although she had discussed the possibility of him taking a concubine with Emperor Renjing, he had declined. Now, he suddenly expressed a desire for marriage. Su Luo smiled. "My Yaoer has grown up and has found someone he cares for. Which young lady do you wish to marry?" Murong Yao lifted his gaze. "The legitimate daughter of General Shun Ruoshi." Instantly, Su Luo's smile faded. Murong Yao furrowed his brow. "Does mother disapprove?" "I am merely surprised. Hunger has feelings for her." "Why would you wish to marry her now?" Shun Ruoshi, possessing both grace and beauty, was indeed a worthy choice, and Murong Yao felt it was only natural for him to desire her. However, Su Luo remained silent, her watery eyes fixed on him. After a moment, she spoke softly. "Yaoer, tell me the truth. Do you truly wish to marry her out of love?" "Of course," he replied. Yet, Su Luo shook her head. "Yaoer, you are not being truthful." Unlike others, she understood her son. He was not as innocent and harmless as he appeared, nor would he easily be moved by a woman. "Mother, given my position, whether I like my future wife is of little importance. What matters are the benefits and consequences. This matter is fraught with complications. Hunger has already expressed his desire to marry her. If you step in now, it would only create discord between you two. Furthermore, your father would not permit her to marry you. And would father allow ninth brother to marry her?" Murong Yao questioned. Su Luo fell silent for a moment. He would not be particularly inclined. As expected, currently, Murong Hang and Su Xing were mutually restraining each other. If Shin Ruoshi were to marry Murong Hang, the Shin family would wholly support him, disrupting the delicate balance. Emperor Renjing, while favoring Murong Hang, preferred to witness their mutual checks on each other to maintain stability in the realm. For a sovereign, ensuring the stability of the court and the empire was of utmost priority. Murong Yao spoke slowly. "If mother is unwilling to assist me in this marriage proposal, then I have another request." "What is it?" "Shin Ruoshi could marry anyone, but she must not wed the ninth prince." Murong Yao spoke with conviction. "Mother must understand that the court is presently divided. My uncle and the ninth prince are at odds. If Shin Ruoshi were to marry the ninth prince, it would undoubtedly secure the support of the general's residence, which would be detrimental to my uncle and, more importantly, to the Su family. Therefore, I implore you, mother, to assist in bestowing Shin Ruoshi's hand to another." Su Luo lowered her gaze. "This matter is beyond mother's authority." Upon hearing this, a shadow flickered in Murong Yao's eyes. "If that is the case, then I have no further words to say. Mother, I take my leave." Su Luo called after him. "Yaoer Henger is unwell. Why the urgency? Is it not wiser to wait for the dust to settle rather than incite conflict among brothers?" "Mother, I believe that to attain one's desires, one must strive for them. Waiting will only lead to inaction." With that, Murong Yao turned and exited. Within the imperial garden, the eunuch's shrill voice suddenly rang out. "The emperor and empress have arrived." The gathered individuals immediately rose and moved towards the entrance, preparing to kneel in welcome. Ning Lanchue touched her abdomen, her expression revealing a hint of anxiety. "Today, She was resolute in her intent to ensure Shin Ruashi could not rise again. Thus, she had consumed herbs to expedite a miscarriage, intending to frame Shin Ruashi for it. However, for reasons unknown, Shin Ruashi was adamant about avoiding her today. When she invited her for a discussion, Shin Ruashi declined. Even when Ning Lanque approached her, Shin Ruashi recoiled as if encountering a plague. If this continued, the opportunity would truly slip away. Ning Lanque felt a surge of urgency. Her gaze shifted and landed on a figure clad in purple not far away. She hastened towards her. Princess Tianshu, what troubles you, concubine Ning? Su Tianshu cast a disdainful glance in her direction. Ning Lanque felt a twinge of irritation at her look, yet upon recalling the seriousness of her purpose, she forced a smile. Surely, you harbor disdain for Shin Ruashi as well? Su Tianshu narrowed her eyes. What are you implying? I am aware that you too disapprove of Shin Ruashi. If you are willing, I have a plan that could ensure she never rises again. Would you lend your support? Su Tianshu's eyes brightened, though she remained cautious. What you choose to do is your own affair. This is the Imperial Garden, and I will not take unnecessary risks. No risks are required from you, only your assistance at a crucial moment. Ning Lanque leaned closer, lowering her voice to succinctly share her scheme. Upon hearing it, a smile curved Su Tianshu's lips. This small favor, I can indeed assist with. Thank you, princess. The group hastened to the entrance of the Imperial Garden, Shin Ruashi among them. Ning Lanque's gaze remained fixed on her, and she quickly moved to her side. Shin Ruashi instinctively sensed something amiss. Just as she prepared to distance herself, a figure suddenly lunged forth. Once he stared at her with a fiery glare. Shin Ruashi, your cunning is truly remarkable. Pray, confess honestly. What is the nature of your relationship with Prince Ling? I have nothing to disclose. Step aside. I shall not. Unless you swear to keep your distance from Prince Ling from this day forth. Shin Ruashi frowned in displeasure. It seems the lesson imparted to you by Minister one last time was insufficiently profound. Do you dare to bring that up again? Wan Siyu's anger intensified. At that moment, Su Tianling, noticing the lack of attention directed her way, suddenly reached out and forcefully shoved Shin Ruashi. However, at the critical moment, Long Shuang swiftly pulled her back. Su Tianling missed her target and inadvertently pushed Wan Siyu beside her. Caught off guard, Wan Siyu stumbled forward, nearly losing her balance before colliding with someone. After a struggle to regain her footing, she was engulfed in fury, preparing to confront the clumsy individual responsible for her misfortune, when a piercing scream shattered the air. Ah! She turned swiftly to find Ning Lanque sprawled on the ground, clutching her abdomen, her delicate face contorted in agony. It hurts. Ah, my stomach. Chapter 86. Conspiracy. Upon hearing the sound, the noble ladies nearby abruptly halted, casting their gazes toward the groaning Ning Lanque on the ground. Momentarily taken aback, Lanque, a voice filled with panic rang out as Murongyu rushed forward, swiftly gathering the fallen Ning Lanque into his embrace. Lanque, what has happened to you? Your Highness, I am in so much pain. Someone just bumped into me. What? Murongyu's head snapped up, his sharp gaze piercing through the surrounding noblewomen, landing on Shin Ruashi's face, igniting his fury. Shin Ruashi, was it you who did this? Shin Ruashi scoffed. Which of your eyes saw me collide with Ning Lanque? Who else could it be but you? Murongyu retorted, his anger palpable. You have always envied Lanque for receiving my affection, and during our time in the manor, you have made her life difficult at every turn. Now that we are divorced, you still cannot leave her be. In response, Shin Ruashi cast him a bemused glance. Your Highness, delusions are a form of illness that requires treatment. With so many witnesses here, rather than hastily assigning blame, you should inquire if anyone has seen the incident's entirety. Taken aback by her words, Murongyu was about to speak when a commanding voice resonated through the air. What has transpired? Emperor Renjing, adorned in a resplendent yellow robe embroidered with 5-clawed golden dragons, approached, accompanied by the elegant Su Luer. The crowd hastily parted, bowing in reverence. Enough, rise, the emperor commanded, turning his attention to the groaning Ning Lanque, his brow furrowing in concern. What is the matter? Murongyu spoke urgently. Father, Lanque has fallen and is now in great pain. Su Lua quickly interjected. Your Majesty, Ning is with child. We must take her to the nearest palace for rest and summon the imperial physician. The emperor immediately issued orders. Quickly, take Ning Lanque to Changla Palace and summon the physician. As Murongyu cradled Ning Lanque and prepared to rise, he suddenly froze, withdrawing his hand from beneath her. His palm was smeared with warm blood, and alarm coursed through him. This is, Your Highness, my stomach hurts so much. Ning Lanque's sobs reached his ears. Beside them, Qin Haiding frowned. It appears she may have suffered a miscarriage. At these words, Ning Lanxue's face paled in shock, and she vigorously shook her head. No, I cannot believe it. Everything was fine before. Your Highness, you must save her child. Lanxue, do not cry. Let the physician examine you first, Morongyu urged as he carried her towards Changlu Palace, followed closely by the others. Meanwhile, Emperor Renjing and the assembled crowd awaited in the palace, while Su Luer and Physician Yu took Ning Lanxue into the inner chamber. Before long, Su Luer and Physician Yu emerged, her expression grave as she shook her head. Ning Lanxue is not in serious danger, however, the child she carried is gone. Emperor Renjing furrowed his brow. Is this due to the recent incident? Physician Yu promptly responded. In response to the emperor, the pulse of Lady Ning indicates instability in her fetus. However, the direct cause of her miscarriage was indeed the fall she suffered. As these words were spoken, a frail voice unexpectedly emerged from the side. Your Majesty, your Empress. Ning Lanxue, clad in a simple white robe, approached with a pallid face devoid of color. Supported by others, Morongyu immediately stepped forward to embrace her. Lanxue, why have you come out? Ning Lanxue bit her lip, her expression filled with anguish. Your Highness, my child has inexplicably been lost, and it pains me deeply. I must uncover who wishes to harm me. Upon finishing her plea, she knelt upon the ground. Today, with both your Majesty and the Empress present, I implore you to seek justice for me. Emperor Renji cast a disinterested glance at her. He held a dislike for Ning Lanxue, and upon hearing her words, his expression darkened slightly. Your fall was an accident. How can you claim someone intended to harm you? Your Majesty, my fall was no mere accident. I was struck by someone, which caused my tumble. I beseech you to uphold justice for me. Is that so? Who struck you? Emperor Renji's tone suddenly grew stern. His disdain for Ning Lanxue was one matter, but she was already Murongyu's concubine and with child. If someone harbored malicious intent towards her, that was an entirely different issue. He would not tolerate such wickedness. Ning Lanxue lowered her gaze, sobbing softly. At that moment, I did not see who struck me. I only felt the impact from my right rear. From the right rear? Morongyu furrowed his brow. Wasn't Shin Ruashi positioned right behind you? As these words fell, Morongheng coldly interjected, Fourth brother, your eyesight is remarkable, from such a distance. You can discern Miss Shin's location. Morongyu paused, realizing that he had been unconsciously glancing at Shin Ruashi throughout the day, and had indeed noticed her standing behind Ning Lanxue. Shin Ruashi raised her eyes. I was indeed behind Lady Ning, but I was not alone. There were other noble ladies present as well. Why am I the only one singled out? Morongyu replied sharply, because you had the most motive. Enough. Emperor Renji interrupted him sternly, inquiring, with so many present, did anyone witness who struck Ning Lanxue? The noble ladies exchanged glances, their expressions hesitant. Gradually, voices began to emerge. I turned upon hearing the noise and saw Wan Siyu collide with Lady Ning. I too, not just I, but many witnessed it. It was indeed Miss Wan who stumbled and collided, though it is uncertain whether it was accidental. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Wan Siyu. Emperor Renji's piercing gaze fixed upon her face. Wan Siyu, you are exceedingly bold. Wan Siyu trembled, and with a thud, she fell to her knees. Her complexion turned ashen. Your Majesty, I did not mean to. Is it truly you? Indeed, it was I who inadvertently collided, but, Your Majesty, I assure you it was entirely unintentional. I beseech your forgiveness. At that moment, Wan Gon hastened to kneel, clutching his ceremonial robes. Your Majesty, though my daughter may be somewhat foolish, she harbors no malicious intentions. I implore you to see the truth. Ning Lanxue leaned against Morongyu, a flicker of resentment gleaming in her eyes. How could Su Tianling be so inept? She had intended to frame Shin Ruashi, yet she had mistakenly implicated the dim-witted Wan Siyu. This injustice must not be allowed to rest upon my shoulders. It must be cast upon Shin Ruashi instead. With this thought in mind, Ning Lanxue spoke softly. Your Majesty, I bear no grievance against Miss Wan. I trust she would never commit such an act against me. There must be some hidden circumstances at play. Having said that, she turned her gaze to Wan Siyu. Miss Wan, you are perfectly well. How could you have collided with me? This question jolted Wan Siyu's muddled mind into clarity. She hastily replied, someone pushed me. She quickly raised her head, exclaiming, Your Majesty. At that moment, I was forcefully shoved, which caused me to crash into Consort Ning. Emperor Renjing inquired, Did you see who pushed you? Wan Siyu was about to respond when she suddenly heard Su Tianling's voice, laced with confusion. I recall that Shin Ruashi was right beside you at that time. It seems you were embroiled in a dispute. Wan Siyu, was it not Shin Ruashi who pushed you? Chapter 87, The Scapegoat. Upon hearing the words, Wan Siyu was momentarily taken aback, The words poised on her lips instantly swallowed. In an instant, all eyes turned to Shin Ruashi. Wan Xiyu knelt upon the ground, stammering. The noble lady, the noble lady. Noticing her prolonged silence, Su Tianling urged her once more. Wan Xiyu, both the emperor and the empress are present. You need not fear to speak the truth. No one dares to trouble you. Gradually raising her head, Wan Xiyu met Su Tianling's insinuating gaze and suddenly understood. Su Tianling was seizing this opportunity to place the blame on Shin Ruashi. She glanced at Shin Ruashi, yet was met with her calm and composed eyes, which ignited a surge of anger within Wan Xiyu. How infuriating. This wretched woman, even at such a moment, maintained a facade of superiority. Who was she trying to impress? Taking a deep breath, Wan Xiyu declared, Your Majesty, it was not Shin Ruashi who pushed me. This was a capital offense, should she successfully frame Shin Ruashi. Her own head would likely be on the line. Though her disdain for Shin Ruashi ran deep, she could not bear to see an innocent person unjustly perish. She had witnessed the altercation clearly. It was not Shin Ruashi who had acted with malice. As her words left her lips, a flicker of shock crossed the faces of Ning Lanque and Su Tianling, quickly replaced by a grim countenance. They had never anticipated that Wan Xiyu would deny it. Logically, Wan Xiyu harbored a profound disdain for Shin Ruashi. By shifting the blame onto her, she could not only absolve herself but also ensure Shin Ruashi faced dire consequences. The prospect of such dual benefit was unexpectedly rejected by Wan Xiyu. Shin Ruashi, too, was taken aback, observing Wan Xiyu's pallid face on the ground. She couldn't help but smile faintly. It appeared that this girl still possessed a shred of conscience. Emperor Renjing furrowed his brow. Then who was it that pushed you? Noble lady. I did not see. The other noblewomen shook their heads in unison, asserting that they had not witnessed anyone pushing Wan Xiyu. Shin Ruashi remained silent, for she had not seen either. However, she was aware that Lang Shuang must have witnessed the incident. At that moment, she had been pulled by Lang Shuang, causing the person behind her to inadvertently push Wan Xiyu. Turning her gaze towards Lang Shuang, she inquired, Did you see? Lang Shuang leaned closer, lowering her voice. Miss, it was Su Tianling who instigated it. Su Tianling? Shin Ruashi's eyes hardened, a hint of confusion creeping in. It was evident that Su Tianling had intended for her to collide with Ning Lanque, leading to a grave mistake. However, she had been pulled away by Lang Shuang, resulting in her collision with Wan Xiyu instead. Yet, despite their mutual animosity, it seemed unlikely that Su Tianling would take such a significant risk to ensnare her. The situation was indeed perplexing. With these thoughts in mind, Shin Ruashi refrained from rushing to testify, choosing instead to observe further. She harbored a lingering suspicion that there were deeper motives at play. Emperor Renjing's piercing gaze rested intently upon Wan Xiyu. Did someone truly push you? Or did you merely stumble and concoct this excuse to evade responsibility? Your Majesty, I speak nothing but the truth. I am wronged. Wan Xiyu trembled with fear, while Ning Lanque began to weep pitifully. Your Highness, my child, our child. Morong Yu held her tightly, casting a glance at Emperor Renjing. Father, this matter cannot be dismissed lightly. I implore you to uphold justice for your son. Emperor Renjing spoke gravely. To harm the royal offspring is a grave offense. Wan Xiyu's body stiffened, nearly fainting from fright. Wan Gan repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty as a father. It is my sin, and I am willing to bear the punishment for this rebellious daughter. Please, Your Majesty, spare her life. Father, please do not say such things. Wan Xiyu looked at her father, who was desperately bowing, her eyes reddening. In her memory, her father was astute and adept, always navigating the treacherous waters of the court with ease. Now, he was in such a pitiful state for her sake, willing to take the blame for her. After years of hard work, was he truly to be brought down by his own daughter? With tears in her eyes, Wan Xiyu addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. I hold no enmity with Consort Ning and would never commit such a heinous act. I swear upon the heavens. She anxiously scanned the room, her gaze landing upon Princess Su Tianling. Princess Tianling, we have known each other for many years. You know what kind of person I am. Please, I beg you to speak on my behalf. At her words, Su Tianling's eyes flickered. Although she had not implicated Shin Ruashi, if Wan Xiyu bore the blame, it would certainly implicate Wan Gan. Wan Gan was a person of Muronghang. The Ministry of Revenue is the treasury of the court, and the position of Minister of Revenue is of utmost importance. If Wan Gan were brought down, it would be advantageous to have her father's person take his place. With this thought, Su Tianling had already made up her mind. Her brow furrowed. Wan Xiyu, your usual recklessness is one thing, but today you have caused a great calamity. Though it was unintentional, it is still unforgivable. Given the circumstances, what do you expect me to say on your behalf? What? Wan Siyu was taken aback. She had always regarded Su Tianling as a close friend, yet at this critical moment, she not only refused to plead for her but uttered such words. Princess, I would never commit such a vile act. I was clearly pushed and framed. Is that so? Who witnessed this? Su Tianling's face bore a hint of mockery. Spare us the feeble excuses. Admit that you carelessly collided with Consort Ning. If you show a good attitude in admitting your guilt, perhaps you might still be spared. You, how can you say such a thing? Su Tianling, I have been so sincere to you, and now you choose to kick me when I'm down. Insolence! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Su Tianling glared fiercely. Pingwei, silence her. The maid beside her, Pingwei, stepped forward to strike Wan Siyu. However, just as her arm was raised, it was seized by another. Lang Shuang grabbed her hand and forcefully tossed it aside. Pingwei stumbled and fell to the ground. Su Tianling, consumed with rage, exclaimed, Shinruashi, you possess an audacity like no other. Command your maidservant to leave at once. Shinruashi, with her striking beauty, replied coolly. It is not the audacity of the noble lady that we should question, but rather your own, with the emperor and empress present. When did it become your prerogative to assert your authority here? Her disrespect towards me warrants merely a lesson in propriety. Tianling, cease this at once. Su Lua interjected sharply. This matter shall be resolved by the emperor. You have no place in it. At her words, Su Tianling reluctantly quelled her fury and said softly, this subject has overstepped her bounds. I implore the emperor and empress for forgiveness. Emperor Renjing regarded Su Tianling with a penetrating gaze and let out a cold snort. You are aware of your overreach? This realm now bears the surname Murong, not Su. The actions of the Prince of Rong today have already displeased me greatly. Your conduct, Tianling, has undeniably struck a nerve. Your Majesty. Silence. Do you presume the palace is your Prince of Rong's estate? How dare you act with such impudence before me? Your Majesty, forgive me. Su Tianling, taken aback by the Emperor's furious outburst, immediately knelt before him. Chapter 88. Speculation. Princess Shui Yuan of Rome walked out and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Tianling has been excessively pampered by the prince, which has led to her somewhat impulsive nature. She certainly did not mean any disrespect towards you. Upon her return, I shall ensure that the prince disciplines her properly. Though Shui Yuan's words seemed to plead for leniency, they were laced with references to the prince, subtly exerting pressure on the emperor. Upon hearing this, Emperor Renjing's expression grew stern, yet he ultimately relented. Rise. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so forgiving. Thank you, Your Majesty, Shui Yuan said, helping Su Tianling to her feet. Your Majesty, the pressing matter at hand is to promptly address the situation concerning Consort Ning. Emperor Renjing nodded in agreement. Indeed. The matter of Ning Lanxue needed resolution. Wan Siyu, do you have anything further to say? Wan Siyu's eyes widened. Your Majesty, I just recalled that behind me at that moment was Princess Tianling. She must have seen someone push me. Su Tianling scoffed. At that time, I was busy kneeling to welcome Your Majesty and the Empress. I had no time to pay attention to you. You. Wan Siyu gritted her teeth, swallowing the harsh words that nearly escaped her lips. She speculated that even if Su Tianling had witnessed the incident, she would likely not come to her aid. But why? She had not wronged Su Tianling. Why was she treated this way? A contemplative light flickered in Emperor Renjing's eyes as he regarded Wan Siyu. Do you have any grievances with Ning Lanxue? Wan Siyu shook her head. I have only met Consort Ning twice. There are no grievances between us. Among the noble ladies present, is there anyone with whom you have enmity? Wan Siyu lowered her gaze. I do not have a good relationship with Shinruashi. But you just stated that it was not Shinruashi who pushed you, the Emperor pointed out. Wan Siyu nodded honestly. Emperor Renjing frowned. You claim it was someone else who pushed you, yet you cannot provide evidence nor identify a suspect. With so many witnesses seeing you collide with Ning Lanxue, it is difficult for you to evade responsibility. At these words, Wan Siyu's expression froze, tears welling in her eyes. Wan Gong quickly interjected, Your Majesty, although Wan Siyu cannot present evidence, I can assure you with my life that she would never commit such a malicious act. There must be deeper circumstances. Su Tianling sneered. Minister Wan, matters must be substantiated with evidence. I understand your protective instincts towards your daughter, but it is precisely your indulgence that has led Wan Siyu to her reckless nature, resulting in this grave mistake today. Wan Gong's expression darkened. Princess, the Emperor will make his own judgment. Wan Siyu has always maintained a good relationship with you. Yet today you seem intent on exacerbating her plight. I am curious to know your true intentions. Are you accusing me, Princess? I would not dare, Wan Gong replied, bowing to Emperor Renjing. Your Majesty, I am aware that my daughter has caused a significant calamity. I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness. But I humbly request that you consider the years of diligence I have devoted to the Ministry of Revenue and deal with this matter leniently. Su Tianling's expression was one of derision. Wan Shangshu spoke so lightly, yet he is of royal lineage. Wan Siyu has committed such a grave error, and as her father, you cannot escape culpability. With these words, she bowed respectfully to Emperor Renjing, saying, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, Wan Shangshu has been negligent in his upbringing of his daughter and is unworthy of retaining his position as Minister of Revenue. He should be stripped of his title and relegated to commoner status, while Wan Siyu, for her heinous crime, deserves the death penalty. Su Tianling, how could you utter such venomous words? Silence. Wan Gong suddenly roared at her, and with a sharp crack, he struck her face. Rebellious daughter. Do you not yet realize your mistakes? Before the emperor, how dare you act so brazenly? Father. Wan Siyu touched her face, meeting Wan Gong's reddened eyes, and her heart ached profoundly. In that moment, she truly regretted her actions, regretted them to the point of wishing for death. Wan Gong had persistently advised her against provoking Shen Ruoxi and to avoid entanglements with Su Tianling. She had dismissed his warnings as mere noise. Now, not only had she harmed herself, but she had also brought misfortune upon her father. Lowering her head, Wan Siyu prostrated herself on the ground. Your Majesty, all of this is my fault. I alone am responsible for my actions. Please do not blame my father. I willingly accept my punishment. Emperor Renjing regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before turning his gaze to Ning Lanxue. Ning Lanxue, you are the greatest victim in this matter. What outcome do you desire? Ning Lanxue, nestled in Murongyu's embrace, had eyes as red as a rabbit's. She clutched Murongyu's garment, feeling a sense of injustice. After exerting so much effort, she had failed to drag that wretched Shen Ruoxi down with her. Now that the situation had unfolded thus, it was evident to her that Su Tianling intended to cast the blame upon Wan Siyu, and in doing so, to undermine Wan Gong. Though she was unaware of Su Tianling's motives, given the current circumstances, she might as well go with the flow and assist Su Tianling. If she could win Su Tianling's favor, she would secure herself a powerful ally. Resolving herself, Ning Lanxue declared, I believe that Miss Tianling speaks with great wisdom. Wan Shangshu's laxity in educating his daughter warrants punishment. Upon hearing this, Shen Ruoxi immediately furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. It was unusual. Ning Lanxue had always placed immense value on the child she carried. Now, having suffered a miscarriage, rather than seeking retribution against Wan Siyu, she seemed to be ingratiating herself with Su Tianling. This was indeed suspicious. As she lowered her gaze, a thought struck her. Could it be that Ning Lanxue and Su Tianling had conspired together in this affair? If that were the case, it would explain the situation. Ning Lanxue had instigated Su Tianling to push her, intending for her to collide with something and suffer a miscarriage, thereby committing a grave sin. However, even though Ning Lanxue harbored animosity towards her, it was unlikely she would be so foolish as to use her unborn child as a pawn against her. Unless, suddenly, recalling the scent of musk lingering around Ning Lanxue today, Shen Ruoxi came to a realization. Unless Ning Lanxue's child had been doomed from the start, Shen Ruoxi couldn't help but remember her previous life, when Ning Lanxue had also lost her child at 3 months, with the excuse that a peach blossom had collided with her, leading to the miscarriage. In response, Morongyu was consumed by a fit of rage, ordering the execution of Taoya with a beating, and striking her several times, condemning her as malicious, along with her equally vile maidservants. Subsequently, he commanded that she be confined in Yuxiang Garden for self-reflection, denying her sustenance, leaving her to starve for 3 days and nights. She had long believed that the conflict was between Taoya and Ning Lanxue, which had provoked Ning Lanxue's ire to the point of miscarriage. However, upon reflection, she now suspected that in her previous life, it was perhaps Ning Lanxue who had schemed against her. Across 2 lifetimes, the malicious essence of Ning Lanxue remained utterly unchanged. Shen Ruoxi's gaze suddenly turned frigid. She stepped forward and bowed to Emperor Renjing, saying, Your Majesty, I have something to convey. Oh? Upon seeing Shen Ruoxi, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Emperor Renjing's eyes. Shen Ruoxi, what is it that you wish to express? Chapter 89. Protecting the weak. Shen Ruoxi spoke slowly. Although Wan Siyu was reckless, the events of the day undoubtedly held some intrigue. As her words left her lips, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. The most astonished of all was Wan Siyu, who knelt on the ground. She could never have anticipated that, in such a moment, her arch-nemesis Shen Ruoxi would emerge to plead her case. Instantly, a torrent of mixed emotions surged within her heart. Su Tianling coldly interjected, Shen Ruoxi, did you come forth merely to defend Wan Siyu? So many witnesses saw and see you collide with consort Ning. Do you still wish to argue on her behalf? But didn't want see you claim she was pushed? Su Tianling scoffed. Is there anyone to corroborate her solitary account? The absence of witnesses does not equate to the absence of a push, Shinruashi. You were grasping at straws. I saw it. A voice interrupted Su Tianling. Shinruashi turned to Emperor Rinjing and slowly stated, Your Majesty, I witnessed who pushed one see you. Oh? The Emperor's eyes glimmered with interest. You saw it? Please, go on. At that moment, Wan Siyu was embroiled in a dispute with me, and my focus was entirely upon her. I clearly saw someone give her a shove, which caused her to collide with Ning Lanchue, and who, pray tell, would be so audacious. Shinruashi's voice was calm yet resonated clearly. This person is none other than Princess Tianling. Nonsense. Su Tianling waved her sleeve, fury evident in her tone. How dare you, Shinruashi? I wonder why you suddenly chose to testify. It appears you intend to cast this slander upon me. Her expression was one of extreme displeasure. I have had no quarrel with consort Ning. Why would I wish her harm? At this, Wan Siyu, still on the ground, grew agitated. Princess, I also bear no grudge against consort Ning, yet you still insist on making me confess? Is it the same? You tripped and collided with someone, fearing the consequences. Hence you, who says I tripped by accident? I have repeated it countless times. I was pushed. Wan Siyu retorted. I believe it was you who shoved me. And you are now attempting to place the blame on me. Enough of this bickering. Emperor Rinjing's voice boomed, halting the dispute between the two women. His expression was one of displeasure. What sort of decorum is this, causing such a ruckus in the Great Hall? Afterward, Emperor Rinjing turned his gaze toward Shinruashi. A hint of confusion in his eyes. Shinruashi, if you witnessed this, why did you not speak earlier? Shinruashi replied slowly, Your Majesty. A single testimony from me lacks persuasive weight, and moreover, I find this matter somewhat peculiar. Peculiar in what way? Upon hearing this, Shinruashi did not respond directly. Instead, she asked, Would your Majesty permit me to examine consort Ning's pulse? Upon hearing this, Ning Lanchue, cradled in Murong Yu's arms, momentarily stiffened. What does this wretched Shinruashi suddenly wish to examine my pulse for? A flicker of unease crossed Ning Lanchue's heart. She feigned sorrow, clutching Murong Yu's sleeve. Your Highness, what does Shinruashi mean by this? Aren't we here to seek justice for the child in my womb? Though I have only carried for 2 months. He is still flesh of my flesh. As she spoke, she began to sob again. Murong Yu patted her back, turning to glare fiercely at Shinruashi. What do you mean by this, Shinruashi? Lan Shui has already suffered the loss of her child. Are you here to further complicate matters? Shinruashi cast him a sidelong glance before addressing Emperor Rinjing. I beseech your Majesty to grant my request. The Emperor inquired, What do you suspect? It is difficult for me to assert, but I have some conjectures. Although she felt her assumptions were likely accurate, if she were to be mistaken, the consequences would be grave. Not only would she face trouble, but the Shin family would also be implicated. Upon hearing this, Murong Yu's anger intensified. You dare to intervene based on mere conjecture? Shinruashi, it was one thing when you targeted Lan Shui before, but now, do you not see the situation? Are you attempting to vent your personal grievances at this moment? At his words, Shinruashi could not help but frown. Is there something wrong with your mind? After receiving several slaps, how can you still be so obtuse? Just as she was about to speak, a cold voice interrupted from the side. What is the fuss about merely taking a pulse? Why is fourth brother so agitated? Everyone turned to see Murong Hang standing nearby, his fair, handsome face seemingly veiled in a layer of frost, exuding an air of chill. Murong Yu maintained a stern expression. Ninth Prince, this matter does not concern you. There is no need for your intervention. Who says it does not concern me? Murong Hung replied calmly. Shinruashi's affairs are indeed my concern. Pausing, he added. And Minister Wan, who is a dear friend, warrants my attention as well. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting between shock and intrigue. While they had suspected an unusual connection between Murong Heng and Shinruashi, hearing him acknowledge it was entirely different. Wan Gan, kneeling on the ground, smirked inwardly. Indeed. You and Shinruashi share true love, while I am merely an afterthought. However, he feigned deep emotion, wiping a tear away. I am deeply grateful for Prince Ling's concern. Murong Heng disregarded him and turned his gaze toward Shinruashi. Though he said nothing, his eyes conveyed a reassuring strength. You may proceed, if you require assistance. I shall do my utmost to help. Seeing Murong Heng's open admiration for Shinruashi, Murong Yu felt a surge of anger swell within him. He held Ning Lan Shui protectively. Lan Shui's condition is being attended to by the physician. Shinruashi, there is no need for your interference. Murong Heng remarked. Fourth brother is indeed protective of Ning Lan Shui. One might think she is on the verge of death given the depth of your concern. Prince Jiao, how could you curse Lan Shui in such a manner? Murong Hang disregarded him and instead turned his gaze toward Emperor Renjing. Father, I firmly believe that Ruo Shi has her reasons. There are numerous ambiguities surrounding this matter, and I trust that you too harbor doubts. Perhaps we should allow Ruo Shi to examine Lan Shui's pulse first? Cold Knight, standing aside, internally scoffed. Oh, they've already begun calling her Ruo Shi. Emperor Renjing narrowed his eyes slightly before nodding. Fourth, let Shen Ruo Shi take the pulse. Since the emperor had spoken, Murong you could not refuse. Reluctantly, he cradled Lan Shui and placed her on the soft couch within the hall. His voice was tender. Lan Shui, do not fear. I am always by your side. With tears in her eyes, Lan Shui nodded. Yes, with your highness here, I am unafraid. Shen Ruo Shi nearly retched. What is this situation? Still indulging in such sentimentality? She extended her hand to feel Lan Shui's pulse, meticulously probing for any signs. Chapter 90. Muskning Lan Shui felt a twinge of anxiety. However, upon reflection, it became evident that since the miscarriage had already occurred, Shen Ruo Shi would not be able to discern any further information through her pulse examination. With this thought, her mind was considerably eased. After completing the pulse check, Shen Ruo Shi withdrew her hand. Indeed, Ning Sifei had suffered a miscarriage. At this revelation, the crowd fell silent. While Fang Hui maintained a solemn expression. Is it necessary for you to state the obvious, Shen Ruo Shi? Qin Haiang, who had been idly observing the scene, shot her a lazy glare. What's your hurry? The conversation isn't complete yet. Shen Ruo Shi continued. However, it appears that Ning Sifei's condition was not an issue that arose today. What do you mean by that? Su Tianling interjected. Today, Wan Xiyu collided with Ning Lan Shui, resulting in her bleeding and miscarriage. This is something everyone witnessed. The implication was clear. What I mean is that Ning Sifei's pregnancy had already encountered problems. It was merely the fall today that precipitated the miscarriage. Even without today's incident, the child in her womb could not have been preserved. As soon as Shen Ruo Shi finished speaking, Ning Lan Shui shrieked. Silence. Shen Ruo Shi, what nonsense are you spouting? My child has been perfectly well. And you dare to utter such fabrications. Turning, she directed her gaze towards Emperor Renjing and Su Luer. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have suffered such a calamity today. And yet I must endure Shen Ruo Shi's unfounded accusations. I implore you to take heed of my plight. Su Luer, fiddling with the Buddhist beads in her hand, glanced at the physician beside her. Physician Yu, is it possible to detect such issues solely through pulse examination? Physician Yu bowed respectfully. Your Highness, if the miscarriage had not yet occurred, one could ascertain it through the pulse. However, given that it has already transpired, it should not be discernible. Upon hearing this, Ning Lan Shui immediately seized the opportunity. Your Highness, you have heard it too. The physician states it is impossible. Shen Ruo Shi is merely spouting nonsense. Physician Yu added, while I cannot ascertain it, Miss Shen possesses exceptional medical skills, and perhaps she has abilities beyond the ordinary that could reveal the truth. Since the incident with Wei Guoran, Physician Yu had begun to regard Shen Ruo Shi with newfound respect. Su Lua turned her gaze towards Shen Ruo Shi. Shen Ruo Shi, is it truly possible for you to discern these matters through pulse examination? Shen Ruo Shi replied, Your Highness, I do not claim to have deduced it directly, but rather, it is a conjecture. Conjecture? Su Lua frowned, clearly disapproving of her statement. In matters of such gravity, one must rely on evidence. Relying on mere conjecture is excessively presumptuous. It is unlikely to inspire confidence. Su Tianling found the situation amusing. Are we now diagnosing illnesses based on conjecture? Shen Ruo Shi, if you cannot interpret, it is better not to attempt it. It is simply laughable. Murong Hang shot her a cool glance. Is it truly amusing? Su Tianling stiffened, feeling a mix of reluctance and embarrassment as she fell silent. Shen Ruo Shi continued, Your Majesty, Your Highness, I possess a heightened sensitivity to medicinal substances. Today, as I passed by Ning Sifei, I detected the fragrance of incense on her, which contained musk. At this statement, the members of the court were taken aback, their expressions reflecting their shock. Ning Lan Shui felt a twinge of guilt. Emperor Renjing spoke. Dr. Yu, is there indeed such a matter? The official replied, Your Majesty, my sense of smell is not as keen as Miss Shen's. I must examine it closely to discern. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Renjing summoned a palace made to retrieve the fragrance pouch that Ning Lan Shui had brought. Dr. Yu opened the pouch and carefully examined the contents for an extended period, furrowing his brow. Your Majesty, although the scent is rather faint, I can indeed detect the presence of musk. Upon hearing this, Murong Yu's expression darkened. Could it be that someone intends to harm the child within Lan Shui? At this moment, Feng Hui slammed her palm on the table. Shinruashi, since you have detected the musk on Ning Lanchue, why did you not alert her sooner? Shinruashi remained composed. I did contemplate warning her, however. I feared that even if I had spoken up, Ning Fei would not believe me and might instead suspect ill intent on my part. Feng Hui retorted sharply. It is precisely your petty disposition that has led to Ning Lanchue's current predicament. In my view, you bear significant responsibility in this matter. Deep down, Feng Hui felt a sense of satisfaction. She had long harbored disdain for Ning Lanchue. A mere courtesan, how could she be worthy of bearing children for her Heir? Now that the child was lost, it aligned perfectly with her desires. Furthermore, this incident provided an opportunity to tarnish Shinruashi's reputation as well. These two wretches deserved nothing but misfortune. Qin Haiting frowned. It is indeed bizarre. How can the problems with Ning Lanchue's pregnancy be attributed to Shinruashi? Feng Pin. As Ning Lanchue's mother-in-law, you ought to be aware of such significant issues concerning your daughter-in-law. It seems the one who should be held accountable is you. Morongheng interjected. The Empress Dowager speaks wisely. Feng Hui, however, was displeased. That does not absolve her of the responsibility of withholding information. Shinruashi cast a glance at her. Your Highness, there is another layer to this matter that I have yet to mention. What reason is that? The young lady continued. I have heard that Ning Fei has recently been preparing her incense without the assistance of her maidservants, which suggests that she has sought individuals to customize these fragrances herself. This raised my suspicions, and I refrained from speaking hastily. Turning to Ning Lanchue, Shinruashi inquired, Is this true, Ning Fei? Ning Lanchue's eyes flickered. How could Shinruashi possibly know of this? She turned her gaze towards He Xiong by her side, only to find her head bowed, avoiding eye contact. Ning Lanchue's fury ignited. That wretched girl must have betrayed her to Shinruashi. Ning Lanchue scowled. The incense was procured by the steward of the household. I merely selected a few boxes of fragrances I favored. What is wrong with that? In response, Morongheng gestured. Long Yi. Go to the residence of the fourth prince and investigate thoroughly. Discover who brought Ning Lanchue's incense and who prepared it. Leave no one unexamined. Morongyu's voice turned cold. This is a matter within my household. When did it become the concern of the ninth prince? It seems that fourth brother has forgotten that the Minister of Justice is now under my jurisdiction. The act of endangering the imperial heirs is a grave offense, and it is my duty to address it. Morongyu was momentarily taken aback, having overlooked this point. He instinctively glanced at Emperor Renjing, only to see him nod in agreement. Old Fourth, the words of Prince Ling hold merit. Thus, Morongyu had no choice but to relent. However, Ning Lanchue's heart raced with anxiety. At that time, Zhang Qi had assured her that the musk would remain undiscovered. She had confidently brought it today, intending to hasten her pregnancy discreetly. Yet, the situation had unfolded unexpectedly. With Morongheng now involved, should an investigation ensue, the truth would undoubtedly come to light. Her gaze shifted to Hexiong. If all else fails, she could always push this lowly maid forward to take the blame, claiming that Hexiong, in her discontent, had harmed the child within her womb. Just as Ning Lanchue's thoughts spiraled into unrest, she suddenly heard Shinruashi speak. Your Highness, I wish to inquire about something. Chapter 91 Interrogation. Morongyu was momentarily taken aback. As he raised his gaze, he met the clear, watery eyes of Shinruashi. His heart skipped a beat, and a surge of complex emotions washed over him. Once, Shinruashi had gazed upon him with unwavering devotion, yet now, her eyes were devoid of emotion, tinged with a hint of indifference. Such a gaze left him feeling quite disheartened. Surely, after Ning Sifei's pregnancy, the household physician must have checked on her, right? Indeed. After Lan Shue's pregnancy, the physician visits daily to assess her condition. Then it is indeed perplexing, Shinruashi remarked. Did the physician not inform his fourth highness that Ning Sifei's condition is unstable? Unstable condition? Morongyu was taken aback, then retorted, that is utter nonsense. The physician has always reported to me Lan Shue's health status, and the child within her has been thriving. Ning Sifei's pulse is deep and sluggish, indicating a clear deficiency in vital essence. In such cases, it is typical for the fetus to develop poorly. Yet now, His Fourth Highness claims the physician has never mentioned this, which indeed raises my suspicions. Physician, you nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Morongheng remarked leisurely. If that is so, then the physician in your household is either incompetent or has chosen to conceal the truth. At this, the onlookers exhibited varied expressions. Su Lua slowly spoke. Ning Lan Shui, are you unaware of the weakness of your own fetus? Ning Lan Shui felt a sudden shock. If this inquiry continued, the truth would surely come to light. She quickly replied, Your Majesty, the truth is that Zhang Qi did mention to me that my condition was somewhat unstable. but he assured me it was nothing serious and advised me to take care. I feared it would worry His Highness, so I asked him not to speak the truth to him. Upon hearing this, Morong's expression relaxed slightly. Is that so? Yes, Your Highness. The most pressing matter at hand should be dealing with one CU, should it not? Even if my condition is unstable, had she not collided with me, my child would not. As she spoke, she covered her face and wept. Morong turned to Emperor Renjing. Father, this matter is quite clear. Please grant justice for Lan Shui. Emperor Renjing lifted his gaze, studying him intently. Fourth son, do you truly believe this matter is as clear as you claim? Morong was taken aback by the question. Was the issue simply that Lan Shui's condition was unstable, and that Wan Siyu's actions had caused her miscarriage? Could it be that Su Tianling had pushed her? That seemed implausible. Su Tianling had no reason to act so. It must have been Wan Siyu who lied in a moment of panic. Yet, there was some doubt regarding the musk and Ning Lan Shui's incense. However, it should also be considered that there were malicious individuals within the household. Upon returning, he would interrogate them, and he would manage the matter himself. Emperor Renjing cast a glance at him, a trace of disappointment barely perceptible. If it truly is a blunder on Wan Siyu's part, I shall certainly act impartially and provide Ning Lan Shui with an explanation. For now, you must wait. Morong Heng also spoke. Why the urgency, fourth brother? Let this prince's men visit your residence for an inquiry and ascertain what they might uncover. Or perhaps, are you fearful of revelations too burdensome for your heart to bear? For instance, the notion that your beloved may not be as innocent and harmless as she appears? Ning Lan Shui's heart quivered, instinctively tightening her grip on Morong's sleeve. Morong gently patted her wrist. Is the ninth prince attempting to sow discord between Lan Shui and myself? If so, he is gravely mistaken. Lan Shui is as pure and benevolent as the snow, and I hold unwavering faith in her. However, Morong Heng scoffed, laced with deep sarcasm. Morong Heng's subordinates were swift in their duties, and before long, Lang Yi returned, not alone, but accompanied by the physician Zhang Qi and the steward Ding Lixian. Upon seeing Zhang Qi, Ning Lan Shui's mind went blank, a sudden shock overwhelming her. She leaned against the soft couch, striving to maintain her composure to mask her trembling. Ning Concubine's complexion is particularly pale. What troubles you? Shinruashi inquired from the side. Ning Lan Shui regained her focus, forcing a facade of calm. Shinruashi. I have just suffered a miscarriage. Both body and spirit are in tatters. Is it not natural to appear pale? If that is the case, I fear it may be due to other disturbing reasons that have unsettled Ning Concubine. Shinruashi retorted with a smirk. Ning Lan Shui's fingers clenched tightly. That wretched woman. Zhang Qi and Ding Lixian knelt in trepidation within the hall. We pay our respects to your majesty. Emperor Renjing's gaze was sharp. Do you comprehend what transpired today? Ding Lixian stammered. I was informed upon my arrival. The emperor struck the armrest of his chair. As the steward of the fourth prince's household, are you aware that Ning Lan Shui's fragrance pouch contained musk? The emperor's wrath left Ding Lixian nearly paralyzed with fear. He prostrated himself on the ground. Your majesty, I was unaware. I have served in the fourth prince's household for many years, managing all matters diligently without a single oversight. Furthermore, with Ning Concubine's recent pregnancy, I have been especially vigilant. Her needs have always been of the utmost quality. Moreover, musk has not been purchased in the past year. How could it possibly appear in Ning Concubine's incense? Ding Lixian repeatedly bowed his head. Your majesty, this matter does not pertain to me. Surely someone within the household has schemed. I implore your majesty to discern the truth. Morong queried, who typically brings Lan Shui's incense, replying to the prince. It is always He Xiong who comes to collect it regularly. He Xiong? Morong turned, glaring at the downcast He Xiong. You vile servant, is it you? He Xiong shook her head. I indeed handle the incense, but I did not add the musk. Ning Lan Shui interrupted her. You have always been responsible for my incense. Who else could it be? She clutched her chest. He Xiong, why would you wish to harm me? Is it because I scolded you for your previous desire to become the prince's favored maid, and you harbor resentment? He Xiong's face was a picture of shock. Your Highness, I have never uttered such words. How could you unjustly accuse me? At this point, you still persist in your denial. What then, may I ask? Is the matter with the musk and the incense? Ning Lan Shui gazed at Murongyu, asserting that such a malicious maid must not be allowed to remain. Ning Lan Shui felt a growing urgency. She needed to shift the blame onto He Xiong swiftly. Otherwise, should the investigation continue, the situation could become dire. Shinruashi observed her agitated demeanor and spoke slowly. It appears that the incense was not solely handled by He Xiong. Ning Consort, have you not been the one using the incense daily as of late? Ning Lan Shui's expression turned cold. What do you mean by that? Am I to administer must to myself? As her words fell, Hexiang suddenly seemed to recall something, gripping her garment tightly. She turned to Shin Ruashi and finally summoned the courage to speak. I also find it quite strange. Hexiang stammered. The consort has always been exceptionally harsh towards us servants, dictating every aspect of our lives, especially after her pregnancy. She has insisted on being carried in a sedan chair whenever she leaves the lawn courtyard. Yet, in the past half-month, she has insisted on handling the incense herself instead of allowing us to assist her. Chapter 92, Malice Silence. Ning Lanxue commanded with ire. Hexiang, I have treated you well, yet you dare to slander me so? It was only because I noticed your fatigue and clumsiness these past 2 weeks that I resorted to using incense myself, and yet you turn on me instead. Suddenly, a thought struck her. I understand now. You are in cahoots with Shin Ruashi, aren't you? What has she offered you to incite such venom against me? In cahoots with me? Hexiang trembled as she raised her head. Fear was evident in her eyes, but it was overshadowed by indignation. Gritting her teeth, she slowly rolled up her sleeves before the assembly. Her once fair arms were marred with scars, both new and old, grotesque and horrifying, a clear sign of abuse. A gasp rippled through the hall. Qin Haideng furrowed her brow and inquired, what is the meaning of this? These all bear the mark of Ning Fei. Hexiang wept. Ning Fei feigns innocence, yet behind the facade, she is utterly cruel to us servants. A minor infraction, or even a mere change in her mood, results in beatings and scoldings. She derives pleasure from tormenting us. Upon hearing this, the onlookers regarded Ning Lanxue with a mix of astonishment and revulsion. Murongyu, too, looked at her in disbelief. Lanxue? You. Ning Lanxue's eyes blazed with fury as she pointed an accusing finger at Hexiang. Be quiet. You speak lies. Moronghang interjected coldly. Whether it is slander or truth can be ascertained by questioning the many servants in the household, or perhaps. His gaze shifted to Ding Lixian beside him. Would it suffice to interrogate you alone? Ding Lixian quivered. I seldom visit Lan Yuan, so I am not well informed. Fear not, Moronghang replied nonchalantly. If you are not well informed, I shall arrange for others to assist your memory. Before Ding Lixian could grasp the gravity of the situation, Moronghang instructed, take him away, lest we disturb his majesty. Yes. Cold Night seized Ding Lixian by the collar, dragging him toward the palace exit. Soon, his screams echoed through the halls. In mere moments, Cold Night returned, throwing Ding Lixian to the ground. My lord, he has confessed. Lacking even a shred of dignity, we haven't even begun to apply force, he said with disdain. Ding Lixian crawled a few steps on the ground, his fingers bloodied and mangled. I will speak. I will reveal everything. Emperor Rinjing frowned. Speak truthfully. If you omit a single word, you shall be punished without mercy. Ding Lixian bowed repeatedly, trembling in fear. Ning Fei is indeed not as virtuous as she pretends. She has bestowed many favors upon us servants. And with the fourth prince's constant indulgence, I dare not disregard her commands. He exclaimed in panic. Previously, when Mission was still in the residence, concubine Ning constantly targeted her, instructing the servants to relocate all the good items to her orchid courtyard. During the presence of the fourth prince, she ordered the servants to replace Mission's meals with spoiled food, deliberately claiming that Mission mistreated her. Furthermore, the maids in orchid courtyard have been replaced multiple times. Unable to endure concubine Ning's torment, pleading with me for different duties, Ding Lixian spoke at length. With each word, Morongyu's expression grew increasingly grim, and the shock within him intensified. The Ning Lanxue described by Ding Lixian was entirely different from the gentle, considerate, kind, and pure woman he had once known. She was nothing but a twisted and malicious harpy. Morongyu instinctively looked towards Shin Ruashi beside him. Until now, he had always believed that Shin Ruashi was vicious and jealous, constantly targeting Ning Lanxue. It turned out, it was like this. And then there was Lifsi. When Ding Lixian suddenly mentioned this name, Morongyu jolted. He turned and asked, what happened to Lifsi? She did not hang herself. Ding Lixian trembled as he spoke. Her face was disfigured by concubine Ning. When the prince saw her, concubine Ning, fearing the truth would be exposed and her image in the prince's eyes tarnished, commanded the servants to silence her. Upon hearing this, Ning Lanxue could no longer hold herself back. She shouted angrily, you wretched servant! How dare you slander me? When have I ever done such a thing? Clearly, it was you who drove Lifsi to her death and framed me. Ding Lixian retorted, Your Highness, everything I say is the truth. Denying it is futile. I possess evidence. He turned to Morongyu and added, Your Highness, beneath my pillow lie numerous banknotes and jewelry, all given to me by concubine Ning to handle her affairs. I was forced into it. You lie. Ding Lixian, your words are nothing but fabrications. Do you believe I won't have your tongue cut out for this? Qin Haitang scolded sharply. Her radiant face was filled with disdain. In this great hall, how dare you act so recklessly? If you continue to shout, I shall first silence your tongue. Ning Lanxue was momentarily speechless, biting her lip tightly, afraid to utter another word. Murong Qing chuckled lightly, fourth brother. Is this truly your kind and gentle concubine? Murong Yu moved his lips, wanting to say something, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. He lowered his gaze. Despite the myriad questions and anger he felt towards Ning Lanxue, he could only suppress it. Ning Lanxue's disgrace was his own as well. This only reflected the flawed character of the Ning family, and the incident regarding the miscarriage had little relevance. It seemed the ninth prince had strayed off course. Fourth brother need not be anxious. The truth is, in fact, right before our eyes, Murong Qing spoke with a tone of calm assurance. He turned his gaze towards Zhang Qi, who was now visibly panicked. I hear you are the physician of the residence. What is the matter with Ning Lanxue's condition? Murong Qing's voice was calm yet carried an invisible pressure that made Zhang Qi dare not lift his gaze. The consort's pregnancy initially appeared quite stable, however. It later encountered some complications. What kind of complications, you ask? Well, it seems that the fetus has become somewhat precarious. Zhang Qi stammered, struggling to articulate a definitive response. Murong Hang's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. It seemed that Zhang Qi would have to endure some hardship before he could find his words. Long Yi, take him away. Yes, my lord. As Ling Yi stepped forward, preparing to escort Zhang Qi for interrogation, the latter suddenly prostrated himself, exclaiming, I, a mere commoner, will divulge everything. Chapter 93, Confession. Ning Lanxue gritted her teeth. Zhang Qi, you must think carefully. If you falsely accuse this concubine, it is a grave offense. Your wife and children are serving in the manor. They will inevitably be implicated. Upon meeting her gaze, Zhang Qi was momentarily taken aback, then began to tremble slightly. He recalled that Ning Lanxue had once mentioned allowing his family to work in the manor, believing it to be an act of kindness. Now, he realized that she had merely sought to hold him in her grip, ensuring his silence should the situation arise. Zhang Qi hesitated, knowing well that his family's safety was his Achilles heel, despite his cowardice and greed. His eyes flickered as he stammered. Emperor Rinjin grew impatient. Speak. Startled, Zhang Qi shivered and fell to the ground, gritting his teeth, ready to accept the blame, when suddenly he heard Murong Hang's voice. If you do not speak, I shall have to interrogate your wife and children. Zhang Qi's head shot up. Your Highness, where are my family? Murong Hang cast a glance at Lang Yi, who spoke up. I had not intended to bring them here, but while visiting the fourth prince's manor, I noticed a carriage suspiciously attempting to leave through the back gate. I stopped it, and inside were your wife and children. I have brought them back. They are waiting outside the hall. Zhang Qi's eyes widened. A carriage? Where were they going? Lang Yi kicked Ding Lixin aside. It was this man who arranged for your family to leave the manor. You should ask him yourself. Ding Lixin immediately pleaded for mercy. Your Majesty, your Highness, everything was ordered by the concubine. She instructed me to arrange for Zhang Qi's family to leave and send them to the Yingchun courtyard, to be handed over to the brothel keeper. Sent to the Yingchun courtyard. Zhang Qi's fury erupted as he seized Ding Lixin by the neck. What do you intend to do with my family? Sending them to such a filthy place? Do not blame me. I was merely following orders. Ding Lixin pushed him away. Ning concubine is from the Yingchun courtyard. The brothel keeper is an old acquaintance of hers. She intended to have your family imprisoned there, using them as leverage against you. Zhang Qi's pupils dilated in shock as he turned to Ning Lanxue on the soft couch. She was as pale as death, her face a mask of despair and fear. Enraged, Zhang Qi resolved that if Ning Lanxue could act without humanity, he would not be bound by righteousness. He turned to Emperor Rinjing, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, your Highness. I confess, he declared sternly. The concubine's pregnancy actually ceased over a month ago. What? Murong Yu exclaimed, astonished. Why did you not speak of this? It was the concubine who instructed me to keep this secret, especially from your Highness. In a moment of folly, I complied. I beg your Highness for forgiveness. Murong Yu turned to Ning Lanxue beside him. His cold gaze struck fear into her heart. She trembled as she opened her lips. Your Highness, please do not call me. Why have you concealed such a significant matter? I was merely afraid of causing you distress, which is why I... Enough. Murong Yu glared at her, and as he gazed upon Ning Lanxue's tear-streaked face, he found himself devoid of any sympathy. Had you concealed this just for a moment? An explanation might have sufficed, yet you have hidden it for over half a month. Were you truly concerned for my well-being? I fear your intentions are far more sinister. At this, Shinruashi, standing nearby, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Oh, how clever you have become. Emperor Renjing turned his gaze to Zhang Qi, speaking in a low tone. What of the musk? Are you aware of its significance? The musk was requested by the side consort, who instructed me to place it within a sachet. To carry on my person, ensuring the proportions were such that it would not be detected. For these past few days, I have been diligently researching this matter. And only yesterday did I present the completed sachet to the side consort. Zhang Qi recounted earnestly. I was curious and inquired about her intentions. But she merely stated that it was to ensure a miscarriage at today's birthday banquet for the Empress, and that the rest was not for me to know. Emperor Renjing replied, You have spoken at length. Do you possess any evidence? Indeed. Zhang Qi produced a golden hairpin from his bosom. The side consort has generously rewarded me with numerous gold and silver ornaments, all of which I have accepted. He paused before continuing, just before coming to the palace today. The side consort instructed me to prepare a dose of miscarriage medicine, assuring me it would ensure a successful termination. After delivering the medicine to her, she presented me with this hairpin, which I had yet to put away. Upon seeing the hairpin, Morong Yu's expression darkened further. It was a gift he had personally bestowed upon Ning Lanxue, adorned with an intricately carved orchid. He had believed her to embody grace and virtue. And now it felt profoundly ironic. The atmosphere within the hall plummeted to an icy silence. Su Luo's gaze turned frosty. Ning, do you have anything further to say? Ning Lanxue trembled, her voice feeble. I am not. How is it that, at this juncture, you still dare to argue? Qin Haiding interjected coldly. Her demeanor frigid. Before the Emperor, you are utterly obstinate. She turned to Emperor Renjing. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, such a vile and treacherous woman deserves to be condemned to death. Beside her, the consort Ning Yingying spoke languidly. Why the haste, esteemed consort? The Emperor has yet to speak, and you are already voicing your opinions. Do you presume to judge my words? Qin Haiding shot her a glare. I believe you have not reflected sufficiently during your time at Baohua Temple. You seem to have forgotten the palace's decorum. Perhaps it would be best to return and contemplate a while longer. The Emperor publicly declared that Ning Yingying was at Baohua Temple for prayer and blessings. And aside from a select few, no one was aware that she was sent there as a form of punishment. Now, with Qin Haitong's public remarks, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Ning Yingying burned with indignation. Just as she was about to speak, Su Luo turned her head. What is the situation now? Do you still have the heart to quarrel? Silence. Both women reluctantly closed their mouths. On the soft couch lay Ning Lanxue, her muddled mind finally beginning to clear. At this moment, both witnesses and evidence were present. Should she continue to deny, she might inadvertently reveal even more. Ning Lanxue rolled off the couch and knelt on the ground. Your Highness, please allow me to explain. Morong Heng interjected, with both father and mother present. It seems you have chosen the wrong audience for your explanations. Ning Lanxue quickly turned her head and prostrated herself before Emperor Renjing, not daring to lift her gaze to meet his countenance. Emperor Renjing's expression was grave. Ning Lanxue, do you admit your guilt? I indeed committed these acts. But your Majesty, I have my reasons. Ning Lanxue hastily replied. I am acutely aware of my humble origins and feared that if your Highness and Consort Fong discovered that I had lost my child, you would be disappointed in me. Which is why I kept it hidden. This reasoning was flawed. Shinruashi inquired, then why did you choose to miscarry today? Today is the Empress's birthday. Did you intend to create a scene before so many witnesses? Chapter 94, The Unraveling Eye. Ning Lanxue stammered. Shinruashi remarked. Could it be that the concubine Ning intends to deliberately frame another for her miscarriage, thereby achieving some ulterior motive? Upon hearing this, Wan Siyu was nearly propelled to her feet in indignation. You despicable Ning Lanxue, I bear no grudge against you. Why must you ensnare me? Wan Gong glared at her, retorting, isn't it simply because you are foolish? Wan Siyu fell silent, her instinct to argue quelled by the bitter truth. Her father had indeed been right. Her foolishness knew no bounds. Shinruashi continued, I suspect that the individual concubine Ning seeks to ensnare may not be Wan Siyu at all. Rather, Miss Wan is simply an unfortunate scapegoat. Wan Siyu was taken aback. Then who is she aiming to frame? Shinruashi remained silent, knowing that if she accused Ning Lanxue without evidence, it would lack credibility, and her words might lead some to believe she harbored a vendetta against Ning Lanxue. At this remark, Ning Lanxue's fingers tightened in anxiety. This could not stand. If she were to be accused of willfully causing harm to another, the implications would be dire. She hastily declared, No, Your Majesty, I assure you, I never intended to harm anyone. I merely thought that amidst the throngs at today's birthday banquet, if I were to feign an accidental jostling resulting in a miscarriage, the pressure of public opinion would prevent Lady Fong from openly disdaining me. Lady Fong frowned in displeasure. What? Am I now to serve as a shield for you? Regardless of whether Ning Lanchue had a child or not, she despised this wretched woman. Morong Hang propped his chin on one hand, speaking slowly. Oh? Yet I cannot help but feel that your true intent is to ensnare Shinruashi. The crowd gasped, their expressions shifting in myriad directions. Given the long-standing enmity between Ning Lanchue and Shinruashi, it was indeed plausible that she would seek to blame her miscarriage on Shinruashi. Morong Yu turned to him, his voice icy as he inquired, what leads the ninth prince to make such an assertion? A faint smile graced Morong Hang's handsome visage. What I witnessed with my own eyes was Su Tianling attempting to push Shinruashi, only to inadvertently shove one Cu beside her. He lowered his gaze, asserting, I have reasonable grounds to suspect that Ning Lanchue conspired with Su Tianling to frame Shinruashi. At this, Su Tianling's expression shifted dramatically. Your Highness, the matter must be substantiated with evidence. I am aware of your fondness for Shinruashi, but this defense appears rather unjust. Is my first-hand account not evidence? Morong Hung countered. Why did you not voice this before? Now, at this critical moment, you suddenly bring it forth? I shall speak when I choose, he replied, a glint of coldness in his fox-like eyes. Do you have any objections? Under his piercing gaze, Su Tianling felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. She averted her gaze and knelt before the emperor. Your Majesty, I swear before heaven that I have never committed such an act. Emperor Renjing inquired, so? Are you implying that the ninth prince is lying? Su Tianling's expression darkened. It is not entirely accurate. At that time, there were many people. And His Highness the Ling Wang was quite distant. Perhaps I misjudged the situation. Moreover, Su Tianling emphasized her point. How could a dignified princess like myself conspire with Ning Lanchue to engage in such despicable acts? My father has always advised me to conduct myself with integrity, and I have diligently adhered to his teachings. She invoked the name of the Prince of Rong in an attempt to safeguard herself. Emperor Renjing, resting his hand on the armrest of a nearby golden silk Nama chair, suddenly let out a few chuckles. When all the blame was directed at one Cu, you were the loudest in your condemnation. Eager to implicate one Gon and eliminate them both, was this also a lesson from the Prince of Rome? Your Majesty, I would not dare. Su Tianling felt a jolt in her heart as she met the Emperor's piercing gaze, sensing that he saw through her facade. She knelt on the ground, hastily admitting her fault. At that time, I believed it was Wan Siu's error and did not contemplate the matter deeply. I beseech your Majesty to forgive my rashness. Yet, Emperor Renjing paid her no heed. He turned his attention to Ning Lanchue, scrutinizing her for a few moments before a flicker of disdain crossed his visage. The child in Ning's womb was already lost, yet she concealed this fact and intended to blame another during the Empress's birthday banquet, truly a heinous crime. Furthermore, her immoral conduct and cruelty towards her servants render her unworthy of being the fourth prince's concubine. Ning Lanchue was taken aback, her eyes wide with fear. She heard Emperor Renjing declare, from this moment forth, I strip you of your status as the fourth prince's concubine, demoting you to a slave. And you shall be imprisoned in the dungeon, to be exiled to Ningguda on the morrow. Upon hearing this, Ning Lanchue's expression froze, nearly causing her to faint. Exile to Ningguda. Wasn't that tantamount to a death sentence for her current self? Your Majesty, please spare me. I did not intend to harm anyone. I was merely overwhelmed with fear and shifted the blame onto Miss Wan. Your Majesty, please grant me mercy. She repeatedly knocked her head against the ground. But Emperor Renjing remained unmoved. Ning Lanchue had no choice but to cling to Morong Yu's leg. Your Highness, please say a word on my behalf, Your Highness. Morong Yu lowered his head slightly, meeting Ning Lanchue's tear-streaked face, his emotions swirling in complexity. Today had fundamentally altered his perception of her. Looking at this fragile visage, he found himself wavering. Ning Lanchue cried out, Your Highness, it is all because of my own insecurities. I was so frightened that you would be disappointed upon learning of the troubles with the child within me that I sought to shift the blame onto another. She exclaimed, All of this is due to my profound love for you. Morong Yu's expression grew solemn. He pondered for a moment before softly speaking, Father. Ning's actions are indeed reprehensible, but she is, after all, a person of my choosing, having just suffered a miscarriage if she is exiled. She will surely perish on the way. I implore you to show mercy. Grant her a chance at life. Upon hearing this, Feng Hui, seated nearby, nearly fainted with rage. Even at this moment, Morong Yu dared to speak in her favor. This woman is truly an unrepentant seductress. Qin Haiding chuckled. Ah. The fourth prince's unwavering affection for the Ning lady is truly remarkable. Emperor Renjing could not help but smile, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. His dissatisfaction with his son grew ever more palpable. You are so enamored by such a woman that you cannot discern right from wrong. And yet I have not yet punished you, and still, You dare to plead for her? Murong Yu knelt, proclaiming, I have erred, and I willingly accept the consequences. However, the Ning lady's transgressions do not warrant a death sentence. Since you plead so fervently, I shall grant her a chance, the emperor declared. Upon hearing this, Ning Lanchue felt a surge of joy. Yet, in the next breath, the emperor continued, she shall not be exiled to Ningguda. However, she must endure 30 strikes of the rod. If she survives, it will be a testament to her fortitude. With that pronouncement, he waved his hand, and several guards promptly approached to seize Ning Lanchue and escort her away. Ning Lanchue cried out, Your Highness, save me. Please, save me. But her pleas fell upon deaf ears. Murong Yu remained kneeling, his gaze flickering with concern. 30 strikes would leave even the healthiest of individuals in a state of near death, let alone Ning Lanchue's current condition. After enduring such punishment, her survival was far from guaranteed. Yet, this was the Emperor's greatest act of mercy. Chapter 95, Request for Marriage from the Emperor. The gaze of Emperor Renjing fell upon Murong Yu's face, and with a cold sneer, he declared, Your blindness and foolishness truly disappoint me. From now on, reflect on your misdeeds in the confines of your residence. Murong Yu lowered his head, murmuring, Your son acknowledges his faults. Soon, anguished screams from Ning Lanchue pierced the air, each cry more heart-wrenching than the last. The hall fell silent, and even the onlookers dared not breathe. The emperor's gaze shifted to Su Tianling, who remained kneeling. In a grave tone, the emperor asked, Su Tianling, are you aware of your crimes? Su Tianling's eyes flickered. This humble servant has erred, yet I assure you, I have not colluded with Ning Lanchue. She felt no fear, as long as she steadfastly denied any wrongdoing. The emperor would be powerless against her. After all, she had previously escaped unscathed from numerous transgressions. This time would be no different. Indeed, the emperor's voice resonated. Stand up. A barely perceptible smile crossed Su Tianling's eyes. Thank you, Your Majesty. As she slowly rose, before she could steady herself, a resounding slap struck her face, sending her staggering. Covering her cheek, she gasped in shock and fear. Your Majesty, why have you done this? The emperor's countenance darkened, anger flashing in his eyes. Do you truly believe that your obstinate denial will spare you from punishment? There are countless ways to uncover the truth, the simplest being to interrogate Ning Lanchue. Su Tianling, I had hoped to grant you the opportunity to confess, yet you remain unrepentant. Since Su Cheng has failed to discipline you, I shall take it upon myself. Su Tianling was taken aback, unprepared for the emperor's fury. Once more, she knelt. Your Majesty, Shui Yuan interjected, kneeling as well. Your Majesty. It was Tianling's lack of foresight that led to hasty actions. Fortunately, Prince Ling uncovered the truth and resolved the misunderstanding. In light of the absence of grave consequences, I beseech you to spare Tianling. With that, she slowly raised her eyes to Su Lua beside her. Your Majesty, Tianling has grown up beside you. I implore you to forgive her naivety. Su Lua's dignified visage remained expressionless. Every family has its own rules, and every nation has its own laws. This matter is for His Majesty to decide. I shall abide by his judgment. The emperor glanced at Su Lua, and after a brief silence, he calmed slightly. Today was the empress's birthday, and as Su Tianling was the empress's niece, the emperor felt compelled to show some leniency. He then commanded sternly, Bring forth 10 slaps for Su Tianling, so she may learn her lesson. A nearby eunuch obeyed, stepping forward and raising his hand to deliver the blows. The sharp sounds of slapping echoed throughout the hall. Su Tianling's face quickly swelled, the sting a burning reminder of her humiliation. Yet, what she found even more unbearable was the loss of her dignity. As the legitimate daughter of the Rome prince, she had always walked with pride in the capital. Now, the emperor had publicly struck her, leaving her at a loss for where to hide her face. After the ordeal, Su Tianling forced herself to rise and requested to return to the palace. Today had been a complete humiliation, and she wished to linger not a moment longer. Emperor Renjing said little, merely instructing her to reflect upon her actions upon her return. Shui Yuan guided her towards the palace exit. As they passed through the doors, Su Tianling caught sight of 2 guards dragging in a limp figure, the recently punished Ning Lanchue. The scent of blood filled the air, causing Su Tianling's expression to stiffen. She hastened her steps. Inside the hall, with a loud thud, Ning Lanchue was thrown before Emperor Renjing. She lay motionless on the ground, her lower body a gruesome sight. Drenched in blood and staining her pristine dress, filling the hall with an overwhelming stench. Some noble women turned away, unable to bear the sight, while only Shin Ruashi's gaze remained fixed upon her, unwavering. It was a tragic sight, yet compared to her past life, it was still insufficient. The guards reported, Your Majesty, the 30 lashes have been delivered, and she has lost consciousness. Not dead? Emperor Renjing scoffed. Her life is quite resilient. He cast a glance at Murongyu. Since she still lives, take her away. I have promised you her life, but from this day forth, she shall no longer be the consort of the fourth prince, but a lowly slave. Your son understands. Thank you, Father Emperor, for your mercy. Murongyu stepped forward, instructing his men to carry Ning Lanchue away as he turned to leave. As he departed, he hesitated to glance at Shin Ruashi, as if wishing to speak. But she averted her gaze, showing him no attention. Murongyu clenched his teeth and departed. With matters settled, Emperor Renjing entrusted Ding Lixian and Zhang Qi to Murong Hang for further handling. Murong Hang rose and bowed, accepting the command. Emperor Renjing patted his shoulder, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. Today's events owe much to you and Shin Ruashi. Otherwise, the truth may not have surfaced so swiftly. It is my honor to relieve Father Emperor of worry, Murong Hang replied earnestly. Wan Gong quickly donned a smile. Your Highness, the Prince of Ling, is indeed wise and capable, discerning clues from the minutiae, restoring this wayward girl's honor. Moreover, Miss Shin's courage to speak the truth in defiance of power is truly commendable. Your collaboration with His Highness today is a match made in heaven. However, the most crucial aspect remains the Emperor's unparalleled wisdom and impartial handling of the situation, which commands my utmost admiration. With that, he turned to Su Lua beside him, bowing respectfully. It is regrettable that such a disheartening event occurred on the Empress's birthday. This is due to my poor guidance, allowing this wayward girl to cause trouble. I shall prepare an extravagant gift to atone to Her Majesty. Beside him, Wan Siyu's brow twitched. The flattery was impeccable. However, she turned to cast a discreet glance at Shin Ruashi. Today, thanks to her, she had avoided disaster. After this incident, it seemed that Shin Ruashi was no longer so detestable. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, a melodious and captivating voice resonated in the air. Murong Hang spoke. Father, on this auspicious occasion of Mother's birthday, I have a humble request that I hope you will grant. Emperor Renjing inquired. What request? Murong Hang slightly bowed, his handsome visage reflecting unwavering determination. I wish to ask Father to bestow upon me the hand of Shin Ruashi in marriage. Upon the conclusion of his words, a heavy silence enveloped the hall for a few seconds. Soon after, a flurry of whispers erupted, as everyone exchanged glances, their expressions a myriad of emotions. Wan Siyu nearly leaped in shock. Having just begun to view Shin Ruashi favorably, she was taken aback by this unexpected turn that seemed to provoke her once more. It was evident that she and Shin Ruashi were not destined to be harmonious. Lin Xiui was deeply affected, swaying as if on the brink of fainting. Murong Xiu, fanning himself, was filled with curiosity and astonishment. He leaned closer to Murong Yao, exclaiming, What a series of events unfold. It is a pity that fourth brother is absent. Otherwise, the commotion would be even greater. He chuckled. Just think, the ninth prince has been silent for over 20 years, and suddenly he reveals a beloved. And before I can even process it, he seeks father's blessing for marriage. Had Shin Ruashi not been betrothed to fourth brother, he would likely already have children by now. Only then did Murong Xiu realize his faux pas regarding Murong Hang's condition. A glimmer of regret flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Murong Yao remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Shin Ruashi's countenance. Chapter 96. The beauty of maturity. Observing her momentary surprise, I noticed her expression subtly shift. A hint of modesty gracing her features, while a spark of brilliance ignited in her eyes, shimmering with vitality. It was evident that she, too, possessed feelings. Murong Yao's gaze deepened with contemplation. My 11th brother, you have reached the age suitable for marriage. Have you set your sights on any noble lady? The voice of Murong Xiu echoed in my ears. Murong Yao replied slowly, At present, I have no intention of taking a wife. You simply lack experience, my royal brother. I am well acquainted with the beauties of the world. Once I take you out to experience their charm, you will understand the essence of it all, Murong Xiu said, placing a hand on his shoulder, his demeanor flirtatious. However, Murong Yao turned his head, addressing him, Eldest brother. Yes? You are quite bothersome. With a glance, Murong Yao pushed his hand away and turned a stride towards the palace exit. Murong Xiu called out softly, 11th brother, in such an exhilarating moment. Why do you not stay to enjoy the spectacle? There is nothing worth watching. Shin Ruashi will undoubtedly agree. Watching Murong Yao's retreating figure, Murong Xiu furrowed his brow. In that fleeting moment when Murong Yao had brushed him aside, he had perceived an unfamiliar chill in his eyes, starkly contrasting his otherwise charming visage. He shook his head. It appears my 11th brother has matured as well. Regardless, I shall continue to observe the drama unfold. Emperor Renjing regarded Murong Hang before him with a glimmer of intrigue. Hanger, your actions are rather unexpected. Have you and Shin Ruashi conspired to seek my blessing for marriage today? Morong-hang replied, not in that manner. This matter is solely my own initiative. Eager to wed, I seized the occasion of my mother's birthday to present this request to father, hoping for your approval. Haha. Since you are so earnest in your desire to marry, I shall certainly facilitate this union. However, Emperor Renjing turned to face Shin Ruashi. Shin Ruashi, do you consent to wed the Prince of Ling? All attention shifted to Shin Ruashi. She raised her gaze slightly and took a few deliberate steps forward. Just as she was about to bow, a tall, rugged figure surged forth. Wait a moment. Shin Tianrong rushed to Shin Ruashi's side, still bearing an expression of disbelief. He had yet to process this turn of events. Wasn't Morong-hang interested in his son, Shin Che? Why was he now seeking to marry his daughter? What was happening? Father, what is wrong? Shin Ruashi inquired, turning to him. Ruashi, I realize this is all too sudden for you, and it is equally shocking for me. If you are unwilling. Father, I have no objections. At her words, Shin Tianrong was rendered speechless. Are you serious? He whispered urgently. If you are being coerced, just blink. I will not allow you to marry the wrong person again. Father, I am sincere. Please do not worry. Shin Ruashi gently patted the back of his hand, then stepped forward to face Emperor Renjing, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince of Ling possesses unmatched talent and is unparalleled in the world. To marry him would be a blessing for your servant daughter, and I willingly accept. Upon hearing these words, Morong-hang's eyelashes fluttered gently, and within his once silent chest, something stirred violently. His deep black eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. She spoke of him so favorably, yet the truth was far from this. He was not as serene and untroubled as he appeared, for he harbored a shadowed side unknown to others. Seeing Shin Ruashi express such sentiments, Emperor Renjing's face broke into a smile. Very well, then, I shall bestow upon you a marriage, he declared. Wang Difu, bring forth the imperial ink. Yes, your Majesty. Wang Difu responded, promptly exiting to return shortly with ink and brush in hand. The emperor gestured grandly and, on the spot, inscribed an imperial decree. Wang Difu then read aloud the proclamation. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, it has come to my attention that the daughter of the Grand General, Shin Ruashi, possesses grace and beauty, her talents and looks are unparalleled. She is indeed a match made in heaven with Prince Ling. In recognition of this, I hereby betroth Shin Ruashi to Prince Ling as his consort. All ceremonial arrangements shall be overseen by the Ministry of Rites and the Bureau of Astronomy. To select an auspicious date for the union, Morong-hang clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Father, for your benevolence. Shin Ruashi also bowed gracefully. This daughter is profoundly grateful to your Majesty. The two stood side by side, one a vision of captivating beauty, the other strikingly handsome, resembling a pair of exquisite jade figurines, perfectly matched. Emperor Renjing clapped his hands in delight. If Heir is joyful, then so is your father. He patted Morong-hang on the shoulder before turning to depart with the empress and a throng of concubines. Once the emperor had left, the crowd regained their composure and swarmed around Morong-hang, showering him with congratulatory remarks. Many also approached Shin Tianrong, the Grand General. What great fortune for the Grand General to have such a dragon-riding son-in-law in Prince Ling. Congratulations, General. When Miss Shin and His Highness wed, I shall certainly partake in a cup of celebratory wine. Miss Shin is dignified and gracious, wise and virtuous. She and His Highness are indeed a match made in heaven. Congratulations. Shin Tianrong awkwardly responded to his colleague's praises, pushing Shin Che forward to shield himself from the crowd. He then took Shin Ruashi by the hand and hurried out of the palace. Once out of sight, he adjusted his official cap and could not help but exclaim, "What in blazes is going on? Why has Prince Ling suddenly chosen to marry you?" Shin Ruashi touched her nose. I understand this is rather sudden. Sudden? It's utterly unexpected. There hasn't been a hint of this. I still feel as if I'm dreaming. Shin Ruashi, puzzled, queried, What do you mean there were no signs? Father, did you not notice that Prince Ling has been frequently visiting the general's residence of late? Isn't that rather peculiar? I had my suspicions, but what? I simply mistook the object of my suspicions. Shin Tianrong cleared his throat and could not help but ask, Ruashi, how did you come to share such a deep connection with Prince Ling? This is a long story, Father. In any case, I assure you, my feelings for Prince Ling are sincere. Shin Tianrong widened his eyes in astonishment, then murmured under his breath, You once claimed your heart belonged solely to Murongyu, that you would marry no one else, yet look what has transpired. Shin Ruashi replied, Must you bring that up now? She spoke gently. Father, in the past, my judgment of others was flawed, but now I have gained clarity. The Wing King is unlike Murongyu. His feelings towards me are genuine. And in due time, you shall come to realize this. Shin Qianrong sighed. I am aware that the Wing King is not a hypocrite. Yet he possesses a profound depth of character. You worry that you may not be able to navigate him effectively, although he is wholeheartedly devoted to you at present. The future remains uncertain. Moreover, Shin Qianrong lowered his voice. His health is frail, and many speak of his short lifespan. Should he depart from this world, would you remain alone in widowhood? Chapter 97. Speaking ill of your intelligence in his heart, Shin Qianrong harbored no desire for Shin Ruoxi to wed Murong Hang. No matter how admirable he might be, if his health was compromised, it would all be in vain. Shin Ruoxi had a long life ahead of her. Was she destined for solitary old age? Father, I understand your concerns, but after my divorce, I had resolved never to marry again. However, having encountered Prince Ling, I now harbor such thoughts. Moreover, life is unpredictable. Instead of worrying about the future, it is better to cherish the present. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Shin Qianrong deemed it unwise to press further. Just as the father and daughter prepared to board the carriage, they were suddenly approached by two individuals from behind. General, please wait. Miss Shin, please hold on. Wan Gan, dragging the reluctant Wan Siyu, rushed towards them, his rotund figure glistening with sweat. Shin Qianrong inquired, what brings you here? Minister Wan? General, regarding today's matters in the palace, I have yet to express my gratitude to Miss Shin properly. It is truly remiss of me. Miss Shin, thank you for your timely assistance today. Wan Gan bowed respectfully. Shin Ruoxi extended her hand to help him up. Minister Wan is an elder and holds an esteemed position. How could a mere daughter of a subject accept such a grand gesture? Indeed, you are deserving of such gratitude. Miss Shin has saved my daughter's life, hence, it is only right. Moreover, you are now betrothed to Prince Ling, destined to become the future Princess Ling, making you even more worthy of such honor. As he spoke, he nudged Wan Siyu forward. My rebellious daughter has had some misunderstandings with Miss Shin. Today, she wishes to apologize in person. Wan Siyu protested. When did I ever say that? However, under her father's stern gaze, she slowly lowered her head. Shin Ruoxi, I admit my fault. I promise I will not trouble you again. She mumbled. Regardless of past grievances, it was undeniable that Shin Ruoxi had assisted her greatly, and thus, this apology was warranted. With a gentle smile, Shin Ruoxi replied, while you have indeed caused